Su Mo Bai woke up to find himself in a box, and after climbing out, realized he had crossed over to ancient times. From a journal, he learned that he was the son of the border General Su Jia. Just as he inherited his father's last wish, he encountered soldiers searching for him and managed to hide back in the box, only to be rescued by reinforcements. Now, on the day of his martial soul awakening, will he awaken a powerful martial soul and embark on a new journey in Douluo? Su Mo Bai crossed over to Douluo. Climbing out of the box in a daze, he wishes for a golden finger and refuses to be a pawn. Pay attention. In his dream, Su Mo Bai shouted, "I want to be the strongest general in Douluo, riding a soul beast and wielding a spear to crush the enemy." When he opened his eyes, he was confused, felt weak all over, and had a headache, and after a while, he discovered he was actually in a box. He complained, "Can I even sleep in a box? My middle school biology teacher said a closed space would lack oxygen, and I can barely breathe." After feeling around, he found a dent at the top of the box, pulled several times, and finally opened a crack. The moment sunlight poured in, his heart raced. Please don't let it be like Buried Alive, where it's all sand. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary box, and he breathed a sigh of relief. This seller is really honest. Must give a 5-star review. When he climbed out, Su Mo Bai was completely stunned. There were no modern furnishings left, only a disheveled ancient room, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The dark red on the floor was actually blood. He looked down at himself. At least I'm human. I didn't turn into some weird creature. Then he glanced at the furniture. Why is everything so big? Did I cross into a giant civilization? As a seasoned web novel reader, he quickly accepted the fact of his crossing, closed the birth point box, and began searching. When will the golden finger arrive? Please don't let it be a system. I was exhausted being a corporate slave in my last life. I don't want to be a pawn again. I've already lived enough in my last life. I don't want to be a pawn again, even after crossing over. Su Mo Bai flipped through the journal to learn about his identity. Inheriting his father's last wish and facing soldier searches while hiding in the box. Pay attention. Su Mo Bai kept mumbling while quickly gathering usable items in the room, finally confirmed. It wasn't that the furniture was big, but that he had shrunk. In the corner, he found a journal and his eyes lit up. This must belong to the original owner. It can help me understand this world and confirm my identity. Flipping open the journal, he saw it was all written by the border General Su Jia, guarding the border for 5 years, missing my wife and children. My son will awaken his martial soul next year. I hope it's his mother's Liu Qin, and he won't go to the battlefield. Tiando is planning a big move. I must send my son out of the city overnight. There are still 3 months until he awakens his martial soul. I wonder what his innate soul power will be. The journal abruptly ended here, and Su Mo Bai instantly understood. I am Su Mo Bai, the son of Su Jia. The Su family is full of loyal heroes. Suddenly, a childish voice rang in his ear. I want to be the strongest general, riding a soul beast, and wielding a spear to eliminate the enemy. Su Mo Bai closed his eyes and sighed. Generals die in 100 battles. When will the brave return? I inherit your last wish. Let's become the strongest general together. Just as he finished speaking, he felt like he had unlocked his potential, and his spirit surged. But the next second, chaotic footsteps approached from outside. Danger was coming. Su Mo Bai quickly hid back in the birth point box. Soldiers burst in, and the leader shouted, I clearly sensed a life force with my martial soul. A burly man with a giant axe retorted, there are thousands of vultures here. Your martial soul must be mistaken. The leading soldier immediately activated his martial soul. Impossible. Golden hair mouse. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. After he slimmed down, a gust of wind made him look like he would fall. The second soul ring lit up, like a trax like 6 whiskers grew from his nose, instantly locking onto a direction. Found you. The first soul ring lit up, his nails elongated, piercing through the floorboards to lift them. Su Mo Bai swallowed hard to appear calm, gripping tightly the only weapon he had just found, a piece of tile. He gripped tightly the only possible weapon he had just found from the room, a piece of tile. Su Mo Bai meets the reinforcements. He confronts the Duke, makes a blood oath, and receives a dagger to start his journey in Douluo. Pay attention. The soldier Qiu Lin stared at Su Mo Bai and sighed. The only survivor of the giant fortress is you. Su Mo Bai, you are safe. Su Mo Bai looked where he didn't know this person at all and feared being exposed as an imposter. Qiu Lin quickly exited his martial soul state and reached out to explain. I am from the 4th Army's reconnaissance team. The Tiando scum has been wiped out by us. No one can harm you. Su Mo Bai stared at the badge on his chest and slowly shook his hand. The burly team leader pulled Qiu Lin aside, patted his chest, and declared, if anyone bullies you in the future, come to the 4th Army and find our 9th reconnaissance team. He then snatched the tile from Su Mo Bai's hand and shoved a dagger into it. This will be faster for killing. Stab them in the back or cut their throat when they're unprepared. The soldiers felt the room grow cold as they saw Su Mo Bai holding the dagger and hurried out to report. Su Mo Bai quietly asked for food, and the burly man gave him half a piece of beef jerky. Following him through the Jyad fortress, thousands of vultures in the sky cried out for corpses, and Su Mo Bai held back his urge to vomit. Swallowing the jerky, this was the first lesson of crossing over. Just after finishing, he saw a man wearing a tiger skin cloak and heavy black armor riding a tiger-like mount. It was the Duke. The Duke dismounted and patted his shoulder. Your parents' revenge has been avenged. All the enemies who breached the fortress have been annihilated. Su Mo Bai immediately dodged. This is not a family feud. It's national humiliation. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. The Duke was stunned and then shouted, good. Sooner or later, we will stand in the Tian-Do Imperial Palace and use their emperor's blood to comfort the souls. He then shouted to the burly man, Andre, take Mo Bai to wash up first. We will set off back to the royal city soon. Su Mo Bai's identity is secure. He is granted the title of Viscount, reads through the collection of books, and on the day of martial soul awakening meets a little girl. Pay attention. Dai Guangming said he would take Su Mo Bai to wash up before returning to the royal city, and Su Mo Bai's anxious heart finally settled. His identity was temporarily safe. 2 hours later, after finishing up, he thoroughly experienced how fast the Douluo army could march. The soldiers were so physically strong, they didn't seem human. They covered 80 kilometers back to the border in half a day. Along the way, Su Mo Bai rode in the Duke's carriage pulled by 8 soul beast horses, and Dai Guangming made it clear. He is the cousin of the Star Luo Emperor. His bloodline is impure and has no claim to the throne. He also learned that his father, Suzha, was a count who led 100,000 border troops to guard Jyad Fortress. When Tian-Do suddenly sent 200,000 troops, his father held out for a month until food ran out and the city fell, leaving him as the only survivor. 3 months later, Su Mo Bai had fully adapted to his new life. His parents died in battle, and he was granted the title of Viscount, along with a manor and a substantial pension, allowing him to live a laid-back life. But he wasn't willing to do that. Betraying my promise and becoming a slacker? No way. During these 3 months, he read all the Soul Beast and Soul Master books in his father's study. Most authors shared the surname. Zui's father was actually a scholar. He rubbed his hands together. According to the books, I should awaken the Breaking Array Spear. Today is the day of martial soul awakening. Whether it's a dragon or a bug will be revealed now. Suddenly, a Chris child's voice came from outside. Brother Mo Bai, are you still in study? Are you going to become a bookworm? Su Mo Bai opened the door and saw a porcelain doll in a dark coat. He quickly took out candy and stuffed it in her mouth. If he didn't, this little girl would chatter endlessly. The little girl mumbled with the candy in her mouth. My sister said that awakening the martial soul can help you recover your memory. Su Mo Bai felt guilty. Only I know that awakening will only bring a golden finger. How can it restore memory? He hurriedly ruffled the little girl's hair to change the subject, but she swatted his hand away. Don't mess with my hair. They'll stop growing tall. He pressed. Who are you really? Always making me guess. The little girl stuck out her tongue. I won't tell you. But if Brother Mo Bai doesn't recover his memory, isn't that too cruel for him? He can't even remember what his uncle and aunt look like. Su Mo Bai took the little girl to the awakening hall. He met Dai Mu Bai, and all the nobles awakening were soul masters. Pay attention. The little girl was so tangled up in her thoughts that she didn't notice Su Mo Bai had already led her quite far. Su Mo Bai laughed and tapped her head. What are you thinking about? So old-fashioned. The little girl proudly retorted. None of her business. She secretly pulled her hand back, but her ears were flushed red, clearly smitten. Arriving at the awakening hall, Su Mo Bai was handed some candy and reminded, wait here obediently for me. As he pushed the door open, the elder directly pulled him in a line. Mo Bai, come here. You're up next. Su Mo Bai was confused. With a population of 1 million in the imperial city, why are there only about 20 awakenings? The elder explained, commoners and minor nobles don't qualify. Only you can help the royal soul masters awaken. Beside him, a blond boy with dual-colored eyes laughed. How can commoners like them be worthy to be with us? If 3 soul masters come out 100 of them, it's already a blessing. Su Mo Bai felt disgusted. Is this the nature of nobles? Haven't you heard of the wrath of the common man spilling blood for 5 steps? But the boy didn't catch the sarcasm and patted his shoulder. You're not afraid of my eyes. I, Dai Mu Bai, have decided to be friends with you. Su Mo Bai's mouth twitched. This guy must be a fool. The awakening began. The first boy, Lu's son, stood on the altar and 6 beams of golden light enveloped him. Golden light particles entered his body, and he stretched out his right hand, revealing the blue ghost wolf martial soul. Pressing the crystal ball, blue light filled 2/5 of it. A middle-aged man shouted, "Innate soul power level 4. Just barely qualifies for the Royal Academy." Luo's son instantly relaxed. Without this level of soul power, his family wouldn't be able to enter the upper echelons. Xu Mo Bai watched with great interest. Mu Bai wasn't exaggerating. Off the first 15 boys, all successfully awakened martial souls capable of cultivation, with the lowest innate soul power being level 4 and the highest only level 6. Xu Mo Bai found the martial soul awakening scene quite amusing. Mu Bai was right up until now. All 15 boys who had gone through the ceremony successfully awakened martial souls capable of cultivation, and their innate soul power was at least level 4. However, there was only one level 6. Xu Mo Bai awakened the God-Slaying spear. With full innate soul power, he made a grand entrance, and Mu Bai couldn't take it lying down. Pay attention. The middle-aged man hosting the awakening had an ugly expression. This batch of kids had poor talent, and only the innate level 6 dragon pattern staff could be considered a genius. He shouted, "Xu Mo Bai, it's your turn." After all, he only needed to handle the awakening and report it. Why worry about anything else? Xu Mo Bai stepped onto the altar, and the golden light enveloped him, feeling as warm as being back in his mother's embrace. It felt like something shattered inside him, and the golden light gathered in his right hand. The middle-aged man instantly opened his eyes wide and released his pressure. He sensed an extremely powerful martial soul was about to emerge. As the golden light dissipated, a golden spear crashed onto the ground, causing the floor to crack. The middle-aged man's eyelids twitched wildly. Xu Mo Bai's veins bulged as he struggled to lift the spear, and after a breath, he lost strength, and the spear turned into light. The point disappears. It's rare for middle-aged people to smile. Go test your soul power. After practicing, you'll be able to use it freely. Xu Mo Bai pressed the crystal ball, and the blue light flashed like a peerless sapphire. The elder, tearing off his beard that he had grown for 20 years, didn't even notice, rubbed his eyes and shouted, "Innate full soul power. It has appeared again after 6 years." Xu Mo Bai remained calm. Web novel fans had already guessed he had top-tier talent. But he was confused. "Where's the golden finger? The business bureau? I want to report it." The elder asked, "Isn't your martial soul your father's broken array spear?" Xu Mo Bai lied. "It's a mutated martial soul, a Shikigami spear. I can't unleash its full power right now." The elder comforted him. "It will be fine once you have a soul ring." But he was secretly puzzled. Can a long spear still go down the support route? Only Xu Mo Bai knew that this was the God-Slaying spear, the strongest attacking martial soul in the world. Just waiting to compare it with the Hao-Ian hammer. The middle-aged man shouted, "Duke Mu Bai, it's your turn." Mu Bai took a deep look at Xu Mo Bai and strode into the altar. No matter how explosive Xu Mo Bai's talent was, he would never admit defeat. Mu Bai awakened the evil white tiger. He declared he was better than Xu Mo Bai, and the martial soul hall was secretly scheming. Pay attention. Mu Bai was super arrogant. "I am the rare dual-eyed prince of the ages. Even if I lose, I only lose for a moment, not for a lifetime." Soon he finished awakening the evil white tiger. Innate soul power level 8. Although he couldn't compare to Xu Mo Bai's full soul power, he was also a top genius. As soon as he exited the altar, Mu Bai shouted, "Xu Mo Bai, my innate soul power isn't as high as yours, but I will definitely become a great soul master before you." But after he shouted, he was stunned. Xu Mo Bai had already left. This was truly awkward. Outside, the little cute girl didn't think Xu Mo Bai's early exit was a failure like the other nobles. She hid her worries in her eyes. Xu Mo Bai rubbed her head. "The day after tomorrow, we're going to the Royal Academy. The elder will first discuss my first soul ring, and once it's set, he'll take me to hunt." The little cute girl immediately hugged his arm and acted spoiled. "Then you have to play with me for 2 days. She didn't understand what hunting for soul rings meant. The treatment was only for top geniuses. The expressions of those around varied, and when the news reached the interested parties, they all showed meaningful smiles. In the martial soul hall, 2 gray shadows were conversing. "Bishop, what about the innate full soul power and the martial soul that surpasses the Hao-Ian hammer? Shouldn't we fight for it?" The bishop sneered. "Don't touch the bottom line of Star Luo. I just want to see this child raised by Star Luo and then turn around to slap them in the face. That scene would be amazing." The next morning, as Xu Mo Bai finished exercising, the little cute girl pulled him out the door. "You promised to play with me yesterday." Xu Mo Bai complained. What if you don't train and awaken with low innate soul power in 2 years? The little cute girl puffed her cheeks. It's clearly 2 years and 6 months. Xu Mo Bai quickly pulled out some candy and stuffed it in her mouth. And the little cute girl complained while eating happily. The two held hands and strolled through the imperial city, where the stone-paved roads were lined with shouting vendors and wandering poets telling strange tales. Suddenly, the little cute girl pointed. "Brother Ma Bai, I want that candy person." Xu Mo Bai took her to the stall, where the vendor was a rough man in his 40s, with his arms exposed and a stubbly beard. Yet he was making incredibly delicate candy figures. Xu Mo Bai asked, "Boss, how much for this nethercat candy?" Xu Mo Bai exposed the candy stall scam. The soul Douluo appeared to cause trouble, and a mysterious woman suddenly descended. "Pay attention." The candy stall owner opened his eyes. "Oh, you can recognize the nethercat. I don't sell this candy figure. I only give it to those with fate." Xu Mo Bai's mouth twitched. This line was clearly from a scammer. He directly retorted, "Do you have a business license?" The owner was stunned. It was the first time someone asked him this. He pulled out a token. "Of course." Xu Mo Bai smiled. "The Star Luo token is made of iron. Yours is wooden. It's a fake." While speaking, he protected the little cute girl behind him. The owner awkwardly laughed. "I can't believe you little brats saw through it." Just as his voice fell, the candy stall twisted and disappeared, and white fog arose around. The owner's voice echoed from all directions. "We'll compensate you when we meet next time." The little cute girl was scared and grabbed Xu Mo Bai's clothes. But Xu Mo Bai remained calm. Who would dare to kill in the imperial capital if they weren't a titled Douluo? Sure enough, the white fog was forcefully dispersed. A figure in a black robe suddenly appeared, with 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, dazzling the eyes. The first, third, and 6th soul rings lit up, and the illusion shattered like a mirror. 2 figures were thrown out without breath. The figure in the black robe glanced back at Xu Mo Bai. His cloak ignited in flames, and he vanished in an instant. The little cute girl rushed over to check for signs of life, discovering the bodyguard was dead, and tears streamed down her face. Xu Mo Bai panicked and pulled out candy to offer. "Eat a piece of candy, and it won't hurt anymore." The little cute girl cried while sucking on the candy. "You only know how to bully me." Xu Mo Bai assured, "No one will bully you anymore." The little cute girl asked, "What if someone wants to kill me?" Xu Mo Bai was about to comfort her when a sound of breaking air came. A woman in dark clothes suddenly appeared in front of them. Upon seeing the woman, Xu Mo Bai was somewhat dazed. Xu Mo Bai was stunned by the cold beauty. The Duke hinted not to ask too much, and the elder took him to hunt the soul ring. "Pay attention." Xu Mo Bai was dumbfounded. The woman in front was stunningly beautiful. Her sword-like eyebrows didn't detract from her beauty, but added a chill. When she appeared, the temperature around dropped. The woman bypassed Xu Mo Bai and picked up the scared little cute girl, who was curled up in a ball. Xu Mo Bai was just about to speak when the woman suddenly turned back, her gaze like 2 daggers stabbing over. His legs trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down. If he dared to speak, he would definitely be killed. He trembled and asked, "Who are you?" gripping a dagger tightly for a sense of security. The woman disdainfully retorted, "Ignorant." With a wave of her hand, Xu Mo Bai was sent flying more than 10 meters. She was not someone you could touch. Forget it if you don't want to remember. Her voice was like a cold wind in the 12th lunar month, freezing Xu Mo Bai to shiver. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. Xu Mo Bai watched the direction they left and smiled bitterly. Too many troublesome things. Just as he finished speaking, officials sealed off the scene and took him as a witness. When he saw Dai Guangming, the other party advised, "Some things are better forgotten." Xu Mo Bai was forcibly stuffed into a carriage and sent home, pondering, is the black-robed person a spy? The soul ring might be fake. Did the Duke know beforehand? What is the relationship between that woman and the little cute girl? He also heard the agreement. Could it be that someone really wants to kill the little cute girl? Confused, Xu Mo Bai lay on his bed. Surely crossing over must bring trouble. Then he thought he could ask someone else. Instantly relaxed, he fell asleep not long after. Today's events were too exhausting. The next morning, Elder Lin, who awakened his martial soul, came. He was a guide who had led 2 generations, including his father. The elder asked, "Ma Bai, do you have any expectations for your first soul ring?" Xu Mo Bai inquired about the little girl's identity, knowing her surname, Zhu, involves secrets, and the team's standard in the Soul Beast Forest. Pay attention. Elder Lin wanted to discuss the first soul ring to help Xu Mo Bai get interested. But Xu Mo Bai directly asked, "Do you know the girl's identity? Tell me." Elder Lin was choked on the spot. This kid doesn't follow the routine. Elder Lin pretended not to hear and quickly reminded. The Soul Beast Forest is extremely dangerous. Even titled Douluos must show respect. Listen to the leading teacher. Xu Mo Bai grabbed his hand, staring at him with the cutest eyes, acting spoiled. Elder Lin stroked his beard, which had lost a strand, and sighed. I can only say her surname is Zhu. Saying more wouldn't be good for either of us. Xu Mo Bai instantly realized. The Zhu family that Star Luo can make the royal family respect can only be the Zhu family through marriage. The Nether Cat combined with the White Tiger martial soul fusion skill, and the Crown Prince is even engaged to the Zhu family's young lady. Dai Mu Bai is probably the younger brother of the Crown Prince. No wonder Dai Guangming was cold to him yesterday and gave him a warning. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Lin. I know what to do." Elder Lin pretended to be angry. "Don't try to climb the family tree." Xu Mo Bai teased him. "Doesn't he the grandson with innate full soul power count?" Elder Lin said seriously. "Want to talk equally? Then don't waste your talent. Practice hard." Xu Mo Bai didn't respond, feeling unconvinced. Can innate soul power really determine the future? I don't agree with Dai Mu Bai's words. The carriage came to a stop, and Xu Mo Bai jumped down first. The ancient trees stood in clusters, and the howls of wolves and tigers were super eerie. But a few hundred meters away, it was bustling with activity, full of civilian soul masters calling out as they teamed up to sell. Elder Lin explained. These people have no background and insufficient strength, so they can only team up. He added, however, these are just a mob. A truly powerful soul master team must have at least a food system soul master to handle supplies, an auxiliary or healing system soul master to manage status and soul power recovery, an agility system soul master for reconnaissance, a strength system soul master to take hits, and an attack system soul master to eliminate enemies. A more complete team would also include a control system soul master to manage commands. Xu Mo Bai Zito, defending the common people. The God-Slaying spear displayed its might, absorbing soul power, while the team teacher played out of line. Pay attention, Elder Lin earnestly advised. In a fight, take out the control system first. They can create miracles. The academy will let you form teams. Xu Mo Bai, however, smiled. Although the common people are not professionals, their self-improvement is worthy of respect. Elder Lin was taken aback, and the next moment he unleashed his aura, blowing the surrounding common people away. Those who were left covered in dirt still nodded and bowed. Elder Lin coldly said, "Look, ants will always be ants. They only know to seek profit and avoid harm." Xu Mo Bai sighed. No one dares to resist. The nobles in this country are crazy, and the common people are cowardly. It's so tragic, but he didn't dwell on it, urging Grandpa Lin, "Hurry to hunt for soul rings." "I can't wait." Elder Lin immediately became kind, leading him into the soul hunting tavern to meet the team teacher. Lu Qi, a level 53 weapon soul king, elegant and refined like a scholar, even brought a child with him. Lu Qi asked Xu Mo Bai to summon his martial soul. A golden light flashed, and the God-Slaying spear took shape. Lu Qi reached out to pick up the spear, and the spear's starlight suddenly exploded, crackling in the air and filling it with a sharp scent. Xu Mo Bai's right hand was pulled by a strong suction. His soul power drained in an instant, and the spear automatically dissipated. Lu Qi let go, astonished. It can autonomously harm enemies. The starlight can also burn soul power. Elder Lin pressed. "How much soul power did you use?" Lu Qi glanced at the weakened Xu Mo Bai 1/30th. His soul power is already depleted. This martial soul's attack power is explosive, absolutely top-tier offensive. Then his eyes lit up. "In that case, we can play something out of line today." Xu Mo Bai encountered a crazy teacher. They were ambushed in the Soul Beast Forest, and Lu Qi demonstrated operations on the spot. "Pay attention." Xu Mo Bai looked at the smiling Lu Qi and felt uneasy. "Just when I thought he was refined, I must be blind." Elder Lin frowned and warned. "Soul rings are extremely important for soul masters. Don't mess around." Lu Qi interrupted. "Don't worry. I will definitely get the two kids the most suitable soul rings." Saying this, he grabbed one with each hand and even swiped some wine from the table as he left. The chubby little boy next to him timidly said, "My name is Lu Mo, not Lu Xiaomao." Xu Mo Bai thought of the little cute girl hiding behind him and smiled. "All right then, classmate Lu Xiaomao." Lu Qi displayed the Royal Academy's token and smoothly entered the Soul Beast Forest. As soon as they entered the woods, the noise disappeared, and the air was filled with a fragrance reminiscent of night-blooming jasmine. Lu Qi explained, "This is a plant cultivated by the royal family. It can reduce the aggressiveness of soul beasts. The outskirts are the first choice for ordinary soul masters' hunting rings." Xu Mo Bai listened attentively, experience from 30 years is more useful than books. Lu Qi pointed to a large red tree. That's the phoenix nestwood. It can accelerate soul beast cultivation. If you go in there, you'll be ganged up on. Lu Mo tugged at his clothes. Aren't we going that way? Lu Qi took a sip of wine and waved his hand. It's still far. Let's go around. Xu Mo Bai swallowed. Teacher Lu, we are already in the territory. Just as he finished speaking, a wolf howl echoed, and dozens of large blue, ghostly wolves surrounded them. Lu Qi continued his lesson. The ghostly wolf has high attack and agility, suitable for agile attack types. 30 of them, each 100 years old, can collectively match a soul master over level 20. But their quality is poor and not suitable for Mo Bai. 5 ghostly wolves pounced over, and Lu Qi shouted, "Pay attention. They are most vulnerable when they miss. Just hit their noses." He sidestepped and flashed, his right hand leaving an afterimage. The 5 wolves collapsed, covering their noses hilariously. The lead wolf, seeing this, howled, and the remaining ghostly wolves all pounced on Lu Qi. The lead wolf also realized that Lu Lin was not prey to be hunted. It howled again, and the remaining ghostly wolves surged toward Lu Lin. Xu Mo Bai was ambushed by the lead wolf. Lu Mo saved the day with a counterattack. The Scarlet Flame, White Tiger became the target. Pay attention. While fighting the ghostly wolves, Lu Lin shouted, "Second lesson, don't underestimate the intelligence of soul beasts." Lu Xiaomo, Xu Mo Bai, watch out for the lead wolf behind you. Xu Mo Bai instinctively wanted to summon the God-Slaying spear when a sudden gust of wind whipped past his head. Lu Mo spotted the lead wolf first. Ignoring whether he could defeat it, he summoned his martial soul and charged forward. Just as the lead wolf was about to pounce on Xu Mo Bai, Lu Mo crashed into its waist, sending the wolf flying. Xu Mo Bai turned around and stabbed the God-Slaying spear directly into the lead wolf's head, its green eyes instantly losing their color. The pack of wolves howled in despair and scattered. Lu Lin also withdrew his soul skill. Xu Mo Bai leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. He was just half a meter away from death. Living an easy life for too long had dulled his sense of crisis. Suddenly, a tiger roar echoed. Lu Lin's eyes lit up, and he unleashed his first and second soul skills. The dragon eye of the spiral dragon stick opened, and his aura surged. The soul beasts hiding in the bushes dared not charge. They could only lowly growl in defiance. Lu Lin raised his stick and struck the ground. The gust of wind howling forth, splitting trees in half, and soul beasts were directly sent flying, crashing into stones. Xu Mo Bai finally saw clearly a white giant tiger, as big as a small car. Lu Lin laughed. A 560-year-old Scarlet Flame, White Tiger, exceeding the first soul ring age limit, but just right for Mo Bai. Xu Mo Bai immediately recalled the information. This tiger is both powerful and rare, with a high probability of increasing strength and a small chance of obtaining the long-range ultimate move. Scarlet Flame, Lu Lin urged, "Mo Bai, come over. Use your martial soul to penetrate its eyes." Xu Mo Bai didn't hesitate. The God-Slaying spear flashed golden light and directly pierced the white tiger's eyeball. The white tiger let out a desperate wail, its head drooping as it lost consciousness. Not long after, a yellow soul ring floated out. Lu Lin's expression turned serious. Use your soul power to guide the soul ring. The longer it has existed, the better. You must maintain your focus. The historical limit is only 423 years. No one has ever succeeded. But Xu Mo Bai didn't care about that. The God-Slaying spear in his hand trembled slightly, transmitting a sense of desire to him. Xu Mo Bai disregarded the soul ring's age limit issue, his God-Slaying spear trembling slightly, conveying a sense of yearning. Xu Mo Bai exceeded the limit to absorb the soul ring. The God-Slaying spear displayed its might, annihilating the fierce tiger, penetrating the wind and shocking the crowd. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai sat cross-legged, channeling soul power to connect with the soul ring of the Scarlet Flame, White Tiger. As soon as the soul ring touched the God-Slaying spear, the ferocious white tiger charged into his mind to bite his head. At the critical moment, the God-Slaying spear shifted its light, and a miniature version of the spear appeared in his consciousness. Xu Mo Bai grasped it, instantly resembling a master who had practiced spear techniques for decades, holding the spear and gathering power, his momentum soaring. As the fierce tiger lunged at its peak, he suddenly thrust the spear upward, the silver-white spear light shattering the white tiger. 2 streams of white light entered the God-Slaying spear and his conscious self. The long spear, trembling with joy, obediently returning to his body. Lu Lin couldn't sit still. Xu Mo Bai was expressionless, only his abdomen rising and falling. and he thought Su Mo Bai's soul had perished. Just as he was about to test him, Su Mo Bai suddenly opened his eyes and leapt up, the god-slaying spear taking shape. The yellow soul ring glowing beneath his feet. First soul skill, wind-piercing thrust. He held the spear in one hand and thrust forward, the white tiger's phantom leaping out. With a bang, the already crumbling stone exploded into dust, and the debris ignited with crimson flames. Luo Mo was dumbfounded. Su Mo Bai, your soul skill is too explosive. Teacher Lu, can I also find a scarlet flame, white tiger, as a soul ring? He thought Su Mo Bai was even stronger than Lu Lin. But Lu Lin was staring at the ground. The blue-silver grass was all knocked down, some even uprooted. He immediately guessed. Your soul skill can repel enemies. Its attack power is equivalent to a level 20 battle soul master. The flames can burn soul power, right? Su Mo Bai admired him even more. Teacher Lu is right. Using it once consumes 1/10 of soul power, burning soul power at a 1:5 ratio. It can also intimidate the mind. Weak ones become stupid directly. Lu Lin's mouth twitched wildly. His 1,000-year soul ring didn't have this much effect. He asked, the power of the soul skill can grow with soul power, right? Su Mo Bai nodded. Yes, but I'm not sure how much. Lu Lin waved his hand. All right. Lu Lin was so angry he wanted to strangle Su Mo Bai. They needed to rest in the forest and understand the ecosystem. The Royal Academy Villa surprised him. Pay attention. Lu Lin interrupted Su Mo Bai. If you keep talking, I want to be able to help, but strangle you. Let us retreat and rest first. Tomorrow we'll help Lu Xiaomo hunt for soul rings. Su Mo by then realized that more than 10 soul beasts were lying around, all still alive. Lu Lin hadn't killed them. Lu Lin took the opportunity to teach. Remember, soul masters need to hunt soul beasts to level up, but if there's no life danger, don't kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, it will destroy the Douluo ecosystem. Su Mo Bai and Lu Mo quickly nodded. If the soul beasts are gone, the soul master system will also be finished. 3 days later, the three of them came out of the soul beast forest and headed straight for the Royal Academy. In these 3 days, Su Mo Bai combined book knowledge with practice and mastered more than half. He also found out that Lu Mo was an innate level 9 food system soul master. And Lu Lin helped him hunt 300-year-old solitary bamboo as his soul ring. Lu Mo's martial spirit turned out to be bamboo shoots, and after absorbing the ring, he became even fatter, summoning bamboo shoots that required both hands to hold. Su Mo Bai immediately thought of the adorable Wang Gun from his past life. Lu Mo's first soul skill summoned 2 large bamboo shoots, consuming a quarter of his soul power and physical strength, which could only be used once every half an hour, and couldn't be used on himself. Higher-level users would just feel full. Lu Lin took Su Mo Bai to a villa. This is your dormitory. The lower grades are under closed management, and you can only go out during major holidays. Because Su Mo Bai became a soul master, and his knowledge reserve passed, he jumped straight to the second year. The academy rules state that levels 1 to 19 are in the lower grades, and with a second soul ring, one can advance to a higher grade. If you don't reach level 20 before the age of 15, you will be expelled. Early on in the second year, Lu Mo pulled Su Mo Bai upstairs. It's full of people now. I'll show you your room. The corridor was covered with red carpets, making no sound while walking. Su Mo Bai's room was on the right side of the stairs. When he opened the door, he was stunned. He had imagined luxury, but didn't he expect it to be so exaggerated? Lu Mo even apologized. It's a bit simple. You have good talent, and you'll soon be able to move to a single dormitory in the advanced academy. Su Mo Bai's mouth twitched. Redwood wardrobe, sandalwood desk, velvet big bed. Is this called simple? He calmly said, I'm not picky about accommodation. While speaking, he took out his luggage from the necklace soul guide. Su Mo Bai's soul guide made Lu Mo envious. Late for class, he hurriedly copied notes and encountered Davis, who was shocked to learn the secrets of the soul rings. Pay attention. Lu Mo saw Su Mo Bai's necklace soul guide and directly became extremely envious. I only got 5 cubic meters when I became a great soul master. Su Mo Bai quickly changed the subject. Xiao Mo, when do we have class? Lu Mo said, morning self-training and soul power classes start after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, focusing on dual combat. Su Mo Bai pointed at the clock. It's already 2:32. The two of them ran wildly and were still late. Punished to copy 10 times. Su Mo Bai showcased his duel skills, finishing in half an hour, and Lu Mo was full of admiration. At dinner, Su Mo Bai met the 4 people in the dormitory. The practical class teacher turned out to be Davis, a level 28 battle soul master. He instantly understood. Lu Lin was causing trouble, taking the royal family's red flame, white tiger soul ring that was meant for Davis and giving it to himself. The white tiger was supposed to grow into a 1,000-year soul ring, but now it belonged to him. Xu Mo Bai was not worried. The soul ring had already been absorbed, and no one would believe that a soul master could absorb one for 560 years. Davis was extremely curious about Xu Mo Bai, who had full innate soul power at 12 years old and was level 28, and came to teach to build connections. The two quickly became familiar. Dai Mu Bai was still in the first year, striving for a 10th level soul ring. By the pond on the back mountain, the two fought, shockwaves shattering piles of stones. Davis pushed Xu Mo Bai back. I'm 6 years older than you, and still won. Full innate soul power is too appealing. He shouted, let us get serious. White tiger possessed. Pale light enveloped him, and 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings lit up. His physique exploded, his clothes burst open, muscles bulging. A king character appearing on his forehead, and his pupils turning a ghostly blue. Xu Mo Bai whispered, God-Slaying spear. Golden light shone, and the God-Slaying spear took shape. The pure gold spear body had silver patterns added, and upon closer inspection, it was a roaring white tiger. The originally entirely golden spear was mixed with some silver patterns, and upon closer examination, one could see that the silver patterns outlined a roaring white tiger. Xu Mo Bai's God-Slaying spear ignited white flames. Battling Davis broke through, and the white tiger phantom clashed hard. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai's God-Slaying spear changed. The connection between the spear tip and the body erupted with white flames, resembling a red tassel on the spear. 2 yellow soul rings lit up, and although the movement was not as grand as Davis's, he didn't dare to underestimate him. In these 3 years, Davis had risen from a level 28 Great Soul Master to a level 39 Battle Soul Venerable, and Xu Mo Bai had reached level 29. The two had long left their peers behind. Xu Mo Bai held the spear with one hand, building momentum. Brother Dai, I'm going to break through. If you hold back again, I might not be able to control it. Davis also wanted to use him to unleash his potential. Good. Let us see who can be the other's stepping stone. Xu Mo Bai opened his eyes, shook the spear, and the silver moon-like spear tip stabbed straight at Davis's brow. Davis's first soul ring lit up, white tiger as protective barrier. The light shield blocked the spear tip, but the white flames of the God-Slaying spear burned, and the light shield was about to collapse. Davis's second soul ring lit up, spraying a milky white light ball, which exploded into a water curtain dozens of meters high, blocking the attack. But Davis knew Xu Mo Bai's attack would come wave after wave. Sure enough, the white tiger illusion broke through the water curtain and pounced. A white tiger phantom appeared behind Davis, its huge paw striking with a gust of wind. The 2 white tigers were in a stalemate, and the larger body did not have the advantage. Davis suddenly cried out in pain. The white flames burned his martial spirit, and his soul felt like it was being roasted. Davis didn't admit defeat. His third soul ring lit up with purple light, shaking off the white flames. He activated the white tiger protective barrier, white tiger diamond transformation, doubling his strength. In the blink of an eye, dashed in front of Xu Mo Bai. His enlarged paw shot out 8-inch sharp claws, radiating cold light, capable of easily slicing throats. Every sharp claw glinted with a piercing cold light, indicating their ability to easily cut through human throats. Xu Mo Bai was counterattacked by Davis. Blood marks remained on his face, yet he retaliated, the God-Slaying spear piercing through Davis's arm to determine the outcome. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai was stunned. Davis actually easily escaped the first soul skill. Previously, he would always be entangled until his soul power was exhausted. But this time he surprisingly hid his third soul skill. In a hurry, Xu Mo Bai used the spear shaft to block the sharp claws. But his right cheek was still scratched with 3 bloody marks, and the attack-defense situation flipped instantly. Xu Mo Bai aimed a knee strike at Davis to force him back. But Davis activated his soul skill, and his physical quality exploded absurdly, not moving at all. Taking advantage of Xu Mo Bai's unstable lower body, Davis exerted force to topple him, his right hand reaching straight for his heart. Xu Mo Bai had already calculated. His soul power was 10 levels lower, and he couldn't win without risking everything. He used the God-Slaying spear to prop himself up, halting his backward fall, and kicked Davis's chest 4 times, using the momentum to flip back to his feet. Davis wanted to chase, but suddenly felt a heart-stopping panic. He forcibly stopped, and the next second, a cold light surged, illuminating his entire field of vision. If he couldn't take this hit, he would die. Davis bit his tongue to regain focus. His second soul ring lit up, spraying a half-large light ball, and at the same time rushed forward to slap Su Mo Bai's head with his tiger paw. The God-Slaying spear easily pierced through the light ball, but the attack slowed slightly. Davis seized the opportunity, using his right arm to block the spear with his head. But Su Mo Bai immediately swung the spear, sending him flying and crashing into a stone, creating a human-shaped pit. Su Mo Bai also felt the backlash, his blood surging. Forcing back the blood, Davis sprang up like a fish, half of his body covered in blood, but not weak, breathing out white air. Su Mo Bai pointed the spear at his throat, both of them astonished and excited. They had both hidden their strength, and their bottlenecks had loosened. Davis tore off his tattered shirt, his bronze skin flowing with blood, exuding a fierce aura, exhaling a breath of foul air, and with an excited roar. He pounced at Su Mo Bai. Davis ripped off his already tattered shirt, blood streaming from his bronze skin, giving him a more iron-blooded aura. He heavily exhaled a breath of foul air, lingering for 3 inches, and let out an excited roar as he charged at Su Mo Bai. Su Mo Bai ignited silver flames and blasted Davis. In a mutually destructive collision, he broke through to level 30 as a weapon soul venerable. Pay attention. Su Mo Bai smiled. With a twist of both hands, the God-Slaying spear burst into starlight, enveloped in silver-white flames. The surrounding grass and trees instantly withered and burned, but his clothes were surprisingly not burned. Su Mo Bai kicked off and charged out like a cannonball towards Davis, the long spear trailing a giant conical fireball. Davis also didn't hold back, lighting up 3 soul rings, transforming a milky white light ball to collide with the fireball. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The shockwave swept through, uprooting trees and shattering stubborn rocks. The two were thrown over 10 meters. Su Mo Bai, holding the God-Slaying spear, was covered in wounds and blood, but his eyes shone brightly. Davis was even worse off, having fallen into a pond, the cold water waking him up. His right hand hung uselessly, his soul power and physical strength completely drained, and he struggled to grab the bank with his left hand to climb up. Su Mo Bai, pull me up. Su Mo Bai, lacking soul power, saw the God-Slaying spear turn into starlight and disappear. He staggered and managed to pull Davis up, and they both fell to the ground, exchanging a smile. Still a tie? Davis asked. You broke through to level 29, right? Su Mo Bai nodded. Just broke the bottleneck. Now I'm a level 30 soul master. Once I recover, I'm going to hunt for the 3rd spirit ring. Davis was stimulated. He was only 28 at 11 years old and couldn't even beat someone at 39, but his bottleneck was also loosening, and he could break through in a few days. The two supported each other to the school doctor, as they were regulars. The school doctor healed their internal injuries and set their bones, shouting, no sparring for a week. Otherwise, don't regret the after effects. After saying that, he threw them out. Su Mo Bai took off running. Brother Davis, I'm leaving first. Just as Davis wanted to chase after him, a cold voice came from behind Davis. Where do you think you're going? Davis swallowed hard and turned around with a forced smile. Yin, what are you doing here? What a coincidence. The other party snorted, humph. If I hadn't come, how long were you planning to hide from me? Zhu Jian playfully insisted that Davis take her shopping. Su Mo Bai was planning to travel. The red flame self-healing held secrets. Pay attention. The girl Zhu Jian shyly crossed her legs and fanned herself with her small hand, putting her hands on her hips and complaining that Davis was unromantic. It's hot, and the burden on her chest is driving her crazy. Davis's eyes darted away, his tone guilty. I wasn't hiding from you. He had indeed neglected his childhood sweetheart fiancée, busy practicing with Su Mo Bai for breakthroughs, which in Zhu Jian's eyes was just avoidance. Zhu Jian raised an eyebrow, giving him one last chance. Davis quickly changed the subject. I found the opportunity for a breakthrough. I'm almost at level 40. The power of the netherworld white tiger will definitely explode. As a result, Zhu Jian's expression worsened, sighing Davis. We still can't stabilize the use of our martial soul fusion technique. Davis awkwardly laughed. He had completely forgotten that the fusion technique required mutual understanding. Zhu Jian poked him again. Don't run away like your brother Dai Mu Bai. You're a great prince. Davis immediately stood firm. I would never escape. Zhu Jian seized the opportunity to say, you can't use soul power for a week, so accompany me shopping to build rapport. Noti Fu said. Her ears turned red, looking at Davis with watery eyes, and Davis directly succumbed. Zhu Jian secretly smiled. Sure enough, the strategy wins hearts. On the other side, Su Mo Bai returned to the dormitory to plan for the future. He had exceeded the goal of breaking level 30 before turning 20. He didn't want to just be a training fool. He also wanted to travel around Douluo Continent. He had a premonition that breaking level 40 would require going out to travel. The plan was to find Teacher Lu to discuss the third spirit ring first, then apply for a year of travel and come back to rely on Davis to join the army. The school doctor's warning had long been forgotten. The red flame of the God-Slaying spear could self-heal, which was the secret that allowed him to challenge again shortly after battling with Davis. Otherwise, he would have exhausted his potential long ago. But just as he avoided Zhu Zhiyun, trouble found him again. The Bakra Kingdom to the north of the Star Luo Empire, nominally under the Tian-Do Empire, but in reality, the Tian-Do Empire only dared to tax them and could not manage their internal affairs. The Bakra Kingdom to the north of the Star Luo Empire is a kingdom that belongs to the Tian-Do Empire. Although it is called a kingdom, the Tian-Do Empire can only impose taxes on Bakra and cannot interfere with its internal operations. Dai Mubai was hunting for beauties in Soto City. Xu Mo Bai encountered a cute girl with a bun hairstyle reminiscent of sweet memories. Pay attention. The Bakra Kingdom borders the Star Luo Empire and is the southern gateway of Tian-Do, with overwhelming military power. And Tian-Do only dares to tax and cannot manage it. Soto City is extremely prosperous. One day, a handsome guy with double pupils came in, flashing a charming smile that was eye-catching, clearly a wealthy second generation. He was unfamiliar with the area and asked a beautiful girl, "Could you tell me how to get to Shrek Academy?" The beautiful girl was captivated by his noble aura and shyly replied, "I'll take you there." The handsome guy held her hand and kissed it, inviting her, "Shall we go to the Rose Hotel for dinner first? The food and accommodation there are amazing." This handsome guy is Dai Mubai. Later, Dai Mubai got out of bed satisfied, complaining about the Star Luo royal family. Who wants to be a prince? Brothers harm each other, and there are so many broken rules. This is much better. He patted the beautiful girl's perky bottom and jumped back into the fray. Not going to Shrek until noon. On the other side, it was scorching in Star Luo, and Xu Mo Bai was irritated at level 30. That letter must have been written by her. Why hasn't she come yet? They hadn't seen each other for 3 years, and he was worried he would be forgotten. Suddenly, a childish voice came from behind. "Brother Mo Bai?" Xu Mo Bai turned around to see a cute girl with a bun hairstyle peeking around the doorframe, half of her face hidden, incredibly adorable. Xu Mo Bai quickly pulled her into the shop, called the waiter to bring juice and desserts, and ruffled her bun. "How did you find me? What if I didn't recognize you from the letter?" The cute girl swatted his hand away. "Not telling you. I know you can't forget me. No touching my head." She pouted in anger, making her even cuter, and Xu Mo Bai's hand itched again, but he dared not move under her glare. To ease the awkwardness, Xu Mo Bai took a piece of candy from his soul guide. "Do you still like candy?" This candy was just made. He wanted to try it first. The cute girl, under his expectant gaze, took the candy, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into her mouth. Xu Mo Bai was coaxing the cute girl with candy, revealing the 30-level soul master crushing power and uncovering the fate of their arranged marriage. Pay attention. The angry, bun-haired cute girl ate the candy Xu Mo Bai gave her and was instantly conquered by the sweetness, her big eyes squinting in his slits. She didn't expect him to remember her preferences. The waiter brought the juice and desserts, and Xu Mo Bai flaunted the desserts, making the cute girl immediately feel that the candy was no longer sweet, asking with a hint of confusion, "Did you give me candy just to hog the desserts?" Xu Mo Bai quickly withdrew his hand. He swore he was just too hungry after waiting too long and just finishing an intense fight. Xu Mo Bai changed the subject. "You must have snuck out, right?" He recalled the terror of that woman. Even now at level 30, he still wasn't confident he could win. But the cute girl replied, "It was an opportunity one fought for. If it weren't for the disguise delaying me, I wouldn't have been late." Xu Mo Bai was speechless. Wasn't this admitting to sneaking out? He tapped the cute girl's little head. "You child, what level is your soul power now?" The cute girl puffed up her cheeks and shouted, "I'm a genius. 17-level battle spirit master. Touch my head again, and I'll blow your head up." Xu Mo Bai awkwardly touched his nose and suddenly provoked, "Keep it up. I'm now a 30-level weapon soul master, and when I was your age, I was already a 20-level great soul master." The cute girl instantly fell down. She had worked hard to see him, and the gap was so big. Thinking about practicing the fusion technique with her betrothed in the future, and then fighting for survival against blood relatives, tears couldn't help but fall. Xu Mo Bai saw through her thoughts. "Don't worry. If someone wants to kill you, I'll stand in front of you. That guy can't beat me now." The cute girl looked up with tears in her eyes and asked, "You already know?" Xu Mo Bai's eyes were filled with nostalgia. "I haven't been idle these past few years." The clues given by Elder Lin had already helped him clarify. This cute girl was Zhu family's youngest daughter, Zhu Zhuqing, who was promised to die Mo Bai from birth. That woman who had malicious intent towards him that day was afraid he would affect Zhu Zhuqing's position as queen. If it weren't for his parents sacrificing themselves for the country, that woman would have struck deadly. Xu Mo Bai helplessly complained, although he felt a bit helpless. It was said that time travelers often inexplicably took the blame for their predecessors. But was that old woman thinking too much? Xu Mo Bai comforted Zhu Zhuqing, gave her candy and promised, revealing his travel plans, making her reluctant. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai was stunned. He was only 6 before his time travel. How would he understand these things? But suddenly he remembered that there were indeed characters in Douluo who understood from a young age, making him shiver in fear as he secretly looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was crying quietly, feeling a chill in his heart. Xu Mo Bai rubbed her head and wiped her tears with a handkerchief. The road is walked by people. You're still young. When you grow up, you won't have worries. You've cried into a little flower cat. You're not cute anymore. Zhu Zhuqing tilted her head and muttered, "You just know how to bully me." She was originally worried that Xu Mo Bai would hesitate upon discovering her identity, but it turned out he already knew, leaving her anxious. Xu Mo Bai quickly reassured her. "I was wrong. How long can you stay out? I'll play with you." Zhu Zhuqing instantly stopped crying, her eyes lighting up. Really? But soon she wilted again. If she didn't return soon, her mom would come looking for her, and it would be bad for Xu Mo Bai. "I have to go back." Xu Mo Bai felt disappointed too, but didn't linger. He pulled out a big bag of candy from his soul guide and stuffed it into her hands. "Take this. Don't sneak out again. We'll meet again when the opportunity arises." Zhu Zhuqing understood immediately. "You're leaving?" Xu Mo Bai nodded. "Tomorrow I'll go to the Star Luo Forest with the teacher to hunt the third soul ring, and then I'll travel for breakthroughs, returning to Xingluo in a few years." Zhu Zhuqing pouted. "Can't you not go?" Xu Mo Bai gently helped her fix her hair. "Separation is to meet better. I need to get stronger to fulfill my promise to you." He playfully tapped her nose to make her laugh. "You have great talent. Don't let trivial matters distract you. Talent alone isn't enough. You need to work hard and take on responsibilities to become strong." Xu Mo Bai suddenly remembered that arrogant child from the Soul Awakening, whose name he had long forgotten. He thought to himself, "The Royal Academy fears you lacking talent. As long as you're strong enough, resources are at your disposal. At the Royal Academy, they aren't afraid of your arrogance as long as you have talent. All resources will tilt in your favor." Xu Mo Bai gifted her a soul guide. Zhu Zhuqing vowed to keep up, and suddenly a shadow attacked with claws. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai and Davis had damaged the back mountain countless times, but the school never held them accountable. It was repaired the next day. Yet, he had never heard of that arrogant child from the Soul Awakening again. Either they failed to awaken, or their arrogance ruined their talent. Xu Mo Bai was highly confident. With his strong talent and hard work, no one could surpass him. He turned back to comfort Zhu Zhuqing. "Don't be sad. When you grow up, we will meet again. Our friendship won't fade." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened, and she nodded firmly. "Brother Mo Bai will always be my brother. I will catch up to you." Xu Mo Bai chuckled. This little one had no idea how hard it was to catch up to him, but he didn't want to dampen her spirits. "You have to work hard." He looked out the window, where a figure in black suddenly appeared on the eaves. With a very complex expression, Xu Mo Bai said, "You go back first. I need to meet a friend." He stuffed a necklace soul guide into her hands. "It can store things and keep them fresh, so your bag of candy won't spoil." Zhu Zhuqing knew soul guides were precious and wanted to decline. Xu Mo Bai insisted. "We're friends. Consider it a long overdue birthday gift." Zhu Zhuqing stubbornly looked up. "I'll hold on to it for you. When you come back, we'll trade it for candy." Xu Mo Bai gently urged, "Hurry back. Otherwise, your family will come looking for you." Zhu Zhuqing held the soul guide tightly, walked to the door, and turned back to shout, "You must come back safely." The surrounding customers laughed. This innocent friendship was rare to see as they grew up. Xu Mo Bai responded, but in his heart, he knew traveling was just an excuse. He had to leave the royal city to find the truth. Once Zhu Zhuqing left, Xu Mo Bai immediately climbed to the hotel rooftop to chase after the figure in black. Just as he was about to catch up, a person leaped out from the shadows, and hundreds of claw shadows pounced. Xu Mo Bai's injury hadn't fully healed, so he could only summon the God-Slaying spear to block. All the claw shadows attacked a single point on the spear. Although the strength of the God-Slaying spear could ignore this level of attack, the impact caused Xu Mo Bai, who was unable to gain leverage in midair, to crash down onto the street. Xu Mo Bai was ambushed. Lu Lin harshly reprimanded Lu Mo. and Shen Hongsung appear to discuss the trip to the Star Luo Forest. Pay attention. The person on the eaves watched Xu Mo Bai fall to the ground, but didn't pursue him and just left. Xu Mo Bai quickly got up, seeing more and more onlookers gathering, and he took off running. He pondered, it's actually her. We'll have to fight later, but blood ties can't be severed. Not thinking about this for now, the urgent matter was to hunt for the third soul ring. Xu Mo Bai soon arrived at Lu Lin's house. The Royal Academy teachers all had luxurious residences. Before he even entered, he heard Lu Lin roar. Haven't you eaten? 100 pull-ups. Why are you getting fatter? Without a doubt, it was Lu Mo who had gained weight again. Lu Mo trained intensely every day, his physical strength surpassing that of B-Soul masters, yet he just couldn't lose weight. Instead, he was getting fatter. Lu Lin even suspected that food-type Soul Master's food made people gain weight. Xu Mo Bai went straight into the courtyard, and sure enough, he saw Lu Lin sitting in a grand chair, supervising Lu Mo, who weighed 150 pounds, doing pull-ups. If Lu Mo paused, the stick would hit his butt. Upon seeing Xu Mo Bai, Lu Mo's eyes were full of pleas for help. But Xu Mo Bai could only apologize. No one could help with Lu Lin's weight loss plan for Lu Mo. Xu Mo Bai called out, "Teacher Lu, I'm here to bother you." Lu Lin immediately switched to a friendly face. Mo Bai is here. Once Teacher Chen arrives, we'll go to the Star Luo Forest. Lu Mo seized the opportunity to catch his breath, but then a loud smack echoed as his, but received another hit. Lu Lin scolded, "Try slacking off again." Xu Mo Bai pinched his thigh to suppress a laugh, fearing Lu Mo would hold a grudge. Lu Lin asked, "What is your plan for the third soul ring?" Xu Mo Bai replied, "I want to strengthen my attack. Now even soul masters dare not take my attacks head on. My defense is enough to withstand anything below the soul sect. The best defense is offense." Lu Lin nodded. "Exactly. I almost forgot you're about to become a soul master. You have to cultivate on your own. You can't rely on others." Before long, Teacher Chen arrived. Level 76 Soul Sage. Martial Soul, Flowing Cloud Leopard, an agile attack type, only 46 years old, with a high chance of becoming a titled Douluo. He looked at Lu Mo in confusion. "Old Lu, why did you bring little Mo? He is far from level 30. Lu Lin complained, "If I leave this kid at home without supervision, his mother will definitely go soft. By the time I get back, this little brat will probably be as fat as a pig." Shen Hongsung erupted dramatically. Xu Mo Bai went berserk chasing the team, while Lu Mo quickly regained stamina. "Pay attention," Lu Lin complained while urging Lu Mo to practice faster. Teacher Chen glanced at Lu Mo, thinking to himself, "He is clearly already a little pig." He then looked at Xu Mo Bai, seeing him quietly sitting in a corner practicing soul power, and praised him on the spot. "Talent isn't scary. What is scary is when talent works even harder." Suddenly, Teacher Chen stood up and shouted, "The most nostalgic hot-blooded youth. Going to the Star Luo Forest isn't just for hunting soul rings. It's also for cultivation." He waved his hands dramatically, and Lu Lin facepalmed. He was already used to this. Teacher Chen continued to issue orders. "Everyone, let us go. No soul power allowed except for Lu Mo. Run to the Star Luo Forest." After saying this, he jumped off the carriage and bolted, taking off at high speed. Xu Mo Bai was bewildered. How could the usually cool Teacher Chen be so dramatic? Lu Lin said, "That is just how he is. Hurry up and chase. If you get left behind, it'll be terrible." Xu Mo Bai saw Lu Lin dragging Lu Mo off the carriage to chase after him and secretly laughed. If the Academy knew Teacher Chen acted like this, their worldview would definitely collapse. He jumped off the carriage too. He wouldn't admit defeat in terms of physical fitness. The body granted by the God-Slaying spear far surpassed that of his peers. The coachman watched the four of them run off, not noticing the weeds falling from the carriage. Muttering, they didn't pay yet. Xu Mo Bai quickly caught up with Lu Lin and his son, curious about why Lu Lin was helping Lu Mo share the weight. Lu Lin explained, "We're still 600 miles from the Star Luo Forest. We need to run 500 miles today. I'll teach you how to maintain your energy. First, adjust your pace and breathing. Find balance, so you don't exhaust your stamina." Xu Mo Bai immediately tried it, and found that tightening his abdomen affected his breathing. So he switched to deep inhales and shallow exhales, instantly relieving the pressure in his lungs. Lu Lin praised, "Not bad," and added, "For long-distance running, you still need the food-type Soul Master. Lu Mo can use soul power, so he needs to replenish his stamina." Lu Mo immediately summoned tender yellow bamboo shoots and handed them to Xu Mo Bai. Xu Mo Bai took a bite and was astonished. The fatigue vanished completely. Only then did he understand why Lu Lin trained Lu Mo so intensely. It turned out this soul skill was incredibly powerful. Xu Mo Bai felt all his fatigue swept away after eating the bamboo shoots, and he finally understood Lu Lin's reasoning for the high-intensity training of Lu Mo. The bamboo shoots held secrets. The Star Luo town hid dangers, and the Soul King led a team to block the entrance. Pay attention. Lu Mo's first soul skill restores a quarter of his soul power and stamina. The stronger he gets, the more he recovers. Xu Mo Bai patted him on the shoulder. Those 100+ pounds of yours are not fat. With Teacher Lu's training, you'll definitely become the most popular food-type soul master. He imagined Lu Mo hugging bamboo shoots like a national treasure and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Mo shot him a glance. Not in the mood for a verbal spar. Summoning bamboo shoots consumed soul power, and he was in the worst state. Encouraged by Lu Lin and bolstered by Teacher Chen's over-the-top slogans, the four finally arrived at the small town in front of the Star Luo forest before the moon came out. This town was full of soul masters, with very few ordinary people, but the people on the street were all wary of each other, lacking any liveliness. As Xu Mo Bai took a breath, he immediately pretended to be full of energy, and the secret of spying indeed vanished. He thought to himself, this small town is definitely not simple. After the four checked into a hotel, Teacher Chun resumed his serious demeanor. The Soul Beast Forest has its concerns, but the Star Luo Forest is lawless. We can only rely on our strength to protect ourselves. He exchanged glances with Lu Lin, who responded, once we leave the academy, it's all about whether we can fight or not. Ordinary people can also poison you. Lu Lin slammed his palm on the table, sending dishes flying everywhere. The waiter rushed over, but just as he pushed the door, he was grabbed by the throat and pulled into the room by a giant claw. Teacher Chun said coldly, be decisive in killing. He directly crushed the waiter's throat, blood splattering everywhere, like someone crawling out of hell. Lu Mo was so shocked that he quickly dropped the chicken leg in his hand. The smell of blood attracted 8 strong men, blocking the private room. The leader shouted, kill Xiaoma. Everyone stays to accompany him in death. Underfoot, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black soul rings appeared. He was actually a soul king. Xu Mo Bai was shocked. A soul king in his 40s, this small shop hides dragons and crouching tigers. The other 7 also revealed their soul rings. But they were far from it. The 4's first soul ring was still white, and there was no second soul king. However, their soul ring ratio was not as perfect as the strongmen's. All 4 of their first soul rings were white. And there was no second soul king with 5 soul rings. Chun's soul saint defeated the soul king in an instant. Xu Mo Bai summoned the God-Slaying spear, flames igniting. The Star Luo forest concealed adventures. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai sighed in relief. Among the 8, there was only one perfect soul king with soul rings. And Lu Mo counted as half a person, making it easier to handle. Teacher Chun didn't waste words. If you're running a black shop, be prepared to be killed. Xu Mo Bai, I'll take the lead, you handle the rest. As soon as he finished speaking, the strong man's head exploded. Blood sprayed everywhere, resembling a scene from a hellish battlefield. Xu Mo Bai summoned the God-Slaying spear. Taking advantage of the opponent's confusion, he lunged forward with a piercing stab. The phantom of the white tiger enveloped the 7 men. Only 3 reacted in time to block, while the remaining 4 were entangled by the white flames. Rolling on the ground in pain, wishing they could die, Xu Mo Bai was unaffected, spinning the spear, flames exploding around the gun barrel. Combined with the blood covering the ground, it was like a scene from a human hell. The remaining 3 soul masters were so frightened by the momentum that they could only think about fleeing. But did they dare to turn their backs on Xu Mo Bai? After running a few steps, the God-Slaying spear swept through, enveloping the 4 in flames, their screams echoing. 2 breaths later, the flames retreated into the spear, leaving not even ashes of the 3. Xu Mo Bai, who was killing for the first time, remained composed, putting away his spear and adjusting his clothes as if he had just finished working out. Lu Lin suddenly threw out the dragon-spiraling staff, the dark red long staff slicing through the night sky, and after a scream, a dark green figure fell down. There was actually a soul emperor hidden. Xu Mo Bai broke into a cold sweat. This is the one who poisoned. Without Teacher Chun and Lu Lin, he would have been done for. He finally understood. Practicing step by step in the academy could at most make him a title de law, but it wouldn't make him a strong person. A strong person not only needs strength, but also vigilance. He bowed to the 2, realizing that training during the day was to help him maintain his state, while coming to the black shop was to teach him to face danger directly. After Xu Mo Bai dealt with the 4 who were wailing, the patrol team arrived. and Lu Lin displayed the Royal Academy token, causing the patrol team to immediately clear a path. The next day, the four entered the Star Luo forest, and Xu Mo Bai was instantly stunned. His soul power suddenly became active, and over 30,000 pores opened wide, making his soul feel as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. As soon as he entered the forest, Xu Mo Bai felt the Star Luo forest's uniqueness. His stamina's soul power suddenly became active, and all over 30,000 pores seemed to open up at once, making his soul feel like it was lying back in a hot spring. Xu Mo Bai encountered the wonders of the Star Luo. Teacher Chen's soul saint was overly enthusiastic. Martial soul author laughed wildly. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai was confused. He had been to the soul beast forest often. So why did the Star Luo forest make his soul power active, opening all his pores, making his soul feel like it was soaking in a hot spring? Lu Lin, carrying the dragon spiraling staff, cleared the way, reminding him, in the Star Luo forest, there are soul beasts that are 1,000 years old everywhere. Even the outskirts could have 10,000-year ones. Lu Lin continued, when you see unfamiliar soul masters, don't expose your back. This is a blurred boundary between two countries. Confrontation is likely. When Xu Mo Bai heard the name of the Heaven Duo Empire, his eyes instantly turned cold. He had a blood feud with Heaven Duo. If he really encountered them, he might directly attack. Teacher Chen quickly mediated. Don't scare him. We're still in the Star Luo territory. Heaven Duo, soul masters can't come here. Xu Mo Bai noticed Lu Lin pause for a moment and secretly laughed. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Teacher Chen, Lu Lin would have already swung his staff over. Teacher Chen suddenly asked mysteriously, Mo Bai, what's the most important thing for a soul master? Xu Mo Bai tentatively answered, talent and effort. Teacher Chen shouted, wrong. It's youthful blood and passion. That's how you become strong. Xu Mo Bai and Lu Lin simultaneously facepalmed. His middle school syndrome flared up again. Lu Mo weakly added, Teacher Chen, you're almost 50. Youth doesn't quite suit you, right? Teacher Chen's face changed instantly, rushing over to hug Lu Mo tightly, his teeth elongating, pressing against Lu Mo's forehead ominously, saying, revealing your age is very impolite. Soul masters have long lifespans. I count as a young person. According to divine lifespans, I'm still a baby. The three of them broke out in cold sweat, having witnessed Teacher Chen's shamelessness. Xu Mo Bai suddenly asked, Teacher Chen, why is there no the 10 core competencies of martial souls in the school library? That book is super amazing. Even the soul ring's endurance years are marked accurately. Teacher Chen and Lu Lin exchanged a knowing smile, laughing meaningfully. Teacher Chen retorted, do you know who the author is? Xu Mo Bai said, it must be a title Douluo. Otherwise, how could they collect so much data on soul beasts and martial souls? Teacher Chen and Lu Lin finally couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. Xu Mo Bai was shocked to learn that the martial soul author was a novice. Chen's soul saint encountered a 1,000-year soul beast, entangled in a life-and-death struggle. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai was directly stunned. Teacher Chen laughed until he cried. The title Douluo author you mentioned can't even beat you. He's just a level 29 great soul master. The book is full of nonsense. Teacher Chen continued. Besides arena battles, the strength of soul masters is only about whether they can fight or not. Classifying by soul power levels is purely unreasonable. Lu Lin added, the author's theory of martial soul mimicry is just useless. Everyone knows soul masters can absorb soul rings of different types, right? Why do people still choose the same type? Teacher Chen explained, absorbing soul rings of the same type maximizes strength and adapts to soul skills. Cross-type soul skills are random. If you're unlucky, you're done for. He patted Xu Mo Bai on the shoulder. It's good that you love learning, but only strong people in Douluo Continent have a say. That author is just a great soul master, and soul masters in the future will rely on guesswork. He didn't even mention that 10,000-year soul rings can shake the soul. Who would believe him? Xu Mo Bai understood instantly. Star Luo Academy is full of big shots, looking down on such fly-by-night authors. As the four were chatting excitedly, a shadow approached, and white mist rose suddenly. Teacher Chen's nose twitched, instantly summoning his martial soul, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings lighting up. And the 7th soul ring exploded, transforming into a gigantic white leopard. There were enemies, but after shouting, there was no response. Teacher Chen panicked. The opponent had actually cut off his connection with the 3. The shadow lunged at them, evil black energy spreading, making Teacher Chen feel nauseous. Upon seeing the true face of the shadow, his heart sank. This was a soul beast recorded in ancient books. With 1,000 years of cultivation, it could suppress his martial soul. He couldn't escape. But then he thought, this soul beast is perfect for Xu Mo Bai's third soul ring. If he couldn't escape, he would fight. The remaining fate was up to chance. The white leopard roared and charged forward. The black and white figures intertwined. The sound of collisions was explosive. But soon the forest fell silent, leaving only the sound of chewing. On the other side, Luo Mo took advantage of no one paying attention and summoned the green bamboo shoots, finishing them in a few bites. Yu Guang caught a glimpse of Xu Mo by handing over a handkerchief here. Yu Guang noticed that Xu Mo Bai handed him a handkerchief, indicating for him to clean the juice left at the corner of his mouth. Xu Mo Bai broke the illusion to save Luo Mo. The God-Slaying spear pointed at the strong enemy, and the airflow perception hid the mystery. Pay attention. Luo Mo offered the bamboo shoots to Xu Mo Bai. Try my second soul skill, Emerald Bamboo Shoot. The taste is amazing. Xu Mo Bai frowned. Luo Mo was drooling when he said this. How could a soul master be addicted to food? He summoned white flames at his fingertips, taking advantage of Luo Mo's distraction to send the flames into his forehead. Luo Mo only felt a heat on his forehead, and the next moment suddenly curled up on the ground, howling in pain. But Lu Lin and Teacher Chun in front seemed to be unaware, still bickering and moving forward. The Star Luo forest grew deeper and darker, and Xu Mo Bai felt a chill in his heart. This strange feeling had only occurred once after his martial soul awakening 5 years ago. Golden light flashed, and the God-Slaying spear was in his hand. Xu Mo Bai's perception surged, immediately realizing something was wrong with the environment, and shouted, no matter how real the illusion is, there are flaws. Piercing wind strike. The spear tip shot out like a white tiger. Strong wind swept through. The scenery twisted and then restored. Lu Lin and Teacher Chen disappeared, leaving only him and Luo Mo. Xu Mo Bai raised his gun, closed his eyes, and held his breath. After Luo Mo recovered, he quickly hid behind a rock. He had great self-awareness. Knowing that 10 of him couldn't defeat Xu Mo Bai, he would never add to the chaos. Xu Mo Bai fully sensed the airflow, and a light breeze suddenly rose from the side behind him. He instantly noticed. This was thanks to the first soul ring. The Crimson Flame, White Tiger. After obtaining the soul ring, he became super sensitive to airflow, and even attacks could be dodged based on airflow. Xu Mo Bai didn't turn around. An enemy that could make Lu Lin and Teacher Chen disappear out of nowhere could never be faced head-on. He could only rely on the enemy's underestimation to launch a surprise attack and take them down in an instant. After a breath, the breeze turned into a strong wind. A dark curtain suddenly covered the space, and the sunlight was completely swallowed. Hidden behind a rock, Luo Mo fell into an endless darkness, gripping the stone and gritting his teeth, not daring to make a sound. The cold wind swept past, startling the hairs on the back of Xu Mo Bai's neck to stand on end. Xu Mo Bai retaliated with the God-Slaying spear. Luo Mo summoned his cute soul curse to save the situation, tracking the strong enemy for clues. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai dodged a sneak attack, using his waist and abdomen to exert force to turn around. The God-Slaying spear exploded with scorching white light. Luo Mo only saw a bright flash, his eyes stinging with tears, and quickly closed his eyes. Xu Mo Bai felt the spear tip pierce through tough hide, and without hesitation, he filled it with soul power, piercing into the flesh with a poochy sound. He sneered, and the flames from the God-Slaying spear flowed into the enemy's body, a foul odor wafting in the air. Xu Mo Bai kicked off the ground, flying into the air and kicking the enemy away, seizing the opportunity to pull out his spear. With a bang, the dark curtain exploded, and sunlight shone down again. But after the enemy crashed into a tree, they inexplicably disappeared. Although Xu Mo Bai heavily injured them, he left no survivors. At this moment, Xu Mo Bai was also on the verge of collapse. His soul power, physical strength, and spirit were all depleted. He appeared to be standing firm, but in reality, he was already at the end of his rope. But the enemy in the dark didn't know this. The flames were still burning in their body, and after the sneak attack failed, they could only retreat. Xu Mo Bai sensed the enemy's breath disappearing, and the tense string in his heart loosened, collapsing to the ground with a clang, and the God-Slaying spear was also retracted. Luo Mo immediately rushed out, shouting his soul curse. Cute God is cute. White Jade Bamboo Shoot. Clutching the white jade bamboo shoot with both hands, his 150-pound body staggered over. Xu Mo Bai almost laughed and choked at the sight. Luo Mo fell and didn't care about the pain, stuffing the bamboo shoot into his hands. Eat quickly. Recover your soul power. After seeing Xu Mo Bai finish eating, he shouted again. Running is justified. Being cute is not a crime. Emerald bamboo shoot. He handed over the green bamboo shoot. This soul skill accelerated recovery. But the soul curse was just too funny. Xu Mo Bai imagined a scene. During battle, whenever Luo Mo shouted a soul curse, their side would laugh until they were powerless, leading to a total wipeout. But the soul skill was indeed effective. In a quarter of an hour, he regained more than half of his soul power and physical strength. Luo Mo suddenly asked with red eyes, "Where are my dad and teacher Chen?" Xu Mo Bai sighed, patting his shoulder to indicate to follow. The flames from the God-Slaying spear were still burning on the enemy, allowing for precise tracking. Although the enemy had already left, the flames on the God-Slaying spear continued to burn inside the enemy, enabling Xu Mo Bai to accurately grasp their position through this sensation. Xu Mo Bai searched for the enemy through the flames. The God-Slaying spear retaliated with blood, and Luo Mo vowed to become stronger. "Pay attention," Xu Mo Bai said. "The divine flames can burn through the enemy's soul power, and then we can find the enemy's lair. We'll know the situation of the teachers when we get there." Luo Mo wiped his tears and nodded, his eyes extremely determined. Xu Mo Bai continued on while recovering his soul power. He knew that without his soul power, the flames would lose much of their power. It would take 2 days to consume a soul master's soul power. The next battle would surely be a life-or-death struggle. An opponent capable of taking out 2 teachers would definitely be able to extinguish the flames. He initially wanted Luo Mo to wait in place, but seeing his eyes filled with hatred, it was impossible to dissuade him. The forest was full of soul beasts. It was too dangerous to leave him behind. So he simply brought him along. After walking for nearly an hour, the enemy finally stopped 500 meters away. Xu Mo Bai was puzzled. They're heavily injured. Why not flee, but instead go deeper into the forest? He sensed the presence of 10,000-year-soul beasts along the way, and a daring guess emerged in his mind. Xu Mo Bai urged Luo Mo, "You wait here. I might not be able to protect you later." Luo Mo clenched and then relaxed his fists, squeezing out a good word through his teeth, but he couldn't stop the tears from flowing. For the first time, he had a strong desire to become stronger. Xu Mo Bai sighed and summoned the God-Slaying spear. This time he concealed the flames to avoid alarming the enemy. The silver patterns exuded a murderous aura. Xu Mo Bai quietly approached with the spear on his back, growing more nervous as he got closer, cold sweat forming in his palms. Suddenly, a wave of extremely evil black gas surged in front of him, more nauseating than eating in a bathroom. The black gas corroded everything like sulfuric acid. He used his soul power to resist, but found his soul power draining at an alarming rate. It would be depleted in a minute, just when he was in distress. A wisp of black smoke touched the God-Slaying spear. The spear suddenly erupted with brightness. Blood-red light surged out, colliding with the black smoke. A sizzling explosion sounded continuously. The black gas retreated, and the blood-red light gained the upper hand. At the same time, Xu Mo Bai sensed an extremely domineering aura flowing from the God-Slaying spear into his body. Xu Mo Bai was attacked by the God-Slaying spear. The dark demon, evil god, tiger, died suddenly, whose soul ring would bring tears to the eyes. Pay attention. The God-Slaying spear was actually dissatisfied with Xu Mo Bai's soul power. It violently shattered the cyclone within his body, causing Xu Mo Bai to spit blood on the spot. He tried to retract the spear, but was resisted. The God-Slaying spear frantically poured airflow into his body. The airflow rampaged within him, shattering and devouring all his soul power. After consuming, 40% of the aura remained in his body, while the rest returned to the spear. Xu Mo Bai regained control of the spear, and after a quick cultivation, he was shocked. His new soul power was twice as strong as before. The God-Slaying spear actually helped him enhance the quality of his soul power. This was a huge profit. At this moment, the black gas dissipated entirely, and a black giant tiger lay in the center. 2 meters long, over 500 pounds. Pure black without any mix, with red eyes that looked extremely sinister. Its tail was a bone scorpion tail, and it had black bat wings. Xu Mo Bai recognized it instantly. This was the dark demon evil god tiger. The evil god aura tainted the white tiger's transformation. It was so evil that no human could withstand its martial soul. This creature was incredibly disgusting, growing stronger by devouring the souls of soul beasts and soul masters. Known as the evil soul master of the soul beast world. But now it had no breath left. A light purple soul ring floated above. Xu Mo Bai examined the corpse. The wound on its abdomen was fatal, its internal organs burned away by the flames of the God-Slaying spear. Upon closer inspection, its wings, head, and claws had scratch marks and blunt weapon injuries, indicating it was already heavily injured before the encounter. Xu Mo Bai's attack was merely a finishing blow. He called Lu Mo over and explained his deductions. Lu Mo broke down on the spot, throwing himself on the tiger's corpse and pulling its fur to vent his frustration, ultimately collapsing to the ground and crying, "Mo Bai, you absorb this soul ring, carry the portions of my dad and teacher Chun, and become a title Douluo." Xu Mo Bai nodded. This was the territory of the evil god tiger. The soul beast wouldn't dare to come, and he directly sat down cross-legged to begin absorbing the soul ring. While Xu Mo Bai was absorbing the soul ring, the god-slaying spear automatically emerged from his body. Xu Mo Bai encountered danger while absorbing the soul ring. The god-slaying spear devoured the evil orb, and a decisive battle with the evil god tiger began in the sea of consciousness. Pay attention. In the dazzling light, a white orb floated out from within the dark demon evil god tiger, with a black point at its center. The flames of the god-slaying spear transformed into a dragon, charging straight at the orb. The orb panicked, black light flashing, black gas enveloping the area. The dragon's head roared, and the black curtain shattered in an instant. The black energy retracted into the bead, and the bead fell to the ground, losing its spirit. The dragon coiled around and swallowed the bead, transforming back into flames attached to the spear. At the same time, Xu Mo Bai's consciousness, C, was engaged in battle. The evil god tiger's resentment was all in the soul ring. This creature was only 1,500 years old, but had devoured the soul power of Teacher Chun and Lu Lin. If it weren't for its greed for the god-slaying spear, after recuperation, it could reach 3,000 years, coupled with its overwhelming strength against other soul beasts of the same age. The pressure Xu Mo Bai was under was greater than that of an ordinary soul master absorbing a fourth soul ring. Fortunately, the god-slaying spear had already absorbed most of the evil energy and helped him improve the quality of his soul power, allowing him to hold on. Lu Mo saw Xu Mo Bai's furrowed brows and the blood seeping from the bead. Wanting to interrupt, but didn't move, he believed Xu Mo Bai could withstand it. A strong soul ring not only provided powerful soul skills, but could also help a soul master level up by 1 or 2 ranks, saving a lot of training time. An hour passed, and Xu Mo Bai was enveloped in a faint red mist, his brows still tightly locked. In the sea of consciousness, he trembled with the spear. Yet his momentum was incredibly solid, like a giant dragon about to soar into the sky. The evil god tiger's soul ring suddenly exploded with black energy waves, and Xu Mo Bai immediately straightened his back, his momentum soaring. The sleeping giant dragon's eyes opened. He was no longer passively defending. The evil energy had nearly exhausted itself. It was better to fight to determine the outcome. Moreover, his consciousness body was more solid, and his mental strength had increased by 50%, comparable to a soul king. Xu Mo Bai kicked off the ground and lunged forward, thrusting the god-slaying spear ahead, merging man and spear into a white light. The white light collided with the black light, and the black light shattered in an instant. The residual force of the white light crashed into the purple soul ring, and with a bang, a shockwave knocked him away. Xu Mo Bai rolled, and then knelt on one knee to stabilize himself. At this moment, the black energy that had originally occupied most of Xu Mo Bai's consciousness retreated like a tide back into the soul ring, and the white light took the opportunity to reclaim its former territory. Xu Mo Bai obtained the evil wing external soul bone. The god-slaying spear leveled up, and his soul power soared to level 34. Pay attention. The light purple soul ring slowly flew towards Xu Mo Bai and finally attached itself to the god-slaying spear. His energy instantly replenished, and his soul power was still rising, but in the next second, excruciating pain struck, causing him to scream in pain. Lu Mo initially thought it was done, but Xu Mo Bai's body convulsed, floating in mid-air. The god-slaying spear reappeared. The white flames mixed with a bit of black. Lu Mo glanced at it and quickly turned away, the evil thoughts almost overwhelming him. Suddenly, Xu Mo Bai's clothes tore at the back, and a huge purple-black bulge formed on his shoulder blade. Before Lu Mo could think further, Xu Mo Bai convulsed again, blood flowing from his eyes, filled with a sense of melancholy. Following that, the bulge expanded, and a purple-black skeletal structure burst forth, the bones cracking and growing wildly. and in just 3 breaths, it transformed into a pair of gigantic purple-black wings. Luo Mo wanted to observe more, but the wings suddenly folded, wrapping Xu Mo Bai into an oval giant egg, with only a faint breath proving he was still alive. After waiting for 3 hours, the sky was filled with stars, and the wings slowly unfolded. Xu Mo Bai emerged bare-chested, his muscles well-defined, harboring explosive power. The moment he opened his eyes, his pupils turned crimson. Luo Mo exchanged a glance with him, feeling as if he had fallen into hell, the bloody smell and killing intent almost causing him to collapse. Xu Mo Bai closed his eyes, and the wings crackled as they retracted into his body. When he opened his eyes again, the crimson had disappeared, and 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings floated in front of him, exuding an explosive aura. The God-Slaying spear had also changed. The evil god tiger's bead was embedded in the spear. Luo Mo finally sensed a familiar aura and couldn't help but ask, "How is it?" Xu Mo Bai was extremely excited. "It's amazing. Now I'm a level 34 weapon spirit. This evil soul beast is incredible. 1 soul ring allowed me to level up 3 times. Most of my power was absorbed by the wings and the spear. Otherwise, I could have leveled up further. The quality of the God-Slaying spear has also increased. I can quickly understand the new bead's function because I'm in sync with the spear, due to the connection with the God-Slaying spear." Xu Mo Bai quickly understood the function of the newly added white bead. Xu Mo Bai's God-Slaying spear absorbed soul power. The evil soul skill could instantly defeat ancient trees, and the evil wings could fly. Startling Luo Mo, pay attention. The God-Slaying spear's attack can absorb one of the opponent's soul power, stamina, and energy. The greater the difference, the more it absorbs. As long as Xu Mo Bai's will is intact, he can fight indefinitely and is no longer afraid of being surrounded. If the strength is similar, he can become stronger as he fights. Killing an enemy will result in all the remaining strength being absorbed into the bead, allowing for recovery, training, and a burst of power that exceeds the current level in one go. The bead can store up to twice the soul power, and once used, the spear will remain silent for 15 minutes. During this time, Xu Mo Bai cannot use soul skills, and his speed and defense decrease by 30. Seeing Luo Mo downcast, Xu Mo Bai knew Lu Lin's death was a burden on his mind and needed to change the subject. "Shout, Mo. Do you want to know what my 3rd soul skill and the purple-black wings are?" Luo Mo looked up in shock. Soul skills are a soul master's trump card, and Xu Mo Bai was showing absolute trust. His heart warmed, and he nodded immediately to make space. The 3rd soul skill is evil repulsion. As soon as Xu Mo Bai finished speaking, the God-Slaying spear turned completely black, emanating ghostly blue hellfire. The moonlight fell upon him, half pure and half enchanting, incredibly captivating. He flicked his wrist to draw the spear, and the black spear instantly pierced through a 100-year-old ancient tree. In an instant, black energy corrupted the tree, which was then absorbed by the spear, and the towering tree was reduced to ashes scattered by the wind. Xu Mo Bai explained, "During evil repulsion, the attack speed increases by 150. Hitting an enemy absorbs vitality for healing, and the hellfire can also corrode. It lasts for 3 minutes. Luo Mo exclaimed, "That's insane." Xu Mo Bai was already strong, and now he could directly challenge powerful attacking soul sects. Before he could recover, Xu Mo Bai spread his evil wings, the fierce wind blowing away stones and dead wood, carrying him into the sky. The nearly 2-meter-wide evil wings were incredibly imposing, scaring all the soul beasts into inaction. Luo Mo was extremely envious. Who doesn't have a dream of flying? Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Luo Mo closed his eyes and reopened them. He found himself high in the air, the ground shrinking beneath him. "Ah!" he screamed in fright, stopping halfway through his shout. Xu Mo Bai held Luo Mo's right hand, suspended in mid-air. "Surprised that you were still afraid of heights?" Xu Mo Bai's evil wings allowed for teleportation. Luo Mo left school seeking strength, secretly hiding a 5-year-old case. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai revealed the external soul bone evil wings. They can fly and defend. The attached soul skill flickered, teleportation within 200 meters, up to 3 consecutive flashes, and the soul power can extend the distance. Luo Mo felt envious. "Please just act like a human." After leaving the Star Luo forest, the two returned to the Imperial City. They couldn't find the bodies of Teacher Chun and Lu Lin, so the Academy could only build a tomb for them. Luo Mo kept vigil for 3 days, resigned from his mother and school, wanting to travel with Xu Mo Bai to become stronger. He blamed himself for lacking self-protection and not even seeing his father one last time. Xu Mo Bai looked at Luo Mo, who had lost weight and was carrying a large bag, filled with complexity. Are you sure you want to go? My training is intense, and I won't go easy on you. Lumo's gaze was incredibly firm, his face showing signs of hardship, extending his hand with a smile. I trust you. Although he was a food type, he would never hold back. The two palms clapped together, one fat and one thin, walking towards a distance. While noble women on the city wall secretly wiped away tears. After leaving the city, Luo handed over a sealed letter. I found this among my father's belongings. It's for you. I didn't look at the contents. Xu Mo Bai opened the letter, smiling at first, but then his expression darkened. Luo panicked. What's wrong? Xu Mo Bai forced a smile. Your dad asked me to take good care of you. I'm a bit envious of my dad. Luo self-deprecatingly said. We share the same grief. Just don't go easy on me. Xu Mo Bai said sarcastically. Don't worry, I'll definitely train you hard. Luo was so scared that he moved a bit further away, not noticing Xu Mo Bai's palm was burning with fire, reducing the letter to ashes. It turned out the letter hid a big secret. Lu Lin suspected that the complete destruction of the Jyad fortress 5 years ago was not simple. Xu Mo Bai's father had requested aid half a month earlier, but the reinforcement supplies were delayed by 5 days. The Douluo Empire took the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack. Lu Lin informed Xu Mo Bai in the letter that with Su Zhi's 89th level soul duel cultivation and his mother Lu Shuang's 76th level support type soul saint, the two together could not be killed by anyone below the title Douluo level. However, the post-battle reports showed no signs that the Douluo Empire had mobilized any title Douluo. Xu Mo Bai investigated the 5-year-old case. Davis sent soul guiding devices, and Luo obtained a life-saving artifact. Pay attention. Lu Lin revealed explosive news in the letter. There was a traitor in the destruction of the Jyad fortress. He also advised Xu Mo Bai to pay attention to the survivors from that year. Xu Mo Bai instantly recalled when the entire army was wiped out. Only he and a person whose face he couldn't see survived. That person was also arranged to leave by Dai Guanglin. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. Dai Guanglin? Or was the royal family behind it? At that moment, he had only one thought. He must become stronger quickly. Not far down the road, Davis rode up, kicking up dust with an impressive aura. He had just broken through level 40 and completed his 4th soul ring when he heard that Xu Mo Bai was leaving. Luo quickly bowed. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Davis got off his horse, hugged the two of them, and patted Luo on the shoulder. Condolences. Don't call me Your Highness. Just call me Dai Brother. Luo felt overly formal, knowing very well that Davis was being polite because of Xu Mo Bai. But Davis was very enthusiastic. Do you look down on me? Don't want to be friends? Luo instantly felt defensive. Then I'll just take the opportunity. Xu Mo Bai laughed. Stop teasing him. Speak up. What's the matter? Davis directly took off his wrist guard and handed it over. Defense Soul Guide. The purple crystal stores soul power and can block 3 soul king attacks. The blue crystal is for space storage, 3 cubic meters each. Xu Mo Bai was shocked. This is too precious. I can't use it. Davis pretended to be angry, a friend going out. And you don't want a means of self-defense? He stuffed it into Xu Mo Bai's hands and rode off, shouting. The match ended without a winner. We'll fight again when I return. Xu Mo Bai thought to himself. You wouldn't stand a chance against me now. He turned around and tossed the wrist guard to Luo. Take it. You need it more. Luo panicked. This is too precious. My family can't afford it. Xu Mo Bai rolled his eyes. Just take it. I don't want to be distracted protecting you while fighting. Xu Mo Bai received the imperial decree. Luo underwent devilish training. Fleeing from wolves in the desert was extremely stimulating. Pay attention. With just one word from Xu Mo Bai, Luo immediately stopped hesitating and put on the wrist guard while testing its functions. He took out a golden silk scroll from the Soul Guide. Written in soul beast blood was the imperial decree. Xu Mo Bai understood at a glance. Davis actually gave this thing. The imperial decree was top-notch. He inherited his father's title of count. Luo became a baron, and also served as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard. Traveling outside would turn into inspecting the nation, allowing him to execute officials below the duke level without prior notice. Luo was completely stunned. Is this to investigate local customs and catch corrupt officials? Xu Mo Bai laughed. What are you thinking? Davis is helping us clear trouble. With this decree, we can walk horizontally in the Star Luo Empire. He carefully put away the decree, silently accepting this favor, instinctively ignoring the previous sealed letter. A month later, the two headed northwest to practice in the extreme north. Su Mo Bai shouted. If we walk another 100 kilometers to Morik town, we can rest well. Luo Mo didn't believe him at all. Last time Su Mo Bai said they would rest. He splashed him with cold water at 2 a.m. and made him rush 50 miles to watch the sunrise. The time before that, just when they had a table full of dishes, he dragged him to see the Holy Gear Parade. Luo Mo was almost on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Having lost 2 pounds, desperately pleading. There are 2 hours left until dark. Can we set up a tent and leave tomorrow? Su Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. This is the desert. At night, there are desert wolves in packs. You want to compare foot speed with them? I won't help you. Luo Mo instantly shrank back. Last time to get devil bee honey, he was chased 80 miles by thousands of bees. Su Mo Bai flew up into the sky to eat the honey, and he only survived thanks to the wrist guard. He immediately shouted and ran wildly. Charge! To the town before dark. Watching Luo Mo's round figure, Su Mo Bai smiled. After a month of training, Luo Mo could finally temporarily set aside his father's death. This feeling was not bad. Su Mo Bai appeared just in time. The 3rd Army Corps encountered a massacre. A little girl appeared alive in the desert. Pay attention. Su Mo Bai leisurely followed behind Luo Mo. No matter how fast Luo Mo ran, he steadily kept 300 meters behind. Zodni, Liu Montak shouted. Xu Montak Bai. Come here quickly. Something happened. Su Mo Bai immediately dashed over the sand dune. He could now use flickering without summoning his evil wings. Upon seeing the scene, he was shocked. More than 30 corpses were scattered in the yellow sand. Blood stained the riverbank, and the faces of the dead were full of fear. Su Mo Bai picked up a severed arm, his pupils constricting. Are these human bite marks? He had thought it was done by desert wolves. But now he was completely stunned. Luo Mo found a refined iron token among the remains and handed it over. Mo Bai, look at this. The token had the Star Luo emblem and was engraved with the numbers 3 and a thorny flower. Su Mo Bai's expression became serious. This belongs to the 3rd Army Corps. They guard the northwest desert against barbarian tribes. Their combat power is top-notch. A small team was slaughtered. The other side is too arrogant. Luo Mo guessed. Could it be the barbarian tribes? Su Mo Bai directly denied. My dad wrote in his documents that the barbarian tribes are just unruly, not savages. Suddenly he shouted, not good. Morik town is in danger. He immediately took off his shirt, spread his evil wings, and flew into the sky, instantly becoming a small black dot. Luo Mo shouted while spitting sand. Take me with you. Why is there danger in the town? Su Mo Bai was already far away, carrying 150 pounds of Luo Mo for over 60 miles. How would he manage to use the God-Slaying spear after arriving? Luo Mo was praying for his father's protection when a gust of wind blew by, and Su Mo Bai actually returned, holding a tender little girl in his arms. Su Mo Bai shouted urgently, Luo Mo, get water to save her. Luo Mo looked and saw the little girl clutching Su Mo Bai's ribs. Her lips cracked and face purple, barely breathing. He quickly handed over the water bottle and then took devil bee honey. Add this. She'll wake up faster. Su Mo Bai opened the jar, saw there was half a pound of honey left, and directly mixed it into the water. Luo Mo watched in pain as his expression twisted. Cough, cough. Su Mo Bai saved the little girl and sought clues. The mystery of the village massacre by the evil soul master. Morik town has hidden secrets. Pay attention. After feeding the little girl half a bottle of honey water, she finally woke up. When she opened her eyes and didn't see her father, she immediately cried, like an injured little deer hiding in Su Mo Bai's arms. Luo Mo watched with his mouth agape, flailing his hands to gesture, afraid of waking the little girl. Su Mo Bai lowered his voice. Her family is all gone. Her mother hid her in the collapsed cart to survive. I heard her crying and saved her. Luo Mo gestured again, and Su Mo Bai directly retorted. Speak clearly. Stop gesturing. Luo Mo got anxious. You said the town is in danger. And now you're holding a child. How do we fight? Su Mo Bai frowned. For now, there is no danger, but I feel like something is off. He suddenly realized. The 2 murder scenes are 20 kilometers apart, and the second place S victims were all skinned. This is the method of an evil soul master. But why would the evil soul master attack people going to the town and dare to mess with the 3rd Army Corps? That's illogical. Luo Mo finished burying the corpses and said angrily, Evil soul masters are inherently abnormal. Quickly use your wings to help me cover the sand. Su Mo Bai flapped his evil wings, and the sand dust quickly filled the pit. The 2 hurried on their way. Su Mo Bai couldn't retract his wings, and with the temperature dropping at night, he couldn't bear it. Plus he had to take care of the little girl. When they finally arrived at Morg Town, Su Mo Bai was already exhausted. Luo Mo glanced, and his heart sank. The town was brightly lit, and cheers rose higher and higher. He secretly peeked at Su Mo Bai, seeing that he was using his wings to shield the little girl from the wind, not paying attention to the commotion. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought he could sleep well, Luo Mo suddenly saw Su Mo Bai pulling a big lady and asking, "Sister, what event is happening in the town? Why is it so lively?" His previously relaxed heart instantly tightened again. Su Mo Bai was urged to marry by Aunt Wang. Luo Mo took the blame and ran wildly. The Yellow Sand Hotel hid a killing intent. Pay attention. The big lady who was stopped was initially unhappy. But when she saw Su Mo Bai's handsome face with wings, she immediately beamed. "Call me Aunt Wang. You're a soul master, right? My daughter is so beautiful. You two should get together." Su Mo Bai broke out in a cold sweat and quickly pulled his hand back. "I just wanted to ask why it's so lively." "No other thoughts?" Aunt Wang said. "The new Marquis of Clark has arrived. That is why it's so lively. If you marry my daughter, I guarantee." Before she could finish, Su Mo Bai directly slipped away, even pushing the laughing Luo Mo forward. Aunt Wang grabbed Luo Mo. "You're solid and lucky. You'll definitely have a big fat boy with my daughter." Luo Mo panicked. "My family has a hereditary problem with infertility. Su Mo Bai, wait for me." He grabbed his luggage and ran wildly, faster than being chased by devil bees. On the other side, a man in black reported to the silver-armored captain. "Those two have entered the town. They must be staying at the Yellow Sand Hotel." But the Marquis of Clark's daughter was saved by them. The captain was furious. "Useless. Tonight, follow the plan and spread the stuff. A girl can't make waves. If you mess up again, you'll have to deal with it yourself." The man in black hurriedly slipped away. The candlelight in the room went out, leaving only the noise outside. After getting rid of Aunt Wang, the two stayed at the Huangsha Hotel. Early in the morning, Luo Mo bought breakfast and delivered it. "I'm going to buy a carriage and continue on the road." Su Mo Bai was feeding the little girl porridge. "No rush. Let us stay here for a few days." Luo Mo suddenly exploded, pointing at him and shouting, "You said you would help me become stronger. My soul power hasn't increased in a month. All you do is play. It's not your dad who is dying, is it?" Su Mo Bai paused his feeding action, gently rubbed the little girl's head, and said softly, "Can you finish the rest by yourself? Brother has something to do for a while and needs to go out with his brother." Su Mo Bai used his palm to strike the black energy to save Luo Mo. The little girl dependently warmed his heart, while the town was in hidden crisis. "Pay attention." The little girl grabbed the quilt, blinking her big eyes. "Brother, come back quickly, I'm scared." Su Mo Bai handed over the porridge. "Be good. Don't burn yourself. There is honey on the bedside." After speaking, he pulled Luo Mo to the corridor. Smack! Su Mo Bai directly slapped Luo Mo. "This slap is for Teacher Lu. I said a month ago that training is tough. Can't you endure it? Is the strength of a soul master only based on soul power?" Luo Mo's eyes turned red, his nails digging into his palm, and he actually had the impulse to kill Su Mo Bai, roaring, "You're just playing me, treating me like a servant." Su Mo Bai's body exploded with golden light, slapping Luo Mo's chest. A mass of black energy was forced out and instantly burned away by soul power. Luo Mo's eyes cleared up, and he panicked on the spot. "Mo Bai, I was wrong." Su Mo Bai patted his shoulder. "Does it feel better to say it out loud? You've been suppressing it for too long. This is a blessing in disguise." Luo Mo was still confused. "How could I think of killing you?" Su Mo Bai frowned. "Don't ask, just stay in the room. The town is going to change." Behind him, black energy was seeping out from his hands. Su Mo Bai returned to the room and saw the little girl only showing her eyes peeking. As soon as she saw him, the little girl jumped into his arms and cried, "Why did you come back so late? I thought you didn't want me anymore." Su Mo Bai patted her head. "I'm here. How about we make a promise? I will never abandon you." The little girl shook her head. "Promises are for kids. I believe you." Su Mo Bai tapped her little head, just about to ask if she was hungry when the little girl stretched out her hands wanting to be held. He couldn't resist those tearful eyes and picked her up. The little girl softly said, "Brother, I'm tired of crying. Can I sleep in your arms for a while? My mom used to hold me like this." Su Mo Bai sat on the bedside holding her, gently patting her back and singing a lullaby from his past life. Perhaps the embrace was too warm or she was truly tired. The little girl fell asleep in no time, her little nose twitching from time to time, adorably cute. Su Mo Bai grasped the poison clues. Honey resolves the strange poison. The guards surround and counter the opportunity. "Pay attention." Su Mo Bai stared at the air, pondering. That black energy can amplify negative emotions. When did I get poisoned? What is the other party's goal? The more he thought, the more he felt the dark undercurrents in the town were about to rise. But apart from knowing the enemy would cause trouble, everything else was a blur. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. They must be trying to poison both me and Luo Mo. So there must be something we have in common. The next second, he slapped his thigh. It's the breakfast Luo Mo brought. That was the only thing we touched together this morning. He quickly looked for the leftover food, but the bowl was so clean it could be used as a mirror. The little girl ate it all. Xu Mo Bai was stunned again. How come she wasn't tea affected? Turning to look at the honey jar on the bedside, he instantly understood. Devil bee honey can clear heat and resolve poison. It must be the honey that neutralized the poison. But a new question arose. Why specifically poison me and Luo Mo? Could it be because... He glanced at the sleeping little girl, her brows still furrowed, clutching the sheets like an injured little deer. Bang! The door was suddenly slammed open, and a team of guards rushed in. The waiter jumped out and pointed at Xu Mo Bai. It's him, and his accomplice. I saw him with black wings. Just one look and my waist ached. He.s. an evil soul master. The captain of the guard, Huang Zhe, was stunned. Just 2 kids? Xu Mo Bai remained calm. With a decree, what's there to fear? We can use this opportunity to investigate. Soon, the guards brought Luo Mo in, and Xu Mo Bai directly asked, Captain Huang, what do we do wrong? Is it worth your trouble? Huang Zhe walked over. Someone in the town poisoned. Little friend, we're your adults. This matter needs to be handled by adults. Xu Mo Bai twitched his mouth. He was nearly 7 meters tall, but couldn't he hide the childish hair on his lips? Uncle, our parents were eaten by desert wolves on the way here, and now it's just the 3 of us siblings left. Xu Mo Bai pretended to cry to lure out the insider. The waiter turned out to be a disguised monster, and the prison hid secrets. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai started crying on the table, and the detained Luo Mo was confused, doubting whether his poison hadn't been resolved yet, until he saw Xu Mo Bai secretly giving him a signal. He immediately sat on the ground and wailed. My dad died so tragically. The crying directly woke the little girl, and seeing the 2 surrounded, she also started crying. The waiter panicked and approached Huang Zhe. Sir, don't be fooled. Can an evil martial soul be a good person? Who knows if what they say is true? Huang Zhe asked. Little friend, can we see your martial soul? Xu Mo Bai's mind turned, and instead of summoning the God-Slaying spear, he directly ripped his clothes open. Purple-black evil wings unfolded, releasing an evil aura. The guards instantly summoned their martial souls, as if facing a great enemy. Huang Zhe's hesitation vanished, even revealing a hint of a smile. Take them back to the prison and wait for the Marquis's verdict. The guards escorted them, and the little girl, frightened, could only be held by Xu Mo Bai. The waiter still flattered. You are just and fair. All outsiders are not good people. Huang Zhe raised an eyebrow. Marquis Clark is also an outsider. The waiter immediately changed his tone. How could the Marquis be considered an outsider? Huang Zhe walked away with a smile. You would never expect. As soon as Huang Zhe left, the waiter suddenly straightened up, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The opening act is over. It's time to collect applause. The next second, his scalp split open, and an adult man crawled out, tossing the human skin into the fireplace to burn, and walked out the door. This was actually the disguised monster. When they reached the prison, Luo Mo squatted in the corner pulling straw, feeling very frustrated. Why didn't you reveal your identity? Now we're going to be beheaded. Xu Mo Bai lay against the wall holding the little girl, still teasing her, looking nothing like someone in prison. Isn't this interesting? Revealing our identity doesn't guarantee a turnaround. He asked the little girl her name, and the little one wrote Mo in his palm, then leaned in to whisper. Xu Mo Bai rubbed her head. Mo, play by yourself for a while. The brothers have some matters to discuss. Mo bounced away to play with the straw, and Luo Mo immediately sat down beside Xu Mo Bai. Xu Mo Bai investigated breakfast to find the insider. Mo melted the prison guard's heart, and Luo Mo realized the truth of the strong. Pay attention. Xu Montag by Zundi Usket, Liu Montag. Where did you buy breakfast this morning? What did the breakfast seller look like? Luo Mo thought for a moment. It was a stall outside the Huangsha Hotel. It was a kindly old man in his 60s, who even gave me an extra egg. Xu Mo Bai's eyes brightened. He was getting closer to the truth. He leaned into Luo Mo's ear and whispered a few words, firmly pressing down on his shoulder, and Luo Mo, with a mournful face, nodded. The next second was high energy. Luo Mo dragged his 150-plus pounds of weight, approached the iron bars, and acted cute to the guard. Brother, Why are you catching us? I'm scared of the dark. The guard turned around to see his round face and directly punched him back. Disgusting. Just wait to be hanged tomorrow. Luo Mo was about to explode when Mo suddenly walked to the iron bars and softly said, "Uncle, can you tell us?" The guard met her watery eyes and instantly softened. Someone in the town poisoned. Everyone has become irritable and caused deaths. But Uncle believes you are innocent, so I will plead for you. Luo Mo was dumbfounded. This is what they call beauty equals justice? Am I not cute? After the guard left, Su Mo Bai laughed wildly while patting the floor. Luo Mo crossed his arms, sulking. I knew they would bully me. Su Mo Bai took out the honey jar and handed it to Mo, and the little girl's eyes lit up. Wow, honey. Su Mo Bai smiled and reminded, don't eat too much. When Mo went to play, Su Mo Bai suddenly became serious, still angry. You asked me this morning why I didn't teach you. Now tell me. Luo Mo felt guilty. Wasn't it because I was poisoned? Su Mo Bai retorted, what do you think is strong? Luo Mo blurted out, Title Douluo, the strongest. Su Mo Bai followed up. Can a support type Title Douluo defeat a powerful attack Soul Master? Luo Mo was silent. I can't. I understand. Su Mo Bai patted his arm. Force only makes people afraid. True strength comes from within. Cultivation isn't just for show. Have you practiced well this month? Luo Mo instantly felt ashamed. Actually, on the first day, Su Mo Bai taught him to use soul power instead of sleep, but he found it hard to sleep well, made slow progress, and gave up after a few days. Su Mo Bai pieced together clues to break the mystery. The new town mayor turned out to be a fake, and a dark hand was hiding behind the evil soul master. Pay attention. Su Mo Bai made excuses to disrupt Luo Mo's eating and sleeping, actually training his crisis awareness. But Luo Mo, full of complaints, didn't understand. He didn't even notice the poisoning this morning. Seeing him back down, Su Mo Bai quickly changed the subject. Don't be discouraged. Think about how to break the situation now. Luo Mo suddenly got excited. The breakfast is poisoned. If everyone ate that old man's breakfast and got poisoned, the hotel couldn't possibly stay quiet. The opponent must be a powerful soul master, able to poison everyone at once without being discovered. Su Mo Bai facepalmed. How could he expect Luo Mo to figure it out with residual poison still in him? But the next second, he suddenly stood up. You said simultaneously occurring? The clues are coming together. He finally realized what he had missed. Luo Mo immediately leaned in. What did you find? Hurry up and say it. I don't want to stay in this stinky jail. Su Mo Bai retorted. What did you encounter on the way to the town? Luo Mo glanced at Mo and whispered, just two groups, that. Su Mo Bai pressed. The soldiers of the Third Army and the nobility. Do you think the soldiers are protecting the nobility? Luo Mo was confused. It's possible, but that has nothing to do with the poisoning. Su Mo Bai asked again, why was the town so lively that day? Luo Mo recalled Aunt Wang's big face and was scared to lean against the wall, welcoming the new town mayor. I was quite surprised you didn't take me to join the fun. Su Mo Bai glared at him. Focus. Soldiers, nobility, new town mayor. Can't you connect the dots? Luo Mo finally realized. The second place where someone died was Marquis Clark. The current town mayor is a fake. Su Mo Bai nodded. The methods of killing are the same in both places, but the handling is different. The soldiers' bodies were mutilated out of anger, while the nobility was skinned for disguise. Luo Mo anxiously turned in circles. The town is under the control of an evil soul master. We must escape and expose them. Su Mo Bai laughed. The evil soul master's goal isn't that simple. There's someone behind it. He beckoned Luo Mo over. Let me ask you, if you were an evil soul master wanted by the authorities, after disguising as the town mayor, would you gather the townsfolk together to torture and train their soul power? Or would you poison them to create fear? Su Mo Bai unraveled the conspiracy of the barbarian rebellion. Huang Zhe is a soul sage. The imperial city wants him dead. Pay attention. Luo Mo suddenly got confused, of course. Wait, why poison? Wouldn't it be better to use lethal poison directly? The next second, he slapped his thigh. I understand. Looking at the map, Moor Town is super close to the wilderness fortress and also near the Talak River. The barbarians are planning a rebellion. Luo Mo couldn't believe it. After the Third Army station in the wilderness, there hasn't been a major battle in the northwest for a long time. The barbarians are barely surviving. How could they pull off something big? Su Mo Bai nodded. The Talak River is the largest water source in the wilderness. The Empire stationed top guards here just to protect it. Luo Mo still argued. But the wilderness fortress isn't by this river. Su Mo Bai directly exposed him. The fortress isn't by it. but dozens of small fortresses around it rely on it for water supply. If the barbarians control the small fortresses, the wilderness fortress becomes an island and can't hold out for long. But he also wondered, how could the Third Army be so strict, and how could the barbarians send out a title de law unless the Douluo Empire is stirring things up behind the scenes? Luo anxiously turned in circles. I know the conspiracy. Why are we still trapped in the jail? Mo Bai remained calm and even took out a sketchbook to draw. Just wait. Someone will come. Luo guessed. The Crown Prince's reinforcements? Mo Bai shook his head in frustration. How could Davis possibly keep an eye on us? What are you thinking? Luo pressed. Then who is it? Shumodib Dane Bai sneered. Huangshe. The town's captain. He had sensed early on that Huang Zhe was a soul sage in combat, and the guards were all at least soul kings. The enemy couldn't deal with them, so the town was temporarily safe. Moreover, they hadn't taken anything from us, which was clearly intentional. On the other side, Huang Zhe was lying on a rocking chair, drinking wine, when a figure in a black robe emerged from the shadows. The imperial city said it's fine to divert the disaster, but Mo Bai must die. Huang Zhe sneered. I quite admire that little brat, but unfortunately, he has to help Davis patrol. I'll provoke him tonight, frame him with a charge of fleeing in fear of punishment, and execute him on the spot. Don't worry, he won't survive. Tonight, I'll provoke him again, ensuring he gets charged with fleeing in fear of punishment, and then execute him right there. Huang Zhe revealed his phantom spirit cat, Martial Soul. Mo Bai was pulling the survivors of the Jayad fortress. Tomorrow, the Fire Punishment Bureau will be in chaos. Pay attention. The figure in the black robe said to Huang Zhe. The family said, if this matter is done well, you'll be sent into the army to compete for the position of regiment commander. After speaking, he vanished into the night, leaving Huang Zhe alone in the room. In the evening, the jail door creaked open, and Huang Zhe entered with an oil lamp. Seeing the food untouched, he sneered, eat a little, otherwise, you won't be able to endure tomorrow. Mo Bai cut to the chase. No small talk. Don't wake the little girl. It will be troublesome. He quietly woke Luo. He had sensed something was off. Huang Zhe's gaze turned cold, like a dagger fixated on Mo Bai. You're the first evil soul master of your age I've seen. Who's your accomplice? Mo Bai shot back. Aren't all your accomplices captured? Huang Zhe instantly exploded. The waiter who exposed you is dead. His skin has been peeled off. And you say you have no accomplice? Mo Bai was stunned. So the waiter was disguised. Why frame me? Luo quickly explained. We were poisoned this morning too. Find a breakfast vendor outside Huangsha Hotel. He can prove our innocence. Huang Zhe grew angrier, his body glowing, fingers turning into sharp claws at Luo's throat. Still arguing. The vendor died this morning. Who's your accomplice? You absolutely wouldn't guess. Mo Bai suddenly looked up. Huang Zhe's martial soul was the phantom spirit cat, a member of the Zhu family. Moreover, his physique was very similar to the survivors from the Jayad fortress back then. He immediately stood up and grabbed Huang Zhe's arm. Even if we are the murderers, you have no right to enact vigilante justice. Huang Zhe realized Mo Bai was incredibly strong and had to retract his claws. Huang Zhe made a threatening remark. Tomorrow, the Marquis will judge you in the square. If you don't name your accomplice, you'll be subjected to fire punishment. Before leaving, he turned back. If I were you, I would eat this last meal. After speaking, he closed the door, and the jail fell back into darkness. Mo Bai's evil wings flashed, and he escaped from jail. Huang Zhe's flaws were exposed, and the truth lay hidden in the cause of the vendor's death. Pay attention. As soon as Huang Zhe left, Mo Bai instantly relaxed. If the soul sage had truly made a move, he wouldn't have been able to escape with the others. Luo panicked. Why not tell Huang Zhe the truth? Can't we confront him directly during the trial tomorrow? He felt Mo Bai had missed a chance to turn things around. Now he was like meat on the chopping block. Mo Bai took a deep breath. It's useless. Luo was even more confused. How is it useless? If we clarify the fake Marquis situation, and with Mo as a witness, we can definitely get out. Mo Bai sneered. Huang Zhe already knows the truth. He is doing it on purpose. Beside them, Mo tugged at his hand. Brother, don't be sad. Mo will sing for you. Mo Bai ruffled her hair, his gloom slightly lifting. Let us escape first. Mo Bai suddenly asked. Luo, when you told Huang Zhe to find a vendor to prove our innocence, what did he say? Luo looked dejected. He said the vendor died this morning. Mo Bai's mouth curled up. That's the key. You didn't say where you bought the breakfast. How could he be sure it was the one sold to us? Luo instantly realized. Huang Zhe had been plotting from the beginning. The climax is here. Xu Mo Bai took off his shirt. His purple-black evil wings unfolded. He held Mo in one arm and grabbed Luo Mo with the other. The jail was briefly illuminated by fire, and the three of them directly appeared in the night sky. Carrying two people was exhausting. After blinking twice, he flew over 20 miles before landing. Xu Mo Bai took the bamboo shoots and complained, "Luo Mo, you need to lose weight. You definitely weigh more than 150 pounds. Luo Mo pouted. Hanging out with you means daily explosive exercise. How can I not eat enough to endure? After eating his fill, he pressed. How did Huang Zhe know about the vendor? Could it be that he is a fake? Xu Mo Bai shook his head. It's the same person. But you didn't mention which vendor. He precisely said it was the one we bought breakfast from. This is his loophole. Luo Mo understood the flaw in Huang Zhe's words and realized why Xu Mo Bai believed the other party knew the truth from the beginning. It turned out this was all part of a scheme. Xu Mo Bai saw through the borrowed knife tactic. Huang Zhe sent cavalry to pursue, and Davis angrily slashed at the conspiracy. Pay attention. Luo Mo was furious. Huang Zhe actually betrayed the country. What benefits did the barbarians give him? As a staunch supporter of Xing Luo, he despised such traitors the most. Xu Mo Bai shook his head. Perhaps he wants to use a borrowed knife to kill. Remembering Huang Zhe's 10 sharp claws, he felt like he had seen this tactic before. Luo Mo was confused. Borrowed knife to kill? He is clearly a traitor. Xu Mo Bai didn't want to talk more, patted his shoulder, and carried Mo on his back, making the little girl giggle as he sprinted ahead. Luo Mo had no choice. Now they were fugitives, and Xu Mo Bai could still find joy in hardship. That mindset was incredible. He caught up and asked, "Where are we going?" Xu Mo Bai shouted, "To the Wilderness Fortress. Looking for help." Luo Mo was stunned. Wilderness Fortress is nearly 500 miles away. He glanced at his nearly 200-pound body and lamented, "Help me out." Xu Mo Bai retorted, "Are you a child?" Luo Mo remembered that Xu Mo Bai was younger yet more fierce and could only angrily chase after him. Just treat it as losing weight. My pig trotters. On the other side, the jailer discovered the escape and hurriedly reported to Huang Zhe. Deputy Captain Xia Yifeng asked, "No one saw them. What should we do?" Huang Zhe banged on the table. "What about the fake marquis?" Xia Yifeng replied, "Still hosting a banquet. Doesn't he care at all?" Huang Zhe slammed the table and yelled, "Foolish. You take people to keep an eye on them. If exposed, kill them and shift the blame." Xia Yifeng was puzzled. Xu Mo Bai is only a level 30 soul master. Wouldn't it be easier to just take him out? Huang Zhe shook his head. His identity is special. If he dies, the empire will be in chaos. No one has more influence in the army than his father. After saying that, he ordered, "Take a team of trusted men on horseback to chase. They will definitely go to the Wilderness Fortress. We must intercept them before they get there." 10 minutes later, 10 guards rushed out overnight. In the Imperial City, Davis looked at the documents and exploded. The solid wood table cracking directly. The servants were so scared they didn't dare to look up. He gazed at the moon and recalled Xu Mo Bai's words. An enlightened king does not live long. The empire does not need 2 enlightened rulers. Davis took a deep breath. Confidence reignited in his eyes. Send someone to inform General Zhao. The imperial army must not be tainted. Send someone to tell General Zhao that the empire absolutely does not allow the army to lose its purity. Xu Mo Bai fought against the pursuers alone. 3 rings instant kill the Soul King. The guards were terrified. Pay attention. The servants bowed and retreated, needing to relay the message to General Zhao urgently. Davis sighed at the bright moon. Xu Mo Bai, I can only help this much. After getting involved in politics, he felt increasingly powerless and envied his brother for being able to escape the imperial city. In the northwest desert, where the temperature difference exceeded 100 degrees day and night, the 2 teams traveled without feeling cold. Xu Mo Bai's ears perked up. The sound of hooves was approaching. He instructed Luo Mo to carry Mo to the Wilderness Fortress. We must meet General Zhao to reveal our identity. Luo Mo regretted being a food-type soul master. Xu Mo Bai didn't mention that he had only recovered 60% of his strength. Mo turned back and shouted, "Brother, remember the promise." Once the 2 ran far, the sound of pursuing horses thundered. Xu Mo Bai closed his eyes and summoned the God-Slaying spear, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings shining. The purple ring activated, and the long spear wrapped in black light turned into ghostly blue flames. Xia Yifeng saw he was only 3 rings and disdainfully said, "Overestimating oneself. Have a guard kill him, and the others continue the chase." A guard raised his blue knife and charged. Seeing Xu Mo Bai standing still, he hesitated. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 100 meters closed, and when the blue-black light collided, the guard fell straight down. Xu Mo Bai coldly said, "Mercy towards enemies? Ridiculous." The God-Slaying spear absorbed the Soul King's vitality, instantly restoring him to full status. The other guards all stopped, staring at Xu Mo Bai in fear. Three-ring Soul Master instantly killing a Soul King? This completely overturned their understanding, even if they had more Soul Rings. They were so scared their legs went weak. A Soul Master killed a Soul King in the blink of an eye, and they didn't even know how Xu Mo Bai did it. This completely shattered their cognition. Xu Mo Bai narrowly defeated the Soul King. He clashed head-on with a level 67 weapon Soul Emperor, fighting in the yellow sand under the dim moonlight. Pay attention. Only Xu Mo Bai knew how dangerous it had been. If he hadn't dodged the long knife with a flicker and stabbed the opponent's throat while they were distracted, he would be the one lying on the ground now. Xia Yifeng saw through it. That wing of yours is a soul bone, right? How many times can you use your soul skill? With a wave of his hand, 3 Soul Kings charged directly. The control type, Soul King, activated 3 or 4 soul skills. And Xu Mo Bai's feet sank into quicksand, the sand blocking his line of sight. The 2 attack type, Soul Kings, activated their martial spirits, displaying their 3 soul rings and lunging from both sides. Just as they were about to hit, tiger roars erupted from the yellow sand. The black tiger charged out, throwing the 2 aside and pouncing directly at the control type, Soul Master. The control type, Soul Master, couldn't dodge and was knocked down by the black tiger. Black gas flooding into his body. In the span of 3 breaths, he was corroded to reveal white bones, screaming as he lost control of his soul skills. Xu Mo Bai kicked free from the quicksand, black light exploding around him, and the aura of a 3-ring Soul Master clashed head-on with the Soul King. The 2 attack-type Soul Kings stood up, scared to move. Xia Yifeng was delighted. The age of the Soul Bone is higher than I thought. But in the face of strength, everything is meaningless. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings lit up at his feet, and a shining silver spear was in hand. The level 67 weapon Soul Emperor was going to fight personally. Xu Mo Bai held the God-Slaying spear horizontally, the black spear tip looking terrifying. "If you want to kill me, don't waste words. Have the guts to charge." Xia Yifeng urged his horse to attack, lighting up his 2nd and 3rd soul rings. The silver spear exploded with white light, temporarily blinding Xu Mo Bai. He took advantage of the horse's momentum to leap up, the long spear slashing down towards Xu Mo Bai's head. Xu Mo Bai activated his 2nd soul ring. The God-Slaying spear's ghostly blue flames surged upwards, but the flames were split in half by the fierce wind from the long spear. The attack could not be stopped. Boom! The sound of collision shook the heavens. The place where the 2 fought was engulfed in yellow sand. Even the moonlight was completely blocked, accompanied by a deafening sound of impact. The battlefield was lifted into a cloud of yellow sand, the flying dust even obstructing the moonlight in the sky. Xu Mo Bai blind dodged the Soul Emperor's killing move. He wiped out the guards in a head-on clash. The outcome was too absurd. Pay attention. Xia Yifeng was stunned. His attack didn't hit Xu Mo Bai. The opponent, even blind, narrowly evaded. Xu Mo Bai coldly stated, "Losing focus on the battlefield is fatal." The 4th soul ring lit up, and the sand gathered into a spiral sandball. Xia Yifeng turned and handed his spear. The sandball flew out, and it was empty again. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Xu Mo Bai didn't sneak attack from behind, but instead flickered into the guard pile. The dust served as cover. The dark demon, evil god Tiger's soul ring heightened his perception, so, even blind, the battlefield was as clear in his mind as during the day. The God-Slaying spear swept through, and 6 guards were instantly eliminated. The evil wings unfurled, and the tips of the wings accurately pierced the throats of the remaining 2 in less than 5 minutes. Only Xia Yifeng and the wailing control-type Soul King remained among the pursuers. The corpses gathered black gas towards the God-Slaying spear, and Xu Mo Bai moaned with pleasure. The soul power and life force of 8 Soul Kings filled him with energy. The beads on the spear glowed with black light, an evil aura exploding in the field, the spear trembling. Xu Mo Bai spread his wings and flew into the sky, the God-Slaying spear's ghostly blue flames trailing brilliant light. Xia Yifeng saw his brothers all dead, his eyes turning crimson, activating 2 black soul rings. The shining silver spear whirled in a violent wind, soaring into the air. The spear like a silver dragon, charging at Xu Mo Bai. Xu Mo Bai folded his wings and dove down, the beads on the spear exploding with black gas enveloping him. The airflow and flames intertwining into a massive spear tip, directly aimed at the dragon's head. Boom! The shockwave shattered the clouds, and the two were sent flying. Xu Mo Bai crashed through 3 sand dunes before stopping. His evil wings were bloodied and torn, wing bones fractured, 3 ribs broken, and his right hand turned to mush. Forcing the beads caused a backlash, and he was on the verge of collapse. On the other side, Luo Mo arrived at the wilderness fortress before dawn, presenting the sealed order to meet General Zhao. The army immediately searched for Xu Mo Bai, entering Morgue Town, but the soldiers searched the battlefield and 100 miles away, finding no trace of Xu Mo Bai. Even more absurdly, Huang Zhe and the fake Marquis had witnesses and evidence, instead pinning the label of Evil Soul Master on Xu Mo Bai. While Huang Zhe became the righteous party, originally thought to be brought to justice, Huang Zhe and Marquis Kellic, despite having ample human and material evidence, instead labeled Xu Mo Bai as an evil soul master, while Huang Zhe became the side of justice, framing Xu Mo Bai. After being in a coma for a year and rescued by the tribe, he leveled up 3 levels with a potion. Pay attention. The most ruthless evidence has arrived. The bodies of the soldiers chasing Xu Mo Bai and that grotesque control-type soul master. If it weren't for Davis standing firm in the court, Luo Mo and Mo would have been labeled as evil soul masters long ago. The Empire only claimed that Xu Mo Bai encountered a wolf pack and his life or death was unknown. Luo Mo was ordered to return home. While Mo didn't reveal her true identity and stayed at the wilderness fortress with General Zhao, Xu Mo Bai struggled to open his eyes, and a little boy approached. The shaman said, "You would wake up today. Quickly drink this potion." He handed over a bowl of dark green liquid, with a scorpion tail hanging from the edge and bones floating inside. Xu Mo Bai almost threw the bowl. "This looks highly toxic." The little boy panicked. The shaman brewed it for 3 days. "It's super precious." Xu Mo Bai closed his eyes and drank it down. It was bitter like concentrated bile, nearly making him vomit. The next second, high energy. The weakness after drinking the potion disappeared instantly, and all his strength returned. The little boy saw his face turn rosy and ran off, holding the bowl. Xu Mo Bai surveyed the tent. It was filled with desert wolf skins, resembling a nomadic tribe. When he sensed his condition, he was stunned. All his injuries were healed. His right arm and evil wing were intact, and his soul power had increased by 3 levels, directly reaching level 37 Soul Master. But all his belongings were gone, and he had no idea how long he had been in a coma or what happened to Luo Mo. Footsteps approached outside the tent, and an old man with a cane entered, followed by a muscular man without a shirt. Xu Mo Bai bowed and thanked. "My name is Xu Mo Bai. Thank you for saving my life. How long have I been in a coma? Where's this?" The muscular man snorted and turned his head, clearly disliking him. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "You've been in a coma for a year. You should have an idea about where this is, right?" Xu Mo Bai was shocked. No wonder he felt so weak when he woke up, seeing that the old man could see through him at a glance. He didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Xu Mo Bai noticed the old man looked wise and realized the other party had seen through his cautiousness. So he directly addressed the issue. Xu Mo Bai guessed the identity of the barbarian, exposing the Empire's encirclement conspiracy. It became an opportunity for the barbarians. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai guessed directly. This is the territory of the barbarians, right? You are the shaman. This man behind you is the chief. The muscular man instantly exploded with rage. His nails sharpened, fangs emerged, ready to pounce and tear his throat out. Xu Mo Bai, however, remained calm. The imposter from Morgue Town is not a barbarian. I've been in a coma for a year, and the Star Luo Empire must have cleared you out again. The muscular man was astonished. Xu Mo Bai guessed correctly, but he wasn't happy at all. The barbarians had a 1,000-year heritage and would be badly hurt fighting the Empire head-on. The Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall would surely come to pick up the pieces. The shaman stroked his beard in appreciation, as expected of General Su Zhe's son. The 3rd Legion has been encircling us for a year, and we are dying a slow death on the northern wilderness plateau. The chief was anxious. We should have brought 3,000 barbarian soldiers to fight them. Make it hard for Xingluo. The shaman hit him on the head with his cane. Fight? The entire barbarian tribe might not be able to defeat the 3rd Legion. Even if we win, what then? He turned to Xu Mo Bai and asked, "Do you know why I saved you?" Xu Mo Bai shook his head. It's not because of my father. Can I bring an opportunity to the barbarians? The shaman nodded directly. Your father killed the previous chief. You were supposed to be enemies. But I see a spark in you. His murky eyes suddenly became clear, and Xu Mo Bai was instantly seen through, shocked in his heart. The shaman circled Xu Mo Bai, examining him. You are a talented individual, but I tell you, a year ago you were labeled as an evil soul master, and the Empire only said you encountered a wolf pack and your life or death was unknown. Xu Mo Bai understood immediately. This was the work of the royal family. In their eyes, he was just a dead man. He finally figured it out. Huang Zai's refusal to hand over personal belongings meant he had already regarded him as an evil soul master. If he hadn't escaped that night, he would have been publicly sentenced to death by fire the next day, even if he did escape. If it weren't for the pursuing soldiers underestimating him, he wouldn't have been able to counterattack. Once captured, he would be executed on the spot. And Huang Zai could use the excuse of fleeing to silence everyone. Even if this matter reached the imperial city, Huang Zai could use the charge of fleeing from guilt to silence everyone. Xu Mo Bai exposed the scapegoat conspiracy. The barbarian shaman showed foresight, and the little boy was extremely vigilant against leading questions. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai suddenly realized, if he escaped to the wilderness fortress, Marquis Clark would be made a scapegoat, pushing everything onto the imposter, even blaming it on the barbarians. He sneered, what a good plan. The shaman beckoned him to sit by the bed. The tall wood in the forest will inevitably be brought down by the wind. Come and sit. Xu Mo Bai sat down calmly. Since the other party made such an effort to save him, they definitely wouldn't kill him. The shaman took his hand. I truly see a spark in you. The abilities of our barbarian shamans rely on inheritance. I have awakened foresight. Xu Mo Bai's expression changed instantly. The biggest secret was discovered. He wanted to explode and run away, but quickly calmed down. After being in this world for 5 years, what does it matter if he knew? If they want to kill, then fight. The shaman, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction. Foresight is not omnipotent, just like an old farmer predicting the weather. Xu Mo Bai looked him in the eye. What do you see in me? The shaman patted his shoulder. Those who toy with the future will eventually be toyed with by the future. After saying this, he left with the chief, turning back before exiting to ask, do you have a reason to strive for? Xu Mo Bai recalled the words of the original owner upon crossing, to become the strongest general in Douluo, riding a soul beast and wielding a spear to sweep away foreign enemies. For the first time, he hesitated. Was this really his goal? At that moment, the little boy peeked in, and Xu Mo Bai grabbed him. Trying to steal fruit? The little boy panicked. I was afraid it would go bad. What a waste. Xu Mo Bai tempted. Ask you a question. If you answer correctly, I'll give you fruit. The little boy first nodded, then shook his head, cautiously saying, don't try to lead me. The chief told me to be careful of you. Xu Mo Bai felt awkward but still handed over the fruit. The little boy's eyes widened with excitement, carefully stashing it away, licking it before putting it safely in his pocket. After hesitating for a long time, the little boy took out the fruit, licked it, and carefully tucked it back into his pocket. Xu Mo Bai realized his belief, and soul power surged. The barbarians must fight hard against the Third Legion, and the shaman opened his eyes to show signs. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai curiously asked, why aren't you eating the fruit? The little boy clutched the fruit. My mom is sick. Giving it to her will help her recover quickly. Xu Mo Bai was stunned. This child had calluses on his palm and understood the burden of sharing for his family, even though he wasn't as tall as a table. He imagined scenes of barbarian children working while noble children laughed at them, instantly solidifying his belief. The God-Slaying spear not only slays the heavenly god, but also targets the god of human hearts. With his mind clear, his soul power surged to level 38. Xu Mo Bai stepped out of the tent to take action. If he wanted to do big things, he had to pull the barbarians in as allies. Not being monitored, he quickly saw the chief, wearing a colorful feather crown, standing on a giant rock shouting, Xing Luo is forcing us to a dead end. Can we endure this? Below, the barbarians brandished stone axes and roared. No. The sun blazed hotter, and the chief tore beast skins and pounded his chest. The barbarians will surely win. All the tribesmen followed suit, pounding their chests and looking toward the shaman. Xu Mo Bai panicked. Were they going to attack the Third Legion? The barbarians were poorly equipped and weak. Purely a case of hitting a rock with an egg. He jumped onto the giant rock. Shaman, are you all going to counterattack Xing Luo? The chief angrily retorted. They've come to our doorstep. If we don't counterattack, are we waiting for our tribe to be exterminated? If it weren't for the shaman holding him back, he would have slapped him to death. Xu Mo Bai stared at the shaman, who had his eyes closed. You have prophetic abilities. Why let them go to their deaths? The shaman suddenly opened his eyes, his voice trembling. Have you found your reason to strive for? Xu Mo Bai was about to say yes when the shaman's gaze became sharp. Two beams of light shooting straight into his eyes. Xu Mo Bai felt as though he had crossed through time, seeing a figure in golden armor, surrounded by scarlet, with corpses everywhere, still exuding an intimidating presence, even in death. That expanse was filled with a scarlet aura, with corpses that, despite being dead, still retained their power. Scattered around the golden figure, Xu Mo Bai glimpsed the future and faced backlash. Taking the position of barbarian shaman, the Soul Master Chief was about to engage in a duel. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai saw a corpse next to the figure in golden armor, holding a blood-colored long sword and a blue trident, the scarlet light obscuring its face. The golden shadow suddenly turned, the purple mask obscuring its face, 6 pairs of black wings glaring behind it, and a long spear in hand dripping with golden flames like blood. The golden shadow sensed the spying presence with just a glance. Xu Mo Bai felt his mind shake violently and directly exited the illusion. Xu Mo Bai spat out fresh blood on the spot, feeling despair for the first time. Even a cross-time gaze could harm him. Before he could recover, the shaman suddenly shouted, Xu Mo Bai is the new shaman of the barbarian tribe. Take us down. Xu Mo Bai looked and saw the shaman with completely white hair, hunched over as if about to be blown away by the wind. The shaman held his hand and revealed. In the past, Douluo had no gods. Only strong individuals could break through to the divine realm. But the gods are selfish and sealed the path to becoming divine. The barbarian tribe disrespects the gods, and the path to divinity is cut off. You must reopen the path to divinity for Douluo. Xu Mo Bai had just agreed when the shaman closed his eyes. The chief led the way, kneeling and shouting, Farewell, shaman. All the barbarians knelt down, and Xu Mo Bai was both shocked and heavy-hearted. He hadn't repaid his life-saving grace, but had instead taken on the future of the entire barbarian tribe. The chief suddenly stood up, bones cracking like thunder. The barbarian tribe conquers with strength. If you want us to obey, fight me. Xu Mo Bai looked at the chief, who was over 2 meters tall with arms thicker than his thighs, and smiled in response. All right. The chief laughed. I'll suppress my soul power to match yours. I want to bully you. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, lit up at his feet, and feathers floated automatically. He was actually a soul Douluo. Xu Mo Bai's face hurt instantly. He hadn't expected this rough man to be so strong, but he could accept it after thinking about it. Seeing this, Xu Mo Bai felt a bit of pain in his face. He hadn't expected this rugged man to be a soul Douluo, but he could accept it when he thought about it. Xu Mo Bai clashed with the soul Douluo. The evil wings broke, but still counterattacked, and the black tiger phantom shook the entire arena. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai instantly understood. The barbarian tribe had no high-end combat power and would have been crushed by the 3rd Legion long ago. He turned to look at the deceased shaman. This seemingly ordinary old man must have been incredibly strong in his prime. A flash of golden light, and the God-Slaying spear was in hand. The two exchanged glances, jumped onto a giant rock simultaneously, and the barbarian tribe automatically formed a circle to create a battlefield. Xu Mo Bai didn't hesitate, holding the spear and stabbing at the chief's waist. The chief squinted, slapped the spear shaft, and Xu Mo Bai was sent flying by the immense force, almost losing the God-Slaying spear. The chief took advantage and lunged at him, claws aiming for his back. The next second, the space twisted, and Xu Mo Bai flickered and disappeared, dodging the circle behind the chief, swinging the spear to strike his shoulder. The chief's first soul ring lit up, and a circular halo exploded. Xu Mo Bai couldn't avoid it, and flashed into the air to activate his evil wings, wanting to leverage the aerial advantage to attack. But the chief's 3rd soul ring lit up, and with his right hand gathering purple light, Xu Mo Bai was uncontrollably pulled down. The chief laughed. Got you. His left fist was aimed at Xu Mo Bai's face. Xu Mo Bai wanted to flicker, but couldn't break free from the control, so he could only use his evil wings to block. He didn't notice that the chief's 2nd soul ring also lit up. Boom! Xu Mo Bai flew out like a cannonball, dragging out dozens of meters of scratches. The barbarian tribe cheered. The chief is amazing, completely ignoring the new shaman being beaten. The chief provocatively asked, Still want to fight? Xu Mo Bai spat out blood. His evil wings were broken, but how could he admit defeat? He retracted his wings and rotated the spear body, and the God-Slaying spear turned black, wrapped in ghostly blue flames. He grinned, his gums bleeding, looking terrifying. This is just the beginning. With a push off the ground, he charged out, the spear tip gathering black light, and a black tiger wrapped in fire lunged at the chief. The barbarians were all stunned. This momentum made their hearts race. The chief was also surprised. No one the same level can take this move. But he was a soul, Douluo. His right leg's muscles bulged as he pounced like a lion on the black tiger, his hands clawing towards the tiger's chest and temple. Roar! The black tiger let out a wail and transformed into black smoke dissipating. Xu Mo Bai outsmarted the soul, Douluo. The God-Slaying spear corroded and counterattacked, and the barbarian tribe cheered for their new shaman. Pay attention. The chief grabbed the God-Slaying spear shaft with both hands, trying to forcibly take it. Xu Mo Bai remained calm. The black light from a spear directly wrapped around the chief's hands, and the smell of rotting flesh instantly wafted out. The chief screamed and let go. His palm skin had completely disappeared. One more second and his entire hand would have rotted away. Xu Mo Bai seized the opportunity to turn the spear and stab at the chief's throat. The chief leaned back and used a bridge posture to dodge. But Xu Mo Bai's spear tip twisted again and stabbed. The chief pushed off the ground and slipped away from under the spear, getting up to attack Xu Mo Bai's back. Xu Mo Bai was fully alert, his legs planted firmly as he leaned back, narrowly dodging the tiger's claws, while the God-Slaying spear shot straight for his throat. Bang! The spear and throat collided like metal, striking iron. The chief sighed. I lost. He had just quietly activated his sixth soul ring, using Super Soul Emperor soul power to block. The chief patted Xu Mo Bai's shoulder. You forced me to get serious with your skills. The shaman didn't misjudge you. Xu Mo Bai replied frankly. If you hadn't underestimated me, I would have lost already. The gap between Soul Douluo and Soul Emperor is too great. As soon as he finished speaking, the barbarian tribe erupted in shouts of shaman, 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 before Xu Mo Bai could tend to his injuries. He was thrown into the air time and again, and the atmosphere exploded. Xu Mo Bai stared at the bonfire and asked, Chief, how many troops can the barbarian tribe muster? He needed to resolve the predicament and fully earn the recognition of the barbarian tribe. The chief looked despondent. Just over 50,000, with 40,000 able to fight and 3,000 soul masters. The 3rd Legion of Xingluo has 200,000 troops, with 2,500 soul masters, all above level 30, plus 2 soul Douluos, with reinforcements continuously arriving. Xu Mo Bai, however, smiled. There is hope. The image of the Babel Canyon appeared in his mind. The northern exit of the Northwest Wilderness, the Tongtian Fighting Empire. Xingluo only stationed 5,000 troops, and although there were 80,000 nearby, the closest reinforcements would take 3 hours to arrive. As long as the operation was steady, the barbarian tribe could capture the canyon before Xingluo reacts. As long as the operation is executed properly, the barbarian tribe could seize the Babel Canyon before the Xingluo Empire can react. Xu Mo Bai devised a plan to take the canyon. He confronted the chief, refusing to negotiate for peace, wanting to hurt Xingluo to gain a voice. Pay attention. Xu Mo Bai stated directly. Only by occupying Babel Canyon can the barbarian tribe have the capital to negotiate with Xingluo. He ordered, tomorrow evening, bring 2,000 soul masters and 1,000 soldiers, and follow me to seize the canyon. The warlike chief hesitated instead. The canyon is far and difficult to attack. Why not strike at the nearest town? Xu Mo Bai shook his head. Precisely because it's far, they won't be vigilant. A sneak attack is possible. Only by taking the canyon can we have the qualifications for negotiation. The chief exploded instantly. Negotiation? You want to make peace? The barbarian tribe has not bowed its head for 1,000 years. We will never be slaves. He slammed the table in anger, glaring down at Xu Mo Bai. Xu Mo Bai stood firm. It's an alliance, not slavery. This world only speaks of interests. Without negotiation, the barbarian tribe has only a dead end. He showed no fear. The weak have no voice. Without a title de law, no matter how strong we are, we can't elevate the barbarian tribe. Although the chief was unwilling. He knew that holding firm was a dead end, and asked again, then why fight for the canyon? Can't we negotiate directly? Xu Mo Bai's eyes sparkled. We must hurt the 3rd Legion. Only then will we have a voice in negotiation and ensure the independence of the barbarian tribe. This is a life-and-death situation. We must place ourselves in a position of danger to find a way out. He also thought to himself, if we take the canyon, perhaps we could gain 2 more allies. The chief's eyes turned red, his knuckles cracking. The shaman believes you can lead our tribe forward. I will keep an eye on you. If the barbarian tribe gets into trouble, I will be the first to kill you. Xu Mo Bai laughed. Then you better keep a close watch. Go prepare. The chief snorted coldly and left to mobilize the tribe. Xu Mo Bai independently simulated the battle situation. He had read military books and learned theory before, but this time it was to test it in actual combat. He discovered, although soul masters were strong in this world, they struggled to determine the outcome of battles. There were few soul masters. Those without cultivation couldn't withstand elite soldiers. Apart from defensive soul masters, no one could withstand the heavy crossbows in the army. Furthermore, while the abilities of soul masters were outstanding, their bodies were only slightly above average, apart from those specializing in defense. It was hard for most soul masters to withstand a single strike from the heavy crossbows in the army. Xu Mo Bai led the barbarian tribe in a night raid. Huangze relied on the emperor and empress to rise to power, countering Davis. Pay attention, a soul master at level 70 is a threshold. With a true martial soul or weapon soul, they could be strong enough to form an army alone. Xu Mo Bai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the title Douluo of Xingluo doesn't appear, the plan is secure. He stretched and looked toward the south. Xu Mo Bai am back. Let's see who laughs last. The barbarian tribe gathered extremely quickly. There were not many weapons. Xu Mo Bai felt heartbroken seeing this. The barbarian tribe only wore bone armor, mostly wielding stone axes, with only a few using nearly obsolete iron tools. He doubted whether these weapons could pierce the armor of the Xingluo army. But then he thought, the more destitute they are, the easier it will be for a sneak attack to succeed. Xu Mo Bai held the God-Slaying spear, opened his evil wings, and shouted in midair, Star Luo seizes the land to kill. Tonight, blood debts will be repaid with blood. Let their wails echo through the night sky. Below, the barbarian soldiers went mad, wielding their weapons and shouting, Kill! 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 They hated to tear apart the Star Luo soldiers. Xu Mo Bai, leading the charge with his wings, rushed the team into the Babel Canyon under the cover of night. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. The guard of the canyon was actually Huangze. A year ago, he framed Xu Mo Bai as the captain of the guard, and now he had become the main commander. Davis was also here, gaining prestige at the frontier, and he wanted to investigate Xu Mo Bai's case. Huangze pretended to be obedient behind him, like a docile dog. Davis had already learned the truth from Lu Mo, but after a year without evidence, and with Lu Mo being branded as an evil soul master, it was difficult to overturn the case. Yet he still wanted to deal with Huangze. Huangze knew Davis was not here with good intentions and lowered his stance. Davis asked, Is the Empress your aunt? Huangze panicked but pretended to smile. Your Highness is joking. My martial soul is not a ghostly cat. Davis deliberately sighed. I still want a well-rounded uncle. The term well-rounded was heavy with sarcasm, mocking Huangze for playing dirty. But Huangze bowed and retorted, This humble general is just an ordinary man. I wouldn't dare to be related to your Highness. I'm afraid speaking with you would lead to misunderstandings among the troops. On the surface, he was being humble, but in reality, he was threatening Davis not to mess around. He continued to bow and say, This humble general is just an ordinary man, not worthy of the title of well-rounded, and I wouldn't dare to be related to your Highness. Just speaking with you, I'm already filled with trepidation, always cautious in my words and actions, fearful of causing misunderstandings among the troops. Davis was itching to kill Huangze. Xu Mo Bai set up a trap to lure the enemy. The barbarians stealthily approached Babel. Pay attention. Davis stared at the bowed Huangze. Really wanted to slice him in half with one sword, but his iron blood methods affected the noble cake, and his approval ratings were not as good as those of his escaped brother. There was no reason to kill Huangze. It would cause discontent among the troops, and he would lose the crown prince position. He could only coldly snort, I will leave tomorrow. Take care of yourself. After Davis left, Huangze immediately changed his face. So what if you're a prince? Without our support, you are nothing. Star Luo wants nobility, not a strong ruler. On the other side, Xu Mo Bai relied on his super strong perception to avoid checkpoints and arrived at Babel Canyon at 2 a.m. He ordered, rest in place for half an hour. Xu Mo Bai told the chief, pick the clever ones, disguise as barbarians crossing the border, and lure the guards into the nearby forest. Once we're in the forest, it will be our home ground. He didn't expect the barbarians to attack the fortress head-on, just relying on Star Luo's disdain for the barbarians. The chief understood immediately and led over 20 soul masters towards the fortress. On the fortress, soldiers yawned and complained. The prince is patrolling aimlessly. The tasks are exhausting. A comrade advised, Only one more hour until the shift change. There are barbarians nearby. The soldier laughed. Just that group of wild men. They should have been wiped out long ago. Suddenly a comrade shouted, "There really are barbarians. Quickly report." The soldier looked and saw indeed a ragged group of barbarians approaching. The soldier muttered, "Only 20 or so, what can they do?" But still sounded the alarm. The fortress was instantly thrown into chaos. Huangze had just taken off his battle armor and immediately rushed to the watchtower. "What is going on?" The soldier pointed. "Barbarians are launching a sneak attack." Huangze was puzzled. Only 20 people? Why didn't they retreat after being exposed? Before he could figure out, Davis had also arrived at the watchtower with the Imperial Guard. But before Huangze could understand the situation, Davis was already watching as Huangze fell apart. The barbarians were beating up the Star Luo army, and Huangze was foolishly pursuing them to his own doom. "Pay attention." Davis smiled at Huangze. "The last night has a farewell program. I want to see how you command your troops." Huangze panicked. If he didn't handle it well, he would be caught with a handle. He ordered the first team to annihilate the barbarians. Others defend against sneak attacks. This team was the main force. 100 men with 10 soul masters, and Huangze wanted to take credit to shut Davis up. Davis snorted coldly on the spot. Huangze's military competence was too poor. The Babel fortress was meant to defend against the heavenly fight. In the event of an enemy situation, scouts should have been sent first. Sending troops without understanding the enemy's strength was simply sending them to die. But he didn't remind him and wanted to see how Huangze would stumble. The next second, high energy, the chief activated his martial soul and charged into the enemy ranks. He discovered that the opponent's highest soul master was only a soul king, not enough to fight. Xu Mo Bai had said before that acting should be half true and half false, just betting on Huangze's arrogance. The barbarians were filled with rage, and in 3 breaths, they crushed more than half of the first team. The team leader shouted for a retreat, but the chief pursued relentlessly, leaving less than 20 men to escape, and the team leader even lost an arm. If it weren't for the fortress's rain of arrows blocking the way, the barbarians would have chased into the fortress. The chief, covered in blood, rushed to the wall and flipped them off. "Next time I come back, I'll take your heads to drink." Then he turned and left. Davis sipped tea and smiled, asking, "What will General Huang do now?" Huangze's face turned as green as pig liver, but told the team leader, "It's not your fault. Treat your injuries first." Then Huangze went mad. "The barbarians dare to provoke us. Except for 2,000 remaining, everyone else follow me to chase." He didn't care about the soldiers. He was afraid Davis would take his position for the loss. Davis deliberately asked, "Everyone has run away. Why are you still chasing?" "Oh, they have already fled. So why does General Huang still want to pursue?" Just now, they were fleeing to the northeast direction, where a small forest was followed by a cliff. Beyond the cliff, they could leave the Star Luo Empire by water. If they didn't stop them within the Empire's territory, wouldn't that brings shame to the Empire? Hearing Huangze say this, Davis was already certain that the other party was a military incompetent general. Thinking about how many officials in the entire empire were filling their positions without merit, Davis almost wanted to slap Huangze to death right in front of him. Then, congratulations, General Huang, for your victory. After going through so much, Davis was no longer the naive youth he once was, although he was extremely angry inside. He still sincerely wished Huangze well. Huangze bowed to Davis and then led his troops out of the fortress, pursuing the enemy. "Send our men up. Guard every wall. I don't think Huangze will be back tonight." Davis instructed his guards who had been following him closely. He could stand by and watch Huangze's foolish behavior of sending people to their deaths. But he could not allow Huangze to fall into the enemy's trap and, along with Babel Fortress, be taken by the enemy. Chapter 42 Night Raid on Babel Canyon. They really came after us. Xu Mo Bai, holding the black God-Slaying spear, concealed himself in the night. With his exceptional senses, he easily spotted the soldiers of the Star Luo Empire closely pursuing the chieftain. Estimating their horses' speed, it was clear they wouldn't be stopped before the chieftain entered the small woods. Seeing this, Xu Mo Bai breathed a sigh of relief. He had previously worried that the chieftain might lose his rationality due to hatred during the battle, but it seemed he had overthought it. However, what puzzled Xu Mo Bai was that the enemy had mobilized nearly 3,000 troops to chase after the chieftain and his 20 or so men, which was equivalent to pulling away more than half of the entire garrison of Babel Fortress. He wondered what the chieftain had done to provoke such anger in the enemy, compelling them to want to wipe out their group completely. "Everyone prepare. Once they enter the woods, their cavalry and archers will lose their effectiveness. 500 soul masters will directly circle around to deal with the cavalry and archers they left outside, while the rest will eliminate the enemy within the woods with me. Seeing that the enemy had fallen into his trap, Xu Mo Bai issued orders to the ambushed barbarians. This time, he aimed for a decisive victory. General, the enemy has fled into the woods. It's dark and windy now, and our troops aren't suited for forest combat. Why not call it off? The adjutant following Huang Zhe quickly stopped him when he saw the general's intention to dive into the woods after the enemy. What? Are you scared? Huang Zhe shot him a glare. Is it because you were pulled by Davis that you're not afraid now? That's not what I meant, General. The adjutant hurriedly explained. What you don't know is that if the enemy has set an ambush in the woods, it would be extremely disadvantageous for us. We should be cautious. Normally, Huang Zhe might have heeded his adjutant's advice and not entered the woods, but now, thinking about the trouble he would face from Davis upon returning to the fortress, he didn't care whether there were ambushes in the woods or not. So what if they have an ambush? We have 2,000 men now. Are we afraid of a mere barbarian? Huang Zhe dismounted directly. White light surged from his body, and he instantly entered the state of martial soul embodiment. The cavalry and archers stood by, while the rest continued to pursue the enemy. There's a cliff ahead. They have nowhere to escape. With a wave of his hand, the entire troop split into two, leaving 800 cavalry and archers outside the woods, while the rest followed Huang Zhe into the forest. Huang Zhe thought that having archers and cavalry enter the woods wouldn't be very effective, so it was better to leave them outside to provide backup in case of an ambush. He simply forgot to leave a team of shield bearers to protect the archers and cavalry. Once the main force entered the woods, the cavalry and archers left outside quickly fell victim to the massacre by the barbarian soulmaster squad. In close combat, the archers' bows were less effective than fire sticks, and the cavalry, lacking the charge distance, were just a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Meanwhile, Huang Zhe and his men who entered the woods soon encountered the grand welcome prepared for them by Xu Mo Bai. This time, Xu Mo Bai brought 2,000 soul masters, which was 2/3 of the entire barbarian soulmaster force. Although 500 had been dispatched, the remaining 1,500 soul masters, combined with 1,000 barbarian soldiers, were still an unstoppable force for Huang Zhe and his men. The barbarians, unable to restrain themselves, transformed into fierce wolves the moment Xu Mo Bai signaled the attack, their green eyes glaring as they charged out from hiding, pouncing on the soldiers of the General Empire. In this chaotic battle, Xu Mo Bai seemed like a walking death god. Ordinary soldiers without soul power couldn't withstand the flames and black energy swirling around the God-Slaying spear, and in an instant, their life force was drained, leaving only empty husks behind. Feeling the continuous influx of life force and soul power from the God-Slaying spear, Xu Mo Bai let out a comfortable groan, biting his tongue to wake himself from that euphoric feeling. He almost became addicted to that sensation of power. After calming his emotions, Xu Mo Bai transformed back into the death god, his purple-black wings fluttering, like a butterfly weaving through the crowd, taking lives with each flap of his wings. Huang Zhe, dressed in fine attire, received special treatment from the chieftain. Although he had activated his martial soul's true form, the gap between him and the chieftain was still too great. He was grabbed by the legs and torn in half. The woods quickly fell silent again. But the once peaceful forest was now drenched in blood, resembling a hell of Azura, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. Wounded, rest in place. The rest follow me to attack Babak Fortress. Xu Mo Bai flapped his wings, cutting through the night sky like a black shadow, leading the blood-soaked barbarians toward the brightly lit Babak Fortress. Enemy attack. Just as Xu Mo Bai was less than 500 meters from the fortress, the sentry finally spotted the figure flying in the sky. Although surprised that the enemy dared to charge into the fortress alone, he immediately sounded the alarm. With the creaking sound of wood rubbing together, over a dozen heavy crossbows on the fortress walls adjusted their positions, aiming directly at Xu Mo Bai in the air. Years of combat experience gave Xu Mo Bai a warning. The crossbow bolts were nearly as thick as a bowl, and he knew he couldn't withstand their attack. However, this distance was enough. The purple-black evil wings slightly trembled, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Amid the soldiers' gasps, Xu Mo Bai flickered into their ranks, the God-Slaying spear in his hand like the black sickle of death. With each flash of the spear, several Imperial soldiers lost their lives. As countless soldiers' lives were devoured by the God-Slaying spear, the black aura surrounding Xu Mo Bai grew denser, and his temperament became increasingly brutal. Stop! Xu Mo Bai turned around and swept the God-Slaying spear, accurately blocking the attack of a person sneaking up from behind. However, this also prevented him from continuing to slaughter the surrounding soldiers. Davis? The person in front had long black and white hair, and his eyes were a ghostly blue. Who else could it be but Davis? Chapter 43 Reunion with an old friend. Davis shed the state of his martial soul, rushing forward to embrace Xu Mo Bai. I knew you weren't that easy to kill. Xu Mo Bai retracted the God-Slaying spear, spreading his arms with a hint of mockery. Brother Davis. Although I haven't had a girlfriend these years, my hobbies are still fine. Besides, it's not easy to explain to sister-in-law. Davis, who had been feeling sentimental, immediately pushed Xu Mo Bai away upon hearing this, grumbling, "Good lad, it's been a year, and you're still this cheeky? All right, everyone stop. Barbarians, all of you stop." Xu Mo Bai also called for the attacking barbarians to cease. The soldiers of the Star Luo Empire hesitated at first, but seeing Davis's Imperial Guards halt, they followed suit. "Chieftain, you lead the barbarians to retreat from Babel Fortress and fall back 30 miles. Shaman, we are on the verge of capturing the entire fortress. Why should we stop now and retreat?" The chieftain was confused about what Xu Mo Bai was doing. After spending these days together, he had accepted this young outsider as the shaman. But now it seemed that Xu Mo Bai was still siding with the Star Luo Empire. "Don't worry, I am your shaman. I won't do anything to betray you or myself." Xu Mo Bai knocked his fist against the chieftain's chest, a way for the barbarians to express trust in someone. "Fine. 2 hours from now, if you haven't come out, I will lead the barbarians to attack again, and this time we won't hold back." The chieftain returned the gesture, but he overestimated Xu Mo Bai's physical strength. His punch nearly knocked him down. After coughing a few times to regain his breath, Xu Mo Bai said irritably, "That was pure retaliation. All right, don't worry, I won't be in trouble." With the barbarians retreating, the soldiers of the Empire finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because Xu Mo Bai had rushed into their heavy crossbow formation first, they were unable to organize effective long-range strikes, leading to half of Babel Fortress's forces being casualties within just over 10 minutes of engagement. Davis led Xu Mo Bai into the hall, and the two showed no awareness of the battle they had just been in. One moment they were fighting fiercely, and the next they were sitting at a table drinking together. "Silent for over a year, you really know how to keep us waiting. So, where have you been having fun during this time? How did you become the shaman of the barbarians?" Davis filled both of their cups, ensuring that if anyone else saw, they wouldn't think he looked like a prince of the Star Luo Empire. "After the last battle, I was in a coma for a year, and I just woke up recently. Before I could figure out what happened in that year, I became the shaman of the barbarians, responsible for the lives and deaths of 50,000 people." Xu Mo Bai downed his drink in one go, his smile slightly bitter. Even if he pretended to be strong, counting both lives, he was still under 30. The sudden pressure swept over him like a meteor, arriving without warning. "You're afraid of 50,000 people? If I really became the crown prince, I would have to be responsible for all the people of the Star Luo Empire. Wouldn't I just drop dead on the spot?" Davis also finished his drink and teased, "So, what is your plan? What? Trying to pry information from me? I'm not drunk yet." Xu Mo Bai smiled, choosing not to directly answer Davis's question. The previous incident had made him aware of the treacherous hearts within that circle, and Davis was one of the trendsetters in it. "Ah, you're wary of me now. I'll be honest with you. I came to the Northwest Wilderness mainly to investigate the events from a year ago when you were framed, but I didn't expect the main suspect, Huangze, to be killed by you guys. Huangze was killed by us. Are you saying he was sent to Babel Fortress and died in the recent battle?" Xu Mo Bai was somewhat surprised, but didn't pay much attention to it. After all, what happened here wouldn't affect the true puppet master behind the scenes. He wasn't sent here. He was promoted to general here. So that brain-dead general was him. No wonder tonight's operation went so smoothly. Xu Mo Bai refilled his drink, toasted Davis, and asked, "How have Luo Mo and Mu been lately? I thought you didn't care about this matter." Davis laughed, finally relieved that Xu Mo Bai was still the same as before. If he truly ignored Luo Mo and Mu, Davis would have been worried instead. Ever since he went missing, Luo Mo has been like a madman, spending every day either training his physical strength or cultivating his soul power. You wouldn't believe it. He is now a level 29 Great Soul Master, and his physical strength rivals that of a power-type Soul Master of the same level. It's said that he even cultivates soul power while sleeping. Hearing this, Xu Mo Bai felt a mix of comfort and worry. Luo Mo had finally mastered what he taught him, but he was concerned that Luo Mo might go to extremes. "But you won't believe where Mu is right now," Davis teased, and after Xu Mo Bai shot him a threatening look, Davis hurriedly revealed the truth. 6 months ago, she awakened her martial soul, with innate full soul power and the martial soul Ice Phoenix. She has been recruited by the Spirit Hall, and the latest intel I got is that she has been sent to the Holy Hall. As for subsequent matters, the Empire doesn't have the power to insert people in there. It seems everyone is doing well, so I won't worry too much. Xu Mo Bai stretched, picked up his cup, and sat next to Davis, then smiled at him and raised his cup, saying, "Thanks." The two clinked their glasses heavily and drank in unison, then laughed together. "From the looks of you, you seem to understand the events of the past year very well. What does knowing the truth matter?" I was still branded as an evil soul master. Xu Mo Bai's eyes were somewhat hazy as he turned to Davis. "You and I are no longer children. And this isn't the academy. In this world, there are very few pure blacks and whites, only pure interests. Yes, the pursuit of interests is very straightforward and realistic. The real world doesn't tell fairy tales, but I want to create one." Davis understood Xu Mo Bai's meaning. On the surface, the incident a year ago targeted Xu Mo Bai, but in reality, it was aimed at Davis, as the Star Luo Empire had long since decayed. Chapter 44, The Road Ahead. It's been a long time since we last met, and your bragging hasn't changed a bit. You're still writing fairy tales. And you're almost 20. Aren't you ashamed? Xu Mo Bai teased with a smile, but when he said this about Davis, wasn't he also mocking himself? There are many paths to success in this world, yet he chose the most difficult one. Davis shot Xu Mo Bai an annoyed glare, and after they exchanged playful banter, he suddenly said seriously, "You want to occupy the Babak Fortress to negotiate with the Star Luo Empire, right?" Xu Mo Bai was taken aback for a moment, then continued drinking, not bothering to argue. Davis didn't care. He continued, "I think your idea is to use the power of the Heavendoe Empire and the Spirit Hall as leverage at the negotiation table. But Xu Mo Bai, have you considered that despite its numerous issues, the Star Luo Empire is still a colossal force for your barbarian tribe? It won't allow an ant to challenge its authority. The barbarian tribe is not just any ant." Xu Mo Bai retorted, but deep down, he knew they resembled gamblers at a table, left with only a sliver of chips. The most fatal aspect was that they could not afford to lose this time. If the Babak Fortress were captured, the military might of the Star Luo Empire would be questioned. When the first hyena snatches meat from the lion's mouth, all the hyenas on the prairie will come rushing in. However, the first hyena to challenge the lion usually doesn't benefit at all. Davis slightly raised his glass towards Xu Mo Bai, a meaningful smile on his lips. "You are now the shaman of the barbarian tribe, so you should know that paper cannot contain fire. Once this news leaks, the Empire will not spare you." Xu Mo Bai sighed, downing his drink in one go. He was well aware of what Davis was saying. The barbarian tribe had endured under the pressure of the Star Luo Empire for over 1,000 years, relying on generations of shamans, with successors inheriting the power of their predecessors, carrying the hopes of many to continue moving forward. Yet the previous shaman did not help Xu Mo Bai enhance his strength. He used his life and power to help Xu Mo Bai glimpse a corner of the future and open a door for him. When the day comes that Xu Mo Bai is ready and capable of stepping through that door, the world will welcome both dusk and dawn. Xu Mo Bai tossed the wine jug to Davis and laughed. "Enough about me. What about you? The nobles in the imperial city won't let you grow easily, right? What does General Zhao say?" General Zhao has lost his edge. He is only thinking about how to preserve his title during the impending turmoil. "I can't rely on him for the army," Davis said mockingly. "Sometimes he really feels like he is not a prince, but rather a bastard trying to seize power. During my patrol in the northwestern wasteland, aside from investigating the incident from your past, I also noticed that the equipment loss rate in the 3rd Legion over the past few years is extremely abnormal, exceeding the predicted data by more than 3 times. You mean the 3rd Legion is selling weapons externally? Not just the 3rd Legion. I suspect other legions are in similar situations as well." Even though Xu Mo Bai's psychological endurance had greatly improved during this time, he was still stunned by this news. The army is a guarantee of a nation's strength and stability, but now the military of the Star Luo Empire can hardly be called an army. I guess the nobles are the masterminds behind this matter, right? Davis smiled bitterly, patting Xu Mo Bai's shoulder sincerely. The Empire's nobles have been corrupted by the desire for power. The territory that their ancestors fought for from horseback, they will lie in luxury chairs and squander. Xu Mo Bai, the Empire needs fresh blood. Xu Mo Bai calmly brushed off Davis's hand from his left shoulder, saying, "With your stunning performance right now, how many people in the Imperial City do you think support your brother's rise? If you want to change the Empire's bloodline like this, you should think about how to solve your most critical trouble first." Xu Mo Bai snatched the wine jug from Davis's hand and took a large gulp. After so long, he still preferred drinking with like-minded companions. This was perhaps his favorite thing to do since arriving in this other world. So I want you to help me. Most of the nobles in the court have sided with my brother, and I really can't find any allies. I don't want to ascend to the throne by killing my brother in the future. Davis took out a white jade bottle from his soul guide. The fragrant aroma of the wine filled the entire room even before he opened it. Xu Mo Bai instantly felt that the vintage in his hand had lost its appeal. He turned and asked, "Since you plan to inject fresh blood into the Empire, how do you intend to do that?" Hearing this, a smile appeared on Davis's lips. He knew that Xu Mo Bai was willing to help him. "I plan to first win against my brother in the contest for the crown prince. Once I become the emperor, I will reform the current systems of title inheritance and military merit, thus giving the common people a chance to rise and injecting new blood into the empire." Xu Mo Bai felt he must be crazy to think that someone who grew up under a feudal system would have a good way to reform it. "Davis, have you ever heard that a dragon slayer will eventually become the evil dragon? Do you know how many people will die and how much blood will be shed to realize your simple 2 sentences? Moreover, how can you be so sure that you can become the crown prince? It's all about human effort, and don't I have your help?" Davis extended the white jade bottle towards Xu Mo Bai, saying, "Ma Bai, I need your help. I'm currently the shaman of the barbarian tribe. Do you think you can buy me off with a bottle of wine? If I become the crown prince, everything I have in the Star Luo Empire, you will have too." Davis looked sincerely into Xu Mo Bai's eyes. He had known from their time in the academy that Xu Mo Bai would never be content with mediocrity. A great soul master can challenge a soul sage, and with top grades in every subject. He rejected the favorable conditions offered by the academy to venture out on his own. After disappearing for a year and returning, he became the shaman of the barbarian tribe as a citizen of the Star Luo Empire, and 3,000 barbarian soldiers dared to provoke the 3rd Legion. Davis didn't want to miss out on such talent. "Forget it. I don't want Zhu Zhuyan," Xu Mo Bai teased, reaching out to take the wine from Davis, uncorking it and drinking it all in one go. He and Davis shared the same ideals that were unwelcome in the entire Star Luo Empire to succeed. They had to join forces. The road ahead is long and arduous, and one must make a few like-minded friends to walk it better. Chapter 45. Plotting. Davis and Xu Mo Bai smiled and bumped fists. If the two of them, with white hair in the future, reminisced about those years. Who knows if Xu Mo Bai would complain about being bought off by Davis with a pot of wine. "Davis, do you know? In Douluo Continent, no matter how powerful the soul masters are, their foundation still lies within the vast masses of common people. Nobles and those powerful sects. Although they have abundant heritage and stable martial souls, they also lose their variables. Can you imagine how many new martial souls appear on this continent every year?" Davis looked out in the direction Xu Mo Bai was gazing. Under the moonlight, the entire world was shrouded in a hazy white mist, like a baby's swaddling, filled with hope. Yes, there are very few soul masters engaged in agriculture or commerce. Without the common people, the world cannot function. But the awakening of martial souls has determined a person's talent ceiling, and that cannot be changed. Xu Mo Bai chuckled. No matter in this life or the past, he never believed in fate. It was merely an excuse for the weak. Suddenly, the golden God-Slaying spear appeared in Xu Mo Bai's hand, its tip pointing at the sky. Xu Mo Bai laughed loudly. "I don't believe in fate. If everything is predetermined, then why do we need to cultivate? Even if there is fate, then that fate is in my hands." Davis, feeling a rare moment of enthusiasm, tightly grasped Xu Mo Bai's hand and said, "Exactly, we are the fate. What if you could allow all those with low innate soul power, or even those with 0 innate soul power, to become soul masters? What kind of world would that be?" Hearing Xu Mo Bai's words, Davis thought he must have drunk too much. 0 innate soul power was universally recognized as trash since ancient times. Xu Mo Bai actually said they could cultivate soul power too. Wasn't that challenging authority? It was defying heaven. We soul masters cultivate soul power by operating our internal soul power through meditation to absorb external energy to strengthen ourselves. How can those without soul power within their bodies draw strength from the outside? There must be times when your soul power is exhausted during battle. How do you recover your soul power afterward? Xu Mo Bai smiled and countered, suddenly remembering that the protagonist in the original work seemed to have gained soul power through other means. So, this idea was entirely unrealistic. You do have a point, but let us think about the immediate matters first. I suggest you lead the barbarian tribe to leave the Star Luo Empire as a surprise force. I will help you shield from the eyes of the 3rd Legion. Staying within the Empire is not a long-term solution. Davis decided not to argue with Xu Mo Bai on this matter for now. If Xu Mo Bai's idea could really succeed, then he would be a hero of Douluo Continent, but also a public enemy. It was more important to focus on immediate matters. If the barbarian tribe truly captured the Babel fortress, the Star Luo Empire would not let it go easily to maintain its face. If the Tiando Empire intervened later in this conflict, the barbarian tribe would face annihilation. Staying within the Star Luo Empire was still too much of a gamble for the barbarian tribe, and based on Davis's understanding of the nobles and his father, they preferred to crush ants rather than negotiate with them. Xu Mo Bai looked deeply at Davis, a strange light in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he suddenly smiled. Then I'll trouble you. Davis's considerations were known to Xu Mo Bai. When he made the decision to attack Babel Fortress, he relied on the fact that the Star Luo Empire was unaware that the last shaman of the barbarian tribe had died. Now that his identity had been exposed, it was nearly impossible to proceed as planned. You're joking with me again. What kind of relationship do we have? However, I still need you to help me put on a show. Davis whispered a few words to Xu Mo Bai, and Xu Mo Bai's initially smiling expression grew increasingly flat, eventually losing its smile. Looking at Davis, who was still drinking with him as usual, Xu Mo Bai felt a sense of strangeness. The Dragon Slayer would eventually become the evil dragon. But whether Davis was trying to conceal the fact that Xu Mo Bai was still alive or wanted to erase the last traces of Huangze in this world, Xu Mo Bai could not know. All right. Xu Mo Bai drank the wine in the bottle in one gulp, agreeing to Davis's request. Then, the God-Slaying spear in Xu Mo Bai's hand suddenly swept out, sending Davis flying. Immediately afterward, Xu Mo Bai flapped his wings and flew into the night sky. Thus, the barbarian tribe, which had retreated, once again launched an attack on Babel Fortress. However, this time, the barbarian tribe's goal was not to occupy Babel Fortress, but to slaughter the stationed troops and then leave the territory through Babel Fortress. As for Davis, who received special care from Xu Mo Bai, apart from some surface injuries, he did not suffer any major issues. On the contrary, under deliberate promotion, Davis's image of fighting fiercely helped him gain considerable prestige within the army. Half a year later, Shaman, everything is arranged. Now the entire kingdom has been basically completely controlled by our barbarian tribe. However, we only have about 30,000 combat troops left. The opponent only has the capital city remaining. The chief reported to Xu Mo Bai, who was sitting on the city wall, about their recent battle situation. Since moving the entire tribe out of the Star Luo Empire, they spent a month reaching the unclaimed land between the Star Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire. Although it was unclaimed land, there were many small kingdoms. They served as a buffer zone between the two empires, surviving in the cracks. As outsiders, the barbarian tribe could only fight their way out. The kingdom they were currently in was the strongest among the unclaimed lands, mainly because the Wind Sword sect, one of the 7 major sects, was located in this kingdom's capital. To establish a foothold for the barbarian tribe here, Xu Mo Bai chose to conquer this kingdom directly, as it was the buffer zone between the Star Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire. As long as Xu Mo Bai's side did not display strength beyond that of titled Douluo, both empires would keep him in mind. Moreover, the Tiando Empire would be more than happy to have a barbarian tribe, which had a long-standing feud with the Star Luo Empire, manage the kingdom. In the past 6 months, the barbarian tribe's sole masters suffered nearly 1,000 casualties under the pressure of the Windsword sect. If their sect leader hadn't been just a sole Douluo who was restrained by the chief in every battle, the barbarian tribe's losses would definitely have been much greater. Windsword sect. Xu Mo Bai recalled the map of the kingdom he had organized during this time, although they currently held an absolute advantage. As long as the capital city remained, the barbarian tribe had to be on guard against the possibility of rebellion in the places they had already conquered. A lack of manpower was the biggest disadvantage for the barbarian tribe. They could not sustain it. Have the Spirit Hall people arrived? Xu Mo Bai thought for a moment and decided to talk to the Spirit Hall. They had always remained neutral if they could gain their assistance. Breaking through the capital city and capturing the Windsword sect would be a piece of cake. They're here, waiting for you in the side hall. Xu Mo Bai flipped over and jumped down, following the chief to the side hall. Xu Mo Bai, it's been a long time since we last met. The Spirit Hall steward, who was reading in the side hall, suddenly looked up at Xu Mo Bai as soon as he stepped into the room. As the words fell, the entire room twisted violently. Xu Mo Bai felt as if his feet had lost their support, and his body experienced a sensation of falling. Chapter 46, Breaking the Yang, Invincible Clan Illusion. A golden light flashed, and the God-Slaying spear, surrounded by white flames, appeared in Xu Mo Bai's hand. The spear shone brightly, and a white, giant tiger roared out, crashing into the distorted space. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed around, and the scene before Xu Mo Bai shattered like a broken mirror. As the illusion broke, Su Mo Bai regained his sense of direction, and the fantasy disappeared. "You're the merchant from that day. I remember you owe me a sugar figurine." Su Mo Bai stood holding the spear, clearly not taking the earlier intimidation to heart. After all, he was in need of the martial soul haul. "Sugar figurine? No, but I do have a way to help you solve your current troubles." The steward was somewhat surprised. If 6 years ago Su Mo Bai could see through his illusion through attention to detail, then just now, he had broken the illusion with brute force. However, he was curious whether Su Mo Bai's strike was a random choice or if he had detected the flaw in the illusion. "What? Is the martial soul hall planning to send someone to infiltrate my army and help us deal with the Windsword Sect's leader?" Su Mo Bai cautiously maintained a distance of 5 meters from the other party. It is hard to know if someone who practices illusion is speaking the truth or not. That's impossible. Our martial soul hall has always upheld the principles of fairness and neutrality. We have never actively broken this principle, whether in the past or now. Su Mo Bai gained a clearer understanding of the other party's ability to lie. If the martial soul hall had truly always been fair and neutral, then why did they actively help him maintain order in the city after he promised to promote the various advantages of the martial soul hall within the territory? "So how does your martial soul hall plan to support us?" "You're going to say you're going to support me mentally, are you?" However, Su Mo Bai did not dwell on this matter too much and directly asked. The steward's mouth twitched a few times. He felt that Su Mo Bai's smiling face was actually hiding something. However, who could blame Su Mo Bai for promising them benefits the martial soul hall could not refuse? Although the martial soul hall had prepared for a long time, the timing was not right, and they still could not openly occupy or control a kingdom. Otherwise, the two empires that had been in confrontation would certainly turn their attention to the martial soul hall. They would not allow a third superpower to emerge on the Douluo continent. This was also one of the reasons why the two empires did not obstruct Su Mo Bai's advance. In the eyes of the Douluo Empire, the barbarians were expelled by the Star Luo Empire. The barbarians were growing stronger, and in the future, the Star Luo Empire would face more troubles. Therefore, instead of stopping the barbarian expansion, they secretly restricted the Star Luo Empire's interference. Your biggest trouble now is the Windsword Sect. After all, it is one of the 7 major sections. Although it is at the bottom, it has a foundation that ordinary forces cannot match. Coupled with their refusal to leave the city, you won't be able to take the capital anytime soon, but coincidentally, what you barbarians lack the most right now is time. Su Mo Bai really wanted to pierce the steward's head with the spear. Does talking in circles come with age? The steward leisurely took out a pot of wine, took a few sips, and continued, "Although I can't help you deal with the Windsword Sect, there is someone who can." "Who?" Su Mo Bai appeared somewhat confused. The leader of the Windsword Sect was an 89th level soul Douluo, a being that even titled Douluos could not contend with. The Breaker clan, Young Invincible. Upon hearing this name, Su Mo Bai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. 3 months ago, when the barbarians captured the city, he had encountered the Breaker clan. That group of lunatics, armed with a soul breaker spear, left a deep impression on him. Later, their leader, Young Invincible, came and despite being only an 81st level assault system soul Douluo, forced back the 89th level chief of the same assault system within 10 exchanges. The Windsword Sect and the Breaker clan had always been at odds, and the Breaker clan did not have much sense of belonging to the kingdom as a whole. Therefore, during this battle for the kingdom's survival, the Breaker clan had not participated. Otherwise, the barbarians would not have been able to occupy so much territory. The steward looked meaningfully at Su Mo Bai. He had seen Su Mo Bai's information in the Martial Soul Hall's archives before coming here. It turned out that Su Mo Bai had some connections with Young Invincible. But now it seems Su Mo Bai had completely forgotten about this matter. Su Mo Bai did not notice the steward's gaze. He calculated the probability of winning over the Breaker clan and found it to be less than 30% at most. The temperament of the Breaker clan was as fiery as their martial souls, making them unreasonable. Additionally, the barbarians had clashed with them before, creating enmity, making it even harder to persuade them to help. I think the steward must have some calculations he hasn't told me yet. Otherwise, I don't believe that I could convince Young Invincible just with my charm. The steward's eyelids twitched. He now realized that this young man had a rather vain side. I've heard that the medical skills of the Breaker clan are also quite remarkable, and Young Invincible is particularly obsessed with it. The current plight of the Breaker clan is closely related to this. Hearing the steward say this, Su Mo Bai felt reassured. Through the inheritance of the witch, although he hadn't gained much improvement in soul power, he had accumulated medical knowledge from dozens of generations of witches in his mind. The last time he was seriously injured, he was saved and he believed the barbarians' inherited medical skills were not much inferior to those of the Breaker clan. Moreover, Xu Mo Bai believed he had conditions in hand that young Invincible would find hard to refuse, even more compelling than the barbarians' medical skills. Xu Mo Bai put away the God-Slaying spear and bowed to the steward, thanking him for the advice and expressing hope that the barbarians and the martial soul hall would not become enemies. The steward was startled. He had a premonition that this young man had seen through his true purpose for coming here. As his thoughts whirled, the steward's figure began to become illusory. Cough. The chief, who had been silently standing behind Xu Mo Bai, suddenly coughed. The steward's illusory figure became solid, and he felt a sense of pressure in the surrounding space. The steward looked deeply at Xu Mo Bai. He understood that this young man was growing at an astonishing rate and was no longer the little boy who could be easily manipulated before. However, many people did not pay attention to this, and the steward began to visualize what Xu Mo Bai would look like after truly growing up. Since you already have plans, then I shall take my leave, the steward said with a serious expression, as if the person who had just shown killing intent was not him. Xu Mo Bai smiled lightly, stepped aside, and did not mind the other party's earlier actions. They both understood that cooperation was the way to achieve a win-win situation. Chapter 47. Confronting Yang Wudi, Part 1. On the following day, after leaving the chief to guard the front line, Xu Mo Bai came alone to the northern suburbs of the capital. Before him lay the territory of the Piji clan, a cluster of buildings in the style of a small Jiangnan town, with houses made of marble in the front row, forming a square that protected the clan's territory within. Behind them were several bamboo buildings, and Xu Mo Bai noticed that each bamboo building had a light and a dark sentry at the top, guarding against enemy sneak attacks. This territory served both as a residential area and a potential war fortress, which explained why the kingdom was so wary of the Piji clan. When Xu Mo Bai was about 100 meters from a main gate, he noticed that the guards at the nearest two bamboo buildings had drawn their weapons and aimed them at him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Xu Mo Bai decided not to advance further. "Friends up there, please inform your clan leader that the barbarian shaman has come to visit," Xu Mo Bai said loudly, standing still and bowing slightly. What Xu Mo Bai did not expect was that the people on duty today were the same group he had encountered last time. After being beaten by Xu Mo Bai, they had returned to be thoroughly reprimanded by Yang Wudi. During this time, as the two factions fought, Yang Wudi had restricted his clan members from going out for their safety, causing them to harbor pent-up frustration. Now, seeing the culprit who had caused them to be scolded, they were filled with anger. Clang! What responded to Xu Mo Bai was a long spear, 2 zhang in length. The spear was entirely black, gleaming with a cold light. Most striking was its wide spearhead, which was a full 4 feet long. The shaft was as thick as a normal person's arm. 2 yellow and 2 purple rings appeared on the spear, shimmering around it. Facing the spear that was so close, Xu Mo Bai showed no fear. He slightly retracted his right leg and then suddenly kicked upwards. The sole of his foot struck the spearhead, and the spear was instantly sent flying, embedding itself into a nearby stone lion. The hospitality of the Piji clan was truly eye-opening. Xu Mo Bai lightly brushed off the dust from his shoes, his words full of provocation. Since the other side did not wish to talk peacefully, Xu Mo Bai saw no need to be polite. Less talking. The weasel pays a New Year visit to the chicken. It must be ill-intentioned. If you want to see our clan leader, you must defeat me first. A man dressed in black agile attire leaped down from the bamboo building. He appeared to be around 30 years old, with long black hair flowing wildly behind him, waving in the wind with his surging soul power. He then summoned the long spear back to his hand with a flick of his right hand. As the spear returned to his grasp, the man's aura changed again. He fell into a state of neither sadness nor joy, all his emotions coalescing into the spear in his hand, his momentum continuously rising. Though he was merely a soul sect, over time, he exuded an almost soul king level of pressure, which was still growing. Logically, Xu Mo Bai should have interrupted the accumulation of the opponent's momentum before it reached its peak. However, since Xu Mo Bai was seeking Yang Wudi's help, he needed to demonstrate impressive abilities that would make the other party take notice. Otherwise, why would they agree to cooperate? Therefore, Xu Mo Bai decided to confront him head-on. A golden light shone brightly as a ball of golden light emerged from the palm of Xu Mo Bai's right hand, extending outwards. As the light faded, a long spear wrapped in white flames appeared in Xu Mo Bai's hand. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the opponent's spear, the red tassel made of white flames on the God-Slaying spear suddenly ignited, enveloping Xu Mo Bai's body in a blazing fire. Xu Mo Bai raised his head, the dark pupils of his eyes bursting forth with a captivating brilliance. and the optimal soul ring ratio of 2 yellow and 1 purple appeared on the God-Slaying spear. At this moment, the opponent's momentum had also reached its peak, but he felt something strange. The spear in his hand was slightly trembling, something that had never happened before. However, he did not dwell on it. Once the momentum reached its peak, if he did not attack in a timely manner, he would fall into a state of declining momentum. Hey! The opponent suddenly shouted loudly, and the already peaked momentum surged again. The long spear struck forward like a black, venomous snake flicking its tongue, aiming for Xu Mo Bai's heart. Xu Mo Bai was a bit surprised. He felt that this strike actually created a sense of pressure in the space around him. Unless Xu Mo Bai used a flicker, he could not avoid it. However, Xu Mo Bai had never intended to evade the attack. The God-Slaying spear also thrust forward, meeting the opponent's spearhead. A massive shockwave exploded where the two clashed, sending both of them flying backward. After stabilizing himself, the man's previously emotionless face revealed a look of surprise. He had to take 7 steps back to regain his footing, while Xu Mo Bai only took 3 steps back. And Xu Mo Bai had not even accumulated any energy. The difference between them was clear. Xu Mo Bai did not give him time to be surprised. He pushed off with both legs, launching himself at the opponent like a cannonball, while the white flames surrounding the God-Slaying spear surged, enveloping Xu Mo Bai. The man felt a bit dazed, as if a giant tiger's phantom appeared in his eyes, pouncing towards him with its gaping maw. Boom! The man shouted, and the third soul ring on his spear lit up. The spearhead suddenly erupted with a layer of black light. The third soul skill of the breaking soul spear, explosion, could enhance the attack power to a terrifying level. Once it struck any object, the soul power would generate a horrific explosive force, giving the spear even greater destructive capability. He did not intend to dodge. The combat style of the Paji clan was solely to attack. If the enemy's attack was strong, they would retaliate with an even stronger attack. Xu Mo Bai's eyes narrowed, and his second soul ring quietly lit up. The God-Slaying spear, enveloped in flames, roared like a giant dragon. Boom! The dragon's head swallowed the opponent whole, and both were engulfed in flames, the impact creating massive waves that sent sand and stones flying. The white flames adhered to the buildings behind them, and the smell of burning hair filled the air. Moments later, the flames rapidly contracted towards the center, and 2 figures emerged. Xu Mo Bai stood holding the spear, its tip pointed at the man's throat. Out of Xu Mo Bai's twisted sense of humor, the man's hair and eyebrows had been completely burned away, yet the rest of his body was unscathed. Holding back a laugh, Xu Mo Bai said, "Now can you take me to see your clan leader?" Chapter 48, Facing Yang Wudi, Part 2. The man was somewhat puzzled. Just now, the others were blocked from view by flames, but he had experienced it firsthand. Although Xu Mo Bai's shooting technique differed somewhat from that of their clan, it was still evident that the two were likely of the same origin. Thus, amidst his astonishment, the man was caught off guard by Xu Mo Bai and defeated in 1 strike. Good. The man did not hesitate long and agreed to Xu Mo Bai's request. Although he was still somewhat uncertain, the clan leader would definitely be able to see the origins of Xu Mo Bai's shooting technique. Xu Mo Bai put away the God-Slayer gun and secretly calmed his violently rising abdomen. Although the brief exchange had been short, it still caused a considerable amount of exhaustion for Xu Mo Bai. The man stood up and turned to shout into the room, opened the door, and informed the clan leader. The shaman of the barbarian tribe has arrived. As the words fell, 2 crimson doors slowly opened, and the full view of the clan finally appeared before Xu Mo Bai's eyes. Following the stone-paved path through the corridor, what came into view was the courtyard where the clan practiced daily. A group of young boys dressed in white attire wielded iron spears, sweating under the scorching sun. Yang Wu, why did you bring an outsider in? Who is he? The instructor in the training ground noticed Xu Mo Bai and the man, stepping forward to stop them and inquire. Yangwen, I remember today is not your day to teach these kids. Although somewhat puzzled, Yang Wu did not dwell too much on the matter. This is the shaman of the barbarian tribe, and he wants to visit the clan leader. Also, why does your expression look so strange? Haha, it's nothing. The clan leader is currently in the alchemy room. Just take him directly inside. Yangwen pinched his thigh hard, trying his best not to laugh out loud. The clan was known for its serious demeanor due to the martial spirits, but the scene before them was indeed hard to suppress laughter. Yang Wu's entire head, except for his nose hair, was incredibly smooth, resembling a pear polished with sandpaper, especially since Yang Wu had no idea what was happening with his face. His frown only made him look even more ridiculous. Really? Yang Wu was a bit skeptical of Yang Wen's words. The two had been good friends since childhood, and Yang Wen's demeanor suggested he was hiding something from him. Really, hurry and take him to see the clan leader. If you wait any longer, The clan leader will leave. Yang Wen hurriedly pushed Yang Wu out of the courtyard, fearing that if he delayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. In a daze, Yang Wu left the training ground and led Xu Mo Bai through the alley to a stone house without windows. It seems the clan leader is still inside, refining medicine. You wait here for a bit. I really don't want to disturb him right now. It would definitely end badly, Yang Wu said with lingering fear. No one in the clan dared to disturb Yang Wudi while he was refining medicine. Xu Mo Bai didn't mind and felt somewhat excited instead. The more obsessed Yang Wudi was with medicine, the higher the chances of success for his visit. After standing outside for about 4 hours, the sound of the creaking door finally came from inside. The stone door slowly opened, and an elderly man in a white robe walked out. The old man was tall and not weak-looking, towering over Xu Mo Bai by a head. What was most astonishing was his hair, which was dark and shiny. How could someone over 50 look like that? However, looking down from his hair, although the old man's complexion was rosy, his eyes were somewhat sunken, resembling a vulture searching for food, which was somewhat chilling. Clan leader, this is the shaman of the barbarian tribe. He says he has matters to discuss with you. Yang Wu stood up and bowed to Yang Wudi, then lowered his voice. I just had a confrontation with him. His shooting technique is quite strange, like a variation of our clan's technique. Cough, cough. Yang Wudi hadn't paid attention to Yang Wu's changes initially, but when he leaned in, his head, which was as smooth as a high-powered light bulb, successfully caught Yang Wudi's attention. Yang Wudi was first taken aback, then laughed out loud. But quickly he realized and coughed to perfectly cover up his previous laughter. Barbarian tribe? Yang Wudi frowned, feeling as though he had seen this guy somewhere before. Why are you here instead of preparing for the final battle with the kingdom? The Wind Sword sect is not an easy opponent. Xu Mo Bai bowed to Yang Wudi and smiled. I came this time to discuss this matter. I hope your clan can help us. Once the matter is accomplished, your clan can enjoy all the rights that the Wind Sword sect possesses. If you have other needs, we can also negotiate. Especially, get lost. Before Xu Mo Bai could finish, Yang Wudi had already issued an eviction order. Although the old man had always been a thorn in the side of the Wind Sword sect, it was absolutely impossible to buy off the clan. Xu Mo Bai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He hadn't expected Yang Wudi to be so stubborn, like an old goat. Clan leader, our barbarian tribe has no intention of buying anyone. We are here to seek cooperation, not to form factions. Our conquest of cities is also to liberate the oppressed lower-class people of the kingdom. You call this war-provoking behavior liberation? How can you still consider yourselves the righteous side? Yang Wudi was already somewhat angry, although they had only migrated to this place in recent years and had no deep feelings for the land. Xu Mo Bai's words still stirred up Yang Wudi's strong aversion. Righteousness? We don't think so. All I know is that in the places we occupy, those farmers no longer have to pay exorbitant taxes. Any child with the potential to become a soul master can receive our support to complete their basic soul master education for free. A look of nostalgia appeared in Xu Mo Bai's eyes as he recalled half a year ago in the northwestern wilderness of the Star Luo Empire, that gray-haired old man, the shaman. On that day, the shaman leaned on his cane and held Xu Mo Bai's hand, asking why he looked so sentimental and compassionate. Xu Mo Bai told the shaman that he had once dreamed of a scene where farmers laboring in the fields no longer had to worry about whether this year's harvest could pay the harsh taxes. Talented children would not be buried due to poverty, and orphans and widows would all have support. So, when he saw the small barbarian child, not even half his height, following behind adults, swinging their little arms and legs to work in the fields, he felt such sadness. The shaman's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he gently patted Xu Mo Bai's head, telling him that the future world depended on the choices people made now. If you truly envy such a beautiful world, why not try to change the current world? The weak complain about the hardships of life, turning them into another version of themselves, while the strong carry dreams and transform the world into what they desire. The pioneers walk through darkness, igniting torches in despair, attracting those who follow to advance, risking their lives without regret. The shaman was the pioneer of the barbarian tribe. He believed in Xu Mo Bai's dream, passing the torch to him, urging him to lead the barbarian tribe forward. Now their dreams have taken shape, and the seeds of hope have been sown. As long as the barbarians can conquer the capital of the kingdom, their policies can be implemented nationwide. Years later, even if the barbarians disappear, those who have become accustomed to the status quo will naturally defend their existing rights. Because the potential unleashed by those who have had their hopes taken away is unimaginable when they strive to reclaim it. However, Xu Mo Bai does not see this as a righteous act. Where there is conflict, there will be sacrifice. They have been capturing cities and territories, unaware of how many noble interests they have infringed upon. After hearing Xu Mo Bai's words, Yang Wudi felt a mix of emotions. The Piji clan was once a subordinate clan of the Haotian sect. As a single attribute clan, the Piji clan's prowess in attack could even rival that of the Haotian hammer, which is renowned as the world's #1 attack spirit. However, more than a decade ago, during the great battle between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall, the Haotian sect avoided battle and sealed the mountains. Due to special reasons, the Spirit Hall could not attack the Haotian sect, which caused the subordinate clans to bear the brunt of the Spirit Hall's wrath, especially the Piji clan. Because of their connection to the Haotian sect, they were attacked by the Spirit Hall, suffering nearly half of their clan's damage. Even now, they have yet to recover their vitality. The once thriving Piji clan had over 1,000 soul masters, but now only a little over 1,000 remain. As the saying goes, a healer has a benevolent heart. Yang Wudi has always felt sympathy for farmers who, despite having simple ailments, are unwilling to spend money on treatment and delay until it becomes an incurable disease. The awakening of a martial spirit is greatly influenced by parents. In reality, if the parents are not soul masters, it is very difficult for their children to become soul masters as well. Coupled with the lack of proper nutrition for their children, the probability of successful awakening is even lower. Even more distressing is when a family manages to awaken a child capable of cultivating a martial spirit. But due to economic reasons, they are unable to send the child to school, let alone obtain a spirit ring. Yang Wudi has only entertained thoughts of change in his mind. He lacks the courage to act on them. Behind him is the entire Piji clan, and if he wishes to enact such changes, he would face obstacles that could potentially wipe out countless Piji clans. Pioneers must always wade through the deepest puddles to find stepping stones for those who follow, and in the process, they inevitably suffer injuries. We, the Piji clan, do not wish to become a sect that interferes with the operation of the state like the Fengjian sect. I can only promise you that we will not intervene in the battle between your two sides. Yang Wudi's tone has clearly improved, but he still has no intention of offering assistance. Chapter 49, Facing Yang Invincible, Part 3. So, is it that the clan leader Yang is worried about losing to the Wind Sword sect and tarnishing your formidable reputation of the Piji clan? Xu Mo Bai smiled slightly, not caring that his words might provoke Yang Invincible. You're talking nonsense. When has our Piji clan's soul-piercing spear ever feared others? Even if Yang Invincible cursed, intending to say more, but suddenly realized something was off. Kid, are you trying to provoke me? It's useless to talk to me. Xu Mo Bai wanted to slap the group that had told him Yang Invincible was a hothead from the Spirit Hall, as the old man before him clearly had the demeanor of an experienced individual. However, when Xu Mo Bai caught a glimpse of Yang Wu, who was hiding behind Yang Invincible and trying hard to diminish his presence, he thought a good idea. Yang Wu noticed Xu Mo Bai's gaze and felt a pang of unease, thinking it was bad. He was about to say something, but Xu Mo Bai had already spoken up. Xu Mo Bai revealed a meaningful smile and said, "It seems the younger generation has been rash. If even a small soul master like me can defeat the Piji clan soul sect, then surely clan leader Yang is just a name without substance. I'll take my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Mo Bai turned to leave, showing no sign of lingering. However, if someone had good hearing, they would have caught Xu Mo Bai silently counting 1, 2. When Xu Mo Bai reached 3, a suppressed voice filled with anger came from behind. "Kid, stop right there. Repeat what you just said. What do you mean our Piji clan soul sect can't defeat a small soul master like you?" Yang Invincible was struggling to suppress his anger. After the incident with the Spirit Hall, he had known that anger solved nothing, but Xu Mo Bai's words were simply infuriating. "Oh, so your Piji clan won to admit defeat? You don't really think Yang Wu went crazy and shaved his head, do you?" Xu Mo Bai turned around and laughed, his expression filled with disdain, as if his purpose for coming was solely to slap the Piji clan in the face. "Yang Wu, is what he said true? You lost to a soul master." Yang Invincible's tone rose again, and at this moment, Yang Wu, who was about 1.8 meters tall, looked like a frightened chick trembling behind a pillar. That clan leader. Yang Wu was cut off by Yang Invincible, who interrupted him with frustration. "Useless thing. I'll deal with you later. Clan leader Yang. Isnt this unreasonable?" Brother Yang Wu merely lacked a bit in martial spirit. Losing due to innate talent isnt shameful. Xu Mo Bai's provocative words made Yang Wu feel like he was going insane. Yang Wu wasn't sure if Yang Invincible would come looking for trouble with him, but he knew the clan leader would not let Xu Mo Bai off easily. The other party had almost directly stated that the Peji clan's martial spirit, the soul-piercing spear, was inadequate. If Yang Invincible could still hold back, then he wouldn't be called Yang Invincible. You little brat from the barbarian tribe. Indeed, Yang Invincible spoke slowly. It seems today I need to teach you a lesson where you know what you believe in. Watching Yang Invincible's beard stand on end from anger, Xu Mo Bai secretly laughed in his heart. He was genuinely afraid of Yang Invincible being unyielding. However, seeing the increasingly powerful aura emanating from Yang Invincible, Xu Mo Bai felt a bit of trepidation. He knew he could not allow him to continue accumulating momentum. Otherwise, he would definitely be defeated in one blow. I say, clan leader Yang, does your Peji clan always bully the weak? You wouldn't really have the audacity to fight me, a soul master, would you? Xu Mo Bai laughed and said, I have no objections. After all, losing to a soul Douluo isn't shameful. It's just that your Peji clan's reputation afterward. Xu Mo Bai smacked his lips a few times, leaving the rest unsaid, but everyone present understood the implication. Good, good, good. At this point, Yang Invincible was clearly furious. He turned to Yang Wu and shouted, Call Yang Huanfeng over. I don't believe our Peji clan can't defeat his soul master. Upon hearing this, Yang Wu quickly fled the scene, fearing that if he stayed any longer, the agitated Yang Invincible might think too much of him and slap him to death. What? I come to your Peji clan, and there's no hospitality? You keep challenging me to a duel. Do you think our barbarian tribe is easy to bully? Xu Mo Bai did not want to hand over the initiative to Yang Invincible. His purpose for coming was not merely to slap the Peji clan in the face, but to bind them to his war chariot. He could not lose sight of his goal. Although Xu Mo Bai did not summon the God-Slaying spear, having been through life-and-death battles multiple times, the killing intent radiating from him was almost tangible. Enough with the nonsense. Don't you want our Peji clan to help you deal with the Windsword sect? As long as you defeat our clan's soul master, I'll agree to your request, and no need for any rewards. Yang Invincible was somewhat surprised. Having experienced true blood and fire battles, he was naturally familiar with the aura Xu Mo Bai emanated. However, he also knew that to create such a dense aura, one had to be stained with plenty of blood. This made him somewhat worried. In his heart, he already felt that Yang Huanfeng would not be able to defeat Xu Mo Bai, even though Yang Huanfeng was the most outstanding genius in the clan. Before long, Yang Wu brought Yang Huanfeng over, a tall, slim figure about 1.7 meters, whose youthful features still had not completely faded. He looked quite young, but his eyes were somewhat vacant, mixed with a faint sense of melancholy, making one think he was a great poet from a wealthy family. Along the way, Yang Wu had clearly informed Yang Huanfeng of what had just happened. So as soon as he entered, after bowing to Yang Invincible, Yang Huanfeng looked at Xu Mo Bai with a hint of hostility. Grandpa, is this the barbarian who talks big? Don't worry, I'll teach him a good lesson. Before Yang Invincible could say anything, Yang Huanfeng summoned his martial spirit, the soul-piercing spear, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, floating around the dark long spear, radiating excited light. Yang Huanfeng, martial spirit, soul-piercing spear, rank 39 weapon soul master, please give me guidance. Xu Mo Bai smiled, raised his right hand, and golden light surged from his palm, revealing the God-Slaying spear wreathed in white flames. This time, however, the flames did not surge out like the first time. Instead, they gradually retracted, exposing the true form of the God-Slaying spear, which was a mix of gold and silver. Xu Mo Bai, martial spirit God-Slaying spear, rank 39 weapon soul master, please give me guidance. Xu Mo Bai took a defensive stance, beckoning Yang Huanfeng with his left hand, his expression carrying a hint of provocation. Xu Mo Bai, the surname Xu? That name. Upon hearing Xu Mo Bai's name, Yang Invincible felt a familiar sensation wash over him again. However, before he could think deeply, Yang Huanfeng launched an attack at Xu Mo Bai, pulling Yang Invincible's thoughts back to reality. Unlike Yang Wu, Yang Huanfeng's aura rose continuously with his attacks. What surprised Xu Mo Bai even more was that the moment Yang Huanfeng's soul-piercing spear was unleashed, all his emotions vanished, as if he had become a cold machine. But Xu Mo Bai could feel that all of Yang Huanfeng's essence, energy, and spirit were concentrated on that pitch-black soul-breaking spear. The moment he unleashed his spear, he became one with it, reaching a state similar to that of a soul sage possessing a true weapon spirit. This made Xu Mo Bai regard Yang Huanfeng with a higher opinion. Being able to focus entirely on one's weapon and attain a state of indifference to joy and sorrow is something that even some people who have cultivated to the level of title Douluo have not achieved. Yet, Yang Huanfeng, at such a young age, had reached such a realm and deserved the title of genius. However, Xu Mo Bai felt no fear at all. Holding the God-Slaying spear, he had already been able to communicate with it mentally since obtaining his first soul ring. If he had suppressed the quality of his martial soul and soul rings during the first defeat of the Pajie clan, this time Xu Mo Bai intended to use skill to defeat them again. Only by defeating them in the area, they took pride in could there be a possibility for cooperation. Xu Mo Bai stepped back with his right leg, slightly leaning his upper body to avoid Yang Huanfeng's first strike. However, Yang Huanfeng's soul-breaking spear followed up without losing momentum, sweeping horizontally towards Xu Mo Bai's chest, and at that moment his aura surged once more. But this powerful strike had already missed its target. Xu Mo Bai suddenly leaned back, bending at the waist to evade Yang Huanfeng's attack, while simultaneously kicking the God-Slaying spear upward with his right leg. The previously silent God-Slaying spear finally revealed its fangs, the golden spear lunging towards Yang Huanfeng's left chest like a dragon raising its head. However, to Xu Mo Bai's surprise, Yang Huanfeng did not choose to dodge this lethal strike. Instead, he slapped his left hand down onto the spear's handle. The horizontal sweep transformed into a downward slash, attempting to cleave Xu Mo Bai in half even though his chest was pierced. Xu Mo Bai had no intention of fighting Yang Huanfeng to the bitter end. Reluctantly, he released the God-Slaying spear, using his left hand to push against the ground, allowing his body to turn in midair. His left leg kicked the shaft of the soul-breaking spear, causing its attack to hit the ground. But this was not the end. Xu Mo Bai's right hand grasped the handle of the God-Slaying spear again, using his waist strength to propel his body, swinging the spear. After a 180-degree turn, Xu Mo Bai held the God-Slaying spear with both hands and thrust it forward, the long spear shooting towards Yang Huanfeng's forehead like a thunderbolt. Yang Huanfeng did not anticipate that Xu Mo Bai could deliver such a fierce strike under those circumstances, leaving him unable to defend in time. Just as he closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive, the God-Slaying spear came to a steady stop less than a centimeter from his forehead. You lost. Shall we use soul skills and have another round? Xu Mo Bai firmly held the God-Slaying spear, his aura having completely suppressed Yang Huanfeng. Chapter 50. Facing Yang Invincible, Part 4. Looking at the cold gleam of the gun's tip in front of him, Yang Huanfeng's eyes lost their luster. He had been praised as the most outstanding genius in his clan since childhood, mastering the state of the true body of a pseudo-artifact soul with the cultivation of a soul master, a feat unprecedented in the clan. The clan members often said that if he hadn't spent too much time focusing on his skills, he would have already been challenging the rank of Soul King. Yet now, he had been defeated by a soul master, in the very skill he took the most pride in, and the opponent looked a few years younger than him. After a long silence, Yang Huanfeng dully spoke, "No need. Just now, I didn't even touch you. Using soul skills would be the same." Huanfeng. Yang Wu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. He had fought against Xu Mo Bai and knew how terrifying Xu was when using soul skills. Even the flames swirling around his God-Slaying spear were enough to give anyone a headache. "All right, you all go back first. I have some questions for this little brother." For some reason, Yang Invincible did not seem angry about the defeat of the Pajie clan. Instead, the accumulated anger seemed to have vanished, and he even appeared to have a hint of joy on his face. Seeing this, Xu Mo Bai also retracted his martial soul. It seemed that the clan leader had accepted this matter. Of course, our Pajie clan values its promises and will not be someone who goes back on their word. Yang Invincible quickly stepped forward, examining Xu Mo Bai closely, and asked, "How old are you this year?" Xu Mo Bai was puzzled. Why was Yang Invincible inquiring about his age? Did he want to tell him that there was a beautiful young lady in their clan waiting to marry? Xu frowned and asked, "What does this have to do with our cooperation?" "Ah, it definitely matters. Just tell me how old you are." After looking Xu Mo Bai over, Yang Invincible became increasingly delighted, his joy nearly bursting forth. In response, Xu Mo Bai felt that Yang Invincible had ulterior motives, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Stepping back a few paces and saying, "Clan leader Yang, I'm not the kind of person who sells my body for profit. You should find a suitable son-in-law elsewhere." Hearing Xu Mo Bai's words, Yang Invincible realized that his drastic change in attitude had caused a misunderstanding. He smiled wryly. "You little brat think too highly of yourself. Enough nonsense. If you don't tell me your age today, don't even think about discussing any cooperation with us." Xu Mo Bai felt a few black lines appear on his forehead, He and T expected Yang Invincible, who had just said that the Pajie clan would not go back on their word, to turn hostile so quickly. Or, let us not use soul power and just compete in skills. If I win, you tell me your age. Perhaps realizing that his previous behavior was inappropriate, Yang Invincible quickly changed his approach. I want to fight. I wouldn't want to be the one doing something that is thankless and unproductive. Xu Mo Bai firmly rejected Yang Invincible's proposal. After all that, was he here to make friends through martial arts with the Pajie clan? If it were truly for friendship, he wouldn't mind, as it could lead to making some good friends. But here, he could only meet an old rogue. He was unwilling to engage in such a thankless task. However, seeing Yang Invincible's eager expression, he wouldn't give up just because Xu Mo Bai refused. Whether we fight or not is not for you to decide. Watch the gun. As soon as he finished speaking, the pitch-black long spear, the Pasol gun, appeared in Yang Invincible's hand, and with a thunderous momentum, it lunged at Xu Mo Bai's head. What the hell, old man? You're serious. Even Xu Mo Bai, who had lived 2 lifetimes, was infuriated by Yang Invincible's actions at that moment. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his right foot and swiftly retreated to evade Yang Invincible's attack. It seems I'm going to hit the nursing home in the south today. Xu Mo Bai flicked his right hand, and the golden God-Slaying spear reappeared in his grasp. At the same time, he pushed off with his left leg against a pillar and charged towards Yang Invincible. The tips of the 2 spears collided. Ultimately, Xu Mo Bai was still too young. Even with the God-Slaying spear's enhancement, he couldn't match Yang Invincible's strength. After a brief stalemate, Xu Mo Bai was sent flying. This level is far from enough. You should use soul skills. Yang Invincible chose not to pursue, standing firm with his spear. If just moments ago, Yang Huafeng, wielding the Pasol gun, had resembled a cold machine, then at this moment, Yang Invincible was like a ruthless god devoid of any emotion. Xu Mo Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Even a casual strike from Yang Invincible had injured him, despite having come through 2 battles unscathed. The golden light from the God-Slaying spear flowed into Xu Mo Bai's body, and with a single breath, it healed his wounds. Meanwhile, the light on the spear shifted, turning into a menacing black that exuded an incredibly evil aura. A cold smile appeared on Xu Mo Bai's lips. They say you're the #1 spear master on Douluo Continent, but I never believed you were the best in the world. The eerie blue nether fire floated around Xu Mo Bai. With the swing of the God-Slaying spear, it gathered into blossoms of lotus flowers, continually blooming and wilting around the long spear. Life is as splendid as summer flowers, death as serene as autumn leaves. As Xu Mo Bai murmured, the lotus flowers spiraling around the God-Slaying spear began to wilt rapidly, the withering petals flying towards Yang Invincible like leaves blown by autumn winds. Good! Yang Invincible shouted, reversing his grip on the Pasol gun and flicking it upward. The fierce wind generated by the spear blew back the flames scattered in the air, forming a curtain of eerie blue. But in an instant, a streak of cold light split the curtain apart, and then the silver cold light began to expand, blindingly bright, even making it hard to open one's eyes. I didn't expect you to have reached the realm of combining speed and slowness. Yang Invincible was secretly astonished. As someone who had devoted decades to spear techniques, he naturally wouldn't be deceived by the illusion created by Xu Mo Bai. It seemed that Xu Mo Bai's follow-up attack appeared somewhat slow, but in reality, it was extraordinarily fast, almost cutting through space, which caused a deceptive impression of slowness. Yang Invincible slightly bent his legs, and as his body spun rapidly, he released the Pasol gun. Using the force of his legs, he launched himself into the air, delivering a kick to the gun's handle. The Pasol gun, struck by his kick, surged forward at an explosive speed, like a cannonball shot from the barrel, flying towards Xu Mo Bai, while simultaneously, the attack from the God-Slaying spear reached Yang Invincible. It seemed that Yang Invincible couldn't borrow any force in the air and couldn't evade this attack. But the reaction force from his kick had just shifted his body a fraction of a distance. The God-Slaying spear grazed past Yang Invincible's chest without even tearing his clothes. Xu Mo Bai wanted to pursue further, but the incoming Pasol gun narrowly missed his ear, taking a few strands of his hair with it. Xu Mo Bai stood with his spear in hand, a hint of unwillingness in his voice I lost. He knew that since Yang Invincible could slice off his hair, he could easily pierce his head. The encounter had been swift, and the outcome just as quick. Though it seemed Xu Mo Bai had only lost 1 strike, the gap between them was far greater than that. Yang Invincible had only ever competed with Xu Mo Bai using his body and skills. Carry the gun with you, and let the person move with the gun. Didn't your father teach you this? Yang Wudi said with his hands behind his back, smiling. Through their recent exchange, he had confirmed Xu Mo Bai's identity and understood where the inexplicable familiarity came from. How do you know this saying? This phrase was the first line from a gun technique book that Xu Mo Bai found among Su's ancient texts. And most of Xu Mo Bai's gun techniques were learned from it. This is the ancestral teaching of our Piji clan. How could I not know? Yang Wudi chuckled. The more he looked at Xu Mo Bai, the more pleased he became. Although there was a significant difference in their martial souls. The gun techniques that were ingrained in one's bones could not be faked. Is your father named Suja? That's right. Do you know my father? Upon hearing this, Xu Mo Bai suddenly thought of Suja's martial soul, the breaking array gun. Breaking the array, breaking the soul, only one character apart. Could it be? Seeing the surprise in Xu Mo Bai's eyes, Yang Wudi knew he had understood, so he smiled and said, "That's right. Your father is indeed a member of the Piji clan. However, his martial soul is an aberrant one, and later, due to disagreements with my philosophy, he left the Piji clan and even changed his name." There was a hint of sadness in Yang Wudi's eyes. Suju is my son. Now that I think about it, I made a mistake that has led to our family being separated. The last time I received a letter from your father was over a decade ago. Please tell me, how is your father now? Xu Mo Bai was a bit stunned. He initially thought Yang Wudi was trying to evade responsibility, but unexpectedly, he gained a benefactor from a distant clan. My father passed away 7 years ago alongside my mother in battle. Speaking of which, I am unfilial. I've almost forgotten what my parents looked like. What? Yang Wudi's face turned pale, as if he had lost his soul in an instant. How could that be? Didn't that kid say he wanted to become the first titled Douluo of our Piji clan? How could he die so easily? Xu Mo Bai remained silent, suddenly feeling a sense of alienation in this world. He could understand Yang Wudi's emotions, but couldn't empathize. It was like someone made a movie, promoting it as your story. But when you bought a ticket to watch it, you realized that you had no influence on anything in the film, while those around you were crying uncontrollably, yet you felt no sorrow at all. After a long while, Yang Wudi came back to his senses and forced a very ugly smile, saying to Xu Mo Bai, "I didn't expect you to have become the leader of such a powerful force. You must have suffered a lot over the years, right? It's okay. It's all good now. You found your family." Family? Xu Mo Bai murmured, the word feeling somewhat unfamiliar to him. Chapter 51 Sense of Belonging. Yang Wu. "Get in here," Yang Wudi shouted after calming his emotions. Before long, Yang Wu hurriedly ran in, without the obstruction of his eyelashes. He immediately noticed several new signs of a struggle in the courtyard, and combined with Yang Wudi's somewhat unusual mood, he felt increasingly apprehensive. Is there something the clan leader needs? Tell the kitchen to prepare a medicinal meal for lunch today. I want to treat my grandson well. Medicinal meal? Grandson? Yang Wu felt a bit bewildered. Hadn't he just stepped out for less than half an hour? How had the situation turned upside down so dramatically? The two people who had just been at odds were actually long-lost relatives? Was this some kind of story? All right, I understand. I'll take care of it. But which medicinal herb will be the main ingredient? Of course, it's this Millennium Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Yang Wudi took out a jade box from the alchemy room. Before it was even opened, the chill emanating from it caused the surrounding air to condense into a mist. The Ice Mountain Snow Lotus was one of the treasures that helped soul masters cleanse their bodies and enhance the quality of their martial souls. Not to mention this millennium-grade specimen. Yang Wudi had originally planned to keep it for himself to help break through to the title Douluo rank, but now he was using it for a medicinal meal. Yang Wu naturally understood who this meal was for, even though he found it hard to believe. He didn't choose to question Yang Wudi's decision, thinking that the Millennium Ice Mountain Snow Lotus should be reserved for the clan leader's own use. Xu Mo Bai felt a bit uneasy in his heart, unsure if it was a lingering obsession from his past life. After learning about his relationship with Yang Wudi, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Wudi sensed the distance in Xu Mo Bai's words and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's all right. At my age, using it would be a waste. I owe your family too much. Yang Wudi gestured for Yang Wu to take the jade box away. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Wu took the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus from Yang Wudi's hands and went to the kitchen. Yang Wudi turned back with an expectant look and asked, "Mo Bai, are you returning to the barbarian tribe today?" Seeing the transformed Yang Wudi before him, Xu Mo Bai felt a wave of emotion. He thought of his family in his previous life. Although their faces had become somewhat hazy in his memories, there was a slight overlap between the two. At that moment, Xu Mo Bai let go of his grievances against Yang Wudi, allowing the matters of the previous generation to fade away with time. Yes, although we have the advantage, our policies have harmed too many nobles' interests. If we don't keep a close watch on them, there will definitely be trouble. especially since our final battle with the kingdom is about to erupt. I can't be away from a barbarian tribe for too long." As he spoke, Xu Mo Bai felt a headache coming on. Managing a faction was fraught with too many troubles. He had spent almost all his energy on these issues for the past 6 months, which was why he had only reached level 39. Of course, Yang Wudi couldn't hear Xu Mo Bai's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to guarantee that he wouldn't suddenly lose his temper and give this little brat a good lesson. A 13-year-old at level 39. That was unprecedented in the history of the Douluo Continent. This guy was actually complaining about his slow cultivation speed. However, Xu Mo Bai also understood his own situation. His soul power had mainly increased from the orb dropped after hunting the dark demon Evil God Tiger. Although the soul power returned to him from each attack with the God-Slaying spear was minimal. The accumulation of continuous battles over the past 6 months had allowed him to reach level 39 so quickly. If he had relied solely on his own cultivation, he would probably only be around level 34 or 35 by now. Yang Wudi, of course, was unaware that Xu Mo Bai's thoughts had drifted so far in the span of a single sentence. He smiled and said, "All right, let us have lunch together. Later, I'll accompany you back." "You mean?" Xu Mo Bai appeared somewhat excited. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel joyful when this was confirmed. "That's right, you're my grandson. If I don't help you, who else will?" Yang Wudi smiled and patted Xu Mo Bai's shoulder, signaling him to follow. For some reason, Xu Mo Bai felt that Yang Wudi's last sentence sounded a bit like a reprimand. "Don't worry. Although our Pajie clan isn't one of the 7 great sects, that is only because we have too few members. In terms of individual soul master strength, we can say we crushed the Windsword sect. Plus, with your barbarian tribe, the Windsword sect and the kingdom don't stand a chance." When Yang Wudi spoke about the Pajie clan, he regained his previous imposing demeanor. In his view, although Xu Mo Bai had defeated the talents of the Pajie clan, Xu Mo Bai's martial soul wasn't the broken soul spear, but he was originally a member of the Pajie clan. Now that he had recognized his ancestry, wasn't he that equivalent to losing to his own hand? What was there to fuss about? "Mo Bai, let me tell you, besides our extreme attack power and fierce spear techniques, our clan's medical skills are even more outstanding. I'll slowly teach you all of this later. In the future, you won't have to worry about being poisoned when you travel." Watching Yang Wudi enthusiastically show him around the Pajie clan while chattering in his ear, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of Xu Mo Bai's mouth. It seemed his feeling wasn't so bad. After Yang Wudi finished showing Xu Mo Bai around the Pajie clan, lunch was ready. When Yang Wudi brought Xu Mo Bai into the main hall, several people were already standing around the round table. Xu Mo Bai looked closely and found that those who could enter this room were either the main combat forces of the clan or the talented individuals being cultivated by the clan. He didn't see Yang Wu among them, who had been busy running around. Yang Wudi seated Xu Mo Bai to his left before letting the others sit down. "Let me introduce you. This is Xu Mo Bai, the son of Xu Jia, and my grandson. He will soon be a member of our Pajie clan." The people around exchanged glances. When they had first heard this news from Yang Wu, they had some doubts, but now that it was coming from Yang Wudi, all their uncertainties dissipated. "This is a huge blessing. I have seen Mo Bai's strength. It is far beyond mine. It seems our Pajie clan has a chance to challenge the 7 great sects in the future." The speaker was Yang Huafeng. He didn't mind that he had just been defeated by Xu Mo Bai. In his eyes, nothing was more important than the clan. "Su Zhe, clan leader. Will his father be coming back too?" This time, it was the clan's elder, a level 78 soul saint, who spoke. He was the second strongest person in the clan after Yang Wudi. Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi's expression dimmed slightly. Xu Jia has already left. Now, only Xu Mo Bai is left. The elder realized he had misspoken and quickly changed the topic. "I heard from Yang Wu that Mo Bai is now the shaman of the barbarian tribe. Goodness, Montak Bai. Isn't it true that you are about to go to war with the Fengjian sect? As long as you speak up, your great-uncle will not hesitate." As soon as the Grand Elder spoke, those around him expressed their support one after another, looking eager to charge at the Fengjian sect immediately. Watching these overly enthusiastic relatives, Xu Mo Bai felt a warm surge from the bottom of his heart. Yes, no matter which world, family always brings warmth and a sense of security. "Elders, let us eat first. Even if we're going to battle tomorrow, we need to fill our stomachs first, don't you think?" Xu Mo Bai smiled, and from that moment on, he felt a sense of belonging to the members of his clan. "My grandson is right. Let us eat first. After we finish, Huan Feng and you few Soul Kings will go with me to Mo Bai's place. As for Wu Huan, you stay back to guard the clan." "Hey, why should you lead the team while I stay back? You should stay too. Just look at your old arms and legs. Don't go out and embarrass our clan. Yang Wu Huan, the previous Grand Elder and brother of Yang Wu Di, immediately got riled up when he heard Yang Wu Di say this. Everyone present was a junior of Yang Wu Di and Yang Wu Huan, and they all knew that although the two were brothers, they never saw eye to eye. And if they didn't bicker a few times a day, they couldn't even eat. All right, fine. I'll take you along. But you're too old to let these juniors see you making a fool of yourself. Seeing everyone try and hold back their laughter, Yang Wu Di was the first to put an end to their quarrel, as the main purpose of today was not to let them bicker. Come on, Mo Bai. Drink this snow lotus soup first. Yang Wu Di handed a small bowl of snow lotus soup from the center of the table to Mo Bai. The soup was as white as snow, with a few petals floating on top, steaming and giving off a fragrant aroma. Just smelling the fragrance made Mo Bai feel his soul power become more active. This made him marvel at the medical skills of the Piji clan. They could turn such a rare treasure into a medicinal dish without losing its original efficacy, and it seemed to have enhanced it a bit. Not wanting to refuse their kind offer, Mo Bai lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go. Upon tasting the snow lotus soup, Mo Bai realized he was mistaken. The white steam rising from the soup was not water vapor. Instead, a bone-chilling cold rose from Mo Bai's abdomen, making him shiver involuntarily, followed by a powerful medicinal force flowing through his meridians. As the medicinal power circulated, Mo Bai felt his body becoming lighter, his originally light yellow skin turning as white as jade, while his soul power continuously strengthened. Half an hour later, Mo Bai opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. His soul power had now reached level 40. At the same time, thanks to the effects of the 10,000-year Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, his physique had improved a level, and more importantly, he gained the effect of ice immunity. Chapter 52. Mo Bai speculation. How do you feel? Yang Wu Di asked with concern after seeing Mo Bai open his eyes. Quite comfortable. I am now at the level 40 Soul Master, and more importantly, the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus has granted me the ability of ice immunity. A genuine smile appeared at the corners of Mo Bai's mouth. Ice immunity? Yang Wu Di was somewhat surprised. He guessed that the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus could cleanse Mo Bai's body and enhance his soul power cultivation speed. So reaching level 40 was not much of a surprise. However, gaining ice immunity directly was a bit beyond his expectations. If I'm not mistaken, your martial soul, the God-Slaying spear, has the ability to control flames. In that case, does that mean you are immune to both ice and fire? Sumo Bai noted to confirm Yang Wu Di's speculation. My first soul ring comes from a 500-year-old Crimson Flame, White Tiger. Due to the uniqueness of my martial soul, I absorb its fire control ability when I took in the soul ring, so I am indeed immune to both ice and fire now. Good. Yang Wu Di couldn't help but laugh 3 times. It seems that using the 10,000-year Ice Mountain Snow Lotus on Mo Bai was absolutely the right choice. With dual immunity to ice and fire, there are very few elemental soul masters in the entire Douluo Continent who can pose a threat to Mo Bai. Now that you are a level 40 soul master, when are you planning to obtain your 4th soul ring? Upon hearing this, the others at the table also became interested. Although they were not geniuses and most of them would never have the chance to challenge for a title Douluo in their lifetime. Witnessing the rise of a genius was hard to refuse. Mo Bai, as long as you ask, your uncle will definitely accompany you to the Star Luo Forest to hunt for a satisfactory soul ring, regardless of whether he is free or not. Yang Wu Huan patted his chest and said loudly. But Yang Wu Di immediately poured cold water on him. Come on, my brother, you're just a little soul sage. It's good enough if you don't get yourself killed in the Star Luo Forest. Mo Bai, it will still be your grandpa who will accompany you. I tell you, when it comes to attack, your grandpa and I are not afraid of even a title Douluo. Yang Wu Huan, seeing Yang Wu Di belittling him, immediately pouted and retorted. Hey, you still have some spirit, huh? With your half-dead body, a 1,000-year soul beast would probably knock you down. What are you so proud of? Seeing that the 2 elderly men were about to get into a heated argument again, Mo Bai quickly intervened and said, Thank you, Grandpa and Uncle. But I don't have plans to hunt for my 4th soul ring just yet. Let us deal with the Wind Sword sect first and then consider this matter. Seeing that the main character had spoken, Yang Wu Huan and Yang Wu Di also extinguished their desire to argue and instead kept serving Mo Bai dishes until his bowl was piled high like a small mountain before they stopped. Mo Bai helplessly tapped his forehead. It seemed that sometimes having overly enthusiastic friends and family could also be a hassle. While eating, Yang Wu Di gave Xu Mo Bai a detailed introduction to the current situation of the Piji clan. Currently, the Piji clan has over 1,000 members, but there are less than 200 soul masters, and the top combat power consists of only Yang Wu Di, 1 soul Douluo, and 2 soul sages. Most of the clan members are soul zuns and soul masters who have not yet reached level 30. The main reason for this phenomenon is due to the retaliation by the Spirit Hall against the Piji clan over a decade ago, which caused the backbone of the clan soul masters to suffer heavy casualties, and they have only just barely recovered, relying on Yang Wu Di, a soul Douluo, to hold everything together. So, even though they are fully supporting the barbarian tribe, the Piji clan can only send Yang Wu Di and 5 soul kings. However, Xu Mo Bai did not expect to receive much military support from the Piji clan. As long as Yang Wu Di and the chief can take down the leader of the Wind Sword sect on the battlefield, the morale of the opposing side will waver, and their entire defense line will collapse without a fight. After dinner, Yang Wu Di decisively chose the personnel and followed Xu Mo Bai to the barbarian tribe. Grandpa, actually there's something I'd like your help with during my visit to the Piji clan. On the way, Xu Mo Bai hesitated for a long time before deciding to tell Yang Wu Di about his initial plan. Regardless of whether it succeeded or failed, once the news leaked, Yang Wu Di would bear a lifetime of blame and praise. Initially, Xu Mo Bai was unaware of his relationship with the Piji clan, which is why he had this plan, but now that he knew this connection, he felt a bit hesitant. Hey, what are we talking about, helping or not helping? Just tell me directly what you need. The more Yang Wu Di looked at Xu Mo Bai, the more he felt delighted. Plus, having successfully kept Yang Wu Huan within the clan, there was no one chattering in his ear on this journey, making him feel even more relaxed. A hint of conflict appeared in Xu Mo Bai's eyes, but was quickly replaced by determination as he took out a book he had prepared earlier and handed it to Yang Wu Di. Grandpa, this book contains medical knowledge that has been passed down in the barbarian tribe for thousands of years. I hope you can integrate it with the Piji clan's medical techniques and innovate to cultivate a group of excellent doctors for us. Yang Wu Di took the book and, after flipping through a few pages, his eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered some incredible treasure. He murmured, I can treat toxins with the soul, severing grass this way. Why didn't I think of this? And the wolf scorpion. So many new and fascinating medical techniques, really. After browsing through the book, Yang Wu Di fell into a state of frenzy. Laughter could occasionally be heard from inside the carriage, causing those outside to worry that their clan leader might have caught some strange illness. After a while, after he had roughly finished reading the book, the excitement in Yang Wu Di's eyes gradually faded. He believed that as long as he fully understood this book, it wouldn't be far from achieving the ability to bring the dead back to life. Mo Bai, you still have something you haven't said, right? From the look in your eyes just now, it shouldn't just be about the pain of this book. Yang Wu Di gently stroked his guatbart, a glint of intelligence in his eyes as he asked. Xu Mo Bai smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected Yang Wu Di to be so sharp and perceptive. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to speak the truth. I want to ask Grandpa to help me find a way for those with low innate soul power to cultivate at normal speed, even allowing those with 0 innate soul power to cultivate. That's impossible. Before Xu Mo Bai could finish, Yang Wu Di immediately rejected him. Changing a person's innate talent requires heavenly materials and earthly treasures. How could it be possible for everyone to achieve the kind of effect you mentioned? Grandpa, please don't rush to reject me. Xu Mo Bai then told Yang Wu Di about his speculation regarding Soul Master's cultivation of soul power, which he had previously shared with Davis. Unlike Davis, Yang Wu Di had extraordinary medical skills, but was limited by the constraints of the era, which restricted his thinking. Now, with Xu Mo Bai's prompting, he immediately realized the feasibility of this matter. However, he still shook his head and said, this matter is really too difficult. Researching the human body is not a simple task, and I don't know if I will see this happen in my lifetime. With your medical skills, researching the human body isn't difficult. The hard part is whether you're ruthless enough to dissect the bodies of soul masters, or even living soul masters, to understand how soul power is generated within the human body. The subject for the experiments are those enemies who refuse to surrender. Since they cannot be utilized for my purposes, let them benefit all of humanity. Xu Mo Bai's words sent a chill down Yang Wu Di's spine. It was at this moment that he realized Xu Mo Bai had become the leader of a massive force, a person who did extraordinary things. All right, Yang Wu Di didn't hesitate much and agreed to Xu Mo Bai's request. He was not someone overly rigid, and if this matter succeeded, it would also benefit countless people. Yang Wudi comforted himself in his heart. Chapter 53: The eve of the final battle. After discussing the details in the carriage, Xu Mo Bai and Yang Wudi quickly arrived at the barbarian tribe's base. The two got off the carriage without mentioning the matter again. Soon, Xu Mo Bai led Yang Wudi and his group into the pre-battle military camp, where the main leaders of various departments of the barbarian tribe had already gathered. When Xu Mo Bai entered the room, everyone spoke in unison. Let me introduce everyone. This is Yang Wudi, the chief of the Piji tribe. He will be responsible for helping us fight against the Windsword sect. At the same time, he is also my maternal grandfather. After our discussions, the Piji tribe will fully support all our actions in the kingdom. Xu Mo Bai introduced Yang Wudi to those present without concealing their relationship. It was better to clarify it now than to have people harbor doubts later. Which, I think we don't need your grandfather to step in. We can take down the Windsword sect ourselves. It would be unfortunate if he got hurt on the battlefield, the chief said, clearly having some objections to Yang Wudi. After all, the barbarian tribe had conquered the entire kingdom, except for the remaining capital, and suddenly having a Piji tribe, especially one led by Xu Mo Bai's grandfather, made people think twice. Although I am old, taking down the Windsword sect is no problem for me. You, on the other hand, should be careful of the enemy's hidden arrows. Yang Wudi retorted immediately, seeing the rising anger in both their eyes. Xu Mo Bai felt a headache coming on. After finally separating Yang Wudi from Yang Wuhuan, he didn't expect them to clash with the chief here. It was truly one wave after another. All right, both of you are leaders of your tribes. Arguing like this is not a good look. After Xu Mo Bai spoke, the two stopped quarreling but turned their heads away from each other, clearly still dissatisfied. Xu Mo Bai didn't mind them. It was not the time for heart-to-heart talks. Chief, please tell us how the preparations for the siege are going. The trebuchets, siege ladders, and other siege equipment have been fully prepared. Upon hearing that we plan to attack the capital, farmers from various regions have voluntarily formed militias to support us, and nearly 200,000 have already gathered, with more militias arriving one after another. At the same time, our military rations are also adequately prepared for 3 months. 200,000 militias. Upon hearing the chief's words, a smile appeared at the corner of Xu Mo Bai's mouth. The seeds planted over the past 6 months were finally beginning to sprout. With the support of the militias, it eased the barbarian tribe's current manpower shortage. Xu Mo Bai continued to ask, what about the soul masters? We still have 163 soul masters left. But after we issued the recruitment order, hundreds of soul masters have come from various places. Currently, our military has 257 combat soul masters, who have been organized into 5 soul master squads according to their specialties. After the chief finished reporting, Yang Wudi couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. He hadn't expected this seemingly burly man to be so well-informed about military affairs. Xu Mo Bai note that, with over 3,000 soul masters gathered, this was a force that neither the Windsword sect nor the kingdom could ignore. However, in the early stages, the kingdom's nobles avoided fighting against the barbarian tribe to protect their own interests. It was only when they realized that Xu Mo Bai's new policies were cutting off their roots that they woke up, so the strength they held had not diminished much. The outcome of this battle was still uncertain. Although our current strength is not to be underestimated, the kingdom still has 50,000 elite soldiers. And with the support of the Windsword sect and the nobles, we are not at a disadvantage in terms of soul master numbers. However, most of our troops are militias, so we must win swiftly. If we get into a protracted battle with the enemy, not only will morale waver, but we will also encounter problems in our rear. Xu Mo Bai's eyes reflected the phantom of the capital, with its towering walls over 20 meters high, seemingly a natural barrier that protected the kingdom's nobles. However, this barrier would soon be unable to stop the barbarian tribe's advance. I have a suggestion. Since we want a quick victory, why not have the Soul Master team launch a night raid on the capital? We can deliver a fatal blow before the opponent has a chance to react. Yang Wudi understood that although he was Xu Mo Bai's grandfather, he had not made any accomplishments in the military, and no one would pay attention to him. A night raid? Let's not even mention how you would get 3,000 soul masters into the capital. Even if you successfully entered, there are 2 soul duelists from the Windsword sect inside the city, along with countless heavy crossbows waiting for us to walk into their trap, the chief said dismissively. They had long thought of the ambush plan, but the Windsword sect, being one of the 7 major sects, had set up defenses early on. If it weren't for Xu Mo Bai's timely discovery, the barbarian tribe would not have 2,000 000 soul masters now. Let Yang tribe leader finish speaking. I believe that since he has this proposal, he must have a way for us to sneak into the capital quietly. Xu Mo Bai certainly understood Yang Wudi's intentions, but he didn't want to voice them. This was a good opportunity to improve the relationship between Yang Wudi and the chief. Our Paji tribe has allied with the barbarian tribe, but the Windsword sect does not know about this yet. Xu Mo Bai opened his mouth to correct Yang Wudi's statement, but the latter stopped him with a look. Yang Wudi understood that Xu Mo Bai, as the leader of a faction, was under close scrutiny, and framing the Paji tribe as having allied with the barbarian tribe could silence some critics. He paused and continued, since the opponent is unaware. We can exploit this information gap to send the soul masters into the capital through the Paji tribe. I can also use the guise of supporting them to occupy some key locations. When the time comes, we can coordinate our efforts and ensure the Windsword sect's destruction. However, Yang tribe leader, I remember that the Paji tribe has always been at odds with the Windsword sect. Will they allow you to enter the city? Xu Mo Bai still had some doubts in his heart. He knew that Yang Wudi and the leader of the Windsword sect had almost come to blows several times, and even their subordinates often had conflicts. What's the big deal? At worst, I can apologize to Nangang Yuan. I believe at such a time, he won't hold a grudge against me. He might even beg me for help. Yang Wudi waved his hand nonchalantly, not at all resembling the stubborn temper others described. Xu Mo Bai felt a bit misty-eyed. He hadn't expected Yang Wudi to make such a significant sacrifice for a grandson he had known for less than a day. Hearing this, the chief contemplated for a moment and realized that this plan was indeed feasible. The matter of the Paji tribe was negotiated solely by Xu Mo Bai, and the only people who knew about it were those in this room. These people were brothers who had fought alongside them, and they would never leak the information. In the absence of the Windsword sect's defenses, perhaps they could indeed win the battle and change the course of events. I didn't expect the Yang tribe leader to have such insight. I was too aggressive just now. I apologize and hope you can forgive me. Saying this, the chief bowed to Yang Wudi, shedding any trace of his earlier aggressive demeanor. Seeing this, Yang Wudi smiled and said, "Young people are naturally a bit competitive. It's normal. Correcting oneself is what makes a good child." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room laughed. But this time, it was a smile of acceptance and recognition. Chapter 54. Successfully infiltrating the capital 3 days later, with all equipment ready. Yang Wudi set off for the capital accompanied by Xu Mo Bai and over 10 soul masters. This time, Xu Mo Bai decided to go personally after careful consideration. His blinking ability allowed him to teleport once within a kilometer when fully exerted, giving him the advantage of capturing the king before capturing the thief. If he could directly kill the enemy's king as soon as the war broke out, it would be a significant blow to the enemy's morale and military spirit. Even if Nangang Yuan wanted to kill the thief, it would be too late. Before Xu Mo Bai and the others could approach the city gate, the guarding soldiers stopped their advance with bows and arrows. A figure that looked like a minor commander waved his hand with his bow and said, "The capital is under martial law. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter the city. You better leave. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am Yang Wudi. If you know what's good for you, open the city gate and let me in, or I'll shoot through your broken door." Yang Wudi could not tolerate the threat from a minor commander and immediately retorted, "Oh, Yang Wudi?" A dignified voice came from the city tower, and a white-clad elder flew down, stopping 30 meters in front of Yang Wudi. Seeing this, Yang Wudi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The 30-meter distance was just the limit of his instant attack range, clearly indicating that the other party was very wary of him. "What are you doing here instead of guarding your failing clan? Are you trying to join our Windsword sect and become our affiliated sect?" The white-clad elder was Nangang Yu, another soul Douluo of the Windsword sect aside from the sect master Nangang Yuan. It was evident that he and Yang Wudi did not get along well. Yang Wudi raised his eyebrows and said defiantly, "Your Windsword sect is struggling to protect itself, and you still have the audacity to dream?" He then added, "Hey, old bald head, if your Windsword sect is defeated, I might take you in to sweep the floors of the broken clan." Perhaps due to his old age and overwork, Nangang Yu was already balding, and since then, he couldn't stand others mentioning this issue. Now that Yang Wudi not only revealed his shortcoming, but also shamelessly suggested letting him sweep the floors, it pushed Nangang Yu into a rage. With a light clang, a 3-foot-long sword gleaming with cold light appeared in Nangang Yu's right hand. "Looks like you want to experience our Windsword sect's swordsmanship. Just you?" Yang Wudi scoffed, and, at the same time, a black light surged from his right palm as the pitch-black broken soul gun materialized. The two men then stared at each other, and as their rising momentum stirred the soul power, it kicked up a storm of dust. Just as their battle was about to erupt, a sword suddenly flew down from the city tower, its blade embedding into the bluestone between the two. The two, who were in a fierce standoff, instinctively retracted their momentum. What? Yang clan leader came from afar without notifying me? Do you think our Windsword sect doesn't know how to host guests? The voice belonged to an elder with all white hair, his white robe fluttering without wind. If there were a title of Sword Immortal in the Douluo Continent.Xu Mo Bai couldn't think of anyone else who could earn it besides this person. Yang Wudi was startled. He could sense that Nangong Yuan's strength had improved significantly since before, likely only a step away from becoming a title Douluo. Isn't it so? Nangong Yuan's mouth twitched. Yang Wudi was still the same stubborn character, not knowing how he had lived to such an old age. However, with so many outsiders present, Nangong Yuan couldn't afford to get angry, so he pretended not to hear and suppress his anger, saying, "You didn't come all this way just to bicker with me, did you? Speak up. What brings you to the capital?" Yang Wudi provocatively glanced at the restrained Nangong Yu and pretended to be puzzled. "I see the capital looks like it's facing a great enemy. Is the barbarian tribe really that unstoppable? Or is it that your Windsword sect can't handle it? WOC, you old man, just wait until I cleave you with a sword." After Yang Wudi's words, Nangong Yu's beard stood on end with anger. If it weren't for Nangong Yuan holding him back, he would have drawn his sword right then and there. Even if Nangong Yu had a good temper, there was now a fire in his eyes as he coldly said, "If you came to see a joke about our Windsword sect, I think you've come to the wrong place. Is that so? I originally wanted to bring our broken clan to support you, hoping to get a title like Duke after the battle, but now it seems you don't appreciate it, so I might as well head back." Yang Wudi said nonchalantly as he dug at his ears. Hearing this, Nangong Yu's eyes lit up. They were well aware of the barbarian tribe's strength. It appeared that the barbarian tribe had only one top-tier soul Douluo, which was inferior to the Windsword sect. However, once the barbarian tribe entered battle, they all became fearless and reckless, and the majority of the Windsword sect soul masters had grown up in a sheltered environment, never witnessing such a fighting style, leading to repeated defeats on the battlefield. Moreover, the barbarian chief was also exceptionally strong, capable of overpowering any soul Douluo of the Windsword sect, forcing them into a passive defensive position. However, this situation wouldn't last long. As the battle progressed, the Windsword sect soul masters gradually adapted to the battlefield's rhythm, and with Nangong Yu on the verge of a breakthrough, the barbarian tribe's advantage would soon vanish. This was also why Xu Mo Bai wanted a quick resolution. Becoming a duke is a bit challenging, but we can negotiate. "How many people did you bring this time?" Clan leader Yang. At Nangong Yuan's gesture, Nangong Yu immediately put on a flattering expression. He wasn't as stubborn as Nangong Yuan. Now was a critical moment for the survival of the Windsword sect, and a little face saving didn't matter. "But I remember you two are both dukes of the nation. If I weren't a duke, wouldn't that make our broken clan inferior to your Windsword sect?" Nangong Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he forced a good out of his throat. "If you truly wish to help our Windsword sect, after entering the city, I will immediately apply to the king to grant you the title of duke." Only then did Yang Wudi nod in satisfaction and said, "Come, let the two dukes see our broken clan sincerity." Xu Mo Bai and the others stepped forward, revealing their soul rings. Nangong Yuan and Nangong Yu looked at the group of soul kings before them and nodded in satisfaction. Although the number of people from the broken clan was not large, it resolved the urgent need of the Windsword sect, especially with Yang Wudi's arrival. It allowed Nangong Yuan to deal with other soul masters from the barbarian tribe, which would be decisive on the battlefield. How come there's a soul master at the soul respect level? Nangong Yu noticed the presence of the only three-ring soul master, Xu Mo Bai, in the crowd and asked curiously. Yang Wudi was initially startled, but then carelessly replied, "Oh, the younger generation at home insisted I bring him to see the world, so I had no choice but to bring him along. All right, come with me into the city. There are some important matters I need to clarify with you. Otherwise, the military law is merciless." With a wave of Nangong Yuan's hand, the crimson back gate was slowly opened by the soldiers, and then Xu Mo Bai and his group were led into the capital. Chapter 55, Duke of the Protectorate. Soon, Nangong Yu brought Xu Mo Bai and his group to the military camp, arranged a house for them to stay temporarily, and assigned a team of guards to protect them, which he called safeguarding their safety. However, Xu Mo Bai was well aware that although Yang Wudi claimed to be bringing people for support, they would never be allowed to act freely until Yang Wudi's true intentions were confirmed. Meanwhile, Nangong Yuan led Yang Wudi to meet the king. Due to the invasion of the barbarians, the entire kingdom was left with only one capital city, and the once charismatic king now appeared somewhat despondent. Sometimes, in the dead of night, he would reflect on whether he had done something wrong, wondering why such incidents occurred during his reign. The supposedly invincible army was actually driven to flee by the barbarians who escaped from the Star Luo Empire. Those nobles who usually enjoyed various privileges ran away the fastest in the face of danger. If it weren't for the policies unfavorable to the nobility implemented by the barbarians after they occupied the city, he believed that even if the kingdom were reduced to only the capital, those idle nobles would still be the first to come begging for mercy. As for the loyal nobles of the kingdom, they had long been crushed under the iron hooves of the barbarians. At this moment, the king had long lost the ambition he had when he first took office. The indulgent lifestyle had extinguished his aspirations. But his pride as a king did not allow the kingdom to end under his rule. I was just a little playful, a little willful, a little extravagant. I'm not a tyrant, let alone a king of the kingdom, the king murmured, not even noticing that Nangong Yuan had brought someone in. Seeing such a king, Nangong Yuan and Yang Wudi had different expressions. A hint of disgust flashed in Nangong Yuan's eyes. If it weren't for the Wind Sword sect's continuous support of the kingdom, and the barbarians' clear stance of not wanting to accept the sect above the court, he would have long stopped caring about the kingdom's fate. As one of the 7 major sects, to have fallen to the point where they couldn't even defend their own sect was a tremendous shame for Nangong Yuan. Your Majesty, this is Yang Wudi, the leader of the Piji clan, an 81st level soul fighter, here to help us repel the enemy, Nangong Yuan said coldly, suppressing his emotions despite his reluctance. Hearing this, the king, who had been slouched in his chair, immediately straightened up, his eyes bursting with extreme excitement as he spoke repeatedly. It's worth it. I've always opened the doors for soul masters. At such a critical time, a righteous person like this comes to help. Yang Wudi secretly rolled his eyes, gaining a new understanding of the so-called king's ability to speak nonsense. Usually, under the Wind Sword sect's instructions, the kingdom had repeatedly suppressed the Piji clan. Now that they needed help, they claimed to have opened the doors for them. Only a fool would believe that. However, Yang Wudi knew that the show must go on. If he let his emotions get the better of him now and jeopardize the plan, it would be too great a loss. I can't dare to be called a righteous person. Let me be clear, if I am not given the position of Duke of the Protectorate, our Piji clan will not assist the kingdom. Yang Wudi did not feign surprise at the king's polite words. Both Nangong Yuan and the king were not fools. If he came under the pretense of providing support, but ended up flattering them, it would definitely raise their suspicions. By setting the terms now, although it would spark some anger, it would not lead to their distrust. Duke of the Protectorate? The king looked at Nangong Yuan for confirmation, and after the latter nodded, he cleared his throat and said, all right, as long as you repel the barbarians, I will grant you the position of Duke of the Protectorate. Yang Wudi said expressionlessly, Your Majesty must have misheard. I said that if I am given the position of Duke of the Protectorate, our Piji clan will assist. A flicker of anger flashed across the king's face, but he quickly replaced it with a gentle smile, saying, we can understand your eagerness to achieve merit, but we have never had a precedent for granting the title of Duke of the Protectorate without any merit. Yang Wudi sneered coldly. Then may I ask what beneficial deeds the Wind Sword sect has done for the kingdom to warrant having 2 dukes? The king was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, and said, all right, since that's the case, from today on, you are the new Duke of the Protectorate. Once the decision was made, the king swiftly drafted the decree and handed it to Yang Wudi. I hope Duke Yang can spare no effort in driving out the barbarians for the country. Yang Wudi took the decree, blinked, and smiled. That is certain. It's just a matter of eliminating you stubborn resistance. After saying that, Yang Wudi exited the hall, and someone would naturally lead him to familiarize himself with the military affairs. Nangong sect master Why? Although the king had lost his ambitions, he still noticed Yang Wudi's various jabs at the Wind Sword sect. However, he was curious why Nangong Yuan showed no signs of stopping it. Not even a hint of anger on his face. Why bother with someone who is about to die? Nangong Yuan said lightly, gently brushing off non-existent dust from his left shoulder. The king's eyes twitched. If he remembered correctly, Yang Wudi had just been standing to the left of Nangong Yuan. Upon hearing Nangong Yuan's words, the king understood his plan. For the Wind Sword sect, their current tolerance towards the Piji clan was merely a preparation for the upcoming battle. As long as the barbarians were defeated and their chieftain was killed, the Wind Sword sect would turn around and strike down the Piji clan. Moreover, Nangang Yuan sensed that the day he would break through to become a title Douluo was not far off. By then, even if the barbarians remained undefeated along with the Paji clan, it would be nothing more than a trivial matter to wipe them out in an instant. The scene shifted to Xu Mo Bai's side. Interestingly, while Nangang Yuan did not care about Yang Wudi's outrageous actions, some members of the sect could not stand it. Unable to defeat Yang Wudi, they came to Xu Mo Bai's side to stir up trouble, seeking to regain their honor. Chapter 56. The Duel, Part 1. 7 people from the Wind Sword sect arrived, led by a girl dressed in a blue coat and a white short skirt, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. Even with Xu Mo Bai's mature mindset from 2 lifetimes, he was stunned by her beauty at first sight. Her hands were delicate, her skin like creamy jade, her neck graceful, her teeth like those of a melon seed, her forehead smooth, and her eyebrows elegant. With a charming smile and beautiful eyes, these flattering words seemed entirely appropriate for her. However, as soon as the girl spoke, Xu Mo Bai felt his worldview being challenged. "Where's the person in charge of your broken clan? Come out and let us have a look." The girl placed her right leg on a chair, put her left hand on her hip, and, after scanning the room with a mischievous look, boldly declared. The group behind her had long since learned to keep their eyes on themselves, as they had come to a consensus after witnessing their little junior sister being treated like a fairy by the senior brothers, only to be either beaten up or humiliated. This girl was a demoness, with no trace of a fairy's demeanor, earning her the nickname Mo Yin Fairy. It was clear that the visitors were not friendly, and with Yang Wudi absent, everyone turned their gaze to Xu Mo Bai, who was sitting in the corner painting. "Cough, what are you looking at? The clan leader should be back soon. If you have matters to discuss, go find him." Saying this, Xu Mo Bai continued to focus on his painting. Though some were captivated by her beauty at first glance, he had no intention of making acquaintances. It seems like you little brat are the backbone around here. The broken clan truly is pathetic." The girl's brow raised, and the provocation and derision in her words were unmistakable. The sole masters present from the broken clan could barely contain themselves. How could such a beautiful girl not cry for a long time if she were punched? Xu Mo Bai remained silent. The other party had clearly come prepared to provoke, and recklessly stepping in would only play into their hands. Furthermore, after enduring this period, there were still questions among the Wind Sword sect members. Why bother flaunting their verbal skills here? Seeing Xu Mo Bai's lack of reaction, others gradually suppressed their anger. After all, the broken clan was known for their fiery tempers, but they weren't completely clueless. Noticing the other party's continued silence, the girl in blue felt a twinge of irritation. It was like trying to insult someone who had already put on earplugs. "You broken clan are truly a bunch of cowards. Boring. Let's go." With that, the girl angrily threw down her words and gestured for everyone to leave. Upon hearing this, the others from the Wind Sword sect hurriedly stepped forward to shield the girl, as they understood, well, how high the provocation value of her previous words was towards a normal man. Given the fiery nature of the broken clan, if the other side couldn't suppress their urge to retaliate, they would begin to suspect that the broken clan had been swapped out for imposters. "Stop. You think you could just come here and act wild and leave? Do you think our broken clan is a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Since this lady says we're a bunch of cowards, why not stay tonight and let us show her what we're made of?" Xu Mo Bai knew that if he remained silent at this moment, not only would the members of the broken clan hold it against him, but it would also raise suspicions among the others. The people present were not naive youths. They understood the hidden meaning in Xu Mo Bai's words and issued meaningful chuckles. Not too old, but quite arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." A man with sword-like eyebrows stepped forward, his brows nearly merging in the middle, revealing how furious he was. It was no wonder among this group. He was the grandson of the Grand Elder and the most suitable partner for the little junior sister, both in background and talent. The elders on both sides had intended to matchmake, but the spoiled girl had no intention of following her family's arrangements. As soon as he finished speaking, the man pointed his right hand like a sword towards Xu Mo Bai's throat. Although he didn't use his martial spirit, the speed of this attack was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Xu Mo Bai's eyes narrowed. He was displeased with the other party's lethal approach. Just as the man's fingertip was about to touch Xu Mo Bai's throat, Xu Mo Bai moved. His left hand's index and middle fingers swiftly pinched the man's finger, while his right leg kicked the man away. Fortunately, his companions behind him caught him. Otherwise, being kicked out of the room would undoubtedly attract a crowd. However, this also meant that the man's plan to show off in front of the girl had backfired, resulting in a loss of face. Good, good, good. After regaining his footing, the man appeared visibly enraged. He didn't look at the girl and repeated good 3 times before revealing his martial spirit. A 3-foot flying sword appeared in his hand, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings swirling around the sword, sparkling with light. Nangong Jia, level 54 weapon soul king. Kid, show me your martial spirit. Don't say I'm bullying you. Xu Mo Bai was slightly surprised. The other party was only in his 30s and was already a soul king, a testament to the strength of the 7 major sects. Currently, aside from Xu Mo Bai, the most talented member of the Broken Clan, Yang Huanfeng, was only 20 years old and at level 39 as a soul master. When he could break through to level 40 was still uncertain. However, Xu Mo Bai felt that the other party had some issues. The age difference was clearly over 10 years, yet he was here saying he wouldn't bully him? How can one compare physical capabilities with age? I really can't, as I'm just a soul master. Xu Mo Bai deliberately emphasized the words physical capabilities, and everyone present understood the implication. WOC, Nangong Jia had never suffered such humiliation. He raised the flying sword and aimed a chop at Xu Mo Bai's head. His fellow disciples quickly pulled him back and advised, "Senior brother, calm down. You must remain calm. The opponent is just a soul master. How could he be your match? What just happened was merely an accident, and besides, winning would only make others say you are bullying the weak, which is disgraceful." Hearing this, Xu Mo Bai snorted coldly, lightly dusting off his shoes, pulling his hatred level back to the max, as he had already caught sight of Yang Wudi's figure appearing at the door. "Senior brother, let me handle this. I'm also a soul master. This way it's fair, right?" The girl in blue pushed aside the 2 people blocking her and stepped forward, revealing a bright blue sword in her hand, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings confirming her words were true. Since it's a duel, it's only right to have some stakes. At this moment, Yang Wudi's voice came from behind them, startling the members of the Wind Sword sect until they saw Nangong Yu following behind Yang Wudi, which calmed them down again. Chapter 57, The Bet, Part 2, The Clan Leader. After Yang Wudi entered, Xu Mo Bai felt more confident. Yang Wudi's smiling face clearly indicated that he had just gained a lot from the king, and their identities would not be suspected for the time being. This allowed them to act without fear. Yang Wudi walked up to Xu Mo Bai with his hands behind his back, glanced at the girl in blue, and a smile appeared on his lips as he said, "If you lose, how about becoming his maid for a few days, serving him tea and water?" Yang Wudi, Nangong Yu absolutely would not agree to such an unreasonable bet. If they lost, it would be a disgrace to the Fengjian sect. "Oh, so you don't want to accept this bet? Then let's talk about something else. You Fengjian sect came to our Ji clan's territory to cause trouble. Do you really think we are easy to bully?" Saying this, Yang Wudi summoned the soul-breaking spear, releasing his aura and pretending to want to fight the Fengjian sect's people. Nangong Yu's peripheral vision swept around and found that his grandson, Nangong Jia, had a large footprint on his chest and was trying to hide behind his fellow disciples, while the opponents appeared unscathed. Useless. Nangong Yu cursed inwardly. Coming here to cause trouble only made him lose face. If it weren't for the fact that Nangong Jia was his only grandson, he would have wanted to stab him with a sword. "Yang Wudi, you should understand that this is the territory of our Fengjian sect. I've never liked you. If you have the guts, let's step outside and fight. Threatening juniors here is no skill. All right, how about a wager of 100,000 gold coins?" Yang Wudi immediately agreed, adding new conditions, claiming that as long as the opponent was not a titled Douluo, he would not feel afraid. Nangong Yu's mouth twitched. He had a feeling that Yang Wudi was clearly waiting for him here. 100,000 gold coins. Although the Fengjian sect was wealthy, their assets had been affected by the invasion of the barbarian tribes, and losing such a large sum at once would be painful. However, Nangong Yu was unwilling to lose face. The argument between the two attracted a large crowd of onlookers. If Nangong Yu backed down now, the Paji clan would take the opportunity to stir up trouble behind his back, severely damaging the Fengjian sect's reputation. "All right, just watch me teach you a lesson." Saying this, the two of them walked out of the room, standing on opposite sides in the training ground. Xu Mo Bai felt somewhat speechless, originally. He had discussed with Yang Wudi how to draw hatred after entering the capital, which would not only alleviate the other party's suspicions, but also lead them to assign them to the most dangerous places. This would create excellent conditions for their cooperation soon. However, Xu Mo Bai did not expect Yang Wudi to be so provocative. Regardless of who won or lost this bet, a grudge had been established between the two sides. Just then, Xu Mo Bai suddenly thought that the current Paji clan probably could not produce 100,000 gold coins, right? But in the end, the battle did not occur. Nangong Yuan, who came out of the royal palace, learned of this news and rushed to the training ground to stop the fight between the two. As for their bet, it ended up being left unresolved. However, when Nangong Jie was taken away by Nangong Yuan, he stared at Su Mo Bai with a resentful gaze. Of course, Su Mo Bai did not care at all. What was a soul king? He had killed him before. After nightfall, Su Mo Bai and the others sat together to discuss the details of the plan to break the city. Have we contacted the family? Su Mo Bai asked you, who was responsible for communication on both sides. You was a barbarian. Although he looked like a rough barbarian man, his martial soul was a windbell flower, possessing soul skills such as confusion and sound transmission. Upon learning of his abilities, Su Mo Bai assigned him to the intelligence department to serve as a very rudimentary telephone. We've made contact and agreed to meet 2 days later at the North Gate. Using the witch's dark fire as a signal, you whispered. It seemed that due to his long-term work habits, Yu's voice had become quieter and quieter, as if he would be discovered if he spoke too loudly. Su Mo Bai nodded and continued. From the situation during the day, it seems the other side has basically dismissed their suspicions about us. However, the Fengjian sect still has some reservations about us, merely viewing us as fresh troops to fill the gaps in their wartime defenses. When I entered the city, I noticed that their defenses at the 4 city gates were quite strict, and finding vulnerabilities during the night would be extremely difficult. Mentioning this made Su Mo Bai feel a headache. It was clear that Nangong Yuan of the Fengjian sect was no ordinary person. He had fortified the entire capital to be as solid as a fortress, making it as difficult to covertly seize the city gates as climbing to the sky. Montak Bai, do you know who that girl was today? Yang Wudi suddenly said with a mischievous smile, resembling a relative introducing a matchmaker to a child. Su Mo Bai's head filled with black lines. The barbarians have been fighting with the Fengjian sect for 6 months, and he didn't know that? Nangong Fian, the little princess of the Fengjian sect, 17 years old, level 36 old master, barely considered a genius. I have no thoughts about her. Montak Bai, there's a saying that hitting is caring and scolding is love. You two have already scolded each other today. Finding an excuse to meet up and enjoy the flowers and moon on the city wall will be a perfect opportunity to seize the city gate, right? Looking at Yang Wudi's mischievous expression, Su Mo Bai felt speechless. Was this really the stubborn Yang Wudi he remembered? He was clearly just an old child. Su Mo Bai shook his head, rejecting Yang Wudi's terrible idea, saying, if she doesn't chop me to death with a sword, that would be good enough. Besides, even though it's a war, we haven't reached the point of using such despicable means. Su Mo Bai's words clarified the situation, but after Yang Wudi's reminder, Su Mo Bai indeed thought of a way to make the city gate's defenses lax. In the next few days, everyone should familiarize themselves with the city's defenses, and during their free time, they could go to various hotels in the city for meals, while conveniently spreading the word about the Fengjian sect causing trouble today. Su Mo Bai took out a bag of gold coins and distributed it to everyone, instructing them that if they encountered Fengjian sect members in the hotels, they could provoke them as much as possible. If the other side made a move, they could say they were bullying the weak. If the other side couldn't win, they could ridicule them even more. Since some people held grudges against him, Su Mo Bai would just add fuel to the fire. Love and dignity were the things that could most erode a person's rationality. Chapter 58, Night Assault on the North Gate, Part 1, with Su Mo Bai's series of arrangements. The next day, a rumor gradually spread throughout the entire capital. Hey, have you heard? Nangong Jie, the eldest disciple of the Windsword sect, was kicked by a soul master from the Piji clan yesterday and ended up disfigured. Really? The bystander B found it hard to believe what bystander A said. Who is Nangong Jie? He is the eldest senior brother of the younger generation of the Windsword sect, a soul king under 30. Hailed as the future titled Douluo and the shining star of the Windsword sect. Hey, your news is inaccurate. Let me tell you, I was there at the scene, and it was bloody. Bystander C exaggeratedly waved his hands, as if he were an outstanding performer, 1 foot on the table as he spoke dramatically. Isn't Nangong Jie always infatuated with Nangong Fian? At that time, Nangong Fian spoke a few words with the little soul master from the Piji clan, and Nangong Jie couldn't help himself, revealing his martial soul right away, wanting to show the other party a lesson. Ahem. Perhaps he was too excited and choked on his own words, coughing a few times before continuing. Before he knew it, the little soul master used a sly kick and hit little Nangong Jie. Instantly, the momentum that Nangong Jie had just gathered was completely deflated. The crowd gasped in shock. Poor thing, does that mean he... Everyone's mind conjured up an image of a slender, elegant young man with sword-like eyebrows, using a sharp voice to command a flying sword to slay his enemies. So disgusting. Hey, what are you all thinking? The Windsword sect is a big family. How could they not be able to handle such a small issue? I heard that after Nangong Jie went back, he was still standing tall the next day, using a 1,000-year-old tiger whip. Bystander C waved his hand, successfully gathering everyone's attention onto himself. After enjoying the spotlight for a while, Bystander C continued to explain, sharing details of the scene he claimed to have witnessed. What they didn't notice was a young man with sword-like eyebrows on the second-floor railing, looking at them with a fierce expression. The wooden railing was almost crushed to powder by his grip. This person was Nangong Jie. Originally, he had planned to go out for a meal with his fellow disciples today, but unexpectedly, everyone was discussing their incident from yesterday. Moreover, the rumors were becoming increasingly outrageous. Do these people have no brains? How could a dignified soul king like him be unable to defeat a mere soul master? If it weren't for the potential impact, Nangong Jie really wanted to slay this group of rumor-mongers with a single sword strike. Senior brother, we've investigated, and the whole matter originated from the Paji clan. They still have people spreading this information throughout the city. The younger disciple who gathered intelligence cautiously reported back to Nangong Jie. Sure enough, upon hearing the news, Nangong Jie crushed the armrest into powder, gritting his teeth and saying, "This is simply too much. Go call a few fellow disciples and bring back those rumor-spreading members of the Paji clan." In a fit of rage, Nangong Jie disregarded the warning from Nangong Yuan earlier that morning not to cause trouble during this period. What big picture? If he endured any longer, he felt that the other party would dare to dance on the roof of the Windsword sect. Senior brother, should we reconsider? If we actually capture them, I'm worried. The younger disciple was alarmed, fearing that if the Windsword sect brought the people back, given the Paji clan's temperament, it would cause a huge uproar. What are you worried about? Nangong Jie narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing into the younger disciple's heart like two sharp swords. The sky won't fall. Or do you think you can bargain with me now? The younger disciple broke out in a cold sweat, recalling the cruel heart hidden behind Nangong Jie's handsome face. In the past, there were those in the Windsword sect who dared to challenge Nangong Jie, but their fate was merely to become stepping stones for him to establish his authority among the younger generation. I'll go right away. As soon as the words left his mouth, the younger disciple hurriedly jumped down from the second floor and ran off to find people. Little soul master, or should I say, little dead body sounds better. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Nangong Jie's mouth. His intuition told him that this matter was closely related to the kid from yesterday. Is it not a rumor? A soul king can't defeat a soul master from the Paji clan? Then he would give everyone an opportunity to witness the truth. Meanwhile, Xu Mo Bai was still unaware that Nangong Jie had set his sights on him. He was busy surveying the capital, preparing for the barbarian invasion in 2 days. I didn't expect you to be able to draw. Aren't you guys from the Paji clan just a bunch of brutes who only know how to fight? A melodious voice, like a yellow aureole, came from behind Xu Mo Bai, startling him into quickly closing his sketchbook. It's you? Xu Mo Bai frowned, surprised to find it was the girl he had argued with yesterday, Nangong Fian. What's the matter? Surprised to see me? Nangong Fian smiled slightly, instantly brightening up the dim alley. Xu Mo Bai chuckled. I'm indeed a bit surprised. Aren't you afraid I'll really capture you to be my foot-washing maid? Perhaps feeling a bit resentful over Xu Mo Bai's lack of charm, Nangong Fian rolled her eyes at him. With your skinny arms and legs, you think you can catch me to help you wash your feet? What's wrong with that? Xu Mo Bai retorted, secretly putting away his sketchbook. Oomph, Nangong Fian snorted, her disdain evident in her eyes. You were drawing a picture of the capital, weren't you? Why are you investigating our military deployment? Xu Mo Bai was startled, but regained his composure upon seeing the smile in Nangong Fian's eyes. He sighed and said, I was thinking that soon, this beautiful city will turn into ruins. I wanted to leave something behind. Oh, I didn't expect that. You're quite the impoverished artist. Let me see your sketchbook. Although Nangong Fian's words were a question, her tone contained an undeniable authority. What? Do you want me to tell them you're stealing the defense plan of the capital? Seeing Xu Mo Bai hesitate, Nangong Fian continued. Fine. After some thought, Xu Mo Bai decided to hand over the sketchbook. Fortunately, what he had just drawn was not a defense plan. Such things couldn't be discerned without being on the city walls. Xu Mo Bai took out the sketchbook and handed it to Nangong Fian. Although what he had drawn was not a defense plan, it did involve the military distribution near the North Gate. If Nangong Fian had enough military awareness, she would not find it difficult to discover what Xu Mo Bai was hiding behind the drawings. If Nangong Fian really discovered it, Xu Mo Bai would have no choice but to expose his plan in advance. But if that happened, the barbarians would lose their element of surprise, and those infiltrators in the capital wouldn't know how many would survive. Have you personally been to all these places? After receiving the sketchbook, Nangong Fian did not immediately inspect Xu Mo Bai's recent work as he had expected, but instead flipped through the previous works with great interest. We from the Paji clan were not originally people of this kingdom. More than 10 years ago, for various reasons, we settled here. As recounted by the elders of our clan, Xu Mo Bai seriously and nonsensically stated that the above illustrations were basically his experiences during his travels in the Starry Empire and had nothing to do with the migration of the Paji clan. You have this skill? Nangong Fian's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had discovered some magical treasure. I guess so, Xu Mo Bai replied vaguely, unsure of what Nangong Fian wanted to do. Then help me draw a picture. I'll describe it, and you draw it. Nangong Fian returned the sketchbook to Xu Mo Bai, her lively, big eyes blinking at him. Seeing that Xu Mo Bai was somewhat reluctant, Nangong Fian added, if you don't want to help, I'll tell my grandfather that your Paji clan has ulterior motives and is trying to collude with the barbarian tribes to attack the capital. Xu Mo Bai felt that if he were in a two-dimensional art style right now, there would definitely be a cold sweat on his forehead. This girl was too on point. Fine, what do you want me to draw? Reluctantly, Xu Mo Bai had no choice but to agree to Nangong Fian's request. Draw a woman. She is my mother. My mother passed away when I was very young, and I only remember her eyes were blue. After half an hour of Nangong Fian's rambling, Xu Mo Bai managed to depict the image from her memory onto the paper. Mom looking at the gentle gaze of her mother on the drawing. Tears streamed down the corners of Nangong Fian's eyes. All right, it seems your expression should be satisfactory, so I'll take my leave. With that, Xu Mo Bai turned to leave. But unexpectedly, 5 disciples from the Windsword sect had already quietly surrounded him while he was drawing for Nangong Fian. Kid, the senior brother wants to have a chat with you. Come with us. The leading disciple first revealed his martial soul, followed by the others, whose 10 or more soul rings illuminated the dim alley. Seeing this, Xu Mo Bai was not surprised but rather pleased. It seemed their plan's first step had already succeeded. What do you want? Nangong Fian, who had just been helped significantly, wiped her tears and stood in front of Xu Mo Bai. Junior sister, we are just following senior brother's orders. Please don't make it difficult for us. The leading disciple smiled bitterly. How was it that in less than a day's time, their junior sister had started to defend an outsider? Fine, I'll go with you. Xu Mo Bai certainly would not accept Nangong Fian's goodwill. If he didn't go, how would the next act unfold? You? Nangong Fian's eyes turned, and she seemed to think of another prank, so she followed them to the place Nangong Jie mentioned. Upon arriving at the agreed location, Xu Mo Bai found that the 3 people he had sent out to spread rumors had already been captured and tied to posts. One of the barbarians secretly gestured to Xu Mo Bai, indicating that Nangong Jie had already been drugged. Upon seeing Nangong Jie, who was nervously pinching his fingers, Xu Mo Bai realized that he was on the verge of losing control of his anger. So, Xu Mo Bai quietly moved closer to Nangong Fian, making it look like they were very intimate. Sure enough, upon noticing that Xu Mo Bai and his group had arrived, Nangong Jie first felt delighted. But when he saw Nangong Fian laughing and talking with Xu Mo Bai, his expression instantly turned ashen. Kid, you're the one spreading rumors behind my back. Huh? Do you realize you've messed up now? Nangong Jie took out a dagger from somewhere and viciously tapped it on the face of one of the people tied to the post. Now the initiative was in his hands. He didn't want to know what had happened between Nangong Fian and Xu Mo Bai. He just wanted to humiliate Xu Mo Bai thoroughly in the time to come. Chapter 59, Night Attack on the North Gate, Part 2. Xu Mo Bai smiled slightly. He didn't feel that he had lost control of the situation. The more ruthless Nangong Jie became, the more it indicated that his emotions were gradually spiraling out of control. All right, what do you want to compete in? You're not suggesting that I, a soul master, should compete in soul power with you, a mere soul scholar, are you? Nangong Jie suddenly laughed, as if he had heard something extremely amusing. Haven't you all been spreading rumors that a soul king like me can't compare to a little soul scholar like you? Why are you so bold behind my back, but submissive in reality? Nangong Jie's eyes showed a pathological excitement. He suddenly pressed his long sword against one person's throat. You either fight me, or you surrender, he dies. Nangong Fian frowned. She felt that the current Nangong Jie was very different. Not at all like the righteous senior brother she knew, but rather like a gambler throwing caution to the wind. Senior brother, what you're doing will affect our relationship with the Paji clan. If Master finds out, shut up. Nangong Jie interrupted her sharply before she could finish. The relationship with the Paji clan? How dare you say that? When they slandered me, why didn't you say it would affect our relationship? Now, you're lecturing me instead? What about this pretty boy has attracted you to the point of betraying the sect? Nangong Jia. The words betray the sect pierced Nangong Fian's heart deeply. For the first time, she realized that jealousy and anger could make a person feel so alien. Slap. In her anger, Nangong Fian slapped Nangong Jia across the face. Good, good, good. Nangong Jia didn't expect Nangong Fian to hit him over this matter, especially in front of everyone. Having lost some restraint, Nangong Jia erupted in anger, laughed 3 times, and then commanded the people behind him, "Take the little junior sister away." The others dared not defy Nangong Jia at this moment. After apologizing, they disregarded Nangong Fian's struggles and pulled her aside. Now how do you choose? Nangong Jia wore a charming smile, his eyes glinting with a playful amusement as he began to ponder how to torment the little girl before him. Then let us battle. Xu Mo Bai's eyes narrowed. Intense flames erupted from his palm, and the dark God-Slaying spear appeared in his left hand. To avoid raising suspicion, Xu Mo Bai concealed the flames on the spear. Now, it's interesting. Nangong Jia's first and second soul rings lit up in succession, and his long sword was suddenly released, slicing through the air as if it had torn space itself, arriving before Xu Mo Bai in the blink of an eye. Xu Mo Bai was not surprised. He had encountered the Wind Sword sect on the battlefield a few times. Though the attack was somewhat dazzling, it was not something he couldn't withstand. Xu Mo Bai understood that in his current state of provoking Nangong Jia, the latter wouldn't easily kill him. He needed to endure some torment first. Sure enough, the first attack targeted Xu Mo Bai's eyes. He slightly tilted his head to avoid it. To conceal his identity, Xu Mo Bai didn't use his first soul skill, Wind-Piercing Stab. However, given Nangong Jia's completely uncontrolled emotions, his third and second soul skills would suffice. Divine Flame. Xu Mo Bai murmured, and the dark God-Slaying spear was enveloped in a ghostly blue flow, a result of the flames condensing into a liquid state. Although Xu Mo Bai had not yet acquired his fourth soul ring, his soul skills had significantly improved after absorbing the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Previously, the flames covering the spear had powerful deterrent effects, but also caused Xu Mo Bai's power to be somewhat dispersed. Now, however, Nangong Jia would witness Xu Mo Bai's transformation in his first battle. Xu Mo Bai waved his hands upward, sending Nangong Jia's long sword flying. At the same time, a hint of ghostly blue quietly adhered to the sword. In his fury, Nangong Jia didn't notice the oddity, or perhaps he only wanted to kill Xu Mo Bai. Is this all you can do? Xu Mo Bai stood with his spear, extending his left hand and beckoning Nangong Jia. You'll find out soon enough. The only black soul ring in front of Nangong Jia lit up, and a brilliant blue light surged from the white longsword. The light grew brighter, and the 3-foot-long sword instantly expanded, resembling a divine punishment blade from the heavens. Xu Mo Bai's instinct screamed at him, warning that he could not withstand this blow. After a brief moment, the blue giant sword hovering above Xu Mo Bai moved, and the resulting shockwave shattered the clouds in the sky. Xu Mo Bai, targeted by the giant's sword, felt an overwhelming pressure crashing down on him, as if an avalanche were sweeping him away. He sensed that even his soul power was nearly stagnant. He used the enhancement from his soul bone. This strike's power was comparable to a soul emperor. You can't block this, run. Nangong Fian, held in place by everyone, shouted. She clearly knew that this soul bone was given to Nangong Jia by Nangong Yu when he broke through to the soul scholar rank, enabling him to possess Soul King strength at such a young age. This soul bone did not come with any powerful attack skills. Its only effect was to amplify his next attack's intensity tenfold, combined with Nangong Jia's fifth soul skill, which came from a soul beast over 12,000 years old. This soul ring, close to the absorption limit for soul masters, provided him with immense attacking power. With both enhancements, this strike from Nangong Jia would deal significant damage even to a careless soul emperor. Xu Mo Bai took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Seeing that Yang Wudi had arrived, he felt he could act without any reservations. Since this was a performance, he thought, he might as well make it as realistic as possible. Xu Mo Bai slightly crouched, his whole body resembling an arrow ready to launch, and he shot up into the sky. The black orb on the God-Slaying spear instantly turned ghostly blue, and the entire spear became a blend of blue and black. Under the illumination, Xu Mo Bai looked like a warrior unafraid of death, or a tiny insect daring to shake the heavens, charging headlong into the divine punishment blade. Boom! A massive collision resonated in the air, and the powerful wind generated by the impact caused everyone present to involuntarily shut their eyes. When a strong wind passed, Everyone saw Xu Mo Bai collapsed on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes tightly closed, clearly unconscious. Nangong Jie, Yang Wudi, who witnessed this scene, knew it was all part of Xu Mo Bai's plan, but he could not suppress his anger. With a flick of his right hand, the black glowing soul-breaking spear appeared in his grasp. Then, without a hint of hesitation because Nangong Jie was Nangong Yu's grandson, he unleashed his third soul skill, covering the soul-breaking spear. The spear shot toward Nangong Jie like a roaring thunderbolt. If Nangong Jie's flying sword could slice through space, then Yang Wudi's strike, imbued with his immense momentum and soul power, nearly condensed the space around Nangong Jie. Return. Although the Wind Sword sect was known for its peculiar attacks, they were not completely unprepared for such a situation. Nangong Jie's fourth soul ring lit up, and the azure long sword instantly returned to his front. The sword's tip pointed downwards, floating in the air, and a blue light formed a barrier in front of Nangong Jie, intending to block the attack of the soul-breaking spear. However, when the soul-breaking spear touched the barrier, the blue light shattered into pieces in an instant. The spear continued its momentum and struck the long sword, resulting in a massive explosion of soul power at the point of impact. Poof! After being struck by Yang Wudi, not only did Nangong Jie's martial soul dissipate into the air, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood. After being injured, the anger that had controlled Nangong Jie's mind faded, and before he could comprehend what he had just done, Yang Wudi approached him step by step, wielding the soul-breaking spear. "I am the eldest disciple of the Wind Sword sect. You can't kill me." A strong sense of fear surged in Nangong Jie's heart, and he hurriedly retreated, fearing that Yang Wudi would stab him to death with a single thrust. In response to Nangong Jie's plea for mercy, Yang Wudi did not stop his steps. The cold sound of his footsteps echoed in Nangong Jie's ears like the death knell of a devil. In a moment of distraction, Nangong Jie even fell to the ground, just as it seemed that Nangong Jie was about to be caught by Yang Wudi. A sharp sword flew from the horizon and embedded itself in the stone slab between the two. "Yang Wudi, we want." Upon seeing Nangong Jie in such a miserable state, Nangong Yu, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, was so furious that his beard stood on end. If it weren't for the rationality telling him that the Wind Sword sect needed the support of the Pa family during this time, that sword would not have just embedded itself in the stone slab. "Why is it that you can bully my clansmen, but I can't kill one of your eldest disciples?" Yang Wudi's eyes narrowed, and he slightly moved his fingers. The dark soul-breaking spear quietly turned its tip towards Nangong Yu. "I will naturally give you a satisfactory answer regarding this matter, but for now, you should care more about your clansmen." Nangong Yu snorted coldly. Without having the time to understand the situation, from what he could see on the scene, it was indeed Nangong Jie who had gone a bit too far. "Then how about I kill this kid first, and then you won't have to give me an answer." Yang Wudi laughed, then extended his right hand, aiming to stab Nangong Jie in the throat with the spear. Clang! A crisp metal clash sounded as Nangong Jie activated the long sword to block Yang Wudi's strike. Nangong Yu said in a deep voice, "Yang Wudi, I said I would give you a satisfactory answer, and I will definitely do so. Don't push too hard." Yang Wudi had not intended to tear the face off the Wind Sword sect at this moment, so he casually retracted the soul-breaking spear. Chapter 69 Raid on the North Gate 3. Seeing this, Nangong Yu also withdrew his martial soul, shot a glare at Nangong Jie, and said, "Aren't you going to hurry up and leave? Aren't you embarrassed enough?" Nangong Jie wanted to say something, but upon seeing Nangong Yu about to get angry again, he quickly slipped away with his followers. Yang Wudi snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied with Nangong Jie leaving like this. But he did not stop him. "Actually, Chief Yang," Nangong Fian opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. She felt that something was off. No matter how petty Nangong Jie was, he wouldn't do something like this at such a critical moment. Moreover, if what Nangong Jie said was true, that the rumors were spread by the Paji clan behind their backs, then what was their purpose in doing so? Excitement sparkled in Nangong Fian's eyes. It was precisely this intrigue that made it interesting. She couldn't wait to learn more about the person lying on the ground. Her intuition told her that the injuries he sustained were far less severe than they appeared. What do you want to do? A bad premonition arose in Yang Wudi's heart. He felt that Nangong Fian had already begun to suspect them. How about I take care of him? After all, our Fengjian sect is at fault in this matter, so it would be appropriate for me to look after the injured. Nangong Fian said with a smile, completely unconcerned about the waves her words stirred among those present. "Fian, you?" Nangong Yu blinked at her, signaling her not to be too surprised, and then continued, "Is Chief Yang really looking down on a little girl like me?" Yang Wudi's mouth twitched. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman was, the more troublesome she tended to be. All right, then it's a hassle for the young lady to come with us. Yang Wudi didn't dwell on it too much. Xu Mo Bai was not an ordinary person, and it was still uncertain who would outsmart whom. In fact, he might even end up bringing back a foot washing maid. Nangongyu knew that there was no stopping Nangong Fian from doing what she had decided. He could only see if Nangong Yuan could bring her back. Yang Wudi, I warn you not to challenge our Feng Jian sect's bottom line. Before Nangong could finish his harsh words, Nangong Fian pushed him aside and said, Elder, if you two keep talking, it will be dark soon. All right, you go back first. I know how to handle it. Nangong couldn't argue with her. So he shot a glare at Yang Wudi and left in a huff. Now, Chief Yang, let's go. I also want to see the medical skills of your Paji clan. Nangong Fian turned to Yang Wudi, looking as excited as if she were going on a trip. Yang Wudi glanced at her, then untied the ropes binding the 3 people tied to the pillar and led Xu Mo Bai back to their base. Along the way, Nangong Fian constantly probed Xu Mo Bai for various information about the Paji clan, trying to figure out what kind of person he really was. But by the time they returned to the Paji clan's base, all she knew was Xu Mo Bai's alias and that he was still single. This did not discourage her. The more difficult it was to investigate, the more it indicated that Xu Mo Bai was hiding secrets. This speculation made her even more excited and motivated. 6 hours later, as the effects of the medication wore off, Xu Mo Bai woke up, only to find an unexpected person in his room. Hey, wake up. You're crushing my arm. Xu Mo Bai pushed Nangong Fian, who was sprawled over the bed, in annoyance. He wondered where this girl had learned to sleep with her head on someone else's arm. Ah, you're awake? It seems my guess was right. You really didn't suffer any serious injuries. Nangong Fian raised her head and curiously examined Xu Mo Bai, confirming her guess when she saw that he was fine. Oh, Xu Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he looked at Nangong Fian, who was less than a foot away from him, finally settling his gaze on her face. It seems you have many questions, but I think you already know the answers. How do you know? Nangong Fian was startled. She felt that Xu Mo Bai was just trying to scare her. But another part of her mind told her that Xu Mo Bai had indeed seen through her speculation. Very simple, just a bit of straightforward reasoning. In fact, my target from the beginning was not Nangong Jia, but you. Xu Mo Bai chuckled at Nangong Fian's confused expression. After taking the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, Xu Mo Bai's looks had become extraordinary. Otherwise, Nangong Jia wouldn't have been so jealous. Now, with this smile, he even stirred Nangong Fian's thoughts. Me? Nangong Fian's face flushed. But she quickly regained her composure and retorted, You don't seriously want me to be your maid, do you? Xu Mo Bai shook his head. Seeing that Nangong Fian was still pretending to be naive, he got straight to the point. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Xu Mo Bai. As for my real identity, I believe you should have made some guesses by now. Boring. I thought you would try to hide it. I didn't expect you to say it so directly. It's not interesting at all. But aren't you afraid that I'll tell my grandfather your true identity? Nangong Fian stood up, stretched lazily, perfectly showcasing her golden ratio figure. If you truly recognize him as your grandfather, would you still follow me here? Xu Mo Bai was not captivated by her beauty, as he clearly understood that a heart as treacherous as a snake's lay hidden beneath such a stunning face. Now, tell me, what makes you think I will help you? Nangong Fian casually picked up a fruit from the table, peeled it while placing her legs on the bed, her demonic charm quietly revealing itself. Nangong Fian, granddaughter of Nangong Yuan, the leader of the Feng Jian sect. Her father, Nangong Yanjun, and her mother's identity is unclear. But it is rumored that her father betrayed her mother, leading to her mother's untimely death shortly after giving birth to her. Her father, Nangong Yanjun, died 3 months ago in the Battle of Teeling. Nangong Fian looked at Xu Mo Bai with interest, as if she had found a fascinating toy. You've done your homework. But that's not enough. Your martial soul isn't the inherited martial soul of the Feng Jian sect, the Wind Sword, is it? Xu Mo Bai's words made Nangong Fian, who had been calm all along, feel a sense of panic for the first time. She asked sharply, How do you know? Very simple. Your martial soul is also a sword, but its color is different from the inherited martial soul of the Feng Jian sect. Furthermore, people from the Feng Jian sect rarely hold swords with their hands. Xu Mo Bai smiled as he spoke. Initially, he had some doubts, but after Nangong Fian asked him to draw, he confirmed his speculation. Logically, you should feel more strongly about your father's death, but when you asked me to draw, you didn't mention your father at all. The way you described your mother later confirmed that your relationship with your father isn't very harmonious. Or rather, it's quite terrible. A hint of pity flashed in Xu Mo Bai's eyes. Although his speculation was correct, he felt a pang of sympathy for the girl before him. What else do you know? Nangong Fian smiled faintly, not commenting on whether Su Mo Bai's words were correct. In such a chaotic situation, you are actually wandering alone in the capital. Should I say Nangong Yuan has a big heart? Or does he simply not care about you? In the eyes of those in the know, you are actually an outlier, like the Grand Elder and his useless son, Nangong Jie. Although everything was merely Su Mo Bai's speculation, his tone gave an extremely certain impression. After a moment of silence, Nangong Fian finally spoke. Su Mo Bai, you are really a monster. Yes, Su Mo Bai's speculation was completely correct. Her mother was just a commoner. When Nangong Yanjun went out for a spring outing, he encountered her mother, and then came the all-too-common story of the strong bullying the weak, which is seen in any era. With the title of Soul Master and the Wind Sword sect, an ordinary person might just consider themselves unlucky, but Nangong Fian's mother, upon learning that she was pregnant with Nangong Yanjun's child, actually fantasized that she could become the wife of a Soul Master because of this. She eagerly ran to the Wind Sword sect to find Nangong Yanjun, thinking she would be received, but the Wind Sword sect, feeling her presence was a disgrace, locked her up and killed her after she gave birth. Although this incident was vigorously concealed by the Wind Sword sect at the time, it still spread, and Nangong Yanjun became a laughingstock, his reputation plummeting in the eyes of other sections. This also led to his extremely poor attitude towards Nangong Fian, often resorting to beating and scolding her. Previously, Nangong Yuan would protect her, but ever since Nangong Fian awakened her martial soul at the age of 6, which was not the Wind Sword successor, Nangong Yuan also grew to despise her. For Nangong Fian, the Wind Sword sect was less of a home and more of a den of demons. Her desperate drive to cultivate was to escape that place. Yet all her efforts were in vain. No matter how much Nangong Yuan and Nangong Yanjun dislike her, she was still the granddaughter of the sect leader, destined to be unable to act according to her own will. The invasion of the barbarians, however, gave her an excellent opportunity. She was constantly looking forward to the barbarians destroying the Wind Sword sect. So when the news came that the Pa family was entering the city to choose cooperation with the Wind Sword sect, she immediately sought someone to trouble the Pa family, hoping to sabotage the negotiations between the two parties. You too. Su Mo Bai's voice jolted Nangong Fian out of her memories. After sorting out her emotions, she stared into Su Mo Bai's eyes and asked, "What are you planning to do to break into the capital? Let's eat something first. After a nap, I feel extremely hungry. What do you want to eat? I'm in a good mood today, so I can reluctantly let you try my cooking." Su Mo Bai got up from the bed, smiled at Nangong Fian, and gently asked. Chapter 61. Night Raid on the North Gate 4. Nangong Fian was momentarily stunned. Having experienced the ups and downs of life since childhood, she was extremely sensitive and naturally sensed the sincerity in Su Mo Bai's words. All right. After a moment of silence, a word was squeezed out from her throat, but a smile had already appeared at the corners of her mouth. Can I have a bowl of longevity noodles? I heard that families prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for children on their birthdays. Although today isn't my birthday, I still want to try what those noodles taste like. Of course. Su Mo Bai smiled. He had initially thought Nangong Fian would take the opportunity to make things difficult for him, but he didn't expect it to be such a simple dish. If you're interested, you can help me out. Su Mo Bai knew that this was the first time Nangong Fian had shown her vulnerable side in front of others, so he needed to handle it carefully. If left alone in the room, who knows what she might start thinking, and if her emotions got out of control, it would be a headache. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Nangong Fian's eyes widened in surprise, her bright eyes looking at Su Mo Bai expectantly. Of course, it's not too difficult. After all, having a pretty face in the kitchen isn't bad. Seeing Nangong Fian's mood improve, Su Mo Bai joked. Heh. Nangong Fian snorted lightly and didn't say anything more, following Su Mo Bai into the kitchen. Actually, cooking is similar to soul power cultivation. The effort you put into the food will be perfectly displayed when you eat it. Just try it out. An hour later, Su Mo Bai brought the finished longevity noodles to Nangong Fian. The pale yellow broth was floating with vibrant green vegetables, and under the leaves, the snow-white noodles were barely visible. Considering that Nangong Fian had never eaten longevity noodles before, Su Mo Bai thoughtfully added a fried egg for her, resembling a bright morning sun. The aroma of the ingredients wafted out with the steam, successfully whetting Nangong Fian's appetite. Nangong Fian couldn't wait to pick up a forkful of noodles. After tasting them, she exclaimed happily, "It's really delicious." Of course, Su Mo Bai smiled as he watched Nangong Fian enjoy her meal. At this moment, she looked nothing like the little princess of the Fengjian sect. Just now, Nangong Yuan sent someone with a message asking you to return to the Fengjian sect. While you're eating, I'll tell you what my clan member just informed me. Nangong Jia will personally come to apologize tomorrow. However, I feel that Nangong Yuan already suspects that our clan is behind the scenes. At this point, Xu Mo Bai suddenly changed the subject, half jokingly and half seriously saying, if you take the opportunity to tell Nangong Yuan what you discovered, I might be in big trouble. Perhaps Nangong Yuan's relationship with you will improve. Nangong Fian shot Xu Mo Bai a glare. I don't believe you haven't prepared a backup plan. I've studied every battle of the barbarian tribe over the past 6 months. I found that regardless of how the battlefield changes, your barbarian tribe is always able to reverse the situation and achieve final victory. Xu Mo Bai smiled, but didn't refute her. He had indeed been testing Nangong Fian a bit, and he was prepared with a backup plan. If I'm not mistaken, your barbarian tribe's main force should be at the city gates by now. When the time comes, even if Nangong Yuan and Nangong Yu attack you, you should be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive, possibly without any casualties. Xu Mo Bai's probing also informed Nangong Fian about the movements of the barbarian army. As far as she knew, the barbarian tribe currently did not have a tidal duel. Otherwise, the Fengjian sect wouldn't have been able to hold out for half a year. Xu Mo Bai's confidence must mean that the barbarian army had already bypassed the kingdom's spies and arrived near the capital a day in advance. Oh, your mood seems to have recovered quite well. What else? Xu Mo Bai said, a little surprised. He hadn't expected Nangong Fian to deduce so much just from one of his jokes. I'm not as fragile as you think. After all, I'm a few years older than you. If I couldn't handle this, I would have killed myself long ago. After giving Xu Mo Bai a glare, Nangong Fian continued. I think you should have noticed that Nangong Yuan has just broken through to tidal Douluo in the past few days, so your plan should be to settle things quickly. Are you planning to use poison? Recalling Nangong Jie's unusual behavior today, Nangong Fian felt this was probably the most secure way for the barbarian tribe to take the capital, which also explained why Xu Mo Bai valued her so much. Xu Mo Bai shook his head and said, a poison that can kill a soul instantly has ingredients that are too rare. Other poisons either don't have enough time or aren't safe for us to use. We won't do such things. Although Xu Mo Bai didn't say it explicitly, Nangong Fian felt a warm current rise in her heart. It had been a long time since she felt someone cared for her. To achieve our goals, some sacrifices are necessary. Nangong Feidan Supli Zinde Xu Mo Bai, indicating that he didn't need to worry about her feelings. I don't want to lose you after all the effort I've put in. You can't be drained of all your value in one go. Xu Mo Bai joked. Initially, after noticing Nangong Fian's unusual behavior, Xu Mo Bai's first thought was to use her to poison Nangong Yuan. However, after understanding her abilities and experiences, he abandoned that idea. After the barbarian tribe defeats the Fengjian sect, the workload would become heavier, and Xu Mo Bai needed someone to assist him. Although Yang Wudi and the chief could handle some matters alone, their thinking had long been constrained by the Douluo Continent. Nangong Fian, though young and inexperienced, could better understand Xu Mo Bai's somewhat unconventional ideas, and her youthful experiences would allow her to connect better with common people, a quality that Yang Wudi and the chief lacked. Why do I feel like you've got me all figured out? Nangong Fian said with a bitter smile. At first, she thought she could control the situation with the true intentions of the Poji clan she discovered. Unexpectedly, Xu Mo Bai revealed the biggest secret hidden in her heart with just a few words, successfully breaking down her psychological defenses. Moreover, during her emotional fluctuations, he used the excuse of cooking to subconsciously establish a good impression, putting her in a passive position. Xu Mo Bai had no idea that Nangong Fian had imagined him as a scheming character. He simply appreciated her talent and felt a hint of sympathy. Because we are the same kind of people, Xu Mo Bai locked eyes with Nangong Fian and continued, taking advantage of the information gap between us. I need your help to relax the defenses at the North Gate, so we have a chance to quietly take the North Gate and let the barbarian army enter the city. The North Gate? Nangong Fian felt a little shy under Xu Mo Bai's gaze and slightly turned her head to avoid his eyes. Don't you want to destroy the Fengjian sect? After pondering for a moment, Nangong Fian understood Xu Mo Bai's plan. If Xu Mo Bai wanted to destroy the Fengjian sect, he would choose the East Gate, which is closest to the Fengjian sect, rather than the North Gate, which is closest to the palace. Nangong Fian felt a mix of anger and amusement. It turned out that Xu Mo Bai's initial display of concern was all fake. After all, he was still using her. Since Nangong Fian saw through his intentions, Xu Mo Bai chose not to hide anything anymore. For Nangong Fian, she wished for the Wind Sword sect to be completely uprooted, but for Xu Mo Bai, If the Wind Sword sect were really destroyed, it would only lead to a heap of trouble. Among the 7 major sects, the lower 4 sects often banded together due to their significant gap with the upper 3 sections. If it weren't for the rapid movements of the barbarian tribe in the past 6 months, along with the laissez-faire attitude of the 2 empires and the martial soul haul towards the barbarian tribe's actions, those sects might have been more wary. The reinforcement from the 7 major sects would have arrived long ago. If the barbarian tribe really wiped out the Wind Sword sect, even if other sects were wary of the barbarian tribe's strength, they would still take action against the barbarian tribe to save face. Conversely, if the barbarian tribe only eliminated the core forces of the Wind Sword sect, they would be quite willing to accept the refugees from the Wind Sword sect, and the barbarian tribe would only face some empty slogans without any real action. This was why Xu Mo Bai wanted to capture the capital through the North Gate. As long as the king was killed, it would effectively announce the end of the kingdom's rule. Even if there were still nobles trying to undermine the barbarian tribe, they wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. However, Nangong Fian was unaware of Xu Mo Bai's concerns, so when she heard him admit it, she was even more disappointed in him. "Fine, I'll help you, but we are not the same kind of people." Nangong Fian's voice turned icy as she pushed the half-eaten bowl of noodles in front of Xu Mo Bai, saying, "I won't eat this. What are you planning to do?" Xu Mo Bai frowned. He could only guess at the enemy's psychology and couldn't understand Nangong Fian's feelings at this moment or why her attitude had changed. However, time was of the essence, and the barbarian army couldn't keep hiding from the kingdom's sight, so Xu Mo Bai couldn't afford to spend too much time on this matter. "You don't need to worry about this. I have my own ways. Come to the North Gate at 10 o'clock tonight with your people." Nangong Fian waved her hand, not wanting to engage in too much conversation with Xu Mo Bai, and got up to leave, just as she was about to walk out the door. Xu Mo Bai noticed that her emotions seemed off and reminded her, "Be careful." Nangong Fian paused and coldly replied, "Don't worry, I won't mess up your business." Xu Mo Bai realized that Nangong Fian misunderstood his intentions, but since she quickly left the residence of the Broken One clan and he still had to arrange for tonight's operation, he gave up on the idea of explaining. Chapter 62, Night Raid on the North Gate, Part 5. Xu Mo Bai quickly summoned Yang Wu Di to confirm the details of the battle plan for that night. The barbarian tribes outside the city had also received the news, and everything was ready. Now it depended on Nangong Fei Yan. "Grandfather, don't you think the arrival of the Paji family is too coincidental?" Nangong Jie regained his senses, his eyes flashing with resentment. He hated the Paji family for making him lose face today, and he was even more furious that Nangong Yu had decided he should apologize to the Paji family tomorrow. "Is that so? Shao Jie, you should listen to your grandfather and endure for now. Once we repel the barbarians, we can deal with them later." Nangong Yu shook his head helplessly. His grandson was good in many ways but had a narrow mind. Usually, to maintain the dignity of his senior brother, he would show some restraint, but now, after being provoked by the Paji family, his emotions had completely exploded. "Endure? I see no reason to endure. The Paji family won't be able to endure it." After the voodoo within him dissipated, Nangong Jie realized the peculiarity of the situation. Although he was furious when he heard the other side slander, he didn't know how he completely lost his rationality by the afternoon. Nangong Yu furrowed his brows, feeling that Nangong Jie was being a bit extreme. So he asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I suspect the Paji family has already colluded with the barbarians. On the surface, they're seeking cooperation with our Feng Jian sect, but in reality, they intend to work with the barbarians from the inside." Nangong Jie quickly sorted through the events of the past 2 days in his mind. Impossible. If the Paji family really united with the barbarians, Yang Wu Di wouldn't be so high-profile and would not have provoked our Feng Jian sect multiple times. Nangong Yu immediately denied Nangong Jie's speculation and advised, "Shao Jie, I know this matter has hit you hard, but cooperating with the Paji family is of great importance. And it's not a reason for you to seek revenge on them. The sect master wouldn't allow you to do this." "Sect master?" Mangong Ye snorted coldly, expressing strong disdain. "He's just a fool, thinking the enemy would give him a stable opportunity to break through to title Douluo." "Grandfather, if Nangong Yuan dies and I marry Nangong Fei Yan, won't we be able to control the entire Feng Jian sect?" Excitement flickered in Nangong Jie's eyes, and a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Looking at Nangong Jie, Nangong Yu felt a sense of strangeness. He had always thought Nangong Jie was just a bit obsessive, but he never expected him to have such a crazy idea. "Shao Jie, don't bring this up again. Now that a great enemy looms, it's not the time for us to have internal strife." Hearing this, Nangong Jie felt relieved. as it indicated that Nan Gongyu was already tempted, but had to give up this idea due to the circumstances. Grandfather, do you really think Nan Gong can successfully break through to title Douluo? Nan Gong Jie quickly walked to the window, looking toward the direction of the palace, spreading his arms wide, and after taking a deep breath, continued, Yang Wu Di is not a fool. On the first day you met, he already knew that Nan Gong was about to break through. The relationship between the Peji family and Fengjian sect is not good. But upon learning this news, Yang Wu Di not only didn't try to mend the relationship between the two sects but acted recklessly instead. Why? After being prompted by Nan Gong Jie, Nan Gongyu also recognized the severity of the situation, breaking out in a cold sweat. Nan Gongyu trembled as he spoke a fact that even he was reluctant to believe. Yang Wu Di knows that Nan Gong doesn't have much time left. Anxiously, Nan Gongyu paced back and forth in the room. Now that he knew the Peji family had ulterior motives, logically, he should go find Nan Gong to discuss a solution. However, for some reason, he still felt a hint of hesitation. Perhaps due to Nan Gong Jie's earlier suggestion that stirred his thoughts, or maybe for some other reason. Grandfather, stop hesitating. Are you really willing to be suppressed by him forever? He was able to break through so quickly because he used all the resources of the sect. Even the soul bone that originally belonged to you was taken by him. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be at level 80. Nan Gong Jie's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, firming Nan Gong's resolve. The brilliance of Fengjian sect today could not be separated from his contributions. Why should Nan Gong monopolize the resources alone? And what about the claim that a titled Do must exist within the sect to truly stand on Douluo Continent? Those were just excuses. After making up his mind, Nan Gongyu didn't hesitate any longer and turned to ask, what do you plan to do? Do nothing. A meaningful smile appeared on Nan Gong Jie's lips. We just need to sit back and watch the tigers fight. During this time, we will transfer the sect's assets and funds overnight. After Fengjian sect is defeated, you can come out and clean up the mess. Nan Gong's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, clearly satisfied with Nan Gong Jie's proposal. The grandfather and grandson shared a sinister laugh in the room, sending chills down the spine. Meanwhile, under the cover of the moonlight, Xu Mo Bai successfully led his clansmen to evade the patrolling guards and arrived at the north gate. How is it? Xu Mo Bai asked you behind him. You closed his eyes, probed for a moment, then opened them and said, no problem. The guards at the north gate have been cleared, and the other side is proceeding according to our plan. Xu Mo Bai nodded and lightly waved his hand to signal the people behind him to remove their disguises. More than a dozen soul masters emerged from their hiding places, standing behind Xu Mo Bai, their various martial souls glowing before them. You're being so cautious. Nan Gong Fei Yan's voice suddenly came from the city wall. Xu Mo Bai looked toward the sound and saw Nan Gong Fei Yan sitting on the wall, her legs gently swaying. The bright moonlight spilled over her, giving her a dreamlike yet desolate appearance. Xu Mo Bai lightly tapped his toes and, in just a couple of breaths, ascended the city wall to stand beside Nan Gong Fei Yan. Right at 10 o'clock, well done. Although it was a compliment, Xu Mo Bai's tone was somewhat cold. This had always been his habit. In battle, unless something major occurred, he maintained this demeanor to keep himself in a state of calm contemplation. This detached demeanor gave Nan Gong Fei Yan a sense of alienation, making her feel that Xu Mo Bai was merely using her. Everyone, success or failure rests on tonight's battle. You, notify the chief to bring the troops into the city and quickly take control of the south gate and west gate. Nan Gong will be left to you. Soon, everyone began to act according to Xu Mo Bai's arrangements. Shadows slipped back into the night, and silence once again enveloped the darkness. But this silence would soon be shattered by the flames. Chapter 63, the final battle begins. After waiting for a while, Xu Mo Bai turned to Nan Gong Fian, who was playing with a stone with her head down. Although she was trying to conceal it well, there was still a hint of unresolved hatred in her brows. Xu Mo Bai reached out his right hand, softened his voice a bit, and said, do you still have the strength? If you do, come with me to witness the end of this kingdom. Nan Gong Fian raised her head and stared at Xu Mo Bai. The pure white moonlight illuminated the boy's face, as if draping a layer of cool, thin veil over him, making him feel close yet out of reach. After hesitating for a moment, Nan Gong Fian extended her delicate left hand and gently grasped Xu Mo Bai's right hand. Xu Mo Bai pulled her up gently and whispered, hold on tight. Then, holding Nan Gong Fian, Xu Mo Bai leaped down from the wall. Just as they were about to hit the ground, a golden light flickered on Xu Mo Bai's left hand, and the golden, God-Slaying spear appeared in his grasp. The spear easily pierced through the seemingly indestructible city wall sending a flurry of gravel flying. And Xu Mo Bai landed steadily on the ground with Nangongfian. "Stay close. I won't wait for you next." Xu Mo Bai turned his head and surprisingly smiled at Nangongfian. Before she could react, Xu Mo Bai's expression turned cold again. The golden, god-slaying spear twirled in Xu Mo Bai's hand, and with a twist of his waist, he thrust the spear upward with both hands. Roar! The image of a roaring giant tiger surged from the spear tip, leaping into the air as if it were about to tear apart the dark sky. As the giant tiger appeared in the sky, the nighttime silence of the capital was shattered, and shouts of battle erupted from various parts of the city. Torches suddenly lit up outside the city, and the scattered flames converged into a rushing torrent, carrying a tremendous sound wave towards the still sleeping city. What is this? Looking at the giant tiger dissipating in the night sky, Nangongfian appeared somewhat dazed. It was only now that she realized this boy, younger than herself, was actually a shaman from the barbarian tribe, feared by the Windsword sect. No wonder she felt that Xu Mo Bai hadn't used any soul skills during her battle with Nangong-Jia. Before Nangongfian could collect her thoughts, Xu Mo Bai charged towards the brightly lit palace with the god-slaying spear. The earlier momentum not only conveyed a signal of attack, but also reignited the extinguished lights within the palace. On the city tower at the palace's main gate, their own people were shouting, and the soldiers were doing their best to rally their spirits, unsure of where the enemy would come from or how many there would be. However, when they saw that the enemy attacking the palace was just one person, and merely a soul master at that, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What a grand display. I thought the barbarian Soul Douluo was attacking, but it turns out to be just a mere soul master. The guarding general openly expressed his disdain for the invader to his soldiers, waving his hand to signal the archers to shoot in order to conserve arrows. "Wang Ming, go take care of this little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth." Yes. Upon hearing his command, Wang Ming, a soul sect, did not hesitate and jumped down from the building. However, his martial soul was not as powerful as the god-slaying spear, so he had to roll upon landing to dissipate the impact. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings rose from beneath his feet, and a green vine appeared in the palm of his right hand. "Thorns, entangle." As Wang Ming's voice fell, the originally green vine turned a light purple, and sharp long spikes grew along the smooth vine. Wang Ming then slapped the ground with his right hand, and the purple vine instantly burrowed into the cracks of the stone. The previously intact blue stone slabs cracked one after another, and the purple vine slithered through the soil like a dragon, reaching Xu Mo Bai in the blink of an eye. The vine brandished its sharp spikes, seemingly intending to pierce Xu Mo Bai's body and bind him. Xu Mo Bai appeared oblivious, continuing to run forward, but a drop of white water dripped from the god-slaying spear he held. When the drop landed on the vine, it was like a spark falling onto oil. In an instant, white flames ignited from the vine and spread toward Wang Ming. Wang Ming was startled. He realized from the first exchange that the opponent was no ordinary foe, and that mysterious water drop seemed to greatly restrain his martial soul. Balloon cage. The 2 purple soul rings in front of Wang Ming lit up, and the vine, nearly consumed by flames, suddenly lifted its head, its spikes shooting out like arrows in all directions. Xu Mo Bai continued to advance expressionlessly, which made Nangongfian, who had just arrived on the battlefield, question whether Xu Mo Bai knew what fear was. With a wave of his right hand, Xu Mo Bai sent the golden god-slaying spear slicing through the night sky, deflecting all the spikes that were shot toward him to the walls on either side. But that wasn't the end. The scattered spikes suddenly burrowed into the ground, and then purple vines rapidly broke through the earth, growing to the thickness of an adult man's thumb in the blink of an eye. Countless vines intertwined, forming a large purple net on the ground. Close. At Wang Ming's command, the vines that were coiled on the ground quickly stood up and converged towards the center, their sharp spikes glinting coldly under the moonlight. "Pierce the wind, break for me." Xu Mo Bai finally used his soul skill, and a whirlwind appeared out of nowhere. The dissipated white tiger reformed at the spear's tip, its liquid-like flames creating the brilliant fur of the white tiger, fluttering in the wind. The white tiger roared and waved its paw, easily tearing apart the seemingly indestructible net. The white tiger, with unrelenting momentum, charged toward Wang Ming. Bang! Wang Ming, struck by the white tiger, instantly transformed into a fireman. Before he could let out a scream, the golden god-slaying spear pierced through the flames, ending his unstarted suffering. Fire! Realizing he had underestimated his opponent's strength, the general no longer attempted to capture Xu Mo Bai alive. The soldiers on the tower witnessed how easily Wang Ming, a soul sect, was dealt with by Xu Mo Bai, and their previous disdain vanished completely, replaced by a rain of arrows that descended upon Xu Mo Bai like a swarm of locusts. Chapter 64. The king dies. In battle break the wind. Nangong Fian chose not to stand by any longer, and a deep blue long sword coalesced in her right hand. Immediately, the purple soul rings surrounding the long sword lit up, and the sword shone brightly, dazzling to behold. A blue gale emerged from the sword, howling as it met the arrows in the air. The arrows, meticulously crafted by artisans, were as fragile as dry grass in the face of the fierce wind, and in an instant were torn apart, their remnants falling helplessly to the ground. However, the opposing side consisted of well-trained soldiers. After the first wave of archers shot their arrows, they quickly retreated, making way for the second wave. The rain of arrows came in relentless waves, one after another. Seeing this, Xu Mo Bai slightly crouched, his legs exploding with power in an instant, and he leaped fearlessly into the rain of arrows. Divine Flame. Xu Mo Bai's second soul ring lit up, and the white flames that had been swirling around the God-Slaying spear surged instantly. Wrapped in the fierce flames, Xu Mo Bai resembled a blazing sun. As the arrows merely touched the flames, they were incinerated completely, their iron tips melting into droplets that fell to the earth. As the enemy's third wave of arrows was ready to be unleashed, Xu Mo Bai's figure twisted and then instantly appeared in the enemy's camp. The color of the God-Slaying spear turned pitch black once more, transforming into a deadly weapon that claimed the lives of several soldiers with each swing. With each life taken, the spear, having absorbed numerous blood and life forces, emitted an eerie glow, and Xu Mo Bai's killing intent seemed almost tangible. At first, the soldiers could suppress their fear and charged at Xu Mo Bai with their blades. But as time passed, with each step Xu Mo Bai took forward, the surrounding soldiers retreated in unison, as if facing a demon from hell. Eating the king's salary, sharing the king's worries. All soldiers, follow me to kill. The general of the Imperial Guard, arriving to provide support, saw that the defending soldiers had been frightened out of their wits by Xu Mo Bai's onslaught and immediately activated his martial spirit, shouting loudly. With the general leading the charge, the soldiers' morale was rekindled, and they screamed as they charged at Xu Mo Bai, as if they were not fighting enemies, but willingly marching to their deaths. Xu Mo Bai, who had maintained a stoic expression, heard their shouts, and for the first time, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Xu Mo Bai paused, a ghostly blue fire swirling around his body, and a pair of purple-black giant wings burst forth from his back. With a flap of his wings, Xu Mo Bai soared into the air, but he chose not to engage with the soldiers below for long. Grabbing Nangong Fian, he flew toward the king's chamber. Fire, arrows! Block them! The general of the Imperial Guard's eyes were bloodshot, and his words carried a hint of despair. The heavy crossbows on the city walls were destroyed the moment Xu Mo Bai teleported, and the remaining archers could not pose an effective blockade against him. With a gentle flap of his wings, Xu Mo Bai and Nangong Fian vanished into the night sky, leaving behind a city wall strewn with corpses and soldiers who had just caught their breath. The general initially intended to order the soldiers to pursue, but with Xu Mo Bai's departure, the morale they had forced themselves to muster quickly dissipated. A group of them leaned against the wall, sitting on the ground, gasping for air, thankful to have survived. The general gritted his teeth and jumped down from the city wall, chasing after Xu Mo Bai with his personal guards. Flying in the air, Xu Mo Bai sensed that the king was not in the chamber. Just as he was curious, the door to the study below was pushed open. A guard walked out and gestured for Xu Mo Bai to enter. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Mo Bai descended and followed the guard's guidance into the study. I didn't expect you to be so young. As soon as Xu Mo Bai entered, he saw the king, dressed in court robes, bent over the table, fervently writing something. The king did not look up and continued. Could you wait a minute? Sure. Xu Mo Bai was not worried that the king was stalling for time. The capital was engulfed in the flames of war. The Wind Sword sect was preoccupied, and the kingdom's army was struggling under the fierce onslaught of the barbarians. The palace guards posed no significant threat to Xu Mo Bai. The king was already a turtle in a jar. Xu Mo Bai? Nangong Fian found it hard to understand. It seemed that stabbing the king with a spear would have sufficed, so why agree to such a request? Xu Mo Bai raised a hand to signal Nangong Fian to remain silent while retracting his dark wings, then stood quietly by, eyes closed, waiting. A minute quickly passed. The king set down his pen and picked up the paper, admiring it for a moment before saying, in the past 6 months, I've been pondering what I did wrong that led the kingdom to face destruction under my rule. Now I know, it is not I who was wrong but this. As he spoke, the king looked up at Xu Mo Bai, leaving the last two words unsaid, and then handed the paper to him. If I am not mistaken, you are the shaman of the barbarians. You are indeed talented at a young age, but the path you must walk will be difficult. The spirit hall will not be your ally. Xu Mo Bai remained silent, taking the paper the king handed over with his left hand. He quickly scanned it and found that it depicted the entire territorial map of the kingdom. No sooner had the words left the king's mouth than his body underwent a transformation. His hair grew lush, his blue pupils turned brown, his teeth sharpened, and 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, emerged from his body. The king pushed off with both hands and lunged at Xu Mo Bai. Xu Mo Bai instinctively stepped back, thrusting the God-Slaying spear forward. To his surprise, the king did not dodge but allowed the spear to pierce his heart. The powerful life force brought by the martial spirit meant that the king did not die immediately. He grasped the spear shaft with both hands and staggered towards Xu Mo Bai, finally casting a lingering glance at the territorial map before letting his hands droop helplessly. 3,000 miles of rivers, today lost to me. I owe my ancestors an apology. 3,000 miles of rivers. When he was a child, he had measured every mountain and drank from every river. No one knew this land better than he did, and no one loved it more. It was the Wind Sword sect that brought him success and also his downfall. The sect protected the kingdom but also constrained its development. They would not allow the kingdom to emerge from their control. The king had once been a prodigy, but constrained by the threat of the Wind Sword sect, he could only cultivate to the level of Soul Emperor. In a vast palace, there were hardly any Soul Masters. What a tragedy. In his final moments, the king carefully studied the policies of the barbarians and found that they had done what he dared not. Many things he had never even thought of were realized in their hands. 200,000 laborers volunteered to join the fight. What a testament to their popularity. Since the kingdom's destruction had become a foregone conclusion, the king gave up his struggle and offered his most precious possession to Xu Mo Bai. Though he was an enemy, the king believed that Xu Mo Bai could bring a better future to this land, rather than a rigid society firmly controlled by sects and nobles. Chapter 65. Nangong Yuan breaks through in the last moment of the king's life. The general of the Imperial Guard finally arrived. But he did not expect that the result of his hurried journey would be to witness the king's final moments. Xu Mo Bai frowned tightly, the God-Slaying spear once again covered in gold, as white flames surged into the king's chest, transferring the life force he had previously absorbed to him, allowing the king to hang on to his last breath. However, what Xu Mo Bai could do was limited. With the heart completely pierced through, the life force only slightly delayed the king's death. He had 2 minutes left. Xu Mo Bai gently withdrew the God-Slaying spear from the king's chest, and the king's wound healed at a visibly rapid pace, but the missing heart could not grow back. Xu Mo Bai sheathed the God-Slaying spear and turned to leave. The matters at the palace had reached a conclusion, and it was time to confront the Wind Sword sect. You, Hua Xian, let them go. The general of the Imperial Guard initially intended to keep Xu Mo Bai, but the king, having regained a bit of strength, stopped him. Xu Mo Bai turned to the king and nodded, then took Nangong Fian by the hand and left. Xu Mo Bai just now the king. Nangong Fian was somewhat puzzled. The king clearly possessed the strength of a Soul King, but in that moment, it seemed he had intentionally lunged at Xu Mo Bai's God-Slaying spear. He was a good king, but unfortunately born at the wrong time. Xu Mo Bai felt the territory map in his hand was exceptionally heavy. It was no longer just one person telling him that this path was difficult, but now he had nowhere to retreat. Xu Mo Bai shook his head, clearing the distractions from his mind. Let's go. It's time to settle things with the Wind Sword sect. Xu Mo Bai extended his right hand to Nangong Fian, while behind him, the evil wings unfurled once more, the wings gently flapping, emanating an extremely evil aura. Under the moonlight, Xu Mo Bai appeared somewhat charming yet intimidating, evoking a sense of fear. However, Nangong Fian did not hesitate this time and boldly took Xu Mo Bai's hand. No one was more eager than her to see the Wind Sword sect's downfall. With a flap of Xu Mo Bai's wings, the two soared into the air, the gusts from their wings causing the doors and windows on the streets to creak. Quickly pack your things. The barbarians have already breached the inner city. Someone shouted, and chaos ensued in the entire urban area. The timid residents locked themselves tightly in their rooms, fearing that the turmoil outside would affect them. Some bolder and clever individuals, dressed in clothes they had plundered from the dead, cautiously avoided the fighting and pretended to be soldiers, smashing open residence doors to loot everything. I heard the barbarians are a disciplined force. They won't loot us. Someone questioned in the dark, confused about why they should flee. This was a battle between two forces. What did it have to do with them as civilians? Do you believe that? Didn't you see the chaos on the next street where those soldiers are looting like crazy? Let me tell you, in times like this, those people are bandits. If you don't run, just wait to die." As he spoke, the man had already gathered his valuables and took his family to escape the city. Seeing this, those who were originally hesitant quickly packed their things and followed suit. After all, there's safety in numbers. Flying in the air, Xu Mo Bai observed the various chaotic scenes below, but he had no intention of descending to stop it all. He could prevent one, but not all. Just like those residents hiding in their supposedly safe rooms, if they could look up and see, they would realize that the looters were just ordinary people like them. Perhaps they would not allow their neighbors to continue wailing in despair. On the contrary, Nangong Fian, seeing this scene for the first time, felt no discomfort. Instead, a flicker of excitement flashed in her eyes. If he held her tightly, Xu Mo Bai even suspected she would have jumped down. Soon, Xu Mo Bai sensed the presence of two soul Douluos engaged in battle. After a brief assessment, he recognized one of them as Yang Wudi and immediately accelerated towards them. The descending Xu Mo Bai successfully drew the attention of both sides, and everyone stopped fighting in unison. Which, because they were in a state of war, the Break One clan did not act recklessly despite their kinship with Xu Mo Bai, instead maintaining a proper stance. Xu Mo Bai not dead. After scanning the area, he noticed that almost everyone from the Break One clan was injured and in poor condition, while the Windsword sect appeared relatively unharmed, with only a few corpses lying on the ground. "The barbarian, which is you, brat? Fian? As expected, both you and your mother are not good people. I should have killed you back then." Nangong Yuan's gaze towards Nangong Fian was filled with a desire to devour her whole. Originally, according to his previous plans, even if the barbarians launched a full-scale attack, the Windsword sect could hold out for at least 2 months. This would give him enough time to break through to the rank of title Douluo and turn the tide of the battle. Although the Break One clan and the Windsword sect had reached a partnership, Nangong Yuan did not fully trust them. He had not allowed them to interfere with city defenses and had even arranged for surveillance personnel near their encampment. However, no matter how he calculated, Nangong Yuan never expected that Nangong Fian would betray him and lead the barbarian army into the city, rendering his prior arrangements completely useless. A hint of panic flashed across Nangong Fian's face, as it seemed Nangong Yuan was a nightmare in her mind. Xu Mo Bai gently patted her shoulder, signaling her not to panic, then said to Nangong Yuan, "Nangong Sect Master, you really are imposing, but in this situation, you have no power to turn things around. It would be better to surrender. I can spare your disciples." "Bah!" Nangong Yuan scolded harshly. "A brat who hasn't even matured, yet dares to make me surrender? My life is here. If you have the guts, come and take it." As the last word left his lips, Nangong Yuan's soul power surged, stirring up a violent wind, sending scattered stones on the ground flying in all directions. Xu Mo Bai reached out to protect Nangong Fian behind him, his left wing folding forward to shield against the flying debris. However, the others did not receive such treatment. Some weaker soul masters were directly struck by the stones, suffering serious injuries. Yang Wudi's expression grew serious. He could feel that at this moment, Nangong Yuan's aura had changed. If previously he was just on the verge of becoming a titled Douluo, now he had stepped across that threshold, needing only a soul ring. "Today, you will all die here." The newly empowered Nangong Yuan laughed maniacally. The golden God-Slaying spear reappeared in Xu Mo Bai's hand. The chieftain still couldn't make it over, and the situation on the field had instantly reversed. Chapter 66. Crisis Strikes. The Break Clan. Yang Wudi moved his fingers and firmly gripped the soul-breaking spear again. Attack! Although they knew their opponent had broken through, the members of the Break Clan felt no fear. They fought to live and fought for battle. Yang Wudi pointed a spear at Nangong Yuan and charged forward, with his clansmen pouring all their energy into the soul-breaking spear behind him. They were like cold-killing machines, unaware of fear, attacking the enemy's vital points with precision, even as blood flowed from many of them, fighting to the death. The barbarian clan. Xu Mo Bai flapped his wings and soared into the sky. The God-Slaying spear in his hand quickly turned pitch black, with eerie blue flames dancing around him, an overwhelming aura of killing intent radiating outward. Although Xu Mo Bai was only a soul master, no one present dared to underestimate him. "Kill!" The warriors of the barbarian clan shouted as they charged at the seemingly unbeatable Windsword sect, their excitement making it feel like a grand feast. Clang! Yang Wudi and Nangong Yuan clashed first, with the 2-meter-long soul-breaking spear colliding with a 3-foot windsword, producing a crisp sound. Sand and stones flew. Nangong Yuan snorted coldly, his right hand forming a sword gesture, and the wind sword and soul-breaking spear pushed back, then stood in front of him. A gust of wind surged from the long sword, quickly gathering into a violent wind that howled toward the barbarian clan and the Break clan. At the same time, the surrounding gravel was swept up by the wind, resembling a yellow sand dragon. Boom! Despite the tremendous momentum of Nangong Yuan's attack, Yang Wudi showed no intention of retreating. Since the enemy's attack was ferocious, he would retaliate with even stronger strikes. The pitch-black soul-breaking spear glinted with a sharp cold light as it precisely pierced the dragon's head. With Yang Wudi's soul power injected into the gust of wind, boom! A massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that knocked everyone present off their feet. Several unfortunate individuals were struck by flying stones, piercing their eyes, and they rolled on the ground, crying out in pain. Dimensional slash. Before the scene could calm down, Nangong Yuan launched another attack. This time the wind sword in front of him crossed space and stabbed towards Xu Mo Bai's back. Although he had broken through to level 90, he knew he had not obtained a spirit ring, so he was not yet a title de law. He only surpassed Yang Wudi in terms of the quality and quantity of soul power. However, in terms of attack, even he could not overpower Yang Wudi at this moment. And Yang Wudi's reckless fighting style was something he couldn't easily deal with. What he lacked most at this moment was time, the only one who could help him. Nangong Yu was nowhere to be found, and another soul de law from the barbarian clan would eventually arrive. So, he decided to capture the leader first. As long as he killed Xu Mo Bai, the enemy's morale would be dealt a blow, and the tide of battle would turn. Nangong Yuan was determined to strike with all his might. By the time Xu Mo Bai sensed the attack, it was already too close. The wind sword easily pierced Xu Mo Bai's evil wing behind him and continued unabated into his flesh, twisting Xu Mo Bai's form. Just as the wind sword was about to pierce his heart, Xu Mo Bai finally managed to use his teleportation to escape, avoiding the fatal blow. A spray of blood erupted from Xu Mo Bai, staining the stone floor. Even though he had avoided the critical hit at the last moment, the soul power that entered his body with the wind sword still dealt him a heavy blow. The gap between a soul master and a soul duel was too great. If Xu Mo Bai hadn't previously enhanced his physique with the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, that attack would have still cost him his life, even if he had avoided the vital points. Kill. Yang Wudi naturally noticed Xu Mo Bai's condition, but at this moment, he couldn't stop. He had to keep attacking to prevent Nangong Yuan from focusing on Xu Mo Bai. The soul-breaking spear in Yang Wudi's hands seemed to come alive, accurately blocking every attack from the wind sword, and he drew closer to Nangong Yuan. Oof. Nangong Yuan snorted coldly. He could see that Yang Wudi was trying to buy time for Xu Mo Bai, but the more he did so, the more flaws Yang Wudi would expose. Martial Soul, True Body, Annihilation Slash. Nangong Yuan's 7th and 8th soul rings lit up, and the originally 3-foot-long wind sword instantly grew to nearly 10 meters long, with a width of nearly 3 meters. The silver-white, long sword turned blood red, and the soul power emanating from it shattered the tiles on the roofs around them. The sect leader is mighty. Seeing their leader so formidable, the disciples of the Wind Sword sect couldn't help but cheer loudly. However, no matter how grand Nangong Yuan's impending strike was, it could not stop the advance of the barbarian clan. They were already accustomed to death. They never feared death. Only the unending battle constituted their entire existence. From a moment the Break clan grasped the soul-breaking spear, external factors became difficult to interfere with them. Even if they couldn't block an attack, they would still bite off a piece of flesh from their opponent. This was the essence of the Break clan's fighting style. The Windsword sect didn't celebrate for long before the enemy launched another attack. This time, every member charged with a determination to die. Even if the Windsword was about to pierce their throats in the next second, they would still tear apart the hearts of the Windsword sect in that moment. In less than a breath, countless disciples of the Windsword sect lost their lives, and even more were severely injured, lying on the ground and letting out mournful cries. The massive blood-red sword hovering in front of Nangong Yuan finally moved. Yang Wudi, locked onto by the giant sword, felt the space around his body freeze in that instant. His intuition told him that he could not evade the strike, and it was highly likely he would die. Yang Wudi hesitated not at all. Already in his martial soul true body, his 8th soul ring lit up. Soul-breaking spear's 8th soul skill, Annihilate. A hint of destructive aura emanated from the soul-breaking spear, and then it charged toward the giant's sword in the sky with a thunderous force. Bang! The two equally attack-focused soul Douluos unleashed their full power, creating a massive explosion at the point of contact, and the already crumbling buildings around them collapsed like a row of dominoes. Yang Wudi was thrown out from the dust, and after dragging the soul-breaking spear across the ground, leaving a scar several dozen meters long, he finally stopped his body. Yang Wudi knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly indicating that the recent attack had injured his lungs. Yang Wudi glanced at the blood he had spat out, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with the soul-breaking spear propped up, he stood up again. His body swayed a few times, but soon steadied. Kill! Yang Wudi roared, dragging his heavily injured body, and launched another attack at Nangong Yuan. Chapter 67 Life and Death on the Line with Yang Wudi's shouts of battle. The remaining members of the Pa family, who were still able to move, stood up one after another, brandishing their Pasol spears. Their figures swayed as they staggered toward the Wind Sword sect, launching another attack. Overestimating themselves, Nangong Yuan's face showed disdain. Although Yang Wudi's earlier strike had caused him significant injury, he had not experienced the recoil due to not wielding a sword. Therefore, in comparison, Nangong Yuan was in much better condition than Yang Wudi, especially since he possessed a 70,000-year-old torso soul bone, which allowed him to maintain a physical condition far superior to that of ordinary people despite being nearly 70 years old. Dimensional Slash. In the state of martial soul true body, a soul master's first 6 soul skills can be used infinitely within 30 minutes and increase in power by 150. This made the already elusive wind sword even more bizarre and variable. As the sword light flickered, the Pa family members fell in droves. Seeing the scene, Yang Wudi's eyes brimmed with blood tears. He bit his lip, the veins on his neck bulging, forcing his voice from his throat. Kill! Yang Wudi threw the Pasol spear toward Nangong Yuan. The dark spear glinted with a chilling light under the moon's illumination. This strike contained all of Yang Wudi's soul power and will, representing his strongest attack and a desperate move. Even Nangong Yuan, who had already broken through to level 90, felt a pang of fear facing this attack. He did not expect Yang Wudi, in such a state, could unleash an attack comparable to a tidal Douluo. Windshield. As the words fell, several gusts of wind surged before Nangong Yuan, intertwining to form a white wind shield. The Pasol spear pierced into the shield, with several gusts of wind wrapping around it, trying to deflect its trajectory, but to little effect. The two sides were at a stalemate. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Nangong Yuan's forehead, knowing that once the Pasol spear broke through the wind shield, it would pierce his heart the next second. To prevent this, he had to continuously channel soul power into the wind shield to maintain it. After a breath, the Pasol spear ultimately proved superior, penetrating the wind shield and continuing toward Nangong Yuan's chest, but its power had significantly diminished by this point. Just as the Pasol spear was about to stab into Nangong Yuan's chest, a pure white light surged from within his body, blocking the spear. This was a skill from the soul bone within Nangong Yuan, capable of forming a light shield to withstand attacks from enemies of the same level for 5 seconds. He had originally planned to save this for the yet-to-appear barbarian chieftain. However, he did not expect Yang Wudi to force him to use this trump card. Clang! The Pasol spear fell weakly to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Unfortunately, it was just a bit short, Nangong Yuan said, still feeling a lingering fear. In his view, the overall situation was settled. Apart from the Wind Sword sect, only a couple of insignificant soul masters remained standing. Yang Wudi's eyes were filled with determination as he glanced back at Xu Mo Bai, who was half kneeling on the ground. A faint smile unexpectedly appeared on Yang Wudi's lips. For him, as long as Xu Mo Bai was alive, there was still hope for the Pa family, and death no longer seemed terrifying. Yang Wudi reached out, and the Pasol spear flew back into his hand. But at this moment, his soul power was only enough to keep the spear intact, and his form began to sway slightly. Kill! Yang Wudi's battle cry rang out once more through the night sky, an unstoppable momentum rising from him again. Even though his form swayed, the Pasol spear aimed at Nangong Yuan did not tremble in the slightest. At this moment, Nangong Yuan admired Yang Wudi's will. But no matter how strong the power of will was, it could not erase the gap between them at this moment. Nangong Yuan gently waved his right hand, and the wind sword easily knocked the Pasol spear down. Then, with a twist of the sword light, Yang Wudi's right thumb was completely severed, and the sword body heavily knocked Yang Wudi away. Rest assured, I will not kill you. However, I will uproot your Pa family, and from now on, you can consider yourself a useless person. The wind sword soared through the air and returned to Nangong Yuan's hand. Nangong Yuan stepped forward towards Xu Mo Bai. Now that Yang Wudi was incapacitated, there was no one present who could save Xu Mo Bai. Grandfather, as a person trained in spear techniques, Xu Mo Bai naturally understood how devastating the loss of Yang Wudi's right hand would be. This outcome was worse than directly killing him. Xu Mo Bai tightened his grip on the God-Slaying spear and stood up again. Despite the severe injuries within him, Xu Mo Bai would never choose to wait for death. Let me handle this. Nangong Fian stepped out from behind Xu Mo Bai, blocking his path. The azure-long sword emitted a chill, giving Nangong Fian an ethereal beauty, as if she were untouched by the mortal world. You've really grown wings, coming to the aid of your new love. Nangong Yuan sneered, even though he disliked Nangong Fian. She was nominally his granddaughter. Her current actions made him feel a loss of face. If you stab that kid to death now, I can overlook the past. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding blood relations. Nangong Yuan said coldly, the 3-foot wind sword trembling slightly, seemingly unable to suppress its desire to cut them down with a single stroke. You of all people have family ties? Nangong Fian seemed to find something exceedingly funny, even tearing up at the corners of her eyes. After laughing for a while, Nangong Fian calmed down, raised her long sword, pointing the blade at Nangong Yuan's chest, and said, I only hate my own weakness, unable to slay you, beast, with a single strike. Good, good, good. Nangong Yuan was evidently enraged, exclaiming good 3 times, as the wind sword sliced through the night sky like a crescent moon, instantly arriving before Nangong Fian. She barely had time to raise her long sword to block. The next second, the long sword in her hand was knocked down by the wind sword. The wind sword, flying in the air, showed no signs of stopping. It turned its tip and struck toward Nangong Fian's heart again. This time, she could not evade. Nangong Fian closed her eyes, her expression a mix of relief and reluctance. She felt liberated, but it was also disappointing that in the final moment of her life, she could not witness Nangong Yuan's death. However, contrary to her expectations, the pain of her heart being pierced did not come. At the last moment, Xu Mo Bai reached out and used Flicker to teleport away from the strike. So slippery. I want to see how many times you can use this soul skill. The third soul ring before Nangong Yuan lit up. He leaped, and within a few agile movements, he caught up with Xu Mo Bai again. Then, with a point in his right hand, the wind sword whistled towards Xu Mo Bai's back. Huh! Just as Xu Mo Bai was about to be pierced through by the wind sword, a loud shout came from the night sky, causing both Nangong Yuan and the wind sword to uncontrollably fly downward. The chieftain finally arrived at the last moment. Chapter 68, The Earth-Bursting Bear. The chief swung his sturdy arm, his fist the size of a bowl aimed at Nangong Yuan's head. The chief's fist radiated a faint earthy yellow glow, exuding a heavy feeling akin to the earth itself, leaving no doubt that if this punch landed, it would surely crush Nangong Yuan's skull. However, Nangong Yuan did not sit idly by. He suddenly slapped the wind sword with his right hand, using the recoil to adjust his position. He then aimed 2 kicks at the chief's chest, breaking free from the chief's soul skills restraint. Nangong Yuan landed on the ground, sword in hand, standing on the rubble, his expression grave as he watched the chief come to support him. Old man, you'll soon be able to join your brother, he said. The chief tossed a spherical package, which contained an unknown item, at Nangong Yuan's feet. The package rolled a few times on the ground before stopping precisely in front of Nangong Yuan, a gentle breeze lifting a corner to reveal a grotesque human head. It was Nangong Jie's head, and judging by the wound on top, he had been brutally decapitated. It turned out that after being incited by Yu, Nangong Yu and Nangong Jie had prepared to flee the city as soon as the battle started, thinking that the barbarians' attack would focus on the eastern gate, closest to the wind sword sect. They went the opposite way and unexpectedly ran into the chief, who had just led his team into the city. The battle erupted, and after a fierce struggle, the chief successfully twisted off Nangong Yu's head and captured Nangong Jie alive. That was why the chief had arrived so late. Nangong Yuan laughed sinisterly. The kindness that had lingered on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a look of malice. The wind sword that had been flying in the air began to grow illusory, and as the sword light dimmed, it disappeared into darkness. Just as the chief was about to seize the opportunity to attack, a blinding light suddenly erupted in the air, revealing 6 identical 3-foot wind swords. Then, with a flick of his right hand, Nangong Yuan directed the 6 swords to form a silver dragon, lunging toward the chief with claws bared. The chief coldly declared, and the 7th soul ring in front of him lit up. A pale yellow light surged from his body, forming a massive light barrier that enveloped him. The wind swords struck the barrier, producing a series of crisp metallic clangs. After a breath, the barrier dissipated, revealing a nearly 4-meter-tall giant bear radiating golden light in front of Nangang Yuan. Roar! The giant bear howled and stomped its foot on the blue stone slab below. Nangang Yuan felt his body sink as if he was uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, with a squeezing sensation in his internal organs. Ugh! Blood seeped from the corner of Nangang Yuan's mouth as he quickly channeled his soul power to resist the sudden increase in gravity. Otherwise, his fragile insides would have been crushed. The earth-bursting bear, I didn't expect your martial soul to be this, Nangang Yuan thought to himself, feeling a wave of anxiety. The earth-bursting bear was a soul beast that only existed in legends, a favored child of the earth, naturally possessing the power to control it. Throughout the history of Douluo Continent, only a few had seen the figure of the earth-bursting bear, and no one had ever possessed its martial soul. Now, apart from those ancient sects, no one in the Soul Master world knew that such a soul beast existed. Nangang Yuan now understood why the chief, also an 89th level Soul Douluo, could contend against two opponents without falling behind. His martial soul was simply too powerful. What shocked Nangang Yuan even more was that after so many encounters, the chief had managed to keep his trump card hidden until today, revealing it only after separating from Nangang Yu, intending to defeat them one by one. If earlier Nangang Yuan believed he had an 80 chance of defeating the chief after his breakthrough, now he felt his chances had dwindled to less than 10. However, noticing Xu Mo Bai gasping for breath nearby, he devised a plan. After all, he had no weaknesses at the moment. Dimensional slash. The 6 wind swords pierced through space, aiming for the earth-bursting bear's eyes, throat, heart, and the solar plexus on either side of its head. Even in the chief's martial soul true form, he wouldn't dare to withstand such attacks directly on these vital points. The golden light on the earth-bursting bear surged, and countless clumps of earth erupted from the ground, coalescing into a heavy brown armor on the bear. Clang! The wind sword, which could slice through iron, only left a shallow cut of less than 2 centimeters deep on the armor made of earth. The despairing defensive power of the earth-bursting bear was evident. However, a smile surfaced on Nangang Yuan's lips. This strike's main purpose was not to kill the chief, but to force him to close his eyes to avoid having his eyeballs pierced. With a beckoning gesture, 2 wind swords appeared in his hands. Using the wind sword's power, he broke free from the earth-bursting bear's gravitational field and swung the swords towards Xu Mo Bai. Roar! But the chief would not let him succeed. Although he closed his eyes, as the earth-bursting bear, he could clearly sense the slightest vibrations in the ground. The 2 massive paws of the earth-bursting bear, resembling door panels, clenched into fists and pulled back, causing Nangang Yuan to fly backward like bait on a fishing line. Nangang Yuan tried to use the wind sword to free himself, but this attack was unleashed by the chief in his martial soul true form. Relying solely on the wind sword's power was not enough to break free. After several failed attempts, Nangang Yuan steeled his resolve and immediately thought of a countermeasure. The 6 wind swords flew back in front of him, their blades parallel to the ground, forming a closed loop aimed at the earth-bursting bear, rapidly flying toward it with suction force. Even though they were adversaries, Xu Mo Bai couldn't help but admire Nangang Yuan's adaptability. The suction generated by the earth-bursting bear's soul skill, combined with the kinetic energy and sharpness of the wind swords, meant that even the fully armored earth-bursting bear couldn't ignore this attack, if Xu Mo Bai's estimation was correct. As expected, the chief, transformed into the earth-bursting bear, realized that if he insisted on slapping Nangang Yuan to death, he would also risk having his chest pierced. The chief, who had already gained the upper hand, naturally did not want to exchange lives with Nangang Yuan. However, the wind swords, propelled by the suction force, flew too quickly, making the earth-bursting bear's speed seem inadequate in comparison. Despite the chief's best efforts to evade, Nangang Yuan's 2 wind swords pierced through the earth-bursting bear's right chest. The pain ignited a latent ferocity within the chief, who endured the intense agony and slapped Nangang Yuan. Bang! Nangang Yuan was sent flying into the ruins, crashing through debris for over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. Then, with a loud crash, the already unstable building collapsed, burying Nangang Yuan in the rubble. His life or death unknown. Chapter 69. Blade of Divine Punishment, is he dead? Nangang Fian's words carried a hint of expectation, but also a sense of disappointment. Xu Mo Bai shook his head upon hearing this. If Nangang Yuan had simply died, he wouldn't qualify to be the sect leader of the Windsword sect. However, after a long time, no sound emerged from the ruins, which made Xu Mo Bai begin to doubt whether his assumptions were wrong. Chief, force him out. Concerned that Nangong Yuan might be hiding in the ruins and launching a sneak attack, Xu Mo Bai cautiously refrained from letting the chief go into check. Roar. The earth-breaking bear excitedly pounded its chest. Figuring out how to force Nangong Yuan out was no challenge for him. The heavy bear paw slammed down onto the ground, and golden light surged from the earth-breaking bear's hands, transforming the once calm earth into a tumultuous sea. The scattered remnants of walls and ruins were lifted into the air, colliding with one another like fish and shrimp carried away by the tide. As the earth's turbulence grew more violent, Nangong Yuan, who had been hiding in the ruins, was forced to break through the rubble above him and fly out. At this moment, he deeply realized the gap between himself and the earth-breaking bear. Furthermore, the soul bone skill he had originally reserved for self-preservation had been forced out by Yang Wudi earlier, leaving Nangong Yuan with no intention of engaging in battle with the earth-breaking bear. However, he would not simply resign himself to fate. Although the earth-breaking bear's actions had forced him out of hiding, he used this brief moment to successfully close the distance between himself and Xu Mo Bai. He now understood that the only chance he had to escape the earth-breaking bear was to take Xu Mo Bai hostage. But Xu Mo Bai was well aware that a cornered Nangong Yuan would see him as the last straw, so the moment Nangong Yuan emerged, he teleported Nangong Fian to behind the earth-breaking bear. Sect leader Nangong, at this point, you might as well give up. Chief, take care of him directly. Xu Mo Bai's eyes narrowed, his voice filled with killing intent. They were now in a situation of mutual destruction with Nangong Yuan. And with Nangong Yuan having broken through to level 90, they could not allow him to escape. Otherwise, having a carefree title Douluo as an enemy would mean Xu Mo Bai would have to be on guard at all times in the future. Understood. The earth-breaking bear grinned, revealing its sharp teeth, its pink tongue greedily licking its wounds as it looked at Nangong Yuan with a glint of greed in its eyes. The earth-breaking bear let out an excited roar and charged towards Nangong Yuan, its heavy body resembling a roaring steel beast that tore through anything in its path. Want my life? Not that easy. Nangong Yan's eyes revealed a fierce expression. The battle had reached this stage, and he no longer had time to consider gains and losses. Since the opponent wanted his life, he would take a piece of flesh from them, even if it meant dying. Blade of Divine Punishment. The 6 wind swords that had been swirling around him quickly combined into a 20-meter-long golden giant sword that hovered in the sky. Its blade radiating light that illuminated the entire sky. Xu Mo Bai's expression turned heavy. He sensed that the primary target of the sword hanging above was not them, but the city itself. The sword remained suspended, and the ripples it created caused buildings within 100 meters to suffer severe damage. The residents who had not yet managed to escape, trembling in their homes, wished they could find a hole to bury themselves in, as it was the only way to feel a semblance of safety. Nangong Yuan, what do you want to do? Xu Mo Bai's eyes widened in fury. If the golden giant sword really fell, then Nangong Yuan's actions would not be a battle, but a massacre. Countless buildings in the city would turn to ash, and innumerable civilians would lose their lives, turning the city into a hell on earth. You barbarians want to occupy the city, right? Now I gift it to you. Nangong Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. The earlier attack from the earth-breaking bear had broken at least 3 of his ribs, one of which had punctured his lung. If it weren't for his immense soul power, he would have already fainted. However, he also knew that, under the current circumstances, he had no hope of escaping. So he decided to stop suppressing his injuries, pouring all his soul power into this soul skill, even using the amplification of his right-hand soul bone. This was his last desperate strike. He knew that while this attack seemed grand, its speed was too slow, so he did not expect to kill the opponent. This strike was aimed at destroying the city. He did not care how many civilians would die under his sword, as he had nothing left to lose. Look at the sky. More and more people noticed the golden giant sword hovering in the sky. Although many were unclear about its power, just based on its momentum, they understood the consequences of its descent. Nangong Yuan hesitated little, slamming his right hand down, causing the giant sword to howl as it slashed downwards. Run! The crowd let out desperate cries, scrambling to escape, regretting that they did not awaken beast spirits during their soul awakening. Otherwise, having a few more legs would have made fleeing easier. In the chaos, countless people died from being trampled, and cries echoed through the sky, turning the entire city into a purgatory in an instant. Chief, crush him for me. Xu Mo Bai roared. The education he received for over 20 years under the red flag made it impossible for him to choose to evade at this moment, even though the city was not yet his territory, and those civilians were not his subjects. The purple-red evil wings behind him spread again, and the intense pain made Xu Mo Bai cry out, but his movements did not falter for a moment. With a flap of his wings, Xu Mo Bai soared into the sky, the god-slaying spear in his hand bursting forth with a thick black evil aura. In an instant, Xu Mo Bai's soul power was drained, and he activated the ability of the bead. The spear's light surged like rising black flames, as Xu Mo Bai charged forward unhesitatingly to meet the blade of divine punishment. The chief, transformed into the earth-breaking bear, could not just watch Xu Mo Bai die before him. He roared, and the golden light on his body surged. The earth-breaking bear's body shot up more than a meter. Soil continuously erupted from the ground, gathering on the earth-breaking bear's body to repair and reinforce its previous armor. Following that, the earth-breaking bear stood upright, its right paw striking fiercely at the giant's sword, the speed so fast that it even produced a sonic boom. Chapter 70 The Fall of the Wind Sword Sect. Nangong Yuan's final madness was ultimately thwarted by Xu Mo Bai and the earth-violent bear working together. And the sword of Damocles did not fall. Cheers erupted throughout the capital, and countless people were moved to tears, celebrating their survival. Some even knelt and bowed to the earth-violent bear in gratitude for saving their lives. However, Xu Mo Bai was not unscathed either. The earth-violent bear, being a child of the earth, had reinforced armor and strong defensive capabilities, so although it appeared severely injured, most of its wounds were superficial. Xu Mo Bai, on the other hand, nearly lost his life from taking the brunt of the attack. If it weren't for the evil wing helping to absorb a significant portion of the impact and most of the power of the divine punishment blade being blocked by the earth-violent bear, Xu Mo Bai would likely have perished on the spot. Nevertheless, Xu Mo Bai's evil wing was completely shattered, hanging limply behind him, and he was knocked down into a large pit in the ground. Seeing this, Nangong Yuan gritted his teeth, took a dagger from his soul guide with his right hand, and covered his wound with his left hand, moving step by step towards Xu Mo Bai. Roar the earth-violent bear let out a weak groan, its bare eyes as large as a human head revealing a look of unwillingness. It struggled a few times but could not manage to stand up. Eventually, the earth-violent bear began to shrink dramatically, transforming back into the form of the chieftain. Nangong Yuan glanced at it, but did not choose to stop, continuing to drag his injured body towards Xu Mo Bai. The forced use of an attack beyond his limits had caused his wounds to rupture again. Even if Xu Mo Bai and the others let him go, he wouldn't live much longer. Looking at Nangong Yuan approaching him, Xu Mo Bai managed a faint smile, relieved that he had successfully saved the lives of the people in the city, and he did not believe Nangong Yuan would have the chance to kill him. Fian, I'll leave him to you now. Nangong Fian, who had been well protected by Xu Mo Bai, stood in front of him with her sword. Her expression was cold, resembling the ancient, unmelting glaciers of the extreme north, yet her eyes were filled with endless hatred. Are you going to stop me? Nangong Yuan laughed in anger as he stepped in front of Nangong Fian, the dagger in his hand pointing at her throat. Don't forget that you have the blood of the Nangong family flowing through you. Nangong Fian let out a light laugh, gripping the dagger with her left hand. The sharp blade pierced through her fair hand, causing red blood to flow, but the pain in her body could not compare to the anguish in her heart. Killing you is something I've been thinking about day and night for 17 years. Saying this, Nangong Fian twisted her right wrist and completely severed Nangong Yuan's right hand. She placed the severed hand on her head, closing her eyes to enjoy the wonderful feeling of blood flowing down her face. Nangong Yuan looked at her in terror, finally realizing that this little girl before him was no longer a plaything he could manipulate at will. How wonderful! Nangong Fian's lips curled into a sickly smile as she licked the blood from her face, as if it were a rare delicacy. I have thought of many ways to enjoy this wonderful moment. Grandfather, you're a level 90 soul Duo. You must hold on for a little longer. Nangong Yuan hated himself for not killing this traitor at the first opportunity. Now, with his strength almost depleted, he had no way to escape from her grasp. Remembering all the absurd things he had done to Nangong Fian in the past, he steeled his heart, opened his mouth, and attempted to bite his tongue to end his life. But Nangong Fian, who had been watching him closely, would not give him this chance. She quickly and skillfully shoved the severed hand into Nangong Yuan's mouth. Don't be in a hurry, grandfather. We still have plenty of time to play slowly. Nangong Fian's expression suddenly turned extremely gentle. If it weren't for her face covered in blood, one might think she was a well-behaved girl. The azure long sword slowly traced across Nangong Yuan's body, finally stopping between his legs. Grandfather, this is your most proud possession, right? Don't worry, it will soon leave you. Nan Gongyuan's eyes no longer held the resentment and arrogance of before, replaced instead by fear and a plea for mercy. He made muffled whimpering sounds, his body retreating as he tried to get Nan Gongfian to stop her actions. Nan Gongfian responded with a gentle smile, then her gaze hardened. Her hand moved swiftly, and she severed it. Nan Gongyuan let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground and curling up, continuously howling in despair. A few daring mice that had come out to forage heard his cries and hurriedly scurried back to their holes in fright. Nan Gongfian closed her eyes, her expression one of comfort, as if she were enjoying beautiful music, and she opened her arms wide. After a while, Nan Gongfian opened her eyes, her long sword repeatedly stabbing Nan Gongyuan, each strike carefully avoiding his vital points. As expected of a level 90 soul, Duo, Nan Gongyuan endured for a full half-hour under Nan Gongfian's inhumane torment before finally breathing his last. Yet, Nan Gongfian seemed to have lost her senses, mechanically repeating the actions of stabbing and withdrawing her sword, as if she would only stop once she had turned Nan Gongyuan into minced meat. He is already dead. Recovering a bit of strength, Xu Mo Bai stood up from the ground, walked behind Nan Gongfian, and grasped her right hand, stopping her actions. Nan Gongfian struggled for a moment, realizing she could not break free from Xu Mo Bai's grip, and she froze in place. Xu Mo Bai sighed, gently patting her back, and spoke softly, "Don't worry, the nightmare is over." Upon hearing this, Nan Gongfian's figure swayed, and she fainted. Xu Mo Bai quickly supported her body and, after a brief examination, found that she was merely mentally exhausted, which relieved him. At this moment, the noise in the city gradually subsided, and the moon hanging in the sky broke free from the clouds, casting its bright light on the land that had just experienced chaos. "It's all over." Yang Wudi emerged from the ruins and stood beside Xu Mo Bai. He was the last surviving member of the Peji clan, and despite their victory, he couldn't find joy in it. On the other side, the chieftain was not as sentimental as Yang Wudi. Although many barbarian soldiers had perished in this battle, dying in battle was the best fate for a barbarian, not to mention that they had one. Ignoring his own serious injuries, he leaped up from the ground and cheered. Looking at the disfigured Nan Gongyuan, Xu Mo Bai couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. With the high-end combat power of the Wind Sword sect completely wiped out, and the fleeing disciples no longer able to pose a threat, the era belonging to the Wind Sword sect had come to an end. Chapter 71. Sparking the fire. It has been half a month since the last battle with the Sword Sect of the Wind. What surprised Xu Mo Bai was that one of the reasons the battle ended so quickly was that the former general of the Forbidden Army surrendered to the barbarians along with his soldiers. It's unclear what the king said to him that day after Xu Mo Bai and the others left, which led such a loyal subject to pledge allegiance to his enemies. However, it was precisely because of the general's help that the barbarians were able to occupy the capital with minimal cost and avoid casualties on both sides to the greatest extent possible. Let us see if it has fully recovered. Xu Mo Bai was removing the stitches from Yang Wudi's right hand. Although Nan Gongyuan had cut off Yang Wudi's thumb that day, Xu Mo Bai had quickly preserved the severed finger, which gave Yang Wudi a slight chance of recovery. As the bandages were removed, Yang Wudi's thumb appeared, and from the looks of it, the wound had healed. Aside from a ring of twisted scars, it was almost as if it were undamaged. Yang Wudi was also surprised to see this. When Xu Mo Bai told him he could reattach his severed finger, he thought Xu Mo Bai must have some heavenly materials or treasures. But he didn't expect that such a miraculous feat could be accomplished with just a thread and some ointment. Although he hadn't yet tried to grip the soul-breaking spear again, just seeing the healed scar gave Yang Wudi hope. A black light surged from the palm of Yang Wudi's right hand. Looking at the soul-breaking spear lying flat on his palm, Yang Wudi suppressed his desire to grasp it and first carefully placed his remaining 4 fingers around the spear before slowly resting his thumb on it. Success! Yang Huanfeng, who was nearby, let out an excited shout. Their clan leader no longer had to be in despair all day. At first, he didn't believe that there was a medical skill capable of reattaching a severed finger without heavenly materials. But now he fully believed it and expressed deep respect for Xu Mo Bai, who performed this medical miracle. What is all the fuss about? It's not over yet. Xu Mo Bai shot Yang Huanfeng an annoyed glance. Just being able to hold the soul-breaking spear was far from enough for Yang Wudi. It was essential to see if the reattached finger could function like before, allowing Yang Wudi to perform the spear techniques he was proud of. Grandpa, try to do a few simple movements first. It will still take some time for the severed finger to recover to its original state. Yang Wudi looked at Xu Mo Bai meaningfully, knowing what that statement implied. Although the severed finger had been reattached, achieving the same effect as before was nearly impossible. Yang Wudi shook his right hand, and the soul-breaking spear lunged forward like a striking snake, piercing a hole through a nearby pillar before stabilizing. After this test, Yang Wudi felt more assured. He then began to shake his wrist violently, executing 11 floral patterns with the spear before standing still again. Not bad. Although it feels a bit awkward, I feel like I've fully recovered. A smile appeared on Yang Wudi's face. The situation he had anticipated did not occur. Perhaps it was because Xu Mo Bai had become exceptionally skilled in medicine after inheriting the legacies of the Barbarians and the Broken One clan. Or maybe Yang Wudi's level 81 soul power cultivation played a role. Then it will be troublesome for you, Grandpa, to be responsible for promoting the new medicine. Yes, Xu Mo Bai helped Yang Wudi with the reattachment of his severed finger, partly to aid in his recovery and partly to promote the new medicine he had long planned. Don't worry, with me as a living example, I believe everyone will quickly accept the new medicine. However, just to be safe, I recommend dissecting a few more experimental materials to become more familiar with the human body before promoting it to the public. Xu Mo Bai note that the essence of the new medicine was that there was no surgical medicine in the Douluo Continent before, and he was quite in the dark about this aspect. Fortunately, after the last battle, there were many experimental materials available for research, and their mastery of the era's top medical science and various peculiar martial souls greatly assisted their studies. In Xu Mo Bai's plan, the new medicine was a crucial link. As long as Yang Wudi unraveled the secret of how soul masters could cultivate soul power, a scene where everyone in the Douluo continent became a soul master would emerge in the future. Perhaps years later, due to the enlightenment of the new medicine, someone would be able to decipher the secrets of soul rings and martial souls, giving everyone a chance to become a titled Douluo, which the Research Institute has good news. They have successfully built that machine. At this moment, the chief burst in from outside, bringing Xu Mo Bai another piece of good news. Oh, now, the barbarians have established a nation, and the previous name for the barbarians no longer exists. However, the chief, no, it should be called Tukuin, still addresses Xu Mo Bai as witch. That's great. In his excitement, Xu Mo Bai did not mind Tukuin's choice of address. After giving Yang Wudi the details, he immediately rushed to the Research Institute. The so-called Research Institute was actually the largest blacksmith shop in the capital. However, this place was not responsible for forging weapons, but for creating the machines designed by Xu Mo Bai. Over the past half-month, the kingdom's most outstanding blacksmiths have been working on the machinery they had never seen based on Xu Mo Bai's blueprints. Xu Mo Bai did not expect the precision required for the machine parts to be so high. Without various mechanical aids, the Soul Master blacksmiths took a full half-month to create it. My lord, we have built the iron device called the steam engine, and after our tests, it can provide a pulling force of up to 4 horses. The speaker was the head of the Research Institute, the kingdom's most outstanding blacksmith, Old Wang. After the machine was actually made, he began to understand Xu Mo Bai's intentions. Yes, the steam engine, regarded as the origin of the first industrial revolution in the previous life, seemed extremely impractical to the locals. After all, a powerful assault-type Soul Master could unleash more power than that. But when they combined the steam engine with the weaving machine according to Xu Mo Bai's blueprints, they overturned their previous notions. The fabric produced by 100 women skilled in weaving in one day could not match the efficiency of a steam engine paired with a female worker in half a day. Everyone present was not foolish. They all understood what this meant, and some had even begun to envision how to apply the steam engine to other forms of labor. Chapter 72. The transformation of Nangong Fian, looking at the steel giant that almost occupied the entire room. Xu Mo Bai revealed a satisfied smile. He only knew the principle of the steam engine, but he didn't expect that this group of blacksmiths would actually create it purely by hand. Good, Old Wang. You'll be the new marquis of the kingdom from now on. The others who contributed to the steam engine's production will also be granted the title of Viscount. With a wave of his hand, Xu Mo Bai established the rewards for everyone present, and the blacksmith showed grateful expressions. At first, when Xu Mo Bai told them that they could help change the low status of blacksmiths, no one believed it. Now, they all thought of the idea that a soldier would die for a friend. From the steam engine, they saw the hope of being respected in the future, and Xu Mo Bai's rewards made them feel the beauty of dreams coming true. I hope everyone keeps this matter confidential. If I find out that anyone has spoken out. After bestowing the rewards, Xu Mo Bai put on a stern expression and admonished the blacksmiths present. Although Xu Mo Bai did not finish his sentence, everyone understood his meaning and quickly nodded. Old Wang even patted his chest and guaranteed that if anyone under him leaked the news, he would personally take action and commit suicide at the city gate. Hearing this, Xu Mo Bai nodded. Although promoting the steam engine in the kingdom could liberate a large amount of labor and increase production, the kingdom had just emerged from war. If he recklessly promoted new technology without regard for the reality, it would only stir up turmoil in the kingdom and might even lead to a new round of war. Xu Mo Bai then ordered them to dismantle the machine, but they were still to continue researching more efficient steam engines. Do we not need to monitor them? After leaving the research institute, Tu Kuan made a gesture of cutting his throat and whispered, "However, increasing surveillance is fine. Now is a time for employing people, and doing so might inevitably lose people's hearts." Xu Mo Bai shook his head. He could wield a knife against enemies without blinking, but he still couldn't bring himself to be ruthless against his own people. Seeing that Xu Mo Bai had made up his mind, Tu Kuan did not persuade him further, but he had already decided to give those blacksmiths a good talking to later. The barbarian tribe had finally achieved a thriving situation, and he would not allow anyone to destroy it. By the way, Tu Kuan, the kingdom is gradually stabilizing now, and various tasks are on track. It's time for me to hunt for my fourth spirit ring. Xu Mo Bai had long planned for his fourth spirit ring, but although the war was over, the aftermath was no small matter, which had prevented him from going to hunt for the spirit ring. "Wu, are you leaving?" Tu Kuan stopped and looked at Xu Mo Bai with concern. Xu Mo Bai's gaze was a bit strange as he curiously asked, "Of course. I can't just stay in the capital waiting for my spirit ring to fall from the sky, can I?" Tu Kuan breathed a sigh of relief and pretended to be relaxed. "That's good. I thought you were preparing to leave our barbarian tribe." Xu Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, surprised that the chief, who used to have various grievances towards him, seemed a bit reluctant to part ways now. This gave him a sense of accomplishment. "All right, stop pretending to be deeply affectionate with me. I plan to set off for the Star Luo Forest this afternoon, and if all goes well, I should be back within half a month." Xu Mo Bai patted Tu Kuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Do you not need me to accompany you?" Tu Kuan was puzzled. Although Xu Mo Bai's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary spirit master, the Star Luo Forest was a place where even titled Douluo had to be cautious, and it was too dangerous for Xu Mo Bai to go alone. "You and my grandfather need to maintain the stability of the kingdom while I'm away. If I take you with me, who can I trust to handle the defense work?" Xu Mo Bai retorted, as he was not extravagant enough to take away the kingdom's strongest fighting force just to hunt for a fourth spirit ring. "Don't worry. My uncle Yang Wuhuan will lead a team of members from the Broken One clan to escort me while I hunt for the spirit ring. There won't be any safety issues. Besides, when it comes to survival skills, no one can compare to me except for titled Douluo." Hearing what Xu Mo Bai said, Tu Kuan recalled Xu Mo Bai's extraordinary physique and spirit abilities. Indeed, if faced with danger, it would be difficult for anyone to keep Xu Mo Bai from escaping, except for titled Douluo. "All right, you can go to the Star Luo Forest. You can rest assured that the kingdom will be entrusted to me. I guarantee that when you return, it will be a complete kingdom." Tu Kuan patted his chest and promised. Xu Mo Bai smiled and said nothing more. To be honest, Tu Kuan's recent clinginess had somewhat startled him. He still preferred the straightforward barbarian chief from before. Perhaps it was because the title of Wu had been strongly abolished by Xu Mo Bai that the once generous Tu Kuan had become a bit sentimental. However, this transformation was necessary. Although everyone came from different clans, they all lived in the same kingdom, and the unification of titles and language was essential. This measure not only facilitated management, but also promoted harmony and unity among various clans. However, Xu Mo Bai did not force the barbarian tribe or the Broken One clan to change their way of life, as the integration of clans was a long process that could not be rushed. In the evening, Xu Mo Bai and his group set off for the Star Luo Forest under the glow of the sunset, but there was an unexpected addition to the journey: Nangong Fian. Ever since she fainted last time, Nangong Fian had locked herself in her room until she heard that Xu Mo Bai was departing for the Star Luo Forest, at which point she finally stepped out of her door and joined the group. "Hey, I say, you following me so shamelessly. You don't really want to be my foot washing maid, do you?" Xu Mo Bai tossed a piece of roasted meat to Nangong Fian and joked. Nangong Fian, who was staring at the moon in a daze, noticed something suddenly flying towards her and instinctively reached out to catch it. The roasted rabbit meat was naturally scalding hot, but fortunately, Nangong Fian reacted quickly and, being a spirit master, she avoided burning herself. "You think too highly of yourself. Be careful, or I might just cut off that thing of yours." Nangong Fian initially wanted to throw the rabbit meat back, but as soon as she lifted it, she caught a whiff of the enticing meat aroma. Having tasted Xu Mo Bai's cooking before, she couldn't bear to throw it back. The others, who had previously admired Nangong Fian's beauty, felt a chill at the thought of her words and quickly buried their heads in their roasted meat, not daring to test whether she would act on her threat. All right, hurry up and eat the roasted meat. I don't believe you are unwilling to eat it just because the rabbit is too cute. Xu Mo Bai paid no mind to Nangong Fian's harsh words. On the contrary, he knew this was a sign that she was beginning to overcome her inner turmoil. In the future, the world would be wide open for her. Like birds flying high and fish leaping freely in the sea, Nangong Fian shot Xu Mo Bai an annoyed glance, but lowered her head to eat the rabbit meat, deciding not to argue with him for the time being. At this moment, Yang Wuhuan stealthily approached Xu Mo Bai and whispered, "Hey Mo Bai, let me tell you, my uncle is an experienced person. Women, what they say with their mouths is one thing, but what they think in their hearts is another. Trust me, kiss her, hug her, sleep with her, and she will definitely be obedient to you." Yang Wuhuan raised an eyebrow at Xu Mo Bai and said, "Uncle, if I remember correctly, your status at home is the lowest. So where do you get your experience?" Yang Wuhuan's old face turned red, and he stammered, "That's because I, your uncle, am a good man who doesn't fight with women. Back in the day, I was known as the Jade-Faced Gun King, so I know a thing or two about this." Xu Mo Bai shook his head helplessly. He had a deeper understanding of his uncle's shamelessness, but he chose not to explain anything, as such matters would only get worse the more they were discussed. Over time, they would naturally give up on this boring gossip. Chapter 73. The appearance of the soul bone due to Xu Mo Bai's strength far exceeding that of an ordinary soul master. Coupled with having consumed the 10,000-year ice mountain snow lotus, he was particularly cautious about his fourth soul ring. Several times, Xu Mo Bai encountered soul beasts that were extremely suitable, but considering the age issue, he chose to give up. Xu Montak Bai's Vision. His fourth soul ring would ideally come from a 10,000-year soul beast, and if it were from a tiger-type soul beast, that would be even better. Every time the God-Slaying spear acquired a soul ring, there would be a test similar to the soul shock from a 10,000-year soul beast. After successfully defeating the soul body of the soul beast in his consciousness sea, the God-Slaying spear would gain new abilities or enhancements. For example, after Xu Mo Bai hunted the Scarlet Flame White Tiger, he gained its fire abilities. After obtaining the second soul ring, he enhanced the corrosiveness of the fire against soul power. And after hunting the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, the God-Slaying spear was comprehensively upgraded once more. Thus, this time, Xu Mo Bai thought of directly hunting a powerful 10,000-year soul beast for his fourth soul ring, which would maximize the utilization of the God-Slaying spear to enhance his martial soul's capabilities. However, after wandering in the Star Luo forest for several days, Xu Mo Bai did not encounter a suitable soul beast, which made him consider venturing deeper into the forest. Yet, he only thought about it, as he knew there was a 100,000-year Titan giant ape deep in the forest, and some had even seen the celestial blue bull python there. Xu Mo Bai believed he did not yet have the ability to escape from the hands of 200,000-year soul beasts, so he abandoned this plan. Just as Xu Mo Bai was conflicted about whether to proceed deeper into the Star Luo forest, a shocking eagle cry suddenly echoed from the sky. Yang Wuhuan and Xu Mo Bai both looked back, and Yang Wuhuan shouted loudly, "Alert! Something is approaching rapidly." The group quickly formed a defensive formation, while Nangong Fian, acting as the agile attacker in the team, jumped onto a large tree to cautiously observe the surroundings. The rustling sound grew louder, and judging by the speed at which the entity was moving, everyone understood how agile it was. Xu Mo Bai and Yang Wuhuan tacitly ignored the sudden eagle cry above their heads. They were surrounded by large trees, so even if the entity wanted to attack them, it would take some time to come down. Soon, Nangong Fian's cold voice came from a tree. Phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Estimated age around 1,000 to 2,000 years. It is rapidly flying towards us, presumably fleeing from a natural enemy. A natural enemy? Xu Mo Bai's eyes lit up. In the Star Luo forest, while it was common for soul beasts to prey on each other, there were also established rules. Stronger soul beasts would chase their prey over greater distances. Weaker soul beasts, even when hunting, would not dare to stray too far from their territory, lest they themselves become prey. The location where Xu Mo Bai and the others were situated was precisely within the activity range of 1,000-year soul beasts, and only 10,000-year soul beasts had the capability to hunt freely here. With this in mind, Xu Mo Bai flashed up to the treetop and saw the natural enemy, pursuing the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, the purple cloud thunder eagle. It was the king of the skies, naturally possessing the power to control thunder and lightning. Based on the length of its feathers, it was estimated to be around 11,000 to 12,000 years old. making it the optimal choice for Xu Mo Bai's fourth soul ring. Once the soul beast was confirmed, everything became simple. Xu Mo Bai leaped down from the tree and informed Yang Wuhuan of his plan. Yang Wuhuan immediately showcased his prowess as a soul sage, stunning the phoenix tail coxcomb snake with a single strike. With the phoenix tail coxcomb snake as bait, they successfully captured the purple cloud thunder eagle. Although absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring at a higher age seemed unrealistic for Xu Mo Bai, the soul shock from the purple cloud thunder eagle was not as strong as that of the previously hunted 1,000-year dark demon evil god tiger. Xu Mo Bai absorbed his fourth soul ring without any danger, but this time the God-Slaying spear did not gain any abilities related to thunder and lightning. It only enhanced its sharpness by several levels. However, Xu Mo Bai's external soul bone, the evil wing, changed from purple-black to purple, with sparks of lightning flickering on its wings, granting it the same flight speed as the purple cloud thunder eagle, and its teleportation distance was increased to 500 meters. Huh, what is this? After absorbing the soul ring, Xu Mo Bai noticed a flash of white light beneath the grass where the purple cloud thunder eagle's corpse lay. Having read numerous books, he immediately realized what he encountered. Xu Mo Bai gently blew away the ashes on the ground after the God-Slaying spear absorbed it. The soul beast's corpse would turn to ashes, revealing a crystal-clear bone, which appeared to be the claw bone of the purple cloud thunder eagle. It really is a soul bone, but I remember that soul bones typically consist of skulls, torso bones, and limb bones. Why is there a right claw bone this time? Even Xu Mo Bai, despite his extensive knowledge, couldn't figure out the origin of this soul bone, but it wasn't a big deal, since it was a soul bone, and from such a powerful soul beast as the 10,000-year purple cloud thunder eagle. It would be a rare treasure for any soul master. However, having a right claw bone was somewhat of a mixed blessing for Xu Mo Bai. After the last battle, Nangong Fian had given him the torso soul bone and right arm soul bone from Nangong Yuan's body. Both were 60,000-year soul bones, enhancing Xu Mo Bai's defense and attack power, so he wasn't particularly interested in the right claw bone of the purple cloud thunder eagle. Here, this is for you. Xu Mo Bai flicked his right hand, and the God-Slaying spear sent the claw bone flying into Nangong Fian's hands. What is this? Seeing the soul bone suddenly appear in her arms, Nangong Fian was somewhat confused by Xu Mo Bai's actions. Last time he gave me 2 soul bones. Consider this a return gift. Xu Mo Bai generously revealed that he possessed 2 soul bones, not worried that the clan members present would become greedy. 1. The clan's inheritance bound their greed, and 2. They did not have the strength to snatch the soul bones from Xu Mo Bai. After absorbing the soul ring, Xu Mo Bai's soul power had reached level 46, and a breakthrough to level 47 was just around the corner. At the same time, the soul ring from the purple cloud thunder eagle provided Xu Mo Bai with a powerful group control-type soul skill, Thunder Prison, which summoned dozens of heavenly thunderbolts to attack enemies within 100 meters of Xu Mo Bai's position. The lightning had 70% of the God-Slaying spear's attack power, but it also included negative effects such as burns, paralysis, and stiffness. Although it was a control-type soul skill in terms of power, it was comparable to the strong attack-type soul skills of an average soul master. Don't refuse. This will help you heal your injuries, and with your original talent, you should be able to break through level 40 quickly. Before Nangong Fian could refuse, Xu Mo Bai cut her off. She looked at him with a complex expression. She knew that Xu Mo Bai's earlier words were merely to silence the others, as she hadn't contributed much to the killing of Nangong Yuan. The latter part of his statement subtly preserved the last shred of her dignity. Her body didn't have any injuries. It was simply incomplete due to what had happened, which had hindered her subsequent training and could also be considered a loss of talent. Nangong Fian revealed her first heartfelt smile, like the first flower blooming in early spring, fulfilling people's expectations for all that is beautiful. She then absorbed the soul bone, and her soul power reached level 38. Chapter 74. Preparing to leave with this? You still tell me that you have nothing to do with that girl? Yang Wuhuan crossed his arms, looking as if he had seen through everything. Xu Mo Bai smiled lightly. Since his uncle acknowledged that there was something between them, he let him ponder over it. Having broken through to level 46, if it were about soul bones, he now had the strength to face a soul saint. Next, it was time to continuously solidify his foundation. After all, a considerable part of his soul power came from soul bones and the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, not from his own cultivation. If he only pursued speed in cultivation, it would lead to an unstable foundation, which would be counterproductive. Xu Mo Bai smiled without saying anything, and Yang Wuhuan lost interest in continuing to question him. After Nangong Fian finished absorbing her soul bone, he urged his clan members to pack up and prepare to head back home. On the way back, with Xu Mo Bai, who was almost like a human radar, they hardly encountered any thousand-year soul beasts and quickly exited the Star Luo forest. It feels good to be out, unlike in the forest where one has to be constantly on edge. Yang Wuhuan stretched lazily, finally feeling relieved. During this time in the Star Luo forest, he was always anxious, worried that something would happen to Xu Mo Bai, but fortunately, they had encountered more surprises than dangers along the way. Oh, I didn't expect Uncle to miss my grandfather a bit. Yang Wuhuan had been nagging Xu Mo Bai about his dating scriptures for a while, which had become quite tedious for Xu Mo Bai. However, since the other party was an elder and claimed to be doing it for his own good, Xu Mo Bai found it hard to say anything. But now, Xu Mo Bai thought of an excellent idea that would make Yang Wuhuan uncomfortable. Me? Think of him? As soon as Yang Wuhuan heard the mention of Yang Wudi, he immediately puffed up his cheeks, looking furious, as if he had a deep-seated grudge against Yang Wudi. Back then, he mocked me for not being able to help you get the best soul ring. Now what? He even got a soul bone. Would he have had this luck if he were here? Of course not. How could you? Uncle, compare to my grandfather's luck. Just look at my grandfather. He can't even marry a virtuous wife like Aunt. Xu Mo Bai deliberately emphasized the words virtuous wife, and the others present, who understood Yang Wuhuan's family situation, couldn't help but laugh. In the Piji clan, Yang Wuhuan was notorious for being dominated by his wife. The most interesting part was that this marriage was arranged by Yang Wudi. Since then, Yang Wuhuan had viewed Yang Wudi with increasing disdain. Yang Wuhuan's old face turned red. He naturally understood what they were laughing at. What are you laughing at? You lot who wouldn't even have a chance to be scolded by your wives still have the face to laugh at me? Really outrageous. The laughter abruptly stopped, feeling a bit heart-wrenching. All right, enough teasing. To celebrate my obtaining a soul ring, I've decided to take everyone to have fun in the nearby town for a week. I'll cover all the expenses. Xu Mo Bai noticed that everyone's mood was a bit low and immediately changed the topic. Are you preparing to leave? While everyone was cheering and discussing how to spend the week, Nangong Fian quietly approached Xu Mo Bai and asked, Leave? Mo Bai, where are you going? Yang Wuhuan scanned Xu Mo Bai and Nangong Fian back and forth, feeling that he was a bit out of touch with the younger generation's thoughts. Was he planning to elope to avoid being disturbed? I'm not going anywhere. I plan to solidify my foundation well this week. Noticing the odd look in Yang Wuhuan's eyes, Xu Mo Bai knew that his uncle must have misunderstood something again, so he couldn't help but explain with a wry smile. You scared me. I thought you were leaving the Piji clan. I also plan to buy some medicinal materials. Can I get reimbursed for this? Yang Wuhuan asked jokingly, knowing he wouldn't actually ask Xu Mo Bai to reimburse him for the medicinal materials. Otherwise, he would be laughed at by those old geezers if it got out. Of course, Uncle. Having raided the treasury of the Wind Sword sect, Xu Mo Bai could be said to be the richest person in the entire kingdom. As long as Yang Wuhuan didn't buy any rare treasures, Xu Mo Bai's financial capacity would not be an issue. Just having this intention is enough. I was just joking with you. Yang Wuhuan patted Xu Mo Bai on the shoulder, winked, and lowered his voice, saying, Don't worry. Tonight Uncle will keep an eye on them. No one will come back to the hotel to disturb you. After speaking, Yang Wuhuan led a group of people out of the hotel without any hesitation. Well, Xu Mo Bai shrugged helplessly. This matter couldn't be concealed anymore. Actually, you were planning to leave the kingdom, aren't you? After everyone had left, Nangong Fian took 2 glasses of fruit wine from the bar and handed one to Xu Mo Bai. You really can't hide anything from you. Xu Mo Bai admitted this, took a sip of the fruit wine, and before he could swallow it, he immediately spat it out. What kind of wine is this? It's so bitter. It's made from Medea fruit. It's considered one of the bitterest wines. Seeing Xu Mo Bai's comical expression, Nangong Fian let out a silver bell-like laugh. This was the first time she had seen Xu Mo Bai in such a predicament. Medea fruit? Just add a bit of honey, and it should be bearable. Saying this, Xu Mo Bai took a jar of honey from his soul guide and added a tablespoon to both his and Nangong Fian's glasses. Not bad, after the rich bitterness. A hint of honey sweetness surged onto the tongue, paired with the wine's fragrance. It's indeed unforgettable. After trying a sip, Nangong Fian exclaimed in admiration. As long as you like it, but you can't add too much honey, or it will be too sweet. I plan to send you to study medicine when we return to the capital. What do you think? Sure, but be careful. Don't let me get my hands on you in the future, or who knows what I might cut off. Don't worry, you won't have that chance. Xu Mo Bai smiled, raised his glass to signal Nangong Fian for a toast, and the two tacitly avoided discussing the topic of leaving, or rather, they felt they had already finished discussing it. First, Nangongfian used the bitter Medea fruit wine to tell Xu Mo Bai that the current kingdom was like this difficult-to-swallow fruit wine. Only a few could endure it. But Xu Mo Bai, by adding honey, was telling Nangongfian that while honey might change the wine's taste, if added too much, it would make it even harder to swallow. Nangongfian realized that this week of fun was just an excuse for Xu Mo Bai. He wanted to take this opportunity to see if the kingdom could still function normally without him, which could be considered a rehearsal for his departure. How long do you plan to stay? After finishing her glass of fruit wine, Nangongfian couldn't help but ask. Unknowingly, she found herself somewhat attached to this young boy, even though she still felt disgusted by men as always. Not sure, at least a year. Chapter 75, Little Man's Diary. My name is Little Man. I am 5 years old, and in half a year, I will be able to participate in the Soul Awakening. I have also been taking classes at the Fireseed Academy for 6 months. The Fireseed Academy is a public school established by the Lord 2 years ago in every city for children of appropriate age to study. The mayor said that every child of appropriate age must be sent to the academy to study, otherwise it would be against the law. I don't know why not attending school is considered illegal. But I heard from the older brother next door that this is the Lord's way of popularizing basic education in the kingdom, allowing us commoners to enjoy the education that nobles used to have. The older brother also said that if you perform excellently at the academy, you can earn gold soul coins as a reward. Last time, he ranked first in the cultural class in the whole town and received a reward of 10 gold soul coins, which is enough for his family to cover their expenses for an entire year. I wonder when I will also be able to earn rewards from the school. According to the older brother, if you perform well at the Fireseed Academy, you can be recommended to the Torch Academy for further studies. The Torch Academy is located in the capital of the kingdom and is the only advanced academy that can teach people about soul cultivation after becoming a soul master, as well as new cultural subjects. If you pass the graduation assessment for cultural subjects, you can also work in research institutes or medical schools. I heard that it is the place with the highest salaries in the entire kingdom, even higher than the Lord's annual salary. It would be great if I could go to the Torch Academy in the future. I heard that students there occasionally have classes with the Lord, and I really envy them. By the way, Sister Fian, I forgot to tell you that my original name is not Little Man, it is Little Bay. 2 years ago, after the Lord took office, my father changed my name to this, saying that we must always remember the benefactor who brought us change, the barbarian tribe and the Lord. All right, I'll stop writing here for today. I have to go to school. Xu Mo Bai closed the newspaper and placed it into the soul-guiding device. The idea of creating a newspaper arose from the thought that after basic education was popularized, it would benefit commoners in understanding policies and facilitate the implementation of strategies. However, he did not expect that Nangongfian, who assisted in this area, discovered another use for newspapers to guide and control public opinion. Once newspapers gained authority in people's hearts, a little guidance and thought would lead people to subconsciously follow the reports. Anyway, Xu Mo Bai found it hard to believe that a 5-year-old child, who had only attended classes for half a year, could write such a diary. It is difficult to say whether this phenomenon is good or bad, but for now, Nangongfian has eliminated most commoners' barriers towards the new ruling group through this method, winning a large wave of public support, which is a good thing. It seems it's time to leave. Xu Mo Bai stretched. He had originally intended to be a hands-off manager over the past 2 years, but unfortunately, Nangongfian had not matured yet, and Yang Wudi and Tu Kuan were too rigid, forcing him to handle almost everything personally. Fortunately, the results so far seem to be good. New medicine has already been promoted throughout the kingdom, and pregnant women can now undergo cesarean sections in cases of difficult labor, a delivery method that would have been considered shocking in the past. Most importantly, thanks to the strong support of experimental materials, there have also been breakthrough advancements in soul power cultivation. The Soul Power Cultivation Manual launched by the medical school can now enable soul masters with innate level 1 soul power to achieve the cultivation speed of those with innate level 3 soul power in the past. However, there is still no clue on how to enable those with innate 0 soul power to cultivate. As for the Research Institute, basic agricultural machinery has started to be gradually put to use, but the internal combustion engine and generator that Xu Mo Bai wants have yet to materialize. The blacksmiths in the Research Institute have the capability to improve machinery, but they still cannot think beyond the traditional methods of forging and extraction. However, this is already quite good. Xu Mo Bai did not expect to leap from the first industrial revolution to the third in one go. So, how is today's newspaper? A voice as melodious as a yellow oriole pulled Xu Mo Bai back to reality. He looked up to see Nangongfian walking in with a letter. Next time, get a child a little older. 5 years old is just too unrealistic. Nangong Fian's face flushed. She of course knew what Xu Mo Bai was referring to. But how could she admit that the article was written by her? What? You don't believe in the teaching ability of the Fireseed Academy? No, I just don't believe in you. Looking at Xu Mo Bai lazily lounging in the chair, Nangong Fian felt like punching him. Ever since returning to the capital from the Star Luo forest, Xu Mo Bai had always managed to make her feel furious. All right, originally I wanted to bring your old friend to meet you, but it seems that isn't necessary now to avoid being accused of finding someone to impersonate. Nangong Fian's eyes rolled, and she quickly thought of a way to respond. Old friend? Xu Mo Bai frowned. He could not remember any old friends in the kingdom. If it were the barbarian tribe or the broken tribe, they shouldn't trouble Nangong Fian. Could it be Mo? Xu Mo Bai's eyes lit up. Only the Spirit Hall and Davis knew his true identity, but Davis had said he would keep his identity a secret. Presumably, they wouldn't send someone to find him. And as for himself, it was impossible to come here from the Star Luo Empire. Thinking this way, it was more likely that Mo, who had been studying at the Spirit Hall, would come here to find him. Montak? Nangong Fian looked at Xu Mo Bai in surprise. She hadn't expected that the reason he had always shown little interest in girls was this. So, in a way, they were kindred spirits. Hey, let me ask, how long have you two been together? Nangong Fian teased, her curiosity bubbling over. We've only known each other for 2 days. But I feel like we hit it off right away, so our feelings are very deep. I thought she would come to find me after she graduated. Thinking of that little girl's pitiful eyes and her sweet voice calling him brother, Xu Mo Bai couldn't wait to see her. 2 days? So fast. Nangong Fian was so surprised that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. She had believed what that person said about them knowing each other for many years. Did it turn out to be only 2 days? Is there a problem? Xu Mo Bai raised an eyebrow, feeling that Nangong Fian's gaze was a bit strange, as if she were looking at a monkey. All right, where is she? Take me to see her. I can't wait any longer. Xu Mo Bai's words contained a lot of information, leaving Nangong Fian a bit stunned. But it was still daytime? So what if it's daytime? Do I need to sneak out at night to see someone? Xu Mo Bai looked at Nangong Fian in disbelief. He felt that this guy must be thinking inappropriately. Don't worry, my relationship with her is just. No need to explain. Nangong Fian suddenly said loudly, I understand. I'll take you to see her right now. Nangong Fian thought that over the past 2 years, Xu Mo Bai had really been through a lot. It was understandable that he was so eager. They should let the two meet first. As for Xu Mo Bai's eagerness to see Mo, he didn't explain further. He figured that once they met, she would understand. Chapter 76. Assassination, how could it be you? Xu Mo Bai ran excitedly to the outside of the palace, only to find that the so-called old friend was actually Luo Mo, and his anticipation instantly diminished by more than half. Luo Mo suddenly felt as if he was being disliked, especially after he had traveled such a long way just to bring him news. How did you know I was here? Despite feeling a bit disappointed, Xu Mo Bai quickly composed himself and was still happy that Luo Mo came to see him. However, he was somewhat puzzled about where Luo Mo got the news that he was still alive. At this point, Luo Mo was filled with indignation. They had fought together through thick and thin, yet this guy, after escaping danger, didn't even bother to notify him and ran out of the Star Luo Empire, making him think Xu Mo Bai had died in the desert. If I hadn't come, how long were you planning to keep this from me? Looking at Xu Mo Bai's smiling face, the more Luo Mo thought about it, the angrier he became, and he punched Xu Mo Bai in the chest. Xu Mo Bai did not dodge. He understood the resentment Luo Mo held against him. You've gained weight, but it seems you haven't gotten stronger. After punching Xu Mo Bai, Luo Mo's resentment had almost dissipated, but hearing Xu Mo Bai's words reignited his anger. Luo Mo did not hesitate and threw another punch towards Xu Mo Bai's face, but this time, Xu Mo Bai caught his fist. All right, that's enough venting. What did you come here for this time? Xu Mo Bai would not let Luo Mo hit him in the face. He was still a lord, and walking around with a black eye would be too embarrassing. Luo Mo was a bit surprised. Logically, Xu Mo Bai should not appear so calm after reading that letter. Could it be? Luo Mo's eyes darted between Xu Mo Bai and Nangong Fian, and he felt as if he understood something, his expression suddenly darkening. Are you really Xu Mo Bai? Luo Mo scrutinized the man standing before him, both in appearance and demeanor. He seemed somewhat different from the Xu Mo Bai he knew. The only thing that remained the same was his voice. Do you think I become more handsome? Xu Mo Bai knew that after taking the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, his appearance had changed somewhat, and the events of the past few years had also altered his demeanor. So he could understand Luo Mo's confusion. Then, Xu Mo Bai raised his right hand, and as golden light surged from his palm, the God-Slaying spear appeared in his hand. Seeing Su Mo Bai's signature weapon, Luo Mo let go of his doubts, but became even more certain of his previous guess. Handsome? No, you've definitely become more shameless. Luo Mo looked at Su Mo Bai with cold eyes, his tone carrying a sense of estrangement. Nangong Fian, noticing the hint of hostility in Luo Mo's gaze, immediately understood and smiled, saying, "Don't think too much. I can only be considered buddy to him. Su Mo Bai is still yours. I want to disturb your long-awaited reunion." Before Su Mo Bai could explain anything, Nangong Fian stuffed the letter into his hand and waved goodbye. Did she misunderstand something? Luo Mo felt his worldview had been shaken. How could such a beautiful girl have the potential of a Lich King? Su Mo Bai finally realized where the initial feeling of strangeness came from. Ignoring her, he asked, "What is this letter about?" After realizing he had misunderstood Su Mo Bai, Luo Mo hesitated. He knew how close Su Mo Bai was to that person. If Su Mo Bai found out about this matter, Luo Mo feared he might become enraged and kill someone. Seeing Luo Mo's evasive expression, Su Mo Bai directly opened the letter and began to read. "How long has she been gone?" Su Mo Bai's voice turned cold, as if the air around him dropped a few degrees. "She has already been gone for half a year. At first, we all thought you had died. And considering her family situation, you know." Luo Mo didn't know how to finish his sentence. Should he advise him to give up? If Su Mo Bai was truly going to give up, he wouldn't have continued to contact her even after being threatened by the Zhu family. Nor would he have recorded every scene he saw during his travels. Half a year. Do you know where she went? Su Mo Bai couldn't help but worry about her. That person had lived in the Imperial City since childhood and had never seen the world's dangers, let alone leaving the Star Luo Empire directly this time. "I'm not sure, but I guess you should be looking for Dai Mu Bai." Luo Mo shook his head. He didn't have the ability to find someone who had gone abroad. He had learned about Su Mo Bai's news from Davis. How interesting. A glint of insight flashed in Su Mo Bai's eyes. Luo Mo being able to find him indicated that his identity in the Star Luo Empire was likely exposed. But she was unaware that this was clearly done intentionally. Just as Luo Mo was about to say something, he suddenly noticed Su Mo Bai's figure disappearing from before him. At this moment, Su Mo Bai's voice came from the rooftop. "Since you're here, why leave so quickly? Why not stay and chat?" The hidden black-clothed person did not expect Su Mo Bai to not only discover him, but also suddenly appear behind him. In a moment of panic, he did not think much and directly revealed his martial soul to engage Su Mo Bai in combat. Spirit Emperor? Looking at the 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, floating in front of the black-clothed person, Su Mo Bai's expression became serious. "You're actually a spirit sect member." The black-clothed person was even more astonished. According to his information, Su Mo Bai was just over 14 years old, yet he was already a spirit sect member, showcasing terrifying talent and cultivation. "It seems I can't let you go today." Noticing that the city's guards were quickly approaching, the black-clothed person realized his time was limited. There were 2 spirit Douluos in the city. If he delayed any longer, he would likely find it hard to escape. The black-clothed person's nails elongated, resembling 10 sharp daggers, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Ghost Claw. A chilling aura emanated from the black-clothed person as his fingers clawed towards Su Mo Bai. Su Mo Bai did not intend to engage in a prolonged fight. He instantly teleported behind the black-clothed person and thrust his spear through the back of the latter's heart, lifting him onto the spear. "Now we can have a good chat." The black-clothed person realized he had been careless. He had thought dealing with a spirit sect member would be easy, but he hadn't expected Su Mo Bai's martial soul to be teleportation and capable of continuous use. "Someone will avenge me." Wait. Before Su Mo Bai could finish speaking, the black-clothed person bit down on the poison hidden in his teeth, and the intense toxin caused him to die instantly. Sending a spirit emperor as an assassin to test me? Su Mo Bai had already guessed the black-clothed person's identity. He just didn't expect that for a title, the other party would be willing to send people to kill him time and again. Chapter 77 Departure. After Su Mo Bai and the man in black fought, Nangong Fian was the first to lead the Forbidden Army to the scene, not far from where the battle took place. Upon seeing the man in black pierced by the God-Slaying spear, she realized that things were not as bad as they could have been. "Mo Bai, are you okay?" Su Mo Bai shook his head and turned to Su Yuan, who stood behind Nangong Fian, and coldly said, "This matter I can only accept once. If they're essay next time, you, as the commander of the Forbidden Army, can just resign." Su Yuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had led the troops to surrender following the king's orders, so he hadn't faced any reckoning after the barbarian victory. To maintain stability, Su Mo Bai had allowed him to keep his position as the commander of the Forbidden Army, despite gradually diminishing his influence over the past 2 years. However, Today's incident made Su Yuan realize that he would not be able to hold onto this position for long. I will investigate the identity of the opponent and capture his accomplices as soon as possible, Su Yuan said, lowering his head. Although the Forbidden Army in the palace was not comprised entirely of soul masters, it was not easy for just anyone to infiltrate unnoticed. Commander Su, if you can't manage your subordinates well, I can help you, Nangong Fian said bluntly, indicating that there were traitors among his men, which made Su Yuan's face turn red and pale in turn. All right, Su Yuan, you can leave now. Seeing Su Mo Bai's demeanor, Su Yuan understood that he did not intend to hold him accountable at this moment, but he knew that if he did not quickly root out the traitor in the Forbidden Army, his fate would not be good. Su Yuan hurriedly left with the corpse of the man in black. It was clear that the capital would not settle down today. You have so many enemies in the Star Luo Empire? Nangong Fian teased, as she had a vague premonition that Su Mo Bai was about to leave. How do you know they are from the Star Luo Empire? They could be remnants of the Fengjian sect, Luo Mo said, his gaze somewhat unfocused. But if one was patient enough, they would notice that his eyes lingered on Nangong Fian for a second every 3 seconds. Because she is the young lady of the Fengjian sect. Su Mo Bai helplessly rubbed his forehead. As a friend for 5 years, he naturally noticed Lu Mo's hidden feelings. But why did he have to compare intelligence with Nangong Fian? It can only be said that love always blinds people. When Davis sent you over, did he say anything else? Su Mo Bai, noticing Lu Mo's awkwardness, changed the topic. Although he thought Lu Mo's feelings for Nangong Fian were like a moth to a flame, he still tried to help him. Lu Mo gave Su Mo Bai a grateful look and then said, "The Crown Prince said that you can make your own decisions regarding this matter and not to worry about him. He also assured that the titled Douluo from that family won't intervene." That's enough. A smile appeared on Su Mo Bai's lips. He didn't expect Davis to withstand the pressure from all sides. Seeing Su Mo Bai smile, Nangong Fian became more certain of her guess. Should we bring Yang Huafeng? He recently broke through to the Soul Zone and can help you with some trivial matters. No need, I can handle it alone. The Fireseed Academy still needs him. After I leave, if necessary, you can use Su Yuan as a pawn, but don't take his life unless absolutely necessary. Su Mo Bai hesitated for a moment before saying. Initially, he kept Su Yuan around to help stabilize the domestic situation with the barbarians, as he was considered a direct descendant of the late king. With him leading, the surrendered troops wouldn't cause trouble. Now that the situation was stable, Su Yuan's position as commander of the Forbidden Army was no longer necessary. This was also why Su Mo Bai did not pursue Su Yuan's responsibility for such a serious incident in the palace. Wait, can you both speak the common language? Luo Mo felt a bit confused. He understood every word they said, but when they were put together, he didn't know what they were talking about. Su Mo Bai looked at Luo Mo with sympathy. Brother, you should give up on this thought. Su Mo Bai patted Luo Mo on the shoulder and said earnestly, I'll explain it to you later. What do you think of Dai Bai? Luo Mo's expression showed some hesitation. In front of outsiders, it was indeed difficult for him to comment on his country's prince. After hesitating for a while, Luo Mo finally voiced his thoughts. He can only be said to be undeserving of his position. If he really became the crown prince, the Star Luo Empire would only be able to maintain its status. Luo Mo still slightly embellished his opinion of Dai Bai. As a commoner in the Star Luo Empire, he might have been influenced by the upper-class narrative, believing that both princes were exceptional and would be the pillars of the Star Luo Empire in the future. But for the nobles, they understood Dai Bai and Davis far too well. Davis, at a young age, had established himself as a substitute teacher in the Royal Academy's lower grades through his outstanding talent and hard work, gaining good prestige among the younger generation. As for Dai Bai, besides the pride that the royal family was least proud of, in Luo Mo's eyes, Davis's greatest flaw was his cowardice. He said he didn't want to see brothers turn against each other, but wasn't it because he felt he couldn't compete with Davis from the start? If it weren't for Davis's actions harming the interests of the nobility, Dai Bai would have had no significance at all. So how could I really feel at ease letting Zhu Zhuqing go find him? I don't want to see Zhu Zhuqing dying alongside him in the future. Su Mo Bai's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. After so many years, how has that little girl changed now? Luo Mo finally understood the conversation between Su Mo Bai and Nangong Fian at the beginning and couldn't help but exclaim, So you plan to find her? Little brother. It's very impolite to interrupt others while they're speaking. Nangong Fian smiled charmingly at Luo Mo. Having never been exposed to the charms of women, he was overwhelmed by the stimulation and went blank instantly. Su Mo Bai chose to selectively ignore Luo Mo's embarrassment. I'll leave the matters here to you. I'll have clan leader Yang and Tu Kuan fully cooperate with you. Nangong Fian raised an eyebrow, surprised that Xu Mo Bai entrusted this matter to her. After all, her identity was not as upright as Yang Wudi and Tu Kuan. I trust you. Xu Mo Bai smiled. He had no doubt that Nangong Fian would deliberately cause turmoil in the kingdom after he left. He understood her just as she understood him. Nangong Fian was taken aback for a moment. Then her face blossomed into a smile, dazzling like flowers blooming in early spring. Don't worry, no matter when you come back. The kingdom will always follow your lead. Chapter 78. Encounter at Songhui Academy. Part 1. Mo Bai, are you really sure you don't need me to accompany you? I'm almost at the Soul Sect now, and as a food system Soul Master, I can be of considerable help to you, right? After Xu Mo Bai finished arranging everything with Yang Wu Di and Tu Kuan, he prepared to set off for the Tiando Empire. Luo Mo couldn't help but feel his restless heart as he reminisced about the times he traveled with Xu Mo Bai. Xu Mo Bai mounted his horse and looked at Luo Mo with a smile. Did you forget about my third soul skill? Luo Mo then remembered that with a perverse soul skill demonic deviation, Xu Mo Bai basically no longer needed a food system soul master to replenish his soul power. Moreover, Xu Mo Bai's martial soul, the God-Slaying spear, also had some healing effects, making Luo Mo feel somewhat unnecessary. Seeing Luo Mo's mood a bit down, Xu Mo Bai thought for a moment and said, if you follow me, I can't guarantee your safety. I need you to stay in the kingdom and help me look after the academy. Besides, I thought you were interested in Nangong Fian. Wouldn't it be a good opportunity to communicate with her? As soon as Nangong Fian was mentioned, Luo Mo's eyes lit up. Oh, that's true. By the way, I see you have a good relationship with her. Don't you have any thoughts about her? Luo Mo was a bit curious. Typically, a beautiful woman like Nangong Fian would attract attention from any man, but it seemed from Xu Mo Bai's words that he was hoping for Luo Mo to get close to her. Xu Mo Bai knew what Nangong Fian had been through in the past, so he understood how difficult it would be for Luo Mo to pursue her. However, Xu Mo Bai was still quite happy to see Luo Mo jump into this fire pit. After all, they were best buddies. How could they be considered best friends if they didn't drag each other down? Moreover, if Luo Mo could really win over Nangong Fian, it would be a good thing. As for Xu Mo Bai himself, he had no feelings for her. If the first meeting was stunning, after seeing her so many times, he had become somewhat immune. All right, stop trying to probe me. I really have no feelings for her. However, I can remind you that in terms of intelligence and talent, you're not a match for Nangong Fian. So if you want to pursue her, just have a sincere heart. Xu Mo Bai was worried that if Luo Mo really tried to use tricks to win over Nangong Fian, he would end up suffering terribly. He had never seen a guy who could successfully use tricks on Nangong Fian. Just think of those fearless guys from the Paji family. They would all avoid her when they saw her. Xu Mo Bai felt sympathy for Luo Mo. Let us go. Without waiting for Luo Mo to say anything else, Xu Mo Bai left on horseback. As for the urgency, well, little fatty, I heard you want to pursue me? As soon as Xu Mo Bai left, Nangong Fian's voice came from behind Luo Mo, and unlike before, her tone carried a hint of coldness. Luo Mo swallowed hard, awkwardly turning around and saying, "Hi. What a coincidence. Are you here to see Xu Mo Bai off too?" Nangong Fian didn't seem angry at all. She smiled at Luo Mo and said gently, "Xu Mo Bai said to let you go to Huazhong Academy as a teacher. Coincidentally, I'm also going to the academy. Why don't we go together?" Seeing Nangong Fian like this, Luo Mo felt a bit less confident. He didn't think his charm could attract someone like her. Okay, then I'll trouble you. However, he knew that if he really backed down, it would mean he had no chance at all. On the other side, Xu Mo Bai rode his horse, and after 3 days, he finally left the kingdom. Horse, oh horse, why can't you just take me to the Tiando Empire by yourself? Xu Mo Bai complained as he rode. Although riding was enjoyable, after 3 days of travel, he was feeling a bit exhausted. At that moment, Xu Mo Bai saw 3 carriages at a fork in the road ahead, which made him feel pleasantly surprised. With carriages, he could travel more comfortably. Hey, could you please stop? Xu Mo Bai urged as he rode up to stop the caravan. As he got closer, Xu Mo Bai noticed that the 3 carriages looked quite luxurious, clearly not something used by commoners, which dampened his enthusiasm considerably. Kid, what do you want? The leading coachman looked at Xu Mo Bai warily. Although there were soul masters inside the carriages, he was still concerned that this guy might be a highway robber. Xu Mo Bai raised his hands where the other party could see them, indicating that he posed no threat, and then asked, "May I ask where you are headed? Could you give me a ride? Don't worry about the price. I'll 1T let you lose out. Or you could just sell me a carriage. I can give you 100 gold soul coins." Hearing that Xu Mo Bai was willing to pay 100 gold soul coins for a carriage, the leading coachman was about to agree. It was hard to refuse such an easy opportunity to make money. But cough cough. Before the coachman could speak, a series of coughs came from inside the carriage, interrupting him. The coachman then remembered that he was an external member of Songhui Academy. If he sold the academy's carriage for 100 gold soul coins, he would surely face repercussions when he returned. But, no, you should continue on horseback. We're not going your way. The coachman forced out the words against his will. You don't even know where I'm going. How do you know we're not going the same way? If you don't want to sell the carriage, that's fine. Just ask the people inside if they mind squeezing in a bit. I can still give you a certain amount of gold soul coins. Luo Mo Bai wasn't angry. For him, he just wanted to find a place to rest for a bit before continuing his journey. No, it's not about the money. It's just that there's no space inside the carriage. The coachman shook his head, rejecting Luo Mo Bai's suggestion. Coincidentally, a gust of wind blew at that moment, lifting the carriage curtain. Both carriages had 3 people inside, while the front carriage only had 2, clearly indicating that there was still space. The coachman's face turned red, and after a few light coughs, he said, That's just how it is. You should continue riding. Clear the way. Luo Mo Bai smiled and wasn't angry. The carriage belonged to them, and they naturally had the right to choose not to take him along. Go. Luo Mo Bai lightly flicked the reins, clearing the road. Although he was a bit disheartened, he wasn't a ruthless person who would cause trouble over such a small matter. Poor horse, I originally wanted you to rest a bit, but it seems there's no chance now. At present, it seemed that both parties were headed for the same destination. Luo Mo Bai had no habit of tiring his horse, so after making a self-deprecating remark, he guided his horse forward, following behind the caravan. Chapter 79, Encountering Songhui Academy. Part 2. Luo Mo Bai sat upright on his horse, his body like a sturdy pine rooted on the cliff, swaying only slightly despite the jolting of the steed beneath him. As the horse's back rose and fell, Luo Mo Bai's breathing gradually synchronized with the horse, and soon it seemed as if he had fallen asleep on the horse, swaying lightly, as if he might fall off at any moment. Truly a talent. The only middle-aged man sitting inside the carriage noticed Luo Mo Bai's unusual state and couldn't help but exclaim. A girl beside him covered her mouth and laughed. It's true. How could an ordinary person sleep on horseback? She had no malice towards Luo Mo Bai. She just found the scene too amusing and couldn't help but laugh. Don't underestimate him. At his age, daring to travel alone without any support is impossible. Moreover, he isn't sleeping. He's cultivating his soul power. The middle-aged man, who was much more powerful and insightful than the female student, naturally recognized Luo Mo Bai's current state. How is that possible? The female student exclaimed in surprise. Soul power cultivation requires a quiet and stable environment. How could one do it on horseback? In fact, her astonishment was understandable. In the academy, she had always been called a genius by her classmates and teachers. This time, to help her obtain a soul ring. She had even brought her entire team along with a soul king-level teacher. But she found it somewhat challenging to cultivate her soul power, even inside the carriage. So it was hard for her to believe that Luo Mo Bai could cultivate on horseback. I can't believe it either, but that's the truth. Douluo Continent is vast, and there are many exceptionally talented individuals in those sections. Our Songhui Academy is still too small. The middle-aged man shook his head. Although our Songhui Academy is a high-level academy, we rank only in the middle to lower tier among high-level academies. Don't be fooled by his status as a soul king. If he could reach Luo Mo Bai's current state, he would have already broken through to Soul Emperor. Stop the carriage and invite him to join us. The middle-aged man thought to himself that someone with such outstanding soul power cultivation must be a core disciple from some sect, and it would be worthwhile to befriend him. Whoa! The carriage came to a steady stop, and the spirited horse following behind, being unfamiliar with the path, also came to a halt. Oh, their destination is such a desolate place. I wonder what they intend to do. All right, it's been a while. Let's continue. As soon as the horses stopped, Luo Mo Bai immediately withdrew from his state of soul power cultivation. He controlled the horse and intended to bypass the caravan and continue on his way. Hey, young brother, you must be heading to Star Luo Forest, right? If you don't mind, why not get in the carriage and travel with us? Riding alone on a horse isn't comfortable or safe. The middle-aged man called out to Luo Mo Bai, who was about to leave, and opened the carriage curtain, inviting him in. Why do you suddenly have an available seat? Luo Mo Bai noticed that the middle-aged man was dressed in a moonlight white soul master robe, embroidered with silver patterns, and there was a green circular emblem on his left shoulder with the words Songhui stitched inside. Luo Mo Bai then understood the reason for the other party's change in attitude. It must be because he had seen him cultivating on horseback and wanted to create a good connection. The female student sitting next to the middle-aged man couldn't help but blush, feeling embarrassed and unable to speak. However, the middle-aged man was unfazed, being in his 40s. This little blow couldn't shake his composure. The middle-aged man continued to smile and welcomed Su Mo Bai to travel with them, as if the earlier events had never occurred. Su Mo Bai didn't dwell on the matter. For him, reaching the Douluo Empire as soon as possible to find Zhu Zhuqing was the most important thing. After some polite exchanges, Su Mo Bai climbed onto the carriage. The female student curiously observed the genius mentioned by her teacher. His fair skin made her, as a girl, feel a twinge of jealousy. His starry eyes sparkled with brightness, as if holding many secrets. The slight smile at the corner of his mouth made him seem approachable. Yet she felt a cold detachment hidden beneath that warmth. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. May I ask which sect you are from, young brother? Yi Zhiqiu first introduced himself, his tone friendly enough that the female student thought he had been replaced by someone else. No sect or affiliation, Su Mo Bai. Su Mo Bai's response left Yi Zhiqiu momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such an outstanding young man to come from a humble background. Yi Zhiqiu's first reaction was disbelief, but seeing Su Mo Bai's serious expression, he became somewhat perplexed. However, being experienced, Yi Zhiqiu soon regained a smile, thinking that having no sect or affiliation was a good thing. If he could recruit such a genius in a Tsanghui Academy, wouldn't that elevate him to the position of vice president? Then I shall disturb you and call you Mo Bai. You must be heading to Star Luo Forest to hunt for your third soul ring, right? Why not join our team? Coincidentally, this young lady beside me, Lin Muqing, is also here to obtain her third soul ring. Since we share the same goal, it would be mutually beneficial. Besides, as a soul king, I should be able to help you hunt a 1,000-year soul beast without much trouble. A suitable soul ring is an absolute temptation that no soul master can refuse. This is why it is difficult for commoners to become powerful. Each of their soul rings is generally not the optimal match, with inherent deficiencies compounded by later disparities. It's not something that can be caught up with just hard work. Yi Zhiqiu believed that with such conditions, Su Mo Bai would find it hard to refuse the proposal, as long as they traveled together, allowing Su Mo Bai to see the benefits of joining the academy. Yi Zhiqiu was confident that recruiting Su Mo Bai would be a piece of cake. However, Su Mo Bai's true purpose was to use the Star Luo Forest to avoid the border of the Douluo Empire and enter the Bala Kingdom. So Yi Zhiqiu's hopes were destined to be in vain. How can I trouble you like this? You've already kindly offered me a ride without expecting payment. I'm very grateful. Besides, I'm not at the stage of hunting for a soul ring yet. Su Mo Bai glanced at Lin Muqing beside him, wondering if becoming a soul master also had beauty benefits, as none of the female soul masters he had encountered were unattractive. At around 17 years old, she was already close to becoming a soul master, and such talent truly warranted the Tsanghui Academy's efforts. Hearing that Su Mo Bai's purpose for going to the Star Luo Forest was not to hunt for a soul ring, Yi Zhiqiu was somewhat surprised. At your age, you should focus on cultivating your soul power. Although helping others hunt soul rings brings in money quickly, the risks are too high. Once you reach the soul master level, you will receive a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins, so you won't need to worry about money. Upon hearing this, Su Mo Bai's expression became somewhat strange. Should he tell Yi Zhiqiu that he was already a soul sect and could no longer receive subsidies from the Spirit Hall? Chapter 80. Encountering Tsanghui Academy. Part 3. Envious of the exceptionally talented students, this is a quality that every teacher must possess. Su Mo Bai wouldn't think that Yi Zhiqiu was snobbish just because of this. The fact that he clearly told Yi Zhiqiu that he would not join Tsanghui Academy and did not turn hostile or kick him off the carriage shows that his intentions are not bad. The key to soul power cultivation is to maintain a calm mind. You should have also noticed that the speed of soul power cultivation in a suitable environment is significantly faster than usual. And this speed difference is crucial for pulling ahead of others. Originally, there were only 2 people in the carriage, but now it has grown to 6. And even the coachman outside has been replaced by 3 students from Tsanghui Academy without anyone noticing. Su Mo Bai did not mind the crowding in the carriage. While the secret of soul power cultivation might be the most precious treasure in the minds of other soul masters, who would do anything to keep it a secret, Su Mo Bai was willing to share with others. He did not aspire to be a solitary figure standing atop a high mountain. He wanted to be a pioneer, illuminating the path ahead. Su Mo Bai never worried that others would surpass him once they learned. If he could be so easily surpassed, it would be better to extinguish his ambitions early on. This is why Yi Zhiqiu and the others viewed his actions as extremely irrational. When you understand yourself well enough, You can enter a state of soul power cultivation anytime and anywhere. Xu Mo Bai's voice gradually faded, and the teachers and students of Tsanghui Academy surrounding him slowly returned to reality from their immersion. They looked at Xu Mo Bai with gratitude, knowing that in this brief hour, they had the chance to touch the previously unreachable peaks. Thank you. Yi Zhiqiu wanted to get up and bow to Xu Mo Bai in thanks. But the carriage was too cramped, so he gave up that idea. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Such a talented and well-natured person could not become a student of Tsanghui Academy, but he really had nothing to attract Xu Mo Bai with. As for thoughts of killing Xu Mo Bai to keep this secret exclusive to Tsanghui Academy, that idea had never crossed Yi Zhiqiu's mind. As a teacher, one's strength doesn't have to be exceptional, but one's character must be impeccable. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine what kind of monsters the disciples taught by a morally corrupt person would become in the future. Brother Mo Bai, we are currently in the wilderness and have nothing to thank you with. Once we reach the small town in front of Star Luo Forest, I will definitely treat you to a good meal. Due to Xu Mo Bai's generosity, Yi Zhiqiu even changed how he addressed him, already considering Xu Mo Bai as an equal. Xu Mo Bai looked at Yi Zhiqiu in surprise. He had noticed that the first soul ring of one of the students was 10 years old, indicating that the conditions of Tsanghui Academy were not too good. Thus, he hadn't expected Yi Zhiqiu to say such a generous thing. Don't worry, I won't be polite then. I just hope Director Yi won't feel pained about your wallet. Director? That sounds too formal. I'm over 20 years older than you, so just call me Uncle Yi. Yi Zhiqiu secretly touched his wallet, which contained the private savings he had worked hard to accumulate. Just thinking about how soon those savings would be leaving him made him feel like his heart was being cut with a knife. Lin Muqing noticed the conflicted expression on Yi Zhiqiu's face and knew that her teacher was worried about his wallet again, as he was notoriously stingy throughout Tsanghui Academy. Despite the silver thread embroidery on his Soul Master's robe, which was a uniform issued by the Academy's Foreign Affairs Department to showcase Tsanghui Academy's spirit, he was still known for being frugal. Xu Mo Bai, we must properly thank you this time. In the past, Teacher Yi always made us cover our own meals. The other students echoed in agreement, unsure if they had struck lucky today by not only gaining such valuable experience, but also getting a free, sumptuous meal. Thinking that the sooner they reached the small town, the sooner they could enjoy the food. The three students driving the carriage couldn't wait to unleash their martial souls and fly to their destination. Go on, you little brats. You already have subsidies from a spirit hall. Why are you trying to join in? When the time comes, you can sit at another table. Don't come to me with ideas about my wallet. Yi Zhiqiu felt his head spinning at the thought of the group of kids wanting to join in, as it would make it 9 people altogether. Wouldn't he that eat him out of house and home? Teacher Yi, can you bear to see us eating scraps while you feast on big fish and meat on the side? Lin Muqing blinked her big, bright eyes, wrapping her arms around Yi Zhiqiu's arm and acting cute. Hearing Lin Muqing's words, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes widened. Was this still the shy Lin Muqing he remembered? Besides, you 7 can each receive a subsidy of 10 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall every month. With that, how can you still cry poor here? Of course, I can bear it. If you really were eating scraps, I would enjoy it. Yi Zhiqiu calmly withdrew his left hand, sternly refusing Lin Muqing's request. What a joke. He'd seen much worse and wouldn't fall for that. Of course, he was just saying that. When the time came, he would naturally let them eat together. After all, the more people there were, the livelier the atmosphere would be. If he could find an opportunity to get Xu Mo Bai to drink a few cups of wine, perhaps there would be a change regarding joining the academy. Thinking of this, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't help but stroke his chin and smile a bit lewdly. Hey, Teacher Yi, you're already over 40. Just getting a hug from Muqing, and you're like this? You're not still thinking about, although the male student next to him didn't finish his sentence, his expression fully conveyed the rest of his words, followed by a series of sighs. Go away, you little rascal, always so mischievous. All right, I admit defeat to you. Later, you can sit at our table. Yi Zhiqiu knew exactly what they were sighing about. After all, who told him to be their teacher? He could only begrudgingly prepare to lighten his wallet. Long live Teacher Yi. We all know that Teacher Yi is the best in Tsanghui Academy. The students cheered in unison, excited as if it were the new year. Xu Mo Bai quietly stayed in the corner, watching them cheer and leap with joy, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. He remembered the times he went hunting for soul rings with his 2 teachers. He hoped they wouldn't encounter the same terrible circumstances he had faced in Star Luo Forest. Chapter 81, Encountering Tsanghui Academy, Part 4. In the world of Douluo Continent, traveling is actually a very tedious and boring task. Although soul masters can use their martial souls and soul skills to travel quickly, it is highly exhausting for both physical strength and soul power and can easily lead to danger. Therefore, when the journey is long, soul masters usually hire a carriage or ride a horse like Xu Mo Bai. However, although the consumption of soul power and physical strength is reduced, being in a world without mobile phones and computers makes the journey overly dull. Fortunately, Xu Mo Bai quickly bonded with the students of Tsanghui Academy, thanks to his experiences from 2 lifetimes. Once the students of Tsanghui Academy became familiar with Xu Mo Bai, they quickly began to chat enthusiastically. A quick way to establish friendship is to share embarrassing stories. The students exchanged tales of each other's blunders, from being caught doing small mischief in class to the awkward methods they used to pursue girls when they were young, which resulted in a lot of laughter. Among them, the most unfortunate was Yi Zhiqiu. Perhaps his martial soul, the black tortoise, influenced his personality to some extent. In life, he was extremely afraid of his wife. Yi Zhiqiu's wife also taught at Tsanghui Academy, and the students often saw Yi Zhiqiu being scolded by her for some unknown mistake. Yi Zhiqiu was so angry that he puffed his nose and glared, but his eyes, which were already the size of mung beans, looked like red beans when widened, adding to the comedic effect of his expression, causing laughter to occasionally erupt from the carriage. This left the coachman trailing behind them speechless. Can soul masters really be this playful? They paid to hire 3 coachmen and ended up driving the carriage themselves, leaving the coachman to follow with an empty carriage. One could only say that in the world of soul masters, they just didn't understand. However, they were also happy to let others do this, as they could finish their work easily without any cost, which was a rare good deal. Time is like a broken love. No matter how you try to hold on, it flows away from your fingertips without hesitation. As dusk approached, the convoy finally arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the Star Luo Forest. Since this was the only route from the Barak Kingdom to the Star Luo Forest, and many soul masters had ventured deep into the Star Luo Forest over the years, despite the golden hue of the sunset painting the town, it was still bustling with people, with various calls and noises echoing continuously. Brother Mo Bai, this is your first time in this small town, right? Let me tell you, don't underestimate this town. It has a hotel that serves exceptional food, which rivals even those in the city. I'll take you to try it later. We'll stay there tonight. Yi Zhiqiu felt a bit disheartened. He had made a fool of himself along the way, hoping to let Xu Mo Bai experience the lively atmosphere of Tsanghui Academy so that he could recruit him. But even though Xu Mo Bai had been laughing and chatting with them, as soon as Yi Zhiqiu brought up the topic of joining Tsanghui Academy, Xu Mo Bai quickly changed the subject, clearly showing no interest in joining. Yi Zhiqiu could only hope that at the dinner table, he might be able to persuade Xu Mo Bai. After all, people are always greedy. Even though he knew the secrets of soul power cultivation, he really didn't want to miss this genius. Xu Mo Bai also felt a bit hungry and, as it was getting late, agreed to Yi Zhiqiu's suggestion. After entering the town, Xu Mo Bai got off the carriage, leading his horse while observing the small town. They had now entered the Barak Kingdom, but due to its proximity to the Star Luo Forest, fierce soul beasts often emerge from the forest to attack human settlements. Therefore, the town was built nearly 100 miles away from the Star Luo Forest, and there was no station military. For the Barak Kingdom, this small town was like a chicken rib. Building a city so close to the Star Luo Forest would require a huge amount of manpower and resources. Not to mention, it would tie up a considerable number of troops. If it weren't for the substantial tax revenues brought in by the continuous flow of soul masters, the kingdom might not even recognize the town's legitimacy. If Xu Mo Bai continued north from the town for over 400 miles, he would reach Soto City. According to the information sent by Davis, after Dai Mubai left the Star Luo Empire, he went to Soto City to study at a place called Shrek Academy. He should be able to find Zhu Zhuqing's whereabouts there. As Xu Mo Bai walked, he was unsure why he wanted to find Zhu Zhuqing. Perhaps on one hand, it was indeed, as he said, to temporarily avoid the limelight. Although title de wouldn't take action, Xu Mo Bai still worried that if they were pressed too hard, they might directly target others. On the other hand, it might have been due to Davis's request in the letter, asking him to check on Dai Mubai's current situation. Or maybe Xu Mo Bai simply wanted to see her. Xu Mo Bai thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of strolling in the warm glow of the sunset. As the warmth of the sun gradually faded from his body, and he stepped deeper into the darkness, just as he was about to be engulfed by the darkness, the moonlight suddenly appeared. While it couldn't dispel the darkness, it illuminated the path ahead. This mystical feeling allowed Xu Mo Bai to immerse himself in thought, contemplating various issues. Would the future really be as the witch had shown him? The sky covered in blood, rivers flowing with blood, and the vast fields littered with severed limbs. Xu Mo Bai did not know that the witch had said that those who manipulate time would ultimately be manipulated by time. What she showed Xu Mo Bai was merely a glimpse of the future, the most likely scenario, but what the future truly held might be known to the witch. Or perhaps even she did not know. According to the reasoning from his previous life, from the moment he was born into this world, the butterfly of fate had already flapped its wings, deviating from the predetermined course. The great ship sailed into the unknown deep sea, its lookout's vision obscured by thick fog, and the helmsman could only rely on years of sailing experience, using water currents and wind direction to deduce his position, ensuring the ship sailed safely on the sea. Immersed in his thoughts, Xu Mo Bai unconsciously followed behind Yijiqiu and entered a two-story restaurant. The first floor was where guests dined, and it was mealtime. The hall was nearly full, and the lively scene indicated that the restaurant's food was indeed good, otherwise it wouldn't have such business. The restaurant owner saw them enter and hurried over, bowing and greeting them with extreme politeness. As mentioned earlier, the continuous flow of soul masters brought high tax revenues to this small town, so the merchants here largely relied on soul masters for their livelihoods. Moreover, being a soul master was not only a noble profession, but also a wealthy one, so the owner naturally did not dare to be careless. That girl looks pretty good. Boss Dai, these guys should be from Songhui Academy, right? Just a small Songhui Academy, nothing to boast about. The speaker did not deliberately lower his voice. Although the hall was somewhat noisy, Yijiqiu and the others, being soul masters, naturally heard every word clearly. Chapter 82. Everything beautiful in the world is unexpected. They turned their gazes toward the source of the sound and saw that it was just a group of teenagers. Yijiqiu frowned, but said nothing, thinking that he would find an opportunity to teach them a lesson later. Some people, in their youth, often act recklessly, and this is not a big deal. However, if Yijiqiu were to let them speak disrespectfully, it would tarnish the reputation of Songhui Academy. Life is full of surprises. A thoughtless remark can ignite conflict between both sides. Xu Mo Bai ignored this scene. Although he had been chatting and laughing with the teachers and students of Songhui Academy on the way, their relationship was not close enough for him to step in to defend their dignity. If Xu Mo Bai really did that, Yijiqiu wouldn't think he was helping. Instead, he would consider it a mockery of Songhui Academy for having no one to stand up for them, and such behavior would seem foolish. Brother Mo Bai, order whatever you like. Don't worry about the price. From Yijiqiu's perspective, as a soul master without any background, Xu Mo Bai rarely had the chance to indulge in such a lavish meal. So he specifically reminded him not to mind the expense of the dishes. Just wait a moment. While Xu Mo Bai was looking at the menu contemplating what to order, Yijiqiu pulled over a nearby student and whispered a few instructions in his ear. The student then stood up and walked toward the table of the provocateurs. Uncle Yi, it's not worth getting angry over a bunch of young boys. Their disrespect reflects poorly on their teacher, and if you ignore them, others will say Songhui Academy is magnanimous. Although Yijiqiu deliberately lowered his voice, Xu Mo Bai still heard his plan clearly. Even though Xu Mo Bai didn't look at the faces of those at the table, he could tell by their voices that they were just a group of young boys. If Xu Mo Bai encountered the situation, he would only think that their teacher lacked upbringing, not that he should seek to regain dignity from a bunch of kids. Especially in Xu Mo Bai's perception, Yijiqiu's behavior was like calling a great soul master to respond to a provocation from a soul respected. Considering that Yijiqiu was treating them to a meal, Xu Mo Bai still spoke out to stop Yijiqiu from his counterproductive behavior. Yijiqiu was taken aback. He had always thought that he should retaliate against any provocation directed at Songhui Academy. However, after hearing Xu Mo Bai's words, viewing the situation from a different angle, he realized that he was about to argue with a bunch of kids, which made his face flush with embarrassment. Brother Mo Bai is right. There is no need to let a bunch of uncouth boys ruin our mood, Yijiqiu said loudly. Although he had given up on having a student respond to the provocateurs, he still emphasized the words uncouth with a heavy tone, mocking those boys. The student also sat back down, and everyone once again enthusiastically discussed what kind of soul ring to help Lin Muqing obtain, completely forgetting about the earlier incident. Songhui Academy's response turned the initial provocateurs into a group of clowns. Most of the diners present were soul masters and naturally heard everything that was said. They initially thought that Songhui Academy would retaliate against the provocation, expecting a good show to unfold. However, after Yijiqiu spoke so loudly, they genuinely felt that the teachers of those young boys were of poor character. Otherwise, how could they teach such uncouth students? Fortunately, Songhui Academy was a prestigious institution. And both students and teachers were sensible enough not to stoop to the level of those boys. Otherwise, if a conflict truly broke out, they would certainly have suffered the consequences. The mocking gazes of the diners made the chubby boy who had spoken first flush with anger, mixed with a bit of shame, as he felt that it was his fault that his esteemed teachers were unjustly criticized. The boy referred to as Big Brother Dai appeared to be the oldest in their group, and his face turned a mix of green and white, clearly furious. It was understandable. He was already in a bad mood and had been suppressing his anger, and now being called uncouth was a feeling he had never experienced before. He slammed the table, drawing the attention of those around him, and disdainfully said, "A bunch of spineless cowards, acting so self-righteous while being turtles." Yi Zhiqiu's martial soul was the Xuanwu turtle, so he could not stand being called a turtle. After all, he could indeed retract his head, and he immediately wanted to send his student to teach that ignorant boy a lesson, but Xu Mo Bai held him back. Xu Mo Bai frowned. He did not expect the other side to twist the truth so much that one would think it was Tsanghui Academy that had provoked them in the first place. However, Xu Mo Bai had a more suitable way to deal with such people. He didn't even bother looking at the shouting boy and smiled at them instead. "Look, someone is getting anxious, but we won't bother with him. Some people always think that the louder they speak, the more correct they are." Yi Zhiqiu understood Xu Mo Bai's intention, and the anger that had just risen within him was quelled. He earnestly told the students, "When you go out in the future, you must not act like mad dogs, biting anyone you see, understand?" Lin Muqing and the others quickly nodded, admiring how Xu Mo Bai, with just a few words, turned what could have escalated into a conflict into a one-sided farce. The diners around them burst into laughter, and indeed, comparing the furious boy's demeanor with the calm state of Tsanghui Academy made the former look like a mad dog. Seeing that their big brother Dai was about to explode, the most ordinary-looking boy among them stood up to hold him back. "Let go, big brother Dai. The other side already holds the advantage in public opinion. Even if we cause trouble, we will just look like a bunch of uncouth people in others' eyes." Originally, he had heard his companions say that the dean of their academy had mentioned that soul masters who don't cause trouble are mediocre, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with this approach. Moreover, his special ability allowed him to gauge the other party's strength. He found that aside from the middle-aged man, the female student, and one male student he could not see through, the highest level among them was only at 27. As for the rest, none were even at 25, and with Zhao Wuji stationed upstairs, he initially had no intention of stopping his companion's actions. However, he did not expect that the other side could sway the surrounding diners in just a few words. This kind of incitement made him feel a bit chilly. He was somewhat relieved that the conflict had not escalated. Otherwise, he would have had to do his best to eliminate the other party. No one wanted to have such an enemy. Chapter 83. Escalation of conflict. The boy's intention to prevent the conflict from escalating was good, but the mistake lay in his lack of understanding of his companions. Or rather, he underestimated the stubbornness of Big Brother Dai's temper. After suffering such a significant loss, if he could still endure, he wouldn't have been called Big Brother Dai by the little fatty. He forcefully shook off his companion's hand, picked up the porcelain bowl in front of him, and threw it under the table where Xu Mo Bai and the others were sitting. Crash! The shards of porcelain shattered like drifting willow catkins, eagerly celebrating their liberation from the harbor, welcoming a broader world. However, the young shards were unaware that when they were no longer a whole, they would lose their value in this world. "You gone too far, thinking our Tsanghui Academy is easy to bully." Before Yi Zhiqiu could say anything, the 6 male students, full of youthful vigor, could no longer tolerate the repeated provocations. In an instant, colorful lights burst forth as all 6 students released their martial spirits. However, apart from the leading student, who had 200-year soul rings, the others had only 1 white and 1 yellow. It was evident that their backgrounds and opportunities were not very good. This was also why, when Xu Mo Bai shared the secrets of his soul power cultivation with them, they were willing to listen to this younger boy. After Big Brother Dai released his martial spirit, the disdain in his wicked eyes intensified as he mocked. "Is this what they call disciples of a high-level soul master academy? And with 10-year soul rings? Brothers, show them what soul rings look like." White Tiger possess. A strong pale light suddenly erupted from him, his arms stretching out to the sides, chest puffed out, and his bones crackled as his muscles visibly expanded, stretching his clothing. Most notably, his originally golden hair instantly transformed into a mix of black and white, with a few black strands resembling unknown stripes. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for King. His hands changed the most, growing more than twice their original size, covered in white fur, as if showcasing his might, with short, dagger-like claws continuously extending and retracting from his palms. The boy leaned forward slowly, his four eyes turning a deep, profound blue, and with the slight rise and fall of his abdomen. Clouds of hot air were expelled from his mouth, making the surrounding air feel somewhat agitated, indicating the vigor of his martial spirit after possession. What shocked Yijiqiu even more was the cold, killing intent he sensed from the other party, coupled with 3 rings rising from beneath their feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple, flashing with strong deterrence. As the soul rings circulated, a surging soul power formed a wave-like pressure that rushed toward them, perhaps due to the nature of their martial spirits. After the opponent revealed their martial spirit, the 3 beast spirit masters from Sanghui Academy involuntarily took a step back, their martial spirits being only horses, deer, and sheep. Although the 1,000-year purple soul ring on the opponent caused some heart palpitations, they thought of their teacher and classmates sitting behind them and gritted their teeth, taking a step forward to resist the fear from their subconscious. After Big Brother Dai released his martial spirit, the little fatty behind him exchanged glances with the boy who had tried to intervene and also revealed his martial spirit. They were a team, a whole, and at this point, they could only advance or retreat together. Phoenix possess. A purple-red light surged from the little fatty's body, and his short hair suddenly grew long, transforming into a mohawk hairstyle that Xu Mo Bai found extremely immature and flashy. 2 rings of yellow soul rings rose simultaneously from beneath his feet, and long feathers extended from his exposed, short, stout arms, resembling the wings of a bird. Among the 3, only the boy's martial spirit remained relatively calm, with 2 yellow rings rising from beneath his feet. Countless blue-silver grasses broke through the solid bluestone floor, forming a patch of lush grass. They hadn't even engaged in combat yet, but just the 7 soul rings released by the 3 opponents caused the Sanghui Academy students to struggle against the oppressive force. Although their numbers were double that of their opponents, the gap in soul rings was like an insurmountable chasm before them, and the purple soul ring hovering before their eyes seemed like a heavenly moat, instilling a sense of despair. What further dampened the spirits of Sanghui Academy was that the opponents appeared much younger, yet their strength was already unattainable for them. Stop! Yijiqiu knew that his 6 students were inferior to the opponents in terms of both martial spirits and soul power levels, and the hope of victory was slim. As a middle-aged man, he had become more composed in dealing with matters. After the opponents displayed their true strength, many possibilities flashed through his mind. Among the 3 boys, apart from the one who seemed slightly older in the middle, the other 2 looked like they were only 12 or 13. What kind of outstanding force could cultivate such talented youths? Step back. Yijiqiu waved his hand to signal his students to stand behind him. I am Yijiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Sanghui Academy. May I ask which sect you are disciples of? As the words left Yijiqiu's mouth, his posture seemed to stoop slightly, indicating his wariness of the power behind the opponents, a sign of submission. We are from Shrek Academy. The little fatty, seeing that the other side was intimidated by their strength, couldn't help but gloat, and while speaking, he unabashedly eyed the only female student from Sanghui Academy. Shrek Academy? After the opponent revealed their white tiger martial spirit, Xu Mo Bai's expression became somewhat unnatural. This familiar method of martial spirit possession reminded him of a friend, Davis. Coupled with the feature of the double pupils, the identity of the man whom the little fatty referred to as Big Brother Dai became apparent. Xu Mo Bai had considered several scenarios for their meeting, but he still didn't expect this situation. Dai Mu Bai successfully embodied the image of a spoiled, rich kid, and Xu Mo Bai could easily imagine how poor the teachers of Shrek Academy must be. Thinking about how Zhu Zhuqing had come all the way from the Star Luo Empire to join such an academy, Xu Mo Bai could no longer suppress the anger within him. What kind of trash academy produces students like you? Xu Mo Bai's voice was somewhat low, as if mourning something. Those who knew him would understand that in this state, he was merely the calm before the storm. Yijiqiu was taken aback by this statement. He didn't expect Xu Mo Bai to be so merciless in mocking the other party at this moment. Although the words brought him some relief, he worried that the enraged students from Shrek Academy would directly seek their teacher to teach Xu Mo Bai a lesson. But before Yijiqiu could say anything, Xu Mo Bai leaped from his position, swiftly standing in front of Dai Mu Bai, his cold eyes locking onto the other's eerie double pupils. An overwhelming killing intent erupted from Xu Mo Bai, nearly solidifying, instilling a sense of fear in the 3 opponents as if they were being choked. Thanks to Dai Mu Bai and the large body of the little chubby guy beside him after their martial soul fusion, not only did it shield all the pressure from behind for their teammates, But it also made the furious Xu Mo Bai fail to notice the figure that had been lingering in his mind for a long time, sitting quietly behind Dai Mu Bai. Chapter 84 Comprehensive Suppression. Originally, when the two parties were about to clash due to escalating conflicts, the surrounding diners were extremely excited. Although soul masters came and went in the small town every day, fights between them were rare, and one usually had to go to the arena in the city to see such scenes. Now they could watch an exciting and thrilling soul battle for free, accompanied by fine wine and dishes. This was simply too comfortable. If it weren't for the worry of provoking dissatisfaction from both sides, they might have even wanted to cheer and place bets. However, when Xu Mo Bai stood up from his seat, a chilling killing intent extinguished the heat in their hearts. Although Xu Mo Bai's murderous intent was not directed at them, the residual pressure was enough to make them feel uneasy. Some perceptive diners had already packed their belongings and quietly moved to the front door, ready to flee at any moment. It was dangerous to rush in to watch the commotion without knowing what was going on. It could lead to being caught up in the chaos. What do you think you're to criticize our Shrek Academy? Dai Mu Bai, currently in a martial soul manifestation state, wouldn't back down even when the situation was against him. Perhaps wanted to show off in front of the girl behind him. So, despite enduring most of Xu Mo Bai's killing intent, he still forced himself to speak fiercely. At the same time, he struck out with a palm aimed directly at Xu Mo Bai's forehead, seemingly wanting to kill him on the spot. To everyone's surprise, Xu Mo Bai didn't even release his martial soul. He simply used his formidable physical strength to take the hit from Dai Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai's right hand was firmly grasped by Xu Mo Bai, and he struggled to break free, only to find that the seemingly thin body contained a terrifying strength. No matter how he struggled, Xu Mo Bai had a firm grip on his right hand, a mocking smile on his face. Dai Mu Bai, is this all you've got? Xu Mo Bai's voice was like an ancient glacier, piercing and chilling. Dai Mu Bai, who had always been fearless in the academy, felt a hint of coldness, and his strength unconsciously weakened a bit. Who are you? Dai Mu Bai was somewhat puzzled. The tone of the other party clearly indicated he knew him. But why do you have no impact on him? This wasn't Dai Mu Bai's fault. He had been away from the Star Luo Empire for over 4 years, and during his time in the academy, he and Xu Mo Bai were not familiar. Moreover, Xu Mo Bai had undergone significant changes in appearance and demeanor, making it normal for him not to recognize him. Even Xu Mo Bai only confirmed Dai Mu Bai's identity upon seeing his twin pupils and white tiger martial soul. You'll find out soon enough. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Xu Mo Bai's mouth as he suddenly kicked out his right leg, aiming a fierce kick at Dai Mu Bai's abdomen. Today, he intended to vent his anger. Although Xu Mo Bai was not a B-Soul Master, he was already a level 49 Soul Master, and with his extraordinarily superior physical qualities compared to other Soul Masters of the same rank, that simple kick was enough to leave most people present unable to react. Unfortunately, Xu Mo Bai's kick did not hit Dai Mu Bai. As Xu Mo Bai's right leg was about to strike, the blue-clad boy with the blue-silver grass martial soul, standing to the left of Dai Mu Bai, suddenly moved his hands. Xu Mo Bai felt as if an invisible hand had pulled him, causing his center of gravity to become unstable. If it weren't for Xu Mo Bai's quick reflexes, he might not only have missed the kick, but also fallen to the ground. Blue-silver bind. With the sound falling, the blue-silver grass swaying on the ground began to grow wildly, quickly wrapping around Xu Mo Bai. Interesting. A hint of a strange smile appeared on Xu Mo Bai's face, making him look quite charming, leaving others uncertain whether his smile was a compliment to the blue-clad boy or a sneer at the futile struggle of a prey. The blue-clad boy's plan ultimately fell through. Yi Zhiqiu, standing behind Xu Mo Bai, saw that the two sides had already engaged and realized that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. Although Yi Zhiqiu was somewhat wary of the teachers who could produce such a prodigy, Xu Mo Bai was a great benefactor to their Tsanghui Academy. Moreover, since the other party had been provoking them first, if Yi Zhiqiu stood by and did nothing, he would feel that Tsanghui Academy was truly a turtle hiding its head. A circle of black ripples emanated from Yi Zhiqiu's body. Unlike Dai Mu Bai and the chubby boy's martial soul manifestation, his limbs shrank to about 1/3 of their size, making him the shortest among the crowd. Coupled with the large turtle shell that appeared on his back, he looked somewhat comical. However, no one dared to laugh. Black light flickered all over Yi Zhiqiu's body as 5 soul rings rose from his feet, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, hovering above his body, showcasing the pressure of a soul king. As the blue-silver grass was about to wrap around Xu Mo Bai, a stream of black light, resembling flowing water, released a chilling aura from Yi Zhiqiu's body. Even soul masters couldn't change the blue silvergrass's innate fear of heat and extreme cold. Its speed slowed, and its tendrils became somewhat stiff. The blue-clad boy felt an intense coldness rushing towards him, making him feel as if his blood was about to freeze. In a panic, he quickly redirected the blue silvergrass to wrap around his companion. At the same time, the blue-clad boy swiftly retreated, pulling Dai Mu Bai and the chubby boy to avoid the oncoming chill. The tables and chairs beside them were not so lucky. A layer of crystalline frost quietly covered them. It's not too late for you to admit your mistake now. After a strike, Yijiqiu stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a masterly demeanor, though his turtle shell somewhat diminished his image. Xu Mo Bai glanced expressionlessly at the blue-clad boy. It was his inexplicable attack that had caused Xu Mo Bai to suffer setback, losing the opportunity to teach Dai Mu Bai a lesson. Dai Mu Bai, saved by his companion, looked nervously at Xu Mo Bai and Yijiqiu in front of him. He realized he had kicked a hard board this time, and his gaze drifted to the blue-clad boy, who met his eyes and slowly nodded. As companions, they naturally understood each other's intentions. The blue-clad boy quietly raised his hands, gently touching the belt embedded with dozens of white jade stones. This belt was the blue-clad boy's sole guide, containing weapons that could help them turn the tide, regardless of Xu Mo Bai's undisclosed strength. They had to give their all against the somewhat comical Soul King Yijiqiu. However, even if they really used the weapons from their soul guide, the blue-clad boy wasn't too confident he could defeat Songhui Academy. Chapter 85, Who is the real monster you little kids don't understand? Don't speak carelessly in the future, call your teacher out. Yijiqiu didn't know the grievances between Xu Mo Bai and them, but in his view, although Xu Mo Bai was exceptionally talented, he was still too young. If he angered the teacher behind the opponent now, whether Xu Mo Bai could grow up safely would be a question. After all, he had lived for over 40 years and had seen too many spirit masters with higher talents than him. Most of them were overly youthful and impulsive, and whether they had drunk fake wine or not, after getting hot-headed, they often provoked people they shouldn't have, leading to their early demise. The chubby boy let out a strange cry. With you, old turtle, you want to meet our teacher? We can handle you ourselves. Yijiqiu was so angry that his beard stood on end. He had been trying to avoid escalating the conflict. But the little brats from Shrek Academy had repeatedly insulted him, fueling his rage. Xu Mo Bai looked at the chubby boy, who resembled a little turkey, with curiosity, wondering if his head was stuffed with fat. How could he be so arrogant when the situation was clearly unfavorable? Was it because his killing intent wasn't directed at this little boy, or did the boy truly feel invincible? Without having read the original work, Xu Mo Bai naturally wouldn't know that the yet-to-show principal of Shrek Academy had told them a famous saying: a spirit master who doesn't provoke trouble is a mediocre talent. Therefore, although the chubby boy was somewhat apprehensive of the other's strength, he showed no signs of retreat, bravely standing his ground. Besides, they hadn't come to Star Luo Forest on their own. Their teacher was resting upstairs, and with such a commotion downstairs, he didn't believe his teacher hadn't noticed. Given his teacher's protective nature, if a real crisis occurred, the teacher wouldn't stand by and watch. This gave the chubby boy a surge of confidence, looking down at the group from Songhui Academy with disdain, almost pointing at their noses to declare their inadequacy. Just as a larger dispute was about to erupt, the shopkeeper, who had been hiding behind the counter pretending to be dead, mustered the courage to step forward. Everyone, esteemed spirit masters, please don't fight in my little shop. It's a small business, a small business. The shopkeeper was almost kneeling before both parties. These spirit masters were indeed wealthy, but whenever they broke something, they never voluntarily compensated. As for asking the shopkeeper to seek compensation, forget it. He didn't want to have a grave before he got old. Xu Mo Bai smiled and gently patted the shopkeeper's shoulder, a kind gesture that scared the shopkeeper so much that he collapsed to the ground. Xu Mo Bai sighed, reached out to pull the shopkeeper up, and held onto the back of his collar, forcing him to stand straight. If you kneel down now, it'll be hard to get back up later. Xu Mo Bai took out several gold spirit coins and stuffed them into the shopkeeper's hand before turning to walk outside. You want to stir trouble, right? Here's your chance. Yijiqiu didn't expect Xu Mo Bai to be so eager. He quickly followed his students outside. Originally, the conflict was aimed at Songhui Academy, but now Xu Mo Bai had been dragged into it. He already felt guilty and wouldn't let Xu Mo Bai face this group of little brats alone. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher. If you're brave enough, come out with us. Dai Mu Bai knew that the situation had reached a point of no return, so he quickly informed his companions, this old guy is over level 50, and his martial spirit, The black tortoise is quite a good beast martial spirit. Be careful later. I'll take the brunt of his attacks, and you need to be quick. I'm afraid I can't hold on for too long. Dai Mu Bai paused, not saying the most important thing, which was that the boy who had called out his name earlier, despite not yet revealing his martial spirit, seemed to be much more formidable than Yi Zhiqiu. However, Dai Mu Bai found it hard to believe his instinct. Shrek Academy only recruited monsters. How could there be someone even more monstrous than them? The blue-clothed boy exchanged a meaningful glance with Dai Mu Bai, knowing that the earlier encounter had made the fearless Dai Mu Bai feel some fear. But now was not the time to bolster others' spirits while diminishing their own. After thinking for a moment, the blue-clothed boy said, "We're not necessarily going to lose. Although Yi Zhiqiu's soul power is stronger than ours, his martial spirit has its flaws." At this moment, the other companions had gathered around and heard the blue-clothed boy's words. The black tortoise, as a martial spirit, has exceptionally strong defensive capabilities. And I'm sure he is a defensive-type battle soul master. Most of his 5 soul skills should be used to enhance his own defense. Although his defense is outstanding, he must be somewhat clumsy in speed and wouldn't have any overly tricky offensive means. Therefore, if he only has high soul power but weak attacks, what threat does he pose to us? As the most knowledgeable and clever person in the team, the blue-clothed boy had already thought of several strategies to deal with the current situation upon seeing the opponent's martial spirit. Nothing could make him sit still and wait for death. As a Soul King, he naturally had the pride of Soul King and would only fight alone, without limiting our number of participants. At that time, we could rely on our speed to maneuver around him while looking for opportunities to attack his flaws. However, considering his excellent defense, I prefer to engage in a prolonged battle with him. We have Oscar to help us recover soul power. And even if his soul power is higher than ours, he can't withstand our continuous consumption. Everyone nodded in agreement, but at that moment, the chubby boy raised a question. But how do we deal with that guy next to him who hasn't revealed his martial spirit yet? Just now, when Yi Zhiqiu hadn't revealed his martial spirit, he alone was able to withstand the pressure from the 3 of us releasing our soul power. The blue-clothed boy smiled bitterly. That's what I'm most worried about. He can withstand the pressure solely based on his physical quality. I can hardly imagine how terrifying his strength will be once he releases his martial spirit. We always say we're a monster academy, but I think the other side sees us as monsters too. Dai Mu Bai said solemnly, "His soul power should be above mine." Dai Mu Bai's words shocked his companions. After all, Dai Mu Bai was already a level 37 battle soul master, and the opponent looked younger than him, yet his soul power surpassed Dai Mu Bai's. This made them doubt who the real monster was. Chapter 86, Confronting the Shrek 7 Monsters, Part 1. That person probably won't make a move. I can tell he is inherently proud. He won't join forces with Yi Zhiqiu to deal with us. The blue-clad youth paused and continued at that time. We will act according to the situation. If it really comes down to it, I have the confidence to ensure they won't have an easy time. His companions recalled the blue-clad youth's terrifying performance during the entrance exam, and their confidence grew a bit more. Judging by this, their side still had a significant advantage. So what is there to be afraid of? Let's just fight. After the blue-clad youth explained the details of the upcoming battle, Dai Mu Bai took the lead and stepped outside. Once the figure that had been behind Dai Mu Bai revealed itself, the ancient coldness in Xu Mo Bai's eyes instantly vanished. 4 years was enough to change a person's appearance drastically, especially since the other party was at an age of growth, making the changes even more pronounced. However, Xu Mo Bai still recognized her at first glance. What stung Xu Mo Bai was that the lively and cute little girl who had once followed him was now tall and graceful. Yet her face held no trace of smile. Her bright, dark eyes showed no hint of anger. She seemed like a piece of icy coldness, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. Unfortunately, Xu Mo Bai had changed too much. She didn't recognize him. Instead, as soon as she stepped out of the hotel, her body slightly curled up, resembling a small cat confronting an enemy, coldly staring at him. Xu Mo Bai's figure swayed slightly, his throat moved. His right foot abruptly lifted only to fall back helplessly. He didn't know how to start speaking. All the words he had prepared turned into a sigh when they reached his lips. Xu Mo Bai had no idea what kind of blows she had endured over these 4 years that had made her so indifferent. He lowered his head, making it impossible to see the emotions in his eyes, but Yi Zhiqiu, standing beside him, immediately noticed that something was off with his mood. Yi Zhiqiu thought Xu Mo Bai had calmed down and realized how difficult the situation was to handle. As a small fry with no background, it was normal for him to feel some fear now. Yi Zhiqiu gently patted Xu Mo Bai's shoulder and stepped in front of him, signaling that he would handle this matter. He said in a deep voice, I'll give you one last chance. You can still admit your mistake. Dai Mo Bai smirked wickedly. Mistake? What does that mean? What does right mean? The bigger the fist, the more right you are. Let's see if you could defeat us first. Seeing that the other side was still so arrogant, Yi Zhiqiu knew he couldn't hold back anymore. He snorted in anger and was about to say something when Xu Mo Bai suddenly grabbed his left hand. Uncle Yi, let me handle this. Xu Mo Bai's voice was a bit hoarse, carrying an inexplicable sadness, and his raised eyes seemed to shimmer with starlight. I know you're unwilling, but... Yi Zhiqiu thought Xu Mo Bai was still hot-blooded and wanted to personally teach the other side a lesson. But even if he was exceptionally talented, he was still just a 15 or 16-year-old kid. If he really provoked the other party's teacher, how could he, with no background, escape their revenge? Bang! Rich soul power erupted from Xu Mo Bai's body, forming a cyclone of energy. Yi Zhiqiu, caught off guard, found it hard to open his eyes. Xu Mo Bai still hadn't summoned his martial soul, but Yi Zhiqiu already realized he had underestimated this young man from the beginning. If the kid from Shrek Academy were a group of monsters, then Xu Mo Bai was undoubtedly a prodigy. The surging soul power caused even Yi Zhiqiu, a soul king, to feel a slight heart tremor. He sensed that Xu Mo Bai's quantity of soul power was lower than his, but in terms of quality, he was inferior to Xu Mo Bai. Yi Zhiqiu's expression was complex. For the first time, he felt like a failure. He sighed and retreated to the Tsanghui Academy's team, but did not withdraw his martial soul. Clearly, he was thinking that if Xu Mo Bai showed signs of defeat, he could rescue him immediately. Otherwise, judging by the arrogance of the other side, their attack would surely be merciless. You might as well all come at once. If you do something wrong, you must pay the price. Xu Mo Bai stood with his hands behind his back, still showing no intention of summoning his martial soul, although his eyes were fixed on Dai Mo Bai. The corner of his eye was always watching the graceful figure beside him. He didn't know how to speak or what posture to use to recognize her. Since that was the case, it would be better to have a straightforward battle. He also wanted to see how much she had grown over the years. The other party's disregard for them successfully ignited Dai Mo Bai's anger. I admit your soul power is stronger than mine, but why do you think you can defeat all 7 of us without even using your martial soul? Dai Mo Bai had his own pride. He waved his hand, signaling his companions not to act yet. Then, the second soul ring in front of him shone brightly, and a strong white light condensed into a sphere, which he spat out rapidly towards Xu Mo Bai's head. Accompanied by the light sphere, Dai Mo Bai activated his first soul skill, the White Tiger Barrier. He was going all out from the start, since the other party wanted to be arrogant and defeat them without using a martial soul. He wanted Xu Mo Bai to experience the taste of being slapped in the face. As the light sphere flew closer, Xu Mo Bai still showed no signs of movement. Yi Zhiqiu hurriedly moved his legs, wanting to save Xu Mo Bai, but the next scene made him stop in his tracks. Just as the light sphere was about to hit his head, Xu Mo Bai slightly tilted his body, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, by dodging the strike, Dai Mo Bai also closed the distance between them. Razor-sharp blades shot out from his massive tiger paws, reflecting a chilling cold light in the sunlight, and they slammed straight towards Xu Mo Bai's chest. A smile appeared at the corner of Dai Mo Bai's mouth. He seemed to envision the arrogant young man before him being struck down to the ground, bleeding to death. Unfortunately, Dai Mo Bai's expectations fell flat. For years ago, when Xu Mo Bai was still a great soul master, he could match the 39-level battle soul master Davis. Now, for years later, Xu Mo Bai was already a soul zone. Even without using his martial soul, he could not be hit by Dai Mo Bai, who was merely at 37 levels. Boom! A loud collision echoed, and no one could see how Xu Mo Bai had made his move. They only saw Dai Mo Bai's body curling up and flying backward at an astonishing speed. The blue-clad youth was shocked. He had not expected Dai Mo Bai to be defeated so quickly and so thoroughly. He quickly moved his hands, causing several strands of blue-silver grass to grow from behind him, wrapping around Dai Mo Bai's body. The immense force coming from Dai Mo Bai forced him to use his first soul skill to catch him, preventing him from being slammed into the wall. Chapter 87, Confronting Shrek Academy, Part 2. Are you okay, Dai? Oscar immediately stepped forward, chanting his soul spell, I have a big sausage. A plump sausage appeared in his hand. Although Oscar's soul spell seemed a bit ridiculous, the healing effect of his first soul skill, the restorative sausage, was quite significant. At this moment, Dai Mo Bai had no reservations about anything and stuffed the sausage into his mouth. As the food went down, his injuries began to heal at an astonishing speed. You're looking for death. As the saying goes, brotherhood has 3 iron bonds. Usually, the chubby boy had the best relationship with Dai Mo Bai, and at this moment, he could no longer hold back. However, The chubby boy also knew that his strength was far inferior to Dai Mu Bai's, and since the opponent had severely injured Dai Mu Bai in one encounter, he knew he was no match for him. The chubby boy's hair, resembling a rooster's comb, shook as his first soul ring shone brightly, and a purple-red phoenix fire line spewed forth. In his view, even if Su Mu Bai was strong, his age meant he wouldn't be at a point of despair. Moreover, since he was able to severely injure Dai Mu Bai with a single blow, he couldn't be a defensive-type soul master. So his Phoenix Fire line was something Su Mu Bai couldn't ignore, as long as he forced the opponent to dodge the attack. His teammates behind him would surely seize the opportunity, making it easy to avenge Dai Mu Bai under everyone's assault. Unfortunately, while the chubby boy's idea was sound, his anger caused him to lose some rationality. Just moments ago, Su Mu Bai had intentionally avoided Dai Mu Bai's White Tiger Light Wave by a hair's breadth and had countered with a severe injury to Dai Mu Bai. How could he possibly reveal any flaws under the chubby boy's attack? Su Mu Bai slightly bent forward, and then he leaped out like a swift cheetah. No matter how hard the chubby boy tried to adjust the angle of his Phoenix Fire line, he couldn't hit him at all. In less than a breath's time, Su Mu Bai closed the distance between them to less than 5 meters. At this distance, unless you were a powerful soul sage, it was impossible to evade Su Mu Bai's attack, even if he didn't have the God-Slaying spear in hand. Su Mu Bai supported his body with his left leg and kicked fiercely at the chubby boy's waist with his right leg. The gust of wind created by the kick left no doubt that if it landed, the chubby boy would be gravely injured if not killed. However, the Shrek Academy students did not just stand by and watch. Dai Mu Bai's previous experience had shown them that in terms of individual combat, apart from the usually composed, blue-clad youth, no one could match Su Mu Bai. Therefore, the moment the chubby boy launched his attack, they moved in perfect coordination to assist him. Hey! A pink figure suddenly entered Su Mu Bai's line of sight. It was a girl with a scorpion braid, looking exceptionally cute, but what was strange was that her eyes sparkled with a pink light. Su Mu Bai inadvertently met her gaze and instantly felt as though he had lost control of his body. While Su Mu Bai was momentarily stunned, she closed in, her scorpion braid wrapping around Su Mu Bai's neck, and then she leaped up, kicking toward his chest. However, just then, Su Mu Bai's clarity returned to his eyes. Charm. Xiao Wu retreat. The blue-clad youth noticed that Su Mu Bai had escaped the control of Xiao Wu's second soul skill, Charm. He called out anxiously. Although he knew that enemies entangled by Xiao Wu usually suffered greatly under her cute appearance, this time his intuition told him that the opponent wouldn't be so easily hit by Xiao Wu. In fact, if it weren't for the previous encounter making the girl smarter, not using all her strength to charm Su Mu Bai again, she would have been hurt by a backlash from her soul power and would have been spitting blood. However, even so, her condition was significantly weakened. Named Xiao Wu, the girl had already launched her attack as her companion called out, using her legs as support and her waist to exert force to try to throw Su Mu Bai away. However, her usually advantageous soft technique was caught by Su Mu Bai's flaw. Before being charmed, Su Mu Bai had relied on one leg to maintain his balance. Now, with Xiao Wu's kick and throw, unless he used his evil wing, he wouldn't be able to stabilize himself in this situation. Nevertheless, Su Mu Bai took the opposite approach. He didn't resist Xiao Wu's attack, but rather flipped himself in the air following her momentum. Just as his feet left the ground, his right hand grabbed the scorpion braid wrapped around his neck. Then, with a strong pull, Xiao Wu's pain prevented her from successfully following up with her attack, and Su Mu Bai instead used this opportunity to throw her into the air. Su Mu Bai's left hand slapped the ground, propelling him into the air, twisting his body 180 degrees, and kicking towards Xiao Wu with the force of thunder. Showing no mercy, the blue-clad youth realized that Xiao Wu wouldn't be able to retreat in time, and knew things were not looking good. Unbeknownst to him, a blue-silver grass had already quietly wrapped around Xiao Wu's slender waist, dragging her away from Su Mu Bai's strike. Su Mu Bai had intended to continue his assault, but at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had also arrived at Su Mu Bai's blind spot, launching her first soul skill, Ghostly Spike, aimed directly at Su Mu Bai's spine. Her companion's earlier attack had made Zhu Zhuqing realize that while the neck and head were fatal weaknesses in the human body, given Su Mu Bai's strength, her chances of success were slim. Instead, attacking his spine would make it more difficult for him to dodge and could incapacitate him instantly. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Su Mu Bai's eyes. It seemed Zhu Zhuqing hadn't slackened in her training over the years. This strike was perfect in both angle and timing. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Su Mu Bai's strength. Su Mu Bai's eyes narrowed. Disregarding the fact that Xiao Wu was a girl, he forcefully pulled her hair. If he had intended to kill, his strength could have easily torn her scalp off. Although Xu Mo Bai held back some of his strength, Xiao Wu was still in so much pain that tears were about to fall, and Xu Mo Bai used this moment to evade Zhu Zhuqing's attack. The blue-clad youth saw Xiao Wu in such agony, and his eyes instantly turned purple. He drew a few cold rays from his waist, targeting Xu Mo Bai's vital points, his forehead, throat, and heart. At the same time, Xu Mo Bai felt another wave of dizziness, realizing that the opponent's purple eyes possessed a capability akin to a mental attack. Now, this is interesting. The cold rays pierced through Xu Mo Bai's body, but just as the Shrek Academy students thought he had fallen to the hidden weapon, Xu Mo Bai's voice suddenly came from behind them. At this moment, Xu Mo Bai's figure began to fade in midair, and they realized that the dark weapons had only penetrated Xu Mo Bai's shadow. The battle, it could only be said, had just begun. Chapter 88, Facing Shrek Academy, Part 3. Xu Mo Bai stood with his legs together in a straight line. The black god-slaying spear had quietly appeared in his hand. After absorbing the soul ring of the purple-cloud thunder eagle, blue lightning occasionally flickered along the spear's body. At the same time, a mysterious blue, flowing flame slowly flowed over the god-slaying spear, containing a sense of mystery and fantasy. What made the Shrek Academy students feel heart-wrenching was the 4 soul rings quietly floating in front of Xu Mo Bai, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. The brilliance intertwined and rippled with overwhelming soul power, making it hard for them to breathe. Beside him, Yi Zhiqiu smiled bitterly. He had been boasting in front of Xu Mo Bai about the strength and resources of Sanghui Academy, but now that Xu Mo Bai revealed his soul master level, he realized how ridiculous his actions were. Such a genius, even if he truly needed a teacher, would require a title de law to qualify. Make sure to observe Xu Mo Bai's fighting style. This will be an extremely rare practical teaching lesson. Yi Zhiqiu no longer thought of Xu Mo Bai as young and impetuous. This kind of monster was something even their side could hardly defeat. The students of Sanghui Academy nodded in agreement. They were still a bit dazed, initially thinking that this group of geniuses from Shrek Academy had stunned them. Little did they expect that Xu Mo Bai, who had been conversing so amiably with them, was an even more monstrous existence. Lin Muqing's eyes quietly darkened, and the slight affection she had just felt for him vanished before she could even express it. She knew the gap between her and him was like a swallow in love with an eagle soaring high in the sky. The eagle would sweep through the swallow's world, creating ripples, but would not pause for a moment. Now, show me your full strength, and let me see what gives you such arrogance. Xu Mo Bai stood with his spear, releasing a murderous aura that resonated with his soul power, creating a unique pressure. The group of teenagers from Shrek Academy found it somewhat difficult to move under this pressure. You'll find out. The blue-clad youth was one of the few who could move without being affected by Xu Mo Bai's pressure. He suddenly raised his head, the purple light in his eyes intensifying, his voice cold and solitary like the depths of the abyss, devoid of any warmth. Xu Mo Bai Sumai Fai Li, his eyes narrowing as he stared directly into the blue-clad youth's gaze. While mental attacks were difficult to defend against, they were also extremely dangerous for the attacker. If the mental strength of the attacker was weaker than that of the target, the attack would not only be ineffective, but could also backfire. Now that Xu Mo Bai was prepared, and with the amplification of the god-slaying spear, if the opponent wanted to attack him using the previous method, they would only be asking for trouble. However, the blue-clad youth knew that mental attacks could only be considered a trick. His current state was merely to see Xu Mo Bai's movements more clearly and look for flaws. If the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to launch a mental attack. The blue-clad youth's hands, which had been slightly lowered, suddenly shot up, his fingers dancing rapidly, creating a flurry of afterimages. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of cold glimmers accompanied by the sound of breaking air erupted from the blue-clad youth's fingertips, targeting Xu Mo Bai's eyes, temples, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, lower body, and abdomen. In the blink of an eye, he had launched an assault on all of Xu Mo Bai's vital points. The sharp, piercing sound of the air made Xu Mo Bai slightly surprised. It was the first time he had seen someone use hidden weapons so exquisitely on the Douluo Continent. Xu Mo Bai lightly tapped his toes on the ground, his body flying backward while the god-slaying spear danced up and down, accurately knocking down each hidden weapon. Dozens of hidden weapons couldn't even touch the hem of Xu Mo Bai's clothes. Seeing this, the blue-clad youth didn't feel discouraged at all. He turned his body and launched another 10 or so cold glimmers. Is your defense impenetrable? A hint of coldness flashed in the blue-clad youth's eyes. No matter how excellent the defense was, how long could it be maintained? He had plenty of hidden weapons left, but the opponent had to maintain such high-intensity focus, consuming far more energy than him. As the saying goes, a long defense must lead to a loss. Over time, Xu Mo Bai would naturally reveal flaws, and that would be the moment for the blue-clad youth to strike decisively. I must avenge Xiao Wu. With this thought, the blue-clad youth's hands moved even faster, creating afterimages like a thousand-handed guanyin, continuously launching hidden weapons, each aimed at Xu Mo Bai's vital points, forcing him to defend. Willow leaf knives, locust stones, money darts, bone-piercing nails, various hidden weapons shot out in an endless stream from the blue-clad youth's hands, some flying straight, some at angles, and some circling behind. But the ultimate target was always Xu Mo Bai's body. Xu Mo Bai still had no intention of counterattacking, except for using his third soul skill to conceal his identity when summoning his martial soul. He had not used any soul skills and relied solely on his extraordinary marksmanship to block the opponent's hidden weapon attacks. The blue-clad youth aimed to use a torrent of attacks to force Xu Mo Bai to show a flaw, while Xu Mo Bai was also taking this opportunity to practice how to deal with hidden weapon attacks. The onlookers were mesmerized by the scene before them. Both combatants were far superior to them in terms of strength and talent. They asked themselves that if they were in the place of anyone present, they would not be able to withstand the other's attacks. What shocked them even more was that over a minute had passed since the duel began, and under such high-intensity attacks, Xu Mo Bai's breathing showed no signs of disorder. His movements to block the hidden weapons remained calm and unhurried, appearing to handle it all effortlessly. It made people wonder where his limits truly lay. After adapting to the blue-clad youth's attacks, Xu Mo Bai turned his body, sweeping the spear horizontally and knocking down all the hidden weapons. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips, and the imposing aura he had previously exuded suddenly dissipated. Little Fatty and Dai Mu Bai exchanged excited glances upon noticing the disappearance of the pressure. The reason they had chosen to observe earlier was that Xu Mo Bai's pressure had somewhat affected their actions. Without knowing what other trump cards their opponent had hidden, rashly joining the battle would only hold back their companions. But now that the pressure had dissipated, it indicated that the opponent's state had significantly declined, and this was the best moment for them to enter the fray. Chapter 89, Confronting Shrek Academy, Part 4. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's Lioli was the first to act, without waiting for Dai Mu Bai and the chubby boy to strike. Standing behind them was a girl with fair skin, exquisite features, and an elegant aura that resembled that of a noble. Suddenly, a dazzling array of colorful light burst forth from her body, coalescing in her right palm into a seven-layered colorful pagoda over a foot tall. The pagoda shimmered with brilliance, exuding an air of nobility. The girl frowned slightly, adding a hint of authority to her overall demeanor. Two yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, quietly circling around her. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile is renowned, first for its power. As the first soul ring ascended, enveloping the colorful pagoda, the girl lightly tapped her left finger, releasing 4 streams of colorful light from the pagoda that simultaneously landed on Dai Mu Bai and the others. Instantly, Dai Mu Bai and his companions felt an overwhelming surge of power within their bodies, as if their soul power was boiling. But the girl's actions were not yet finished. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile is also known for its speed. Another 4 streams of colorful light floated out, and the girl's second soul ring lit up. Dai Mu Bai and the other speed increased by 30%. Combined with the earlier 30% boost in power, they felt their strength significantly enhanced, believing they could even defeat a Soul King. Had the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School fallen to the extent of sending its core disciples to such an academy to learn? Although Xu Mo Bai had never visited the Heaven-Do Empire, he had certainly heard of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile, the #1 auxiliary martial soul in the world. Logically, if one encountered a soul master from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in battle, the best strategy would be to eliminate them first. However, it was evident that the members of Shrek Academy understood the importance of auxiliary soul masters, as even though Dai Mu Bai and his companions were attacking Xu Mo Bai, Xiao Wu remained by their side, ensuring they could support each other at any moment. Xu Mo Bai disdainfully remarked, "The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, which cannot even multitask, is merely capable of bullying the weak." The onlookers thought their ears were malfunctioning. This was the recognized #1 auxiliary martial soul. It sounded as if Xu Mo Bai regarded it as no different from a useless martial soul. They wanted to express their dissatisfaction, but remembered how Xu Mo Bai was continuously pressuring the Shrek Academy side. and the words that had just come to their lips were immediately swallowed. Perhaps its sole master really was as weak as Xu Mo Bai claimed. Xu Mo Bai did not use his teleportation to directly eliminate the girl. Holding the God-Slaying gun, his perception ability was once again enhanced. He sensed a powerful soul sage in a room on the second floor of the hotel, closely watching the situation here, and he could clearly feel the malice emanating from that person. That person was likely one of the teachers from Shrek Academy. Without knowing if there were any hidden surprises from the opponent, Xu Mo Bai was not going to easily use his teleportation ability. Nevertheless, even so, the blue-clad boy's hidden weapons failed to touch Xu Mo Bai in the slightest. Instead, Xu Mo Bai, while passively defending against the hidden weapons, began to close the distance toward the blue-clad boy. He was about to counterattack. However, while the blue-clad boy continuously shot out hidden weapons, he had quietly controlled the blue-silver grass to cover the ground. The moment Xu Mo Bai's feet touched the grass, the boy's first and second soul rings lit up in succession. The first soul skill, Bind, the second soul skill, Parasite when combined, ensnared Xu Mo Bai within a cage of intertwined blue-silver grass, which continued to grow, sealing the gaps of the cage tightly, not allowing any light to penetrate. The thorns on the vines also lunged toward Xu Mo Bai's body as the cage constricted. However, in the blink of an eye, a ghostly blue light pierced through the cage, and the resilient blue-silver grass instantly turned to ashes as Xu Mo Bai emerged unscathed. However, the blue-clad boy's attack was not entirely useless. In an instant, Dai Mu Bai and the other two, who had just joined the fray, attacked Xu Mo Bai from different directions, and this time they were all using their full strength. The chubby boy suddenly inflated like a balloon, and then a purple-red fire pillar with a diameter of nearly 20 centimeters erupted, the scorching flames instantly withering the grass on the ground. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai activated his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. With the power boost from the Seven Treasures Glaze Tile, his first soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave, was nearly doubled in strength. The light sphere shot out dazzlingly large, almost the size of half a person. At the same time, Zhu Zhuqing quietly approached Xu Mo Bai from behind, using her first soul skill, Phantom Stab. With the speed boost from her soul skill, Zhu Zhuqing quickly closed in on Xu Mo Bai, and her second soul ring lit up, activating her second soul skill. Phantom Hunter Claw attack aimed at Xu Mo Bai's back. The blue-clad boy was not idle either. Facing Xu Mo Bai, he pulled his arms in, compressing the muscles in his chest, and a buzzing sound immediately resonated from his chest. A series of glimmering steel needles, shrouded in dense mist, shot out from the blue-clad boy's chest, directly targeting Xu Mo Bai's heart. He excelled at various trap-like hidden weapons. The tea-colored mist quickly enveloped Xu Mo Bai. The ghostly blue flames rose from within Xu Mo Bai's body, dispelling the toxins, but the poisonous gas still caused him to feel a brief moment of dizziness. Although Xu Mo Bai quickly regained his senses, it still left him momentarily dazed, and during this time, Dai Mu Bai and the others' attacks had already arrived. However, more dangerously, the blue-clad boy, using the cover of the dense mist, shot out dozens of golden threads, their faint golden light flashing through the air. If one did not look closely, they might not even notice their existence. It was clearly a lethal situation. Yi Zhiqiu did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the situation had drastically changed, with Xu Mo Bai, who had been in the advantageous position, now facing a life-threatening predicament. "Stop!" Yi Zhiqiu shouted, hoping to make the opponent hold back. At the same time, his only black soul ring lit up, and a tortoise shell fell from him, flying towards Xu Mo Bai. This was his only soul skill capable of protecting others, Divine Turtle Protection, sacrificing all his defensive power to shield his teammate for 2 minutes. During these 2 minutes, Yi Zhiqiu would become a lamb to the slaughter. But the protected person could gain extreme defensive power, even strong enough to withstand attacks from Soul Emperor. However, compared to the attacks from the Shrek Academy members, Yi Zhiqiu's tortoise shell was flying far too slowly. Xu Mo Bai would still have to endure the first 3 attacks that arrived before he could receive the protection of the tortoise shell. Chapter 90. Facing Shrek Academy, Part 5. Xu Mo Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not expect the opponent to cooperate so seamlessly. Although he could teleport to avoid the attack, Zhu Zhuqing was right behind him. If Xu Mo Bai dodged, the attacks from the other 3 would inevitably land on Zhu Zhuqing, which was something he did not want to see. Therefore, he could only brace himself to take the hit. Divine Flame, Xu Mo Bai's mind stirred, and the second soul ring shone brightly. The eerie blue flames on the God-Slaying spear surged, instantly enveloping Xu Mo Bai. The God-Slaying spear then thrust forward, piercing directly into the sphere of white tiger light unleashed by Douluo Mo Bai. The liquid flames flowed along the spear's body into the light sphere. Under the enhancement of Xu Mo Bai's second soul skill, Divine Flame, Douluo Mo Bai's proud white tiger light wave held on for a moment before exploding with a loud bang, scattering sparks everywhere. The collision of the Divine Flame and the light sphere stirred up a fierce wind, causing the trajectory of the lethal dragon whisker needle hidden behind the smoke to become erratic and significantly reduce its power. At that moment, Little Fatty's Phoenix Fire line also landed on Xu Mo Bai. Seeing his flames engulf the opponent, Little Fatty's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he increased his soul power output. The purple-red flames deepened, exuding an aura that seemed capable of incinerating the heavens, aiming to turn Xu Mo Bai into dust. But what Little Fatty did not know was that the flames surrounding Xu Mo Bai were derived from the starlight that had transformed after the God-Slaying spear absorbed the scarlet flame, White Tiger. The starlight itself had the ability to burn soul power, and with the enhancement from Xu Mo Bai's second soul skill, Divine Flame, and his third soul skill, Evil Suppression, this ability reached a terrifying level. Theoretically, the flames swirling around the God-Slaying spear had the effect of burning all soul power. Although Little Fatty's Phoenix Fire line looked impressive, it was still fundamentally composed of soul power, coupled with the fact that the God-Slaying spear had already absorbed the scarlet flame White Tiger. It possessed a certain ability to control flames. In this back and forth, what might be a formidable Phoenix Fire line for others had no effect on Xu Mo Bai. After being absorbed by the God-Slaying spear, it instead strengthened the flames on the spear. Little Fatty's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that his proud attack was so easily brushed aside by Xu Mo Bai. However, Xu Mo Bai did not pause in his movements. He gripped the spear with both hands, transforming the thrust into a sweeping motion, while the first soul ring in front of him lit up. The flames circling around Xu Mo Bai began to converge at the tip of the God-Slaying spear, forming a roaring black tiger that emanated eerie blue flames, its feet thundering as it roared from the spear. The sweeping motion of the God-Slaying spear intercepted most of the dragon whisker needle, while the black tiger took down the remaining golden threads, continuing its momentum to pounce toward the blue-clad youth. Zhu Zhuqing watched in shock as her companion's attacks were effortlessly neutralized by Xu Mo Bai. While her heart was in turmoil, her hands did not hesitate. The devilish training from her family allowed her to remain calm at all times, even if fear arose in her heart. Her muscle memory would ensure she executed her attacks flawlessly. The combination of the ghostly claw and ghostly thrust brought speed, making Zhu Zhuqing's form become erratic. With the 7-treasure glazed tile enhancing her speed by 30%, every move she made was now so fast that it left after images. A few onlookers who could still follow the trajectories of both sides' attacks widened their eyes. Xu Mo Bai had already neutralized the attacks of the other three, but if he could not avoid the attack coming from behind him, he would still meet a disastrous end. If someone had told them before the battle that Xu Mo Bai could safely dismantle their meticulously prepared ambush, they would have thought that person was insane. But now, everyone harbored an unbelievable thought. Xu Mo Bai was capable of performing a miracle. They were witnesses to this miracle. Every soul master had once dreamed of being a hero, fantasizing about standing alone with a sword against the masses. However, as they grew older and the soul master team system matured, they gradually extinguished their dreams and settled for mediocrity. Now, Xu Mo Bai had become the embodiment of their dreams, daring to confront unreasonable soul masters, even standing his ground against a fully coordinated team without losing an inch. Xu Mo Bai did not disappoint them. He planted his legs firmly, twisted his waist powerfully, and unleashed his strength from the ground, driving the God-Slaying spear with even greater speed and power, turning to thrust back. The spear moved like thunder, producing a sound akin to a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl. Just as Zhu Zhuqing's claws were about to touch Xu Mo Bai's body, her differently colored pupils involuntarily widened as a glint of cold light appeared in her vision. The fierce wind generated by the God-Slaying spear swept through Zhu Zhuqing's long hair, and the sharp spear light narrowly grazed her ear, cutting off a lock of hair and drawing a trickle of blood from her ear. The hotel owner wore a bitter expression. He had no idea what risks he had taken to invite both sides to fight outside in the courtyard. However, he never expected that Xu Mo Bai's spear light would burst forth, shattering one of the stone pillars of his hotel. This direct confrontation with the fear of death left Zhu Zhuqing's mind blank. She had no time to think about why such a powerful attack from the opponent had missed. But her hands did not stop for a moment. and hundreds of claw shadows instantly fell upon Xu Mo Bai. Though Xu Mo Bai's body had been reinforced by the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, he was not a defensive soul master. Facing a full-force attack from a great soul master whose power had been increased by 30%, he could not rely solely on his body for complete defense. Xu Mo Bai spat out a mouthful of blood, thrown back by the impact of the 100 attacks. In fact, if it weren't for the flames attached to him, somewhat weakening Zhu Zhuqing's assault, he would have lost a piece of flesh from that hit. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu's fifth soul skill, Turtle Shell Protection, finally landed on Xu Mo Bai, helping him dissipate the impact and regain his balance. Looks like after dealing with the small fry, the big guns are here. Xu Mo Bai's expression was grave as he looked ahead. Just then, a robust figure leaped down from the second floor of the hotel, coming to stand in front of the blue-clad youth, blocking the Black Tiger's attack. If you can't even handle a soul master, it seems you all need to step up your training when you get back. Now get back and sleep. Don't embarrass yourselves here. It was clear that the figure who had just entered the fray was a teacher from Shrek Academy, who had been observing the battlefield from the second floor. Initially, he thought Xu Mo Bai was just a soul master and wanted to let the students gain some practical experience, so he refrained from intervening. In his view, even a soul master would be defeated by his group of little monsters. However, he did not expect that the reality was that Xu Mo Bai had been dominating the fight almost from start to finish. If he hadn't arrived in time, that black giant tiger would have truly pounced on the blue-clad youth, leaving him either dead or severely injured. Even though he was already a soul sage and had taken Xu Mo Bai's attack head-on, the eerie blue flames clung to his right arm like a parasite, continuously devouring his soul power as nourishment, burning even more fiercely. Chapter 91. Immovable King Zhao Wujia. From his stature, it was clear that this teacher from Shrek Academy had a fiery temper. Although the root of the entire incident lay with his students, he showed no intention of apologizing. He let out a cold snort, and yellow light erupted from his body, covering him with a thick layer of brown fur. He stood over 2.5 meters tall, his muscles bulging, and his brown-yellow eyes radiated a domineering aura. 7 soul rings continuously circled around him, and the surging soul power shattered the flames on his right arm. Even if Xu Mo Bai was a soul sect, he didn't want to use his martial soul. For a level 76 soul sage, dealing with a level 40 soul sect brat was a piece of cake. His actions already seemed like bullying, and if he were to use his martial soul, regardless of the outcome, he would become a laughing stock. However, after he punched through the Black Tiger to save the blue-clad boy, he found that no matter how he mobilized his soul power, he couldn't dispel the flames clinging to his right arm, and it even caused mild burns on his hand. Left with no choice, he had to summon his martial soul, which finally allowed him to extinguish the flames. What is your name? The earlier embarrassment was still fresh in his mind, making him feel apprehensive towards the impressively powerful brat. In the past, he would have rushed in without a second thought, but now he feared ending up with a bruised face for days. Shouldn't one introduce themselves before asking for someone else's name? Does Shrek Academy lack even this basic courtesy? Xu Mo Bai stood holding his spear, the god-slaying spear quietly transforming back to gold. White flames surged into Xu Mo Bai's body, continuously healing his injuries. And, combined with the exceptional recovery brought by his torso bones, his condition was visibly improving. Zhao Wujia, Vice President of Shrek Academy. The man frowned. Xu Mo Bai's fearless demeanor made him increasingly certain that there was a hidden expert backing him. If you apologize now and admit your mistake, I can let the previous matter go. Zhao Wujia considered briefly and decided to take a step back. He had come to the Star Luo Forest to help his students obtain soul rings, and if it turned into a life-and-death situation, he would have to explain to his superiors why his students had been harmed. Xu Mo Bai looked at Zhao Wujia as if he were a fool. Immovable King Zhao Wujia. It turns out your greatest strength ISN to your defense, but your thick skin. I estimate even a title Douluo couldn't break through your defensive facade. Could they? Xu Mo Bai's nonchalant tone made the onlooker's heart skip a beat. My little ancestor, before you stands a soul sage, over 30 levels higher than you. Can you not bow your head under the circumstances? But Xu Mo Bai knew he couldn't lower his head. Having lived again, he wanted to do things he had once longed to do but had been too afraid to attempt. In his previous life, he had bent his neck for years due to life's hardships and realities. Now, having the chance to live again, he didn't want to bow his head anymore. Good, good, good. Zhao Wujia repeated 3 times, clearly enraged. He had given the other party a way out, but since Xu Mo Bai continued to provoke him, he decided not to hesitate any longer. Otherwise, people would really think the immovable king was a coward. with a sudden stomp of his right foot. Zhao Wujia's third soul ring, a purple 1,000-year soul ring, glowed brightly. As the light surged into the ground, Xu Mo Bai let out a muffled grunt. Is this just over double the gravity? I can't even stretch my muscles. Xu Mo Bai's mental state was somewhat abnormal. The injuries inflicted by Zhu Zhuqing had caused fluctuations in his emotions. He felt a mix of joy and pain. His God-Slaying spear had transformed back to gold, indicating his identity. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing standing not far behind him, still expressionless, with a hint of readiness in her brows, as if she was prepared to strike him again. Did Zhu Zhuqing really not recognize Xu Mo Bai? The answer was no, from Dai Mu Bai's astonished expression. It was clear that even he had guessed Xu Mo Bai's true identity. Given her deeper understanding of Xu Mo Bai, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't possibly be unaware. But what did it matter if she recognized him? After 4 years, Zhu Zhuqing had grown from an innocent girl into a young woman. She understood how ridiculous and presumptuous her previous desire to escape her family's arrangements had been. Her family had intermarried with the royal family for generations. And from the moment she was born, she had been designated as Dai Mu Bai's fiancée. If she truly disregarded everything and chose to be with Xu Mo Bai, neither her family nor the Xingluo royal family would let them off easily. Their existence would undoubtedly bring disgrace to both families. As the two most powerful families in the Xingluo Empire, how could they allow such a situation to occur? Moreover, her initial purpose for meeting Xu Mo Bai was far from simple. Rather than painfully acknowledging their identities, it might be better to pretend that Xu Mo Bai had died in the northwestern desert as reported. Perhaps that would be the best outcome for both of them. You'll find out soon enough if I can help you stretch your muscles. Zhao Wujia, of course, was unaware of the tangled relationship between the two. All he knew was that if he did not deal with this little brat in front of him, his title of immovable king would likely turn into that of a coward. Zhao Wujia's first soul ring lit up, and the first soul skill, immovable king body, was unleashed. Although it was only a 100-year soul skill, with his soul sage level cultivation, its power was not inferior to that of a 1,000-year soul ring. This also demonstrated Zhao Wujia's serious attitude toward Xu Mo Bai. The troublesome flames earlier had made Zhao Wujia realize that if he truly treated the other party as an ordinary soul sect, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Zhao Wujia stepped forward, his hands like large fans, creating a gust of wind as he struck at Xu Mo Bai. Due to his concerns about Xu Mo Bai's background, Zhao Wujia did not use any offensive soul skills. While this might reduce the effectiveness of his attack, it allowed him to control his strength, ensuring Xu Mo Bai would be injured but not severely harmed. Furthermore, even without using soul skills, a casual strike enhanced by his martial soul was not something a soul sect could easily withstand. Not to mention Xu Mo Bai's martial soul was not known for its defense. Chapter 92. Confrontation with the Soul Saint. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Xu Mo Bai's mouth. He never expected to be underestimated after just having knocked down the opponent's student. Since that was the case, he would make the opponent treat him with caution. He also wanted to see if his current strength could hold up against the notoriously fierce soul saint. Suddenly, the purple soul ring in front of Xu Mo Bai lit up again, and the God-Slaying spear turned black. The dark blue flames on the spear became even more vigorous, with liquid flames dripping onto the ground, blooming into dark blue lotus flowers on the bluestone slabs. Bang! Zhao Wujing's bare paw slammed heavily onto the tortoise shell floating above Xu Mo Bai, producing a muffled sound, and the tortoise shell shook slightly. Clearly, Zhao Wujing's overconfident strike couldn't break through the defense that Yi Zhiqiu had imposed on Xu Mo Bai. Now that Zhao Wujing's moves were becoming predictable, it was the perfect moment for Xu Mo Bai to strike. He first stepped back with his legs, then lunged forward explosively. Although he only crossed half a step, it was enough for him to channel all his strength. The pitch-black God-Slaying spear surged forward like a waking dragon, accompanied by a whistling sound, attacking Zhao Wujing's armpit. After activating his martial soul, Zhao Wujing had grown to a height of 2.5 meters, towering over Xu Mo Bai like a giant. Yet this little dwarf in his eyes dared to thrust a spear at him. Attacking Zhao Wujing's armpit was the best choice Xu Mo Bai concluded after some consideration. The title of Immovable King Zhao Wujing was something he had heard of even when he was in the Star Luo Empire. Zhao Wujing's martial soul was the powerful golden bear, a high attack, high defense existence. The fur covering Zhao Wujing's body indicated just how incredible his defensive power was. And since the opponent had clearly used a defensive soul skill, attacking any other vital point would be less effective than targeting the armpit to weaken Zhao Wujing's combat ability. Oh, not bad. Zhao Wujing's eyes revealed an appreciative expression. His first move was actually a feint, deliberately leaving an opening for Su Mo Bai to attack. As long as Su Mo Bai was greedy for a quick victory, the follow-up move he had prepared would be enough to make Su Mo Bai suffer. However, he didn't expect Su Mo Bai to choose to attack his armpit, rendering all his prepared follow-up moves useless. But Zhao Wujing was not known as the immovable king for nothing. Calmly, a black soul ring in front of him quietly lit up, and his fifth soul skill, gravitational compression, was activated. Su Mo Bai let out a muffled grunt, feeling the surrounding space continuously compressing towards him, as if trying to squash him into a thin pancake. The tortoise shell hovering above his head emitted a piercing groan and shattered within less than a breath. The sudden pressure forced Su Mo Bai to abandon his previous attack. However, that didn't mean he was giving up on resistance. Using the God-Slaying spear to support his body, he temporarily withstood the pressure and lunged at Zhao Wujing's thigh, delivering 4 swift kicks. Su Mo Bai was well aware of human anatomy. He knew that if he kicked Zhao Wujing in the groin, the opponent would definitely lose the ability to fight instantly. However, Zhao Wujing was not a fool and had well protected his vital areas. Su Mo Bai could only settle for attacking the inner thigh, where the nerves of the lower body converged, causing pain that could radiate throughout the entire body. At first, Zhao Wujing didn't take Su Mo Bai's counterattack seriously. In his view, an equipment soul master attacking with his body was something he could easily withstand. But soon he realized how wrong he was. The 4 kicks Su Mo Bai delivered came in rapid succession. If it weren't for the thick fur on his body cushioning the impact, he wouldn't just be grimacing in pain. This caused Zhao Wujing to momentarily lose control over his soul skill, allowing Su Mo Bai to create some distance between them. Good kid, so slippery. It seems I have to get serious today. Zhao Wujing cracked his knuckles, changing from his earlier casual demeanor to charging at Su Mo Bai like a raging bear, leaving clear footprints on the blue stone floor. Su Mo Bai's eyes narrowed. He noticed a faint golden glow emanating from Zhao Wujing's body. The opponent had strengthened his defenses. It was unlikely he would fall for another trick like before. However, that was enough. The earlier exchange had already revealed that Zhao Wujing's agility was lower than his own, and this was the key to defeating him. As Su Mo Bai infused a large amount of soul power into the God-Slaying spear, surging flames rose from the spear, emanating an evil aura. Under the illumination of the dark blue flames, Su Mo Bai looked like a Shura emerging from hell. The overwhelming killing intent, accompanied by a thick evil aura, swept toward Zhao Wujing. Even though he had once earned the title of Chaos King, for a moment, he felt a bit dazed. How many people has this little brat killed? Zhao Wujing was secretly astonished. This nearly palpable killing intent and the utterly evil aura made him feel fear, a primal instinct. But the most taboo thing in battle was to lose focus. In an instant, Su Mo Bai shot out 17 spear strikes. 17 spear blossoms floated towards Zhao Wujing, reaching the limit of what Su Mo Bai could do without activating his soul bone state. In the high-gravity environment, Su Mo Bai still relied on the acceleration from the wind-piercing strike to unleash this blow. Zhao Wujing, regaining his composure, darkened his expression. He knew that these seemingly magnificent spear blossoms were like the most beautiful poison in the world. If he allowed Su Mo Bai to leave any wounds, it would be a laughingstock if the news got out. Immediately, his second soul ring lit up, and his hands, resembling large fans, became as hard as gold and stone, striking towards the God-Slaying spear with thunderous force. Clang! The 17 spear blossoms were extinguished by Zhao Wujing's palms, producing a crisp metallic clash. A hint of pride appeared at the corner of Zhao Wujing's mouth. Nothing excited him more than defeating a genius. The age gap between them was an insurmountable chasm. Divine Flame, ignite! As Su Mo Bai's cold voice rang out, the dark blue flames that had quietly attached to Zhao Wujing's hand surged, releasing a foul smell of burnt flesh accompanied by wisps of black smoke. At the same time, the evil orb on the God-Slaying spear activated its effect. Although the gap between Su Mo Bai and Zhao Wujing was vast, the 17 consecutive hits still drained 2% of Zhao Wujing's soul power, stamina, and energy. Even though it was just 2% of Zhao Wujing's strength, it instantly restored Su Mo Bai to his peak condition. As long as Su Mo Bai's will didn't falter, he would eventually wear Zhao Wujing down. Chapter 93. Have I become an evil soul master again? You can actually devour my life force. Are you an evil soul master? As strands of black energy seeped out from his palms, Zhao Wujing realized that his life force was rapidly depleting at an abnormal speed. while Su Mobi's aura became even stronger after the black energy surged in. Zhao Wujuan's eyes were filled with disgust. He had thought that since the Spirit Hall had begun to crack down on evil soul masters, there would be no trace of them left on Douluo Continent. Yet today, he unexpectedly encountered one. So he is an evil soul master. No wonder he has become a soul zone at such a young age. Yes. Just look at the killing intent emanating from him. One can only wonder how many people have fallen victim to his hands. The onlookers have always loved the spectacle and often take sides based on one-sided information. Initially, they felt a bit uneasy about the killing intent and evil aura radiating from Su Mobi. However, a single word from Zhao Wujuan, a soul sage, successfully made them start to doubt Su Mobi's identity. Their eyes turned red, fists clenched. If it weren't for their awareness of their own insufficient strength, they might have rushed forward to tear Su Mobi apart. In their hearts, they didn't actually harbor too much hatred for evil soul masters. The tragic stories they had heard had never happened to them, and they had never witnessed such scenes. This outrage and hatred stemmed more from their jealousy. Why is it that we are all soul masters? I have worked hard for decades, and am not even a soul venerable, yet you, so young, have become a soul zone? Now everything is clear. It turns out Su Mobi is an evil soul master who can kill to enhance his cultivation speed. Su Mobi softly said, "The righteousness of power lies not in the power itself, but in the person who wields it. Yes, we believe you can't possibly be an evil soul master." Lin Muqing was the first to step forward to support Su Mobi. In Lin Muqing's eyes, how could such a selfless and gentle person possibly be an evil soul master? Dai Mu Bai sneered, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he glanced at Lin Muqing and said, "You don't even know who this person is, do you? He used to be from the Star Luo Empire, and after his identity as an evil soul master was discovered, he escaped to the Heaven-Do Empire. If you don't believe it, just ask in the Star Luo Empire." Dai Mu Bai's righteous statement swayed the majority of the crowd to their side. Rather than accept an unprecedented genius, they preferred to believe that Su Mobi was an evil soul master. Their support for the evil soul master only indicated that they were accomplices of the evil soul master as well. Due to the damage to his turtle shell, Yi Zhiqiu's current state was somewhat lacking. He had to rely on the academy's students to support him to stand firm, which instantly emboldened those who had previously feared the Sanghui Academy. Yi Zhiqiu gestured for the students not to speak. Although his body was damaged, his vision was still intact. He could see the hatred and jealousy in the eyes of the people around him. If it weren't for their fear of the Sanghui Academy's strength, they might have already rushed up to slaughter them all. The students of Sanghui Academy had never encountered such a scene and were scared, quickly forming a circle and retreating a dozen meters to maintain a safe distance. However, they dared not voice their support for Su Mobi anymore. Lin Muqing wanted to persuade those whose minds were clouded by jealousy, but her classmates beside her tightly covered her mouth, leaving her only able to make muffled sounds. Lin Muqing looked at this classmate, who was usually the most upright, in astonishment. She never expected him to turn coward. "Muqing, you can know a person's appearance, but not their heart. What if he really is an evil soul master? Aren't we making enemies for the Sanghui Academy?" The classmate's words made Lin Muqing's eyes widen in disbelief. She despaired to find that not just him, but all her classmates had similar expressions. Lin Muqing's gaze dimmed as she gave up. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Mobi's mouth. Things were getting more interesting. Since people believed he was an evil soul master, let them see just how terrifying an evil soul master could be. A faint white light emerged from Su Mobi, derived from the effect of the torso bone. Due to Su Mobi's low level, it could only allow him to ignore Zhao Wujuan's attacks for 2 seconds. After preparing, Su Mobi charged forward directly. The flames that were originally burning on Zhao Wujuan's hands intertwined with the God-Slaying spear, causing the speed of Zhao Wujuan's soul power absorption to increase even further. Zhao Wujuan let out a loud roar, and the 7th soul ring on his body suddenly erupted with intense black light, instantly spreading across his entire body. Immediately after, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. Zhao Wujuan's already robust physique rapidly inflated like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, his height exceeded 5 meters. His brownish-yellow fur grew wildly, transforming him into a true giant bear. After activating his 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body, Zhao Wujuan's defense increased by another 200%, while other soul skills received a 50% boost, making his defense reach a terrifying level. Although the blue flames still clung to Zhao Wujuan's hands, Their burning speed had significantly slowed down and was almost negligible. Zhao Wujuan paid no attention to the flames still burning. He slightly bent his legs and then leapt towards Xu Mo Bai. This time, he used his fourth soul skill, tracking, within 100 meters, no matter how Xu Mo Bai changed direction. He could instantly keep up. However, Xu Mo Bai had no intention of dodging this attack. He lowered his body, resting the God-Slaying spear behind him. At that moment, all his emotions dissipated, leaving only focus on the spear. Zhao Wujuan noticed Xu Mo Bai's unusual state, but at this point, he was like an arrow on the bowstring. Unable to hold back, he let out a furious roar, and an invisible sound wave erupted from his mouth. Although his main target was Xu Mo Bai, those unfortunate enough to be within the attack range had blood oozing from their ears, losing their hearing, while some even collapsed to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Their lives uncertain. A flash of white light appeared on Xu Mo Bai's chest, and the soul skill attached to the torso bone activated, flawlessly blocking Zhao Wujuan's attack. The effect of the soul skill lasted only 2 seconds, and Xu Mo Bai did not dare to delay. He leaped up, and the God-Slaying spear was suddenly covered in a string of blue lightning. The black tiger, previously dispersed, reformed from the spear tip and fearlessly pounced toward Zhao Wujuan. Facing Xu Mo Bai's strike, Zhao Wujuan felt fear of death for the first time. Clearly, the opponent was just a soul zone. Yet he exerted pressure comparable to that of a strong opponent of the same level. Nevertheless, Zhao Wujuan's movements did not pause for a moment. His enormous hand struck towards the black tiger with one palm and towards Xu Mo Bai with the other. Chapter 94, This Terrible Love Bang. A huge crashing sound rang out as the black tiger's head was smashed by a bare paw, but the same tiger paw also penetrated Zhao Wujia's arm. Since the black tiger itself was made of soul power, and Zhao Wujia's defense had reached an astonishing level after transforming into his martial soul. This blow did not sever Zhao Wujia's arm. However, soul power still seeped into Zhao Wujia's arm, and this time the flames truly became a tormenting presence. The pain of his hand bones being burned made Zhao Wujia abandon any thoughts of mercy. No matter who was behind the opponent, today he would strike Xu Mo Bai dead with one blow. Bang! A muffled sound came from Xu Mo Bai, and with it, the last trace of white light surrounding him dissipated. At the last moment, Xu Mo Bai still managed to block Zhao Wujia's attack with the advantage of his soul bone. However, this was not over yet. Although the black tiger summoned by the God-Slaying spear dissipated, the spear itself remained. Xu Mo Bai suddenly slapped the spear's handle with his right hand, and the God-Slaying spear shot towards Zhao Wujia's eye at an even faster speed. The God-Slaying spear pierced through Zhao Wujia's eyeball, but due to the powerful defense of the great strength diamond bear, the spear became stuck in his eye. Zhao Wujia gritted his teeth and pulled out the God-Slaying spear, splattering blood that stained his fur, and then threw it at Xu Mo Bai with all his strength. He then clenched his right hand, and Xu Mo Bai was pulled toward Zhao Wujia like a fish caught on a hook, rushing uncontrollably towards him, under the effect of his 5th soul skill, gravity compression. Xu Mo Bai secretly admired Zhao Wujia's bravery. Despite being severely injured, he could still ignore the pain and quickly launch a powerful attack. Xu Mo Bai did not panic. Since the opponent still had fighting power, he would continue to fight. Initially, Xu Mo Bai had only acted out of anger towards Dai Mu Bai and disdain for Shrek Academy. But by now, he had truly ignited his fighting spirit. I don't care what kind of soul sage you are. You're still just a king of unmoving light. And today we will fight to the end. Xu Mo Bai waved his right hand, and the God-Slaying spear immediately turned around and returned to his grasp. With the trunk bone skill already used, Xu Mo Bai could only brace himself against the pressure coming from all directions. Gradually, blood beads began to seep from his pores. Ignoring everything, Xu Mo Bai slightly adjusted his posture and flew towards Zhao Wujia at a faster speed under the force of gravity compression. Wielding the spear to stab at Zhao Wujia's heart, Zhao Wujia grinned widely, and although the pain in his body was somewhat unbearable, it also made his mind clearer, and Xu Mo Bai's actions undoubtedly played into his hands. Zhao Wujia's palm, as large as a door, suddenly slapped forward, aiming to crush Xu Mo Bai into a pulp. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujia did not know that Xu Mo Bai had more than just one soul bone. Xu Mo Bai's right arm, holding the spear, glowed with a familiar white light, and his soul power surged by 200% in an instant, allowing the God-Slaying spear to narrowly evade Zhao Wujia's massive palm. Clang! The God-Slaying spear struck Zhao Wujia's chest, but because Zhao Wujia was currently in his martial soul form, his body had swelled. causing Xu Mo Bai's deadly strike to be blocked by his ribs. Although the ribs showed cracks from this blow and would shatter with another hit, Zhao Wujie would not give him that opportunity. "Got you, little brat." At this moment, Zhao Wujie was smiling, but his blood-soaked appearance gave an endless chill. He took the chance to embrace Xu Mo Bai, his muscles bulging as they compressed Xu Mo Bai's body, producing cracking sounds. Zhao Wujie's voice, like a devil's whisper, echoed in Xu Mo Bai's ear. "Don't worry, the pain is only temporary. Soon your body will be unable to withstand the pressure and will explode. The whole process will be faster than you can imagine." Xu Mo Bai did not panic too much. He took a deep breath, and the evil wings that had been hidden behind him suddenly spread out, creating a slight gap against Zhao Wujie's lethal grip. Xu Mo Bai then flashed and instantly teleported into the air, his enormous purple-black evil wings spreading out to cast a large shadow on the ground. Cough. Xu Mo Bai coughed out a mouthful of blood. Although he had escaped in time, the immense power of the great strength Diamond Bear had still caused him to break 4 ribs in that brief moment. The evil wings flapped slowly behind him, supporting Xu Mo Bai as he hovered in midair. He chose not to attack again. The broken ribs made it impossible for him to exert force from his waist, and he needed to tend to his injuries first. "I have a small sausage. I have a big sausage." Seeing both sides temporarily stop, Oscar quickly chanted a soul spell, summoning several sausages and stuffing them into Zhao Wujie's hands, while the other Shrek Academy students also stood in front of Zhao Wujie. The battle was not over yet. Are they going to surround us again? Xu Mo Bai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who stood among the crowd, his expression complicated. From her position, it was clear she would act as the team's agile attacker and launch another assault on Xu Mo Bai. There's no morality to discuss with evil soul masters. This time, without waiting for Dai Mu Bai to speak, Zhu Zhuqing spoke first, her voice as cold as the ancient ice of the extreme north, freezing Xu Mo Bai's heart with pain. Xu Mo Bai's eyes slightly lowered, making it difficult to see the expression in them. A charming smile crept onto his lips. "Is that so? But your teacher's good intentions just now led to the deaths of more than 10 people. After the confrontation between Xu Mo Bai and Zhao Wujie temporarily stopped, everyone's attention was drawn to the unfortunate ones lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Their cries pierced the hearts of the Shrek Academy, students more sharply than the sharpest arrows, instilling a sense of guilt in them. After all, they were just a bunch of 11 or 12-year-old kids. However, this sense of guilt did not appear on Dai Mu Bai and Tang San. To them, these people were just too unlucky. What did it have to do with them? Is it hard to accept sacrificing unrelated parties for the sake of achieving goals? Enough nonsense. You hurt our teacher, and today, unless you kill us all, don't even think about leaving." As Dai Mu Bai spoke, he urged his soul power to launch a white tiger radiant wave at Xu Mo Bai, trying to knock him down. At the same time, Tang Sin raised his hands in front of him and pushed forward. "Xiao Wu, go." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu leaped onto Tang San's hands, then used her toes to spring off his palm, shooting towards Xu Mo Bai in the air. Beside them, the chubby boy forcibly suppressed his fear, shooting a phoenix fire line at Xu Mo Bai while carrying Zhu Zhuqing into the air. Zhu Zhuqing remained expressionless, her gaze focused entirely on Xu Mo Bai. Her light frame allowed the chubby boy to easily carry her through the air, and with a simple use of force, she could launch a fierce attack on Xu Mo Bai.